Our protagonist is the greatest sage. He protected humanity from the onslaught of monsters. He also defeated their lord. At last, humanity was safe. However, exhausted after the deadly conflict, he died. Luckily for him, this is not the end. Definitely not. He is resurrected in the body of a young man 50 years later and enters the Magic Academy to regain his supreme power. Will he achieve his goal? We'll find out. Sumu awakens, shocked to realize that he is alive despite having used up all his magical energy. He reflects on the circumstances and doubts his continued existence. Looking in the mirror, he is amazed at his transformed appearance. A doctor enters the room, accompanied by a medical assistant. She calls our protagonist Kusanagi, and he is even more confused by this strange nickname. The doctor asks him to lie down and tries to examine his wounds. He peels off the bandages and is astonished to discover that the hero is completely healed. He can't believe what he sees in front of him. The doctor recalls the patient's critical condition yesterday following a car accident and loss of consciousness. He ponders how the young man recovered so quickly. The doctor suggests it must be a miraculous healing by divine power. Kusanagi is puzzled to hear about the car accident and explains that his body has the ability to automatically regenerate using sacred magical energies. He asks the medical staff if his magical energy is depleted, but they don't understand him. He tells them he fought monstrous entities during the disaster. The doctor and assistant were both stunned by his statement. The doctor asks the young man if he remembers his own name. He then asks him what year it is. Ichikami gives her name and assumes she's still 1970, but the doctor diagnoses her with post-traumatic stress disorder and calls it a cognitive deficit. The doctor reveals that the boy's real name is Kusanagi Minato, and the current year is 2022. Kusanagi is stunned and has a hard time accepting this information. He looks at the doctor, deciding to believe his words. He notices the TV and admires its sleek design and crystal-clear picture. The protagonist discovers a calendar confirming that the year is indeed 2022. He is amazed by the thin device the nurse is holding. Our protagonist becomes disoriented, wondering if he has truly traveled to the future. The doctor shares details about the disaster that the boy remembered, noting that it happened 50 years ago and has not been repeated since then. The protagonist doubts the doctor's story, asking about the fate of the monsters. The doctor describes a peaceful period when very few monsters remained. Kusanagi learns that the world has finally found true peace and feels relieved. He expresses gratitude to heaven and smiles. The doctor informs him that Ichikami, the man he is talking about, died in a disaster 50 years ago. A hero who gave his life to save the world. The doctor doubts that Kusanagi is Ichikami Atsumu. Our guy suggests that he died 50 years ago and somehow returned as Kusanagi Minato. He can't understand how this happened. And so, a week later, he finally enters the residence and inspects Kusanagi's chambers. He feels sorrow upon discovering the existence of the former Kusanagi. His mother and father died when he was still a small child. He was also abandoned by his new guardians and sent to a terrible boarding school. Since all this happened, Kusanagi has been living off her parents' inheritance. The protagonist has never encountered anything called reincarnation witchcraft. He wonders if his reincarnation is a divine act. Perhaps it all happened by chance. He looks at the Kusanagi Magic Academy's ID card and remembers that in his era, Magic Academies didn't exist. He finds this quite intriguing. Suddenly his phone starts ringing. Curious about who is calling, he answers the phone. He sees a call from Tadano but doesn't know what to do. Kusanagi decides to ignore the call. He throws away his phone. The call does not stop, and a notification appears. Tadano claims to know about our protagonist's discharge from the hospital and urges Kusanagi to return to school, citing a lack of funds. The next day, our protagonist enters the Magic Academy and looks around as he enters. He finds the prospect of going back to school exciting. He experiences it like a mature person. Enjoying the moment, he watches as the student casually uses magic to hit the training dummy. Kusanagi expresses displeasure at the sight of this, questioning the student's meager magical abilities. He watches the other students and sees that they are all complete losers. It's hard for him to accept this. He recalls that even the newcomers from his era were 10 times stronger than these pathetic students. He questions their magical potential. And despite this peaceful age, He cannot understand why magic has degraded so much. He enters his class and finds his seat. He begins to look forward to his school life and wonders if he has any friends in his room. Suddenly, a red-haired student appears with two other personalities. He demands to know why our guy ignored his messages, even though he's just Kusanagi. The main character doesn't know this guy, so he politely asks his name. Tadano becomes enraged and kicks the table, repeating his name. He calls Kusanagi weak and worthless, but our protagonist doesn't pay attention. He suddenly remembers that this is the same man who contacted him. He assumes that Tadano is his companion. Tadano grins evilly and holds out his hand, demanding cash. Kusanagi thinks this is a true friend. He shakes hands warmly, wishing for a strong connection. Tadano's temperature rises and he grabs Kusanagi by the collar, demanding money. He tries to intimidate Kusanagi, convinced that he has inherited a fortune. Kusanagi comes to terms with reality and realizes that his past self suffered. Tadano swings his arm to put Kusanagi in her place. But suddenly a stunning blue-haired girl appears. She greets everyone with a pleasant morning. Her beautiful smile calms Tadano. He lets Kusanagi go, but makes it clear that he expects payment soon. Kusanagi feels irritated. The tormentor finally leaves the room. The lesson finally begins, and the instructor begins discussing the Great Disaster, also known as the Final Calamity. 50 years ago, creatures appeared across the world, plunging humanity into despair. However, the revered sage, Ichikamatsumu, remained steadfast in his mission to save humanity. He persevered, defeating all the monsters single-handedly. Eventually, he encountered the demonic deity known as the God of Calamity, the source of all this. Ichikama risked his very existence to defeat the final opponent, and from that moment on, the God of Calamity never appeared again. Then the instructor inquired about the great sage. The blue-haired girl from earlier raises her hand. Her name is Mizuha. The instructor allows her to answer. She claims Ichikama is a great sage and the first mage to survive the first calamity. He also played a key role in the founding of their academy. Her gaze begins to glow with enthusiasm as she reveals that Ichikama is the champion of humanity, admired by every mage in the world. The instructor confirms her claim, teaching the students about a great sage who survived the initial disaster and was the first to master the magical arts. The academy was founded to train more mages in his image. He is the most powerful mage in human history. The instructor urges them to study him and prepare for the upcoming exam. The protagonist begins to feel humiliated after hearing everyone praise Ichikama. He did not expect such torment, and begins to regret his enrollment in the academy. He remembers the doctor's words and suggests that everyone has weak magic due to the current peace in the world. He looks out the window, a smile playing on his lips as he enjoys his newfound peaceful existence. The instructor concludes the lecture by expressing the hope that all students are prepared for the magical assessment exam scheduled for the following day. Tadano confronts the protagonist again, asking if he heard the teacher's announcement. He is delighted, anticipating the amusing spectacle of Kusanagi's pitiful magical skills. Our hero wonders why the tormentor does not stop with his endless chatter. He decides to leave the lecture hall. As he leaves, Tadano emphasizes that even his own parents did not have magical abilities. The tormentor calls him an orphan and bursts into derogatory laughter. The protagonist finally answers. Tadano seethes at Kusanagi's dismissive words. His composure breaks and he unleashes a powerful fire spell. His classmates react with alarm, trying to intervene. One asks if he really intends to cast such a destructive spell within the classroom. Tadano casts a magic spell on our hero, wishing him death. The azure-haired girl rushes forward to stop him, but alas, she is too slow. When a fire projectile flies at him, the protagonist remains completely unperturbed. The magical attack hits him with all its force. All the students recoil. Mizuha calls this foolishness, warning him against using magic in such a pointless conflict, not wishing harm to anyone. Tadano makes excuses. He places the blame on Kusanagi. He refuses to admit his own guilt. The students are worried about our hero, but when the dust settles, Kusanagi emerges unharmed. The students are amazed, and he admits that he was caught off guard. Tadano, horrified, asks why Kusanagi continues to stand after taking the magical barrage directly. Our hero can easily reflect a first-level spell with his shield, even without using your abilities. He endured the ridicule because Tadano was just a young man. But now he feels that Tadano deserves retribution. With a stern look, he advances towards the tormentor. Tadano trembles in fear as Kusanagi unleashes her power. The students stand paralyzed, all perplexed by the unfolding events. Mizuha reflects on the current circumstances. She wonders about the scenario that is happening. Kusanagi approaches Tadano, extending her hand. Tadano is horrified, but the instructor intervenes, entering the room and asking about the noise. He wonders if anyone is using magic inside. Kusanagi assures him that nothing is happening inside, believing that the magic came from outside. The instructor doesn't recall any magical activity today, but our protagonist speculates that someone outside their department might be training. The instructor demands an explanation for the smoke, and Kusanagi states that it came from outside. The instructor accepts his explanation, orders the class to return to their seats, and vows to find the culprit. Kusanagi apologizes with a smirk, deciding to plant false evidence to cover up the matter. Every student, including Mizuha, reacts with amazement. Tadano clenches his jaw, seething with irritation. The protagonist considers the students weak, doubting their ability to defeat the monster. Even though the catastrophe ended 50 years ago, he knows dangerous creatures may still lurk. He makes a decision: investigate the situation. Under cover of night, he infiltrates the abandoned Shibuya, tracking down secret signs and looking at the ruined metropolis, recalling its appearance from a past life. Finding no trace of the monsters, he assumes that the authorities have dealt with the threat. Suddenly, he discovers a monstrous presence and a nearby human life force, prompting him to quickly begin an investigation. An ugly creature catches a girl with snow-white hair. She cries in horror, begging for salvation. As the monster lunges to devour her, a young man intervenes. The monster roars in agony and dies from one blow. The hero notices a police badge on her clothing. Believing she has ties to the magical police, he urges her to be more careful in the future. She expresses her gratitude to him. However, it creates circles and disappears. She wonders who he is. She considers him a powerful mage, but doubts his ability to defeat the beast without spells. Kusanagi feels lucky that his face is hidden, as he doesn't want to draw attention to himself since he was recently reincarnated. He is surprised to see a police mage nearly killed by a weak monster, and concludes that even the authorities have become weak. He doubts the ability of people of this age to defeat monsters. The entire current generation, including students and law enforcement, is significantly weaker than in previous times. He grins, realizing that humanity once again needs his abilities. He begins to move forward, determined to destroy all the monsters in the area. The next day at the academy, the instructor instructs everyone to prepare for an assessment of magical abilities. He hopes they will accurately assess both the characteristics and the quantity. These stats are vital if they aspire to become mages. Our protagonist is perplexed why his abilities cannot be measured without this strange device. Recognizing its importance to the students, but wondering how the instructor could not know that the perception of magic is the basis of magic. Mizuha approaches and asks if now is the right time. The students watch their conversation and wonder why Mizuha is calling Kusanagi. She introduces herself. She is the second child of a revered magical line, Mizuha Yuika. He doesn't grasp the concept of a noble family, so she explains that it is one of the 4 prominent noble houses, leaders among mages. He doesn't remember her, and doesn't remember any noble families during his youth. Noticing her weak magic, he asks why she boasts about her lineage of outstanding magicians with such abysmal magical ability. Mizuha asks why he seems indifferent, hoping for a more appreciative reaction. Tadano clenches his jaw in envy as he thinks about their conversation. Kusanagi asks why a noble with magical blood would talk to a nobody like him. She is irritated but maintains her composure, believing that she must behave in a manner befitting nobility. He wonders if she's suffering from some kind of mental disorder. Mizuha recalls the magical attack that didn't harm him yesterday and ponders its root cause. She tries to broach the subject, but the teacher interrupts her, instructing the students to prepare for measurements. Kusanagi takes the opportunity to leave with a smirk on her face. Mizuha decides to observe and see his true abilities. He will take care of it after the assessments. Tadano confidently unleashes his abilities, demonstrating 1,000 magical power with the fire element. He enjoys his progress. Kusanagi notes that the criteria have remained unchanged since his time. Subsequently, Mizuha advances, releasing her magic. Her element is water, and her magical power is 2,000. Amazement fills the crowd, and the teacher praises both her and Tadano, declaring them to be prime talents destined to become outstanding magicians. The other students join in the applause. Kusanagi, feeling disappointed, considers this a farce, believing that 2,000 magical power is barely a beginner's level. Mizuha looks smug. She is trying to demonstrate the influence of her noble family. He asks why she looks at him with such pride. Suddenly, he hears the instructor calling him for an assessment. As he approaches the device, he overhears his classmates discussing his results from last year. Although he excelled academically, his magical potential was rated as the lowest. Tadano, convinced that Kusanagi has no abilities, anticipates his humiliation. Mizuha ponders the extent of Kusanagi's hidden abilities, but doubts he can surpass her. Kusanagi felt annoyed. He remembered how noticeable he had been in his previous existence, which bothered him. He's considering the possibility of holding back his full capabilities. However, he decides to go all out, unleashing all his power with a smirk. He challenges the machine to withstand the power of the greatest sage in history. The apparatus lights up and a beam of light shoots out from the structure, attracting the attention of two students from different classes. Mizuha is perplexed when the car starts to behave unpredictably. Its glow intensifies before a massive explosion destroys it. Students rush to their rescue, running away from the destructive wave. Our protagonist expresses dissatisfaction with the destruction of the machine, feeling that he barely put in any effort. He wonders if any of his peers can even detect his magical energy. The instructor, showing concern, asks how everyone is feeling. They confirm they are safe. He checks on Kusanagi, noting his luck in being at the epicenter of the explosion. The teacher wonders if there is a malfunction with the device. He worries that it is now impossible to estimate Kusanagi's mass, magic, and other characteristics. Kusanagi asks about the teacher's concerns. The teacher explains his intention to assign students to combat training, but is hampered by a lack of data for evaluation. The instructor asks Tadano to include Kusanagi in his team. Tadano agrees, seeing a chance to mock our protagonist. The instructor feels relieved, pleased that it is Tadano. The tormentor approaches Kusanagi. He looks forward to their sparring, a wicked grin twisting his features. The students arrive at the ruins of Shibuya, and the instructor informs them that residual monsters still haunt the city, devastated by a great disaster. Mages and law enforcement frequently patrol this deserted urban area to combat any remaining monsters. The academy students are also forced to assist in this matter for unknown reasons. The instructor assures them not to worry, as experienced mages and officers have largely dealt with most of the creatures. Our protagonist wasn't expecting a practical lesson. He trusts the students to defeat several beasts, given that they'll be working in teams. He remembers visiting the place last night, but feels uneasy when he discovers several monsters lurking. He remembers that he thoroughly cleared the area yesterday. However, he did not succeed. He didn't really do it. He finds no signs of destruction nearby and is perplexed by the constant appearance of new beasts in old Shibuya. He overhears the girls' conversation about their rivalry. Despite it being a practical lesson, our protagonist is surprised to see the students behaving so casually. For some unknown reason, Mizuha watches Kusanagi closely. The instructor begins the practical lesson with the desire for everyone to collaborate effectively. Tadano notices the protagonist and calls him over. He approaches our hero with his team and tells him to stay put and not interfere with their progress. Tadano emphasizes that this time he will not hold back if Kusanagi gets out of control like he did before. The protagonist can't understand why they don't just ignore him if they hate him so much. Tadano becomes furious and orders him to stop his insolence. He can't understand why Mizuha is still talking to Kusanagi, considering he's completely useless. Our hero is shocked by this revelation and learns that Tadano has feelings for Mizuha. Tadano is overcome with rage. He is absolutely furious. The protagonist senses something, and the tormentors try to hit him with their magic. However, he warns them to stop. Tadano makes it clear that his apologies won't be enough this time. Kusanagi asks him to look behind him, but Tadano suspects that he is planning a stupid ruse to escape. Tadano turns his gaze back. The entire gang of torturers discovers the towering beast. It is located right behind them. They all start to sweat nervously, wondering why a demonic warrior is in this abandoned metropolis. The remaining tormentors encourage Tadano, confident that he can defeat him. He assures them of his victory, albeit with a worried expression. He advances and attacks him using his pyrokinetic abilities. An explosion occurs. He strikes the beast. Tadano and his friends breathe a sigh of relief. But when the smoke clears, the monster remains unharmed before them. Tadano notices not a single scratch on him and is overcome with horror. Our protagonist admits that his first-tier sting magic is useless against the demonic soldier. As the monster approaches, the entire party is overcome with fear. They all fall limply to their knees, trembling uncontrollably. Tadano's eyes fill with tears. He wonders if his existence will cease right now. This is really the end. He pees himself pathetically. But just as death looms, the demonic soldier reveals our boy's true strength. He recoils in fear, taking a step back. Kusanagi steps forward, amazed that the creature was able to sense their strongest member. He confronts the demonic soldier directly, unleashing all his power. The creature unleashes all its power, creating numerous secret symbols. Tadano and his allies doubt the hero's ability to defeat him. They resign themselves to their fate. The beast casts a second-tier spell. This spell is known as Stone Shattering. A colossal boulder is rushing towards our protagonist, but he remains unperturbed, with a smile on his lips. He takes out a first-tier spell, Firebolt, and launches it at the demonic warrior. His fiery projectile destroys a massive rock. This projectile was fired by the creature. It also hits the demon soldier, causing a massive explosion. Tadano and his squad's eyes widen. They are stunned to see the monster die. Tadano asks about the current events. He asks if Kusanagi organized all this. He dismisses the idea, believing someone like Kusanagi to be incapable of such a thing. But our protagonist informs him that with the proper technique, even basic magic is enough to destroy a demonic soldier. He's perplexed by the idea of such creatures appearing in Shibuya, especially after he himself cleared the area and eliminated all threats there the day before. He suggests that this could be an ominous omen of a major catastrophe. The protagonist ponders whether to take the current circumstances seriously. Suddenly, he experiences vivid memories. He sees the destruction from his past life. He saw countless people die before his eyes. His loved ones were among the fallen. A wave of grief washes over him, and he clenches his fist tightly. The protagonist decides to protect humanity, even if the impending doom is repeated. The other aggressors admit to having seen Kusanagi destroy the demonic soldier. They ask if this is really the same Kusanagi they know. Tadano, overcome with frustration, hits the wall. He is seething with rage, completely confused by what is happening. Meanwhile, Mizuha watches from afar, amazed as she discovers new details about Kusanagi. Mizuha summons a first-tier spell, Water Saucer, and easily destroys the small creature. Her classmates are amazed and begin to praise her. She feels irritated, wondering why ordinary people are so easily impressed. She attributes it to her own brilliance, and then notices Tadano's team. Mizuha orders his companions to take care of the remaining business and leaves. She suspects Tadano is bullying the protagonist again and feels uneasy. She rushes to observe them, not wanting to miss this chance. She positions herself behind the barrier and peeks in. Mizuha is stunned to see the demon soldier. She doubts their ability to face such an enemy in battle. However, despite her fear, the young lady decides to help them, given her affiliation with the Mizuha clan. Confident in her ability to turn the situation around, Mizuha rushes toward the group, shouting for everyone to run. Suddenly, a massive stream of fire magic erupts in front of her, striking the demonic soldier. Kusanagi defeats the formidable monster with one blow. Mizuha is stunned, wondering if our hero is to blame for this. She remembers Kusanagi as a timid child with weak magic. The girl can hardly believe she's seeing the same Kusanagi. She watched intently and didn't hear a single spell. Mizuha can't understand how he defeated the demonic soldier with first-tier magic without a spell. It's too much for her to comprehend. She understands that the strength of each demon is determined by the number of crystals that adorn their bodies. This system also determines the hierarchy among demons. Magical beasts occupy the 6th rank. Demonic soldiers are classified as 5th rank. Demonic captains are the 4th rank. Demonic generals occupy the 3rd level. The demon king is at the 2nd rank. And finally, the most powerful demon is designated as the 1st rank. This supreme demon is also known as the demon god. Each demon has these set numbers, so all modern mages know that defeating a demon soldier requires at least 3rd-tier magic. She feels that 1st-tier magic is insufficient to defeat it. Kusanagi begins to advance. She walks towards him. Realizing that she has nowhere to hide, she looks out again and watches the protagonist. He reproaches her for stealing glances. She feels a surge of embarrassment. She is surprised how he discovered her actions. Our protagonist thinks it's stupid not to know, considering she's a mage. Mizuha is perplexed. He is dismayed to realize that they really can't detect any magic. The young man begins to leave. She tries to stop his progress. However, he ignores her and continues to move forward. Mizuha demands an explanation and rushes after him, but she doesn't find anyone in the alley. Kusanagi jumps onto the roof of the building. He is irritated to see the girl trying so hard to find him. He decides to scout out the area for monsters and discovers that there are no demonic soldiers left nearby, although there are still many magical beasts. After witnessing Tadano's pitiful performance against the demon soldier, he wonders if the other students can handle the magical beasts. The protagonist decides to destroy several magical beasts. His body suddenly begins to emit light as he releases his magic. He can cover the entire area around the abandoned city. So he takes out 2 magic circles and casts his 2nd-tier spell, Barret. Multiple rays of light shoot into the sky, spreading throughout Shibuya. Tadano and his companions observe the rays of light, mistaking them for falling stars. Mizuha recognizes it as magic, wondering who could have performed multiple magical abilities at once. Somewhere in Shibuya, 2 students find themselves surrounded by mystical creatures. Despair grips them as a multitude of monsters rush toward them simultaneously. Both students give up, resigning themselves to their fate. But just as the monster lunges to kill the girl, he suddenly stops, writhing in pain as a powerful beam of light hits him. Students ask each other if everything is okay. The protagonist observes the entire scene from above. He feels great satisfaction in destroying all the creatures. He sees them die and suddenly realizes that he went too far in destroying almost all the monsters in Shibuya. Kusanagi begins to worry, wondering if class will even start after this event. He expresses regret. He regrets his lack of self-control. He deploys his secret seals to navigate the metropolis, finding a hidden passage for his descent. He doesn't like to hide his abilities any more than necessary, but the close attention gets tiresome. He reunites with his classmates and instructor. The instructor examines the slain magical beast, puzzled as to why so many remain. He assumed that most had already been destroyed or died. He suspects that it was done by an arts master, as destroying a monster with one swift blow is no easy task. He recalls the magic that defeated the beasts. He realizes that releasing such a barrage of magical projectiles is attributed to a 0 attribute. Shocked, he admits he's never seen anything like it. He admits that without the magic projectiles, the situation would have become even more acute, knowing that releasing even 2 is a remarkable achievement. The instructor, incredulous, realizes that if the number reached 6 or more, no ordinary student would be able to use such magic. The students scream before them, desperately demanding to know why they had to face so many beasts and almost sacrifice their lives. The instructor bows, apologizing. He recalls checking with the authorities that most of the monsters had been destroyed, regretting not confirming this with the academy. He sincerely expresses regret for putting the entire group in danger. One student asks if help has arrived to save them. The instructor claims he doesn't know, but adds that it wasn't the police or a sanctioned magician, but most likely some kind of illegal practitioner. He mentally expresses gratitude to the unknown savior. Our protagonist beams as he hears the instructor subtly praise him. He catches snippets of conversations between students discussing his magical projectiles, everyone guessing about their source. Kusanagi feels a wave of relief, seeing that everyone is safe, including those who are tormenting him. Tadano clenches his jaw, seething with frustration. The entire pack of tormentors turns their gaze on the protagonist. Mizuha recalls witnessing Kusanagi single-handedly defeat a demonic warrior using only basic sorcery, and then using some form of limitless enchantment. She wonders if Kusanagi orchestrated both events. Elemental energy and emptiness are different properties, and she finds it unlikely that any student could possess both, not even Kusanagi. She reassures herself that it is impossible for him to possess 2 different energies, and suggests that someone else is responsible for the void-based phenomena. She still can't understand how Kusanagi managed to defeat the demonic warriors single-handedly. Tadano's team speculates that it may also be a creator of energy beams. Tadano dismisses this as absurd, but his comrade reminds him that Kusanagi also defeated a demonic warrior. Tadano is furious, threatening his comrade to remain silent or face destruction. His comrades are paralyzed with fear. They are absolutely terrified. Tadano makes it clear that he refuses to believe that someone like Kusanagi could accomplish such feats, suspecting that he is hiding something. His henchmen agree, remembering what a coward Kusanagi really is. Tadano roars in rage, vowing to expose Kusanagi's deception. He is determined to corner Kusanagi and force him to reveal his true identity. After finishing his classes, Kusanagi goes out and finds himself surrounded by a huge crowd of tormentors. Tadano approaches, stating that he has been waiting patiently. The protagonist feels irritated and suggests that they channel this persistence into learning magic instead. Tadano counters that Kusanagi has no right to say such words, given his own deception. Kusanagi is puzzled by the accusation of deception. However, Tadano claims that Kusanagi is undoubtedly hiding unfair tactics. Tired of their stupidity, Kusanagi realizes that arguing with them is useless. Tadano tells him to obey. He praises Kusanagi for standing his ground. Kusanagi explains that there is no reason to worry. Tadano dismisses his words and rushes forward, striking, confident that Kusanagi would not use magic in a public place. The blow hits him on the cheek, but he shows no reaction. The bandits surround him, starting an attack, but he remains calm and refrains from retaliating. Tadano questions his silence, suggesting that Kusanagi is helpless without his mystical abilities. He intensifies his attack, declaring his intention to continue until Kusanagi's death, regardless of her pleas. The protagonist expresses his disappointment. Their blows barely leave a mark. His mystical energy instinctively protects him from all physical attacks. Annoyed, he decides to pretend to be injured to calm Tadano down. Suddenly, a figure materializes behind them, asking the reason for the attack on Kusanagi. Tadano turns around and notices Mizuha. The tormentor becomes embarrassed and tries to explain. He tells Mizuha that they are just fooling around. She sees through his lies and accuses him of bullying Kusanagi. She is disappointed with the behavior of her classmates and asks if they are ashamed of their actions. Tadano feels strange but blames Kusanagi for everything. He believes that Mizuha now despises him, and it is entirely his fault. She takes the hero's hand and begins to lead him away from this situation. Tadano watches as she takes Kusanagi's hand. He experiences envy and reaches his breaking point. Tadano loses all self-control and loses control. He tries to deal a magical blow to our hero. Kusanagi is irritated. He is unhappy. Tadano prepares to commit suicide, and his minions unleash their magic as well. Mizuha questions their actions. The entire group unleashes a fiery assault on the protagonist. Mizuha realizes the danger and tries to cover Kusanagi, but she can't intervene quickly enough. He takes all attacks on himself. Tadano smirked smugly, confident that no amount of pathetic tricks would help Kusanagi survive against such overwhelming odds. His subordinates begin to worry, asking if he's dead. Tadano dismisses them, calling them fools for worrying too much. He fabricates a story, claiming they were practicing magic outside the school that got out of control. Kusanagi was simply caught in the crossfire, hence his injuries. The minions realize they have crossed the line. When the dust settles, Kusanagi states that he tried to be lenient, considering them just children, but their stupidity demands retribution. He is getting ready. Punish them all. Tadano is shocked to find him alive after such powerful magical attacks. Kusanagi becomes somber, telling them they shouldn't have dragged Mizuha into their conflict. He questions their wickedness for such behavior. Tadano screams, blaming them both for this disaster. He believes they deserve payback for ridiculing him. So he creates another magic circle and declares that they will strike continuously until Kusanagi draws her last breath. Our hero demonstrates a tiny magic circle. The tormentors mock and reject him as pathetic. They think he's just showing off, and they all launch a simultaneous attack with all their might, wanting Kusanagi dead. The main character uses magic absorption. Strange green tendrils emerge from the tiny circle and entangle the entire group. They are all overcome with fear and trying to escape. However, they fail to do so, and in spectacular fashion. Their life force drains, and the tormentors begin to lose consciousness. Tadano and his henchmen freeze. Kusanagi expresses his displeasure. He expected them to hold out a little longer. He hopes the tormentors will learn from this and improve. Mizuha is perplexed. She asks if she just witnessed witchcraft. She is shocked that the entire group has lost consciousness, but cannot understand the reason. Kusanagi gets up to leave, but Mizuha stops him, demanding an explanation. She asks about magic, remembering that just a few days ago he couldn't cast even a weak spell. She demands to know who he is. The protagonist becomes irritated by her behavior and challenges her. He suggests she do something else instead of asking so many strange questions. Mizuha starts to blush. She expresses her gratitude by thanking him for saving her. The girl begs him to finally answer her questions. However, she discovers that he has disappeared. She feels humiliated and wonders why he left her again. As darkness falls, Kusanagi re-enters the abandoned Shibuya. He navigates using his magic circles. He had previously felt uneasy, which prompted him to return to investigate. He discovers more creatures lurking despite having previously destroyed them, feeling a dark foreboding. The protagonist is confident that he can cope if the threats are limited to old Shibuya. However, he senses their presence elsewhere. He considers the limitations of the police and the lack of experienced mages, but doubts his ability to combat threats across the country, preferring to develop a strategy first. His first step is to destroy all the monsters in old Shibuya. He strives to act discreetly, avoiding any attention. He fires his magic projectiles, destroying multiple enemies at once. A drunk man goes into a dangerous area. He remains unaware of the danger. Suddenly, a beast materializes behind him, but is immediately neutralized by the protagonist. This guy notices him, but writes it all off as his own imagination and starts to leave. Our hero hopes that the guy didn't notice him. He activates his magic circle and lunges forward. Someone grabs him, filming the entire incident on a phone. The guy remains in shock, certain that his recording will undoubtedly become a sensation. Without hesitation, he uploads it to the internet. The next morning, Tadano, Kusanagi, and Mizuha is summoned to the principal's office. Their homeroom teacher reports that he knows of students using magic outside the school walls. He issues a stern warning of immediate expulsion to any violators and allows them to present their case. Tadano points to the main character. He tries to shift all the blame onto him, claiming that our protagonist was looking for the conflict himself. Kusanagi is amazed at the ease with which Tadano lies. He understands that he must protect himself, even if it irritates him. Just as he's about to speak, Mizuha steps in and comes to the boy's defense. She informs the principal that their words are lies and exposes Kusanagi as a victim of bullying by Tadano and his minions, who were the first to use magical attacks against him. The teacher listens carefully and discovers that the protagonist has also used magic. She considers it self-defense, believing that he had no other choice and is not guilty. Kusanagi expresses surprise at her intervention. Tadano tries to convince the teacher of their innocence, but Mizuha shuts him up, blaming him for his behavior. She calls him an evil person for torturing Kusanagi and then shifting the blame for the consequences. She cannot comprehend his lack of remorse. Tadano dismissively refers to the protagonist as a lowlife, claiming that he has no place in this establishment and justifying his aggression as an attempt to get rid of the scum. Mizuha unequivocally declares him to be scum, unfit for the academy. Tadano, maintaining his arrogance, proclaims his academic superiority and the only qualification to stand beside her. Kusanagi is unworthy. She doesn't understand its meaning. Tadano warns her against protecting Kusanagi, urging her to come to her senses and become his. Disgusted, she declares that there is no way she would ever choose trash like him. Tadano recoils from the rejection. She rejects him for his aggressive tendencies and considers him foolish for confessing his feelings under such strange circumstances. Our protagonist understands her reasoning, but believes she has gone too far. Tadano loses consciousness after being refused. The principal states that he has no use for students who selfishly use magic and harm others, as Tadano and his accomplices are the perpetrators, and Kusanagi was simply defending himself from their magical attacks. Tadano and his group are expelled. Tadano's henchmen try to justify their actions, claiming they were simply following Tadano's orders. The instructor allows Kusanagi and Mizuha to leave and return to their classes. They both leave the director's office. Mizuha becomes enraged, calling Tadano the most disgusting person. Our protagonist asks about their future prospects now that they've been expelled. She explains that their chances of ever becoming mages are 0, which is quite obvious. She can't understand why Kusanagi couldn't protect himself. He claims he was on the verge of speaking out, but she didn't give him the chance. Then a memory emerges. She asks about his plight. Kusanagi reflects on the many times she intervened to protect him. First, back in class during his fight, and now, during their call to the principal, he praises her as a good girl for her constant help. She begins to blush deeply, overcome with embarrassment. Mizuha tells him to shut up and rushes towards the classroom, intending to enter before him. Kusanagi looks after her with a gentle smile. He's convinced the original Kusanagi died and he was reincarnated in this body. He wonders if he succumbed to the relentless bullying or if it was simply an accident. The truth remains elusive, but he finds solace in the fact that his tormentors face the consequences of their actions. He believes this resolution will bring some form of redress. He is shining. The principal briefs 2 upperclassmen on recent events, explaining that several students were involved in a fight and openly used magic. He assures them that no one was hurt. The high school student asks why she was called if the situation has been resolved. The director informs her that one of the participants is Yuika Mizuha. The blue-haired girl understands the situation and thanks the director for the information. He asks that his best wishes be conveyed to her father. She assures him not to worry and reveals that her family is considering investing in the school. She leaves with her companion, leaving the principal to ponder whether Kusanagi possesses incredible strength, as fighting multiple mages simultaneously is nearly impossible. An ordinary student could only win if they possessed some hidden, extraordinary power. He wonders if Kusanagi is stronger than them, but the blue-haired girl replies in the negative. Intrigued by the guy, he tells her that he wants to meet him to find out the truth. She ponders whether her younger sister deserves expulsion, depending on Kusanagi's actual abilities. She is Mizuharuka, a third-year student, and her companion is Katsuragi Ryugi, also a third-year student. Kusanagi feels despondent now that his life has returned to normal. He overhears his classmates discussing a certain black mage and wonders if it is related to the magical nobility he learned about earlier. He decides to ignore it for now. The teacher arrives and calls Kusanagi outside for an assessment test. He explains that students whose performance could not be measured previously now have the opportunity to be re-evaluated. Mizuha watches what is happening. She feels a sense of satisfaction, anticipating that she will finally be able to learn more about our protagonist. Suddenly, she notices her older sister, Ruka Mizuha, and Katsuragi entering the room. She is perplexed by her sister's sudden appearance. The teacher announces Kusanagi's turn, ordering him to begin evaluating his magical power. Our protagonist recalls how he broke the apparatus during his previous attempt. Therefore, he decides to exercise great caution and restrain his power. He tries to release his magical energy, but suddenly experiences an unusual sensation. Severe exhaustion overcomes him and he begins to choke. The teacher asks how he is feeling. She turns her attention to the testing device. Then she looks at the result. Mizuha and the instructor watch in disbelief as his attribute turns out to be 0, and his magic power is only 100 units, much to Katsuragi's delight. 2 classmates discuss Kusanagi, considering his magical power to be the lowest in their group and calling him useless, lacking any attribute. Katsuragi dismisses the principal's story as a lie, not believing that the protagonist single-handedly defeated all the bullies. Ruka, feeling disappointed, decides to leave, seeing no more reason to stay. The students watch Kusanagi become exhausted from just one test, which seems understandable to them given his extremely meager magical power. The instructor tries to calm Kusanagi down, stating that magical power is not the primary factor. However, Mizuha can't accept what she sees. She remembers seeing our protagonist single-handedly defeat a demonic soldier, and she knows he can simultaneously use 2 attributes, fire and void. She wonders about his method of deception. She had never met a mage who could hide their magical power through manipulation. The protagonist feels relieved, satisfied with the result. He used a form of magical transformation to alter the results despite the physical strain. He felt confident, believing he had finally mastered the technique. When our hero leaves the ward, he meets Mizuha. He finds out that she was in the assessment room out of pure interest and only came to observe. Suddenly, Ruka stops them both in the school hallway. Kusanagi asks about their identities, and she introduces herself and Katsuragi. He remembers her last name and asks if she's looking for anything from him. She declares that she does not desire him at all. Then she heads to her little brother. Mizuha begins to worry, and Ruka, discouraged, learns that her sister couldn't even defeat some thugs. She also learns that Mizuha was helped by a man with 100 magical powers, and asks if it's all true. Mizuha confirms, causing her sister to become furious. She orders Misuki to simply leave the academy. Mizuha can't understand why she's saying all this for no reason. The hand reminds her that she did not win. Not a single victory when they compete. From studies to sports to magical crafts, she loses every time. Ruka doubts Mizuha has the skills to become a mage. She believes it would be better for Mizuha to leave this academy and enroll in a regular school. Mizuha starts to cry. She is unable to utter a word. Her older sister asks if she understood everything, and Mizuha nervously confirms that she did. Kusanagi finally intervenes and accuses Ruka of being overconfident. She asks him to repeat his statements with an icy expression. He emphasizes how she relentlessly spouted nonsense, without even bothering to listen to her younger sister's point of view. It's obvious to him that she's filled with arrogance. She makes it clear that this is a discussion between two relatives. He is stunned to hear her call it a discussion when all he hears is her bossing her little sister around, never letting her speak. She flares up with anger, but our protagonist insists, believing that even she has no right to dissuade anyone from their chosen path. He accuses her, claiming she's terrible for forcing her younger sister to give up her aspirations. Ruka confidently asserts that her incompetent sister doesn't have the ability to become a mage, as she can't even defeat her. Mizuha starts to cry and agrees with her older sister. She lacks self-confidence. She feels like she's been deceiving herself all this time. She tried to convince herself that she was a prodigy with the skills to become a maid. However, she couldn't beat her older sister even once. Kusanagi confidently states that she can defeat Ruka. He breaks into a smile, leaving everyone puzzled. Ruka asks if he's challenging her, and he asks for a little time since it's currently impossible for Mizuha to win. The hand gives them 2 weeks, proposing a magical duel between the two couples. He is amazed, but agrees. He dismisses it as absurd. With a smile, he asks Mizuha if she is ready, and she calms down, stopping crying. Mizuha plucks up her courage and agrees to take part in the competition. After the decision is made, Kusanagi begs them not to mention it again if he emerges victorious. Ruka bets that her sister will leave the academy if she and Katsuragi win the duel. She issues a stern warning, stating that she will not hold back, and they will have to prepare diligently and face reality. After some time, Mizuha and Kusanagi head to the roof. She begs for his help, expressing hope that he can impart more magical knowledge to her to speed up her growth. Now he understands the reason why he was called to the roof. He asks if she really has confidence in learning witchcraft from someone as pathetic as him, noting that his magical power is only one. She sees right through him, knowing that he is hiding his true abilities, and considers him far more powerful than herself. He notices that this time she doesn't back down. She realized that he knew the way to become stronger, and that was why he challenged her sister to a duel. He understands Ruka's tendency to aggressively seek control over everything. It's her innate nature. That's why he goaded her into fighting. However, there's no way he could have told Mizuha this. She lowers her head and begs for his support. He gives in and agrees to help her achieve greater power. She asks again, just to be sure. He issues an advance warning, emphasizing that she must follow every instruction, and there will be no deviation once the training begins. She readily accepts all his conditions. It's hard to refuse Kusanagi, given her sincere pleas. Considering he already has preparations to make after observing the monster population in Shibuya, training a mage could prove fruitful. He decides to start her training today, and considers finding a suitable training location. Mizuha begins to blush, and, looking timidly, invites him to her home. After some time, they arrive at her home. He is amazed by the sprawling mansion, but she finds it suitable given her father's status as a prominent mage. Mizuha suddenly remembers that this is the first time she has invited a man into her house. She wonders if her invitation seems strange, even though she had no ulterior motives. Kusanagi suggests starting. However, he notices that she is lost in thought, so he calls out to her, addressing her as Wick. The girl flinches when she hears her name, but he explains that he's just trying to avoid confusion as her sister is also named Mizuha. She feels a pang of disappointment at his explanation. He asks if she has another name he could use, but she agrees to Yuika, so he decides to start training and asks her to help him. His first question concerns her magical energy. She dismisses it as simple and replies that it is the power necessary for spells, present in every being. He then asks her about spells. Yuika confidently states that they work like a program, converting magical energy into an offensive maneuver. He asks if there's a way to increase her magical reserves, but she replies negatively, believing it's predetermined at birth and stops growing after a certain point. Yuika beams with confidence, feeling satisfied that she answered all the questions flawlessly. He tells her that absolutely every answer she gives is wrong. Looking dejected, she begins to cry, asking if he is trying to label her as stupid. The protagonist sincerely feels remorse and reflects on the ignorance of modern magicians. He is astonished by such a dramatic change in just 50 years. He goes on to explain that magical energy isn't limited to physical form. It's also found in nature and the environment. Spells are simply mechanisms for properly supporting the art of magic. Moreover, it is indeed possible to intentionally enhance one's magical power. She finds it difficult to believe his words, considering them lies that contradict the Academy's doctrines. She believes that if his claims were true, it would destroy the Academy of Magical Crafts entirely. He remains unfazed by her disbelief, declaring his intention to teach her these 3 principles during their training. He tells her to sit down and informs her that he will be pouring his magical energy into her being, asking her to notify him the moment she feels it. She expresses surprise at the existence of a method to detect magical energy, while he emphasizes that she cannot become stronger without the ability to sense it. He orders her to close her eyes and begins physical contact with her. He releases his magical energy, but finds that she still cannot detect it. He expends extra magical energy, wondering how she remains blind to such powerful magical force. Finally, Yuika feels a faint presence. She feels a growing warmth in her back. He enlightens her about this phenomenon, identifying it as the perception of magical power. She finally grasps the meaning of his previous explanation. He tells her to remember this sensation forever, emphasizing its importance for detecting magical energy. He further explains that this energy is also present in the natural world, making its detection and familiarity with it her primary goal. She beams with self-confidence, promising to quickly achieve mastery using her status as a respected daughter of the Misuha clan. Our hero doubts whether she will be able to keep her word, because she could not feel him even when he filled her with his enormous magical power. He resigns himself to the idea that perhaps she is not cut out to be a sorceress. 1 week passes, and Yuika bursts into tears, confessing to our hero that she still doesn't feel magic. She's a huge disappointment, leaving the protagonist unimpressed. He's shocked that a whole week hasn't helped her master something so basic, despite her diligent training. He concludes that she's simply grasping the concept very slowly. Time is running out, and he decides to fill her with magic again. He places his hand on her back and begins to channel his power. He orders Yuika to open her eyes. She carefully lifts her eyelids, but gasps in surprise, now feeling a magical aura enveloping her body. A smile spreads across her face as she finally comprehends the nature of magical power. That's right. Yuika admires her newfound ability. Now that she can finally sense magical energy, she considers assessing Kusanagi's power level. For some unknown reason, she barely feels anything from him, which puzzles her. He praises her for her hard work, but she brushes it off, saying that it's natural for a genius. Now that she can finally perceive magic, he informs her that they will move on to fine-tuning her magical energy. He describes in detail the entire method for using the correct amount of magical energy for any magical creation. She must focus solely on efficiency and ignore all other concerns. She also needs to use up all her magic power to the limit, so that the amount of magic she can control will expand once she fully recovers. He is confident that she will be able to easily follow all his instructions, since she now clearly perceives magic. He admits that his teachings differ significantly from the foundations of the Magic Academy, but he doesn't care whether she trusts his advice. Yuka assures him that she trusts his words and beams, declaring that she no longer doubts him. He is glad to hear that her point of view has changed, and decides to begin the next phase of their training. The protagonist asks her to step back a bit and prepare herself, as they are ready for a fight. She confirms that she agrees with this. She looks forward to seeing his true abilities. She longs to see his full potential. Yuika unleashes the first level of aqua magic, launching countless water attacks. But our protagonist easily deflects them all, much to the girl's amazement. She can't comprehend how he repelled them. He used a normal magical barrier, using non-magical magic, and made it clear that if she couldn't even break such a weak barrier, she had no chance of defeating her sister. In desperation, she unleashes a hail of icy projectiles. He advises her to keep moving even while casting her attack spells. Stopping movement will inevitably lead to defeat when faced with an experienced sorcerer. In frustration, she launches new attacks, but eventually succumbs to exhaustion and gives in. It points out the inefficiency of using enormous magical energy without proper technique. He explains that by learning to regulate the magical power behind her spells, she will eventually be able to cast attacks without spells. Kusanagi instructs her to watch closely while he demonstrates the use of his magic. He unleashes a fiery blast on the dummy twice, demonstrating his magical prowess. She realizes that the magical energy powering her attacks pales in comparison to his. He confirms her realization by stating that she will not need incantations for any spell once she masters control over her magical output. She finally realizes that singing is not required when casting a spell. He confirms this, explaining that her initial goal is to find a way to shorten her spells. Once she learns to control her magic, chanting will become unnecessary. He emphasizes the advantage of shorter spells, which save both effort and magical power. This will undoubtedly enhance her magical abilities. He orders her to get up and meet him again. She feels it is premature, but he dismisses it as useless, his expression becoming stern as he orders her to train with the utmost urgency. Hearing this, she's overcome with fear and collapses. He asks if she's okay, declaring that these training sessions will be daily. He notices that she's not even registering his words. As night falls, our protagonist arrives in Harajuku, having recently discovered the presence of several monsters there. He also discovered several monsters in the area and came to investigate. Despite his constant efforts to eradicate them, their numbers remain inexplicably unchanged. Suddenly, he witnesses a magical beast attacking someone. He does not hesitate. He moves quickly towards the child. He arrives just in time, effortlessly destroying the creature in an instant. The boy checks the baby, asking if everything is okay with her. Instead of gratitude, she starts taking pictures of him. He quickly leaves the scene, puzzled by her lack of gratitude and sudden desire to take photographs. He reflects that modern people are truly strange. He decides to hide his face better next time before leaving. The next day, the protagonist resumes training with Yuika. She quickly gives up and becomes exhausted. The day of their confrontation is approaching. He assesses her current progress as good, but she is significantly behind Ruka in almost everything. She has no chance of winning if she keeps up this pace leading up to the duel. He reassures her, saying that if she wants, she can quit now. She stands up and tells him that she has been compared to her sister all her life. She had to give up countless times, always unable to defeat her sister. But she is determined to continue practicing magic and never give it up. He states outright that she will never win this way, but she asks him to be stricter. He agrees and decides to stop holding back. She is glad to hear it. She is preparing for battle. They both continue to train together, and he passes on a lot of knowledge to the girl. As evening falls, Yuika collapses from exhaustion after the brutal training, and Kusanagi carries her away in his arms. After several days of training together, he finally tells Yuika that she is ready to confront her sister. She falls to the ground, overwhelmed with relief. Kusanagi praises her for her hard work and dedication. A smile spreads across her face as she absorbs his words. On the day of their competition, our protagonist asks if she is ready to face them. She answers in the affirmative. And as they are about to enter the academy, they both notice a sizable crowd of onlookers. Several journalists approach them, checking to see if they really see Mizuha Yuika from a respected family. They ask for comment on the magic competition and whether she's fighting against her brother. Kusanagi expresses bewilderment. She explains that her family is extensive, and given the upcoming confrontation with her sister, intense media interest is to be expected. He expresses surprise that the student clash is attracting so much attention. He speculates that it's due to the Mizuha clan's immense influence. The entire group arrives at the battle arena, surrounded by a huge crowd of spectators. He finds the spectacle a bit excessive, but she explains that student wrestling matches are rare events, elevating it from a simple competition to a notable spectacle. He is somewhat stunned by this revelation. The couple is called to the platform. Yuika gets ready, but suddenly her body starts shaking. He reassures her, advising her to just focus on giving her all. She regains her composure and smiles. Yuika's resolve strengthens and she moves towards the platform with unwavering purpose. He calls our protagonist an enigmatic figure, admitting that his words resonate deeply with her. Yuika and Ruka finally stood before each other. Ruka is shocked that her little sister didn't run away. Yuika confirms this. She says this with confidence. Ruka calls Yuika insolent for thinking she could defeat her older sister, but Yuika states that her victory is certain. Ruka gives Yuika a chance, acknowledging her significant transformation over the past 2 weeks. Yuika acknowledges her older sister's formidable strength. She is aware of this fact. She understands that their magical abilities differ greatly, but still believes in herself and in her inevitable victory. The start of their battle is announced, and both opponents are given the green light. Yuika immediately deploys her magic circle, trying to shorten the casting time of the spell. The hand begins its attack. Kusanagi watches the fight and understands that maneuvering during casting is the foundation of combat. He thinks Ruka must understand the basic principles of a mage-on-mage duel. In contrast, Yuika was so confused that she completely forgot the basics and stood still during the fight. She no longer has an advantage even if she reduces the cast time. Ruka and Yuika exchange blows using elementary-level water magic. Yuika manages to withstand the onslaught of her older sister. She admires her own abilities, convinced that she has become stronger. Ruka admits that her strength has actually increased in just 2 weeks. Yuika is happy to hear that her older sister wishes this for her. Ruka scolds her, telling her to stop giggling, as it was just a comparison. She gets no praise. The hand increases its magic level, this time unleashing a more powerful attack. She uses a level 2 water blitz. Yuka can't withstand the pressure. She is knocked down and falls next to the protagonist. He watches her, realizing that her enchanting skills have improved, increasing her chances of winning. However, her older brother proves to be overwhelmingly strong. Ruka calls him heartless for not lending a helping hand despite his previous defense. He states that there is no reason to help her, leaving Ruka confused. Suddenly, Yuika manages to get up. She shocks her older sister. Ruka can't understand how Yuika stays on her feet after a level 2 attack. Yuika declares her unwavering determination to win this fight. Creating magic is Yuika's sole purpose, a pursuit she will never give up, even if she loses everything else. Yuika resumes her attack. The hand responds with its own counterattack. He enters the fray. The battle reaches its peak. She strives to fight her older sister, determined not to give in, but falls from exhaustion of her magical powers. The host announces that contestant Yuika has exhausted her magical power, and Ruka is the winner of this match. Yuika tries to get up, hoping to turn the tide, but stumbles. Kusanagi calls it a contest of magical power and control, suggesting that his friend lost due to a lack of magical energy. Ruka asks if she's come to an understanding. She addresses her younger sister as mediocrity, suspecting our protagonist has come to the same conclusion. He confirms her complete lack of talent and significant awkwardness. Her progress was painfully slow. She proved incapable of acting effectively in real combat. However, he informs Ruka that she is a truly diligent person. She trained tirelessly every day with a stupid dedication. Ruka remains disheartened by the outcome, but expresses his admiration for persistent people who refuse to give up. Just like Yuika. The girl starts crying after hearing his words. He tells everyone that Yuika is his student and he doesn't like insults directed at her. Yuika bursts into uncontrollable sobs. Ruka calls him narcissistic and questions his talkativeness for someone with only 100 units of magic power. He explains his intentions. He will defeat her using his 100 units of magic power. She thinks he's a master at spewing nonsense, but she eventually agrees. Ruka informs him that his opponent is another person, and Katsuragi appears, ready for his turn. Ruka urges him to finish quickly, and he confirms that he does not need a second invitation. Katsuragi carries Yuika away, telling her to rest and watch the fight carefully to learn. She understands his words, suddenly noticing that the physical pain has disappeared, and there are no wounds on her hands. As he steps onto the platform, Our protagonist admits that he cannot win with only 100 units of magic power, which contradicts his previous statement. He realizes the need for 100% concentration to achieve victory. The protagonist decides to maintain his magical power at 100%, using a non-magical attack without spells. This time, he forgoes the magical barrier, accepting the risk of direct hits. He feels a surge of excitement, finding the circumstances exciting. Katsuragi braces himself, apologizing for about to unleash his full power. Our protagonist informs him that he himself must restrain himself. The spectators erupt in cheers for Katsuragi, wishing him not to go into a full-blown rage. Otherwise, the challenger will be in danger of serious harm. The fighter ignores their pleas and releases his 8,000 magical power. Our protagonist observes this and admits that it doesn't pose a serious threat. But since he's only using 100 magic power today, there's a significant chance he could be killed. The second round begins. As they face off, Katsuragi hopes our protagonist will harbor no ill will after the match ends, while he creates his secret signs. With this attack, he is ready to launch. He believes he will be able to evaluate Kusanagi. He wants to find out if Kusanagi really defeated those thugs. He calls on Kusanagi to withstand his final attack, but just as he is about to deliver it, something hits him in the forehead. The protagonist expresses his dissatisfaction. He calls the enemy slow. The crowd is stunned by the match's swift conclusion. The announcer declares Kusanagi the winner. Ruka is shocked to see her companion incapacitated with a single blow. She remembers he didn't even cast any spells, and wonders what tactics he used. Kusanagi hopes she's happy, since the fight ended quickly, just as she wanted. His words irritate her. Yuika is also stunned and can hardly believe that he actually defeated his opponent. Ruka admits he's strong, and he replies that he's actually stronger than her. She tells him to stop talking nonsense. The hand releases 10,000 of its magical power. Kusanagi senses this with his magical senses and realizes it is stronger than the one he fought before. The announcer informs the audience that something unusual is happening, as Kusanagi has switched to a different fighting method, attracting considerable attention. The next fight will determine the true champion. The third bout begins. Kusanagi uses the same tactic again, launching magical projectiles towards her. She reflects them with water magic. Our protagonist has only 100 magical powers. This means that it does not have enough power to affect the hand unless the magic projectile hits her forehead. He realizes that she has already adapted, protecting her forehead and not moving while she uses magic. The hand persists, delivering water blows. But even after all this, she is shocked to discover that the protagonist is still standing on his feet, completely unharmed. She knows he doesn't use any magic, but she wonders how he manages to remain unharmed. Spectators are also puzzled, wondering how he manages to stay dry after receiving so many blows. Yuika is unsure of the method he uses to defend himself. She knows he definitely did something. The hand attacks again, but this time the boy dodges its spell with astonishing speed. She finally realizes his resilience, but is speechless. Yuika understands that a magical attack can be countered with another magical attack, and even with a huge difference in power, there is still a way to avoid harm. Everyone understands that this is the only way to avoid injury. Ruka clenches her jaw in irritation, realizing that her second-tier techniques possess a special speed and density that makes it virtually impossible for anyone to remain unscathed. She wonders why the protagonist is so bold in the face of such powerful spells. Kusanagi realizes she's probably considering all this. He believes that dodging magical attacks is easy if you sense and perceive them clearly, but it takes a lot of courage. The hand becomes determined and launches a third-tier spell called Azure Splash. The crowd's anxiety grows, as they know it will be a disaster if Kusanagi gets hit. The arm feels worn out. However, she is confident that Kusanagi will not be able to dodge this attack. Suddenly, a magical projectile hits her and she falls. She can't figure out how he stayed up. She wonders about the technique he used to dodge her attacks. He reveals that he used a magic draining method that absorbs magical energy. He simply passed through the center using his pulling ability. The hand is first stunned, then bursts into laughter, admitting defeat. The host declares Kusanagi Minato the winner of the match. Yuika rushes to the platform, inquiring about their well-being. Our champion assures her that they are unharmed and declares his victory with a grin. She smiles back at him, her joy obvious. The hand decides to fulfill its obligation and gives them permission to act as they see fit. Kusanagi is pleased with the favorable outcome. He noted that Yuika's previous injuries hadn't been serious and concluded that Ruka had likely been holding back during their encounter. Ruka became embarrassed, trying to justify herself. He noted Yuika's significant increase in strength in just 2 weeks. He suspects Ruka has noticed this as well and concludes that overprotective behavior is now inappropriate. Yuika makes a decisive statement, promising both her sister and him that she will become stronger, thus dispelling her sister's fears. The hand is shining. She finally begins to trust her little sister. Kusanagi feels satisfaction as she watches the sisters reconcile. However, he suddenly feels a colossal pressure, recognizing it as abnormal magic. The skies turn crimson, and the protagonist asks if the disaster is happening again. Tadano and his team search Kusanagi's bag for the item. They suffered numerous casualties after he demonstrated his power in the competition. His subordinates inform him that his bag contains only technical manuals. Tadano calls our protagonist diligent, expressing his irritation. He's convinced Kusanagi is hiding something, otherwise it would be impossible for a weakling like him to cast such powerful spells. One of his subordinates looks out the window and is overcome with horror. Tadano asks if he's spotted anything and comes closer. Everyone notices the crimson skies and wonders what is happening on Earth. One of them suggests that it is a disaster, but Tadano doubts that it really is. At the training ground, our protagonist looks worriedly at the scarlet sky. He ponders the source of the suddenly appearing powerful, unusual magic, suspecting a catastrophe. Anxiety grips everyone. The crowd panics, perplexed by what's happening. One man dismisses the possibility that a catastrophe could happen here. Kusanagi feels uneasy, confused by the sudden onset of the disaster. He wonders if it's connected to his premonition in Shinjuku. He recalls that the first disaster also began in Shinjuku. Our protagonist wonders whether this was a coincidence or a significant factor. The rifts burst open, releasing a stream of mystical creatures. The students are overcome with terror and start screaming. But the instructor calls for calm and tries to direct them to a safe place. Kusanagi acts quickly, unleashing a barrage of magical projectiles to destroy the creatures. He uses witchcraft to broadcast a message. Our protagonist orders everyone to remain calm. He explains that weak monsters will appear, as this is only the beginning of the disaster, so they shouldn't worry. He assures them that everything will be fine if they show resourcefulness and follow his instructions. He orders them to go to the gym and move only in formation, as moving alone poses a serious risk. He also asks Ruka and the others to escape. The instructor asks him about his intentions. He states his desire to rescue the people still inside the school building. The instructor questions the safety of him going out alone. He calls the young man reckless and tries to stop him, but Katsuragi agrees to accompany the protagonist so he doesn't have to deal with everything alone. The instructor is alarmed, but he reminds the instructor of Kusanagi's abilities. He's forced to give them his approval. The instructor urges them to avoid overexertion and prioritize their own safety. Katsuragi expresses confidence that he will survive, but seeks confirmation from the protagonist. Kusanagi waves it off and tells Yuiko that he'll be leaving soon. She worries about him and encourages him to be safe. Katsuragi begins a sprint and tells his junior that he'll be leading. His extraordinary speed allows him to cover 100 meters in just 10 seconds. He asks the protagonist if he can keep up with him. Kusanagi takes out her magic seals. He begins to advance with astonishing speed, surprising the elder. He makes it clear he's taking the lead. Katsuragi acknowledges his exceptional speed, but insists that speed alone isn't enough. He decides to closely observe our protagonist, searching for the hidden power he possesses. His goal is to save everyone by learning more about Kusanagi. Our hero, using his perception skill, discovers 58 mages in the school. He suspects there may be others who don't possess magical abilities. If his suspicions are confirmed, he intends to search the entire school and rescue these students. A small group of students comes under attack. They are attacked by mystical creatures. The creatures begin to attack them. He bursts into the classroom through the window, firing his magic projectiles to destroy all the monsters with minimal effort. The female students are stunned. One creature tries to attack the protagonist from behind, but he easily deals with it, completely unperturbed. Katsuragi catches up, asking if everything is okay. Kusanagi expresses her hope that she can ensure everyone's safe evacuation and leaves. Katsuragi tries to stop him, believing that it is too dangerous to go alone, but to no avail. The protagonist moves at a blinding speed, making it impossible to keep up with him. Katsuragi suggests he was a nuisance, admitting his own uselessness. Perhaps that's true. He still can't comprehend how the boy easily defeated the magical creature. Katsuragi ponders its true identity. Kusanagi rushes through the school hallways, searching for the remaining students. He has to eliminate the monsters one by one, even with his enchanted projectiles, to keep the students safe. His only recourse is to pursue them using primitive magical attacks. He enters the classroom, destroying additional magical beasts to save the students clinging to life. Once he's defeated each enemy, the students express their gratitude. He already knows he doesn't have time to personally escort everyone to safety, so he heads to the gym, one by one. Meanwhile, Katsuragi rescues a handful of students, promising to deal with the monster while they escape. One of the students inexplicably points to the heavens. He asks about the problem and then watches as several students descend smoothly inside the protective spheres. He questions the protagonist's intentions, pondering his true nature. Our guy launched the students into Katsuragi with magic spheres, thinking the gun would handle the others, so everything was fine. He suddenly detects a presence. There really is something. One student begins to tremble in terror as she finds herself trapped by a colossal beast. She starts crying and screaming for help at the top of her lungs. A massive magic projectile hits. The creature was destroyed instantly. She remembers that it is the same creature she saw before when she was rescued last time. Kusanagi materializes and asks if she is hurt. She discovers that this is the same man who saved her twice. Kusanagi confirms that her understanding is correct. She then asks if he was also responsible for the events during training. The girl is convinced this is his second time saving her. Our guy confirms that her statement is indeed accurate. The girl sobs with relief, finally expressing her deepest gratitude. She thanks him for saving her life twice. He dismisses it as a minor feat. She is speechless. Katsuragi finally arrives, out of breath. He asks who else needs his help. Kusanagi tells the girl to stay with the young man as he is leaving. She tries to detain him, but he ignores her request and leaves. She begins to worry, and Katsuragi ponders her concentration. Our protagonist realizes that there are still many people inside the building who need to be rescued, and there's no time to wait for the authorities. He realizes the urgency of saving everyone. In the Prime Minister's office, the leader learns that Kamui Magic Academy is besieged by a disaster. His subordinates are puzzled by the recurrence. They recall that the previous disaster occurred 50 years ago, and nothing similar has happened since. They urge the Prime Minister to develop a rapid strategy, suspecting that their nation could be overwhelmed. He informs them that the Monster Control Department, the Police Department, and the magical nobles have been notified. Furthermore, the Japan Self-Defense Forces have begun preparations for the impending disaster. His men remind him that they only have disaster control specialists and no mages capable of fighting monsters. He acknowledges this fact. This outcome is predictable, given that the population enjoyed a long period of calm, free from catastrophic events. Their military expenditures were almost entirely spent on defense in international affairs, leaving them with only one option: to entrust the beasts and demons to the police and noble mages. He becomes desperate when he discovers that the same disaster that happened 50 years ago is happening again. But this time, Ichikami Minato won't help them. Meanwhile, in the car, a young woman asks her boss if another disaster is really unfolding. He confirms it, convinced it's a genuine one. She begins to feel uneasy and uncomfortable. Despite 50 years of safety, she is shocked to realize that their world was only fleeting. The man reassures her, saying that it is their duty after all. He introduces himself as Shido Shugo of the Tokyo Police Department. A young woman decides to put in the effort too. She is Sergeant Sonata Karen of the police. News reporters arrive at the Magic Academy by helicopter. One of them thoroughly informs the audience that a disaster is unfolding at the Magic Academy. He details the situation, stating that monsters are constantly appearing and the skies have turned a deep crimson. A female journalist reveals that magical beasts appeared without warning, forcing all the students to take refuge in the gym. The instructor leads the students, believing that their defense against ordinary magical beasts shouldn't be too difficult. He assumes they can overcome the creatures through effective cooperation. The world watches unfolding events through the news. A small group of children also watch, suddenly remembering that the academy is very close to their home. They both decide to run as fast as they can. Outside, chaos engulfs the population as people flee in panic for their lives. Two onlookers watch the unfolding pandemic from afar, aware of the critical nature of their situation. Viewers watching news broadcasts are starting to get worried. Our protagonist notices a massive horde of creatures emerging. He remembers that the second phase is just around the corner, and with it comes the appearance of more formidable enemies. As you progress through subsequent phases, the situation will become increasingly difficult. There's no point in defeating them, as the creatures will keep spawning. As long as the boss monster remains undefeated, magical beasts will continue to spawn. He understands that the boss will only appear in the final phase, so he needs to keep his cool until then. Irritation begins to set in, but he continues to save more people. He saves 20 people and uses his magic spheres again, lifting them into the air towards safety. He has difficulty finding the students as they are scattered all over the place. He decides to move on to the next phase. In an inconspicuous classroom, Tadano mercilessly unleashes his pyromantic abilities. He gives up, finding his attacks completely ineffective and his magic drained. Before the demonic soldier, the entire group burst into tears, questioning their double misfortune. Tadano's followers remind him that they had previously warned him about this situation. Sadira despairs, remembering our hero's ability to defeat the monster with a single blow. He struggles to understand why he can't repeat the feat. The protagonist arrives and states that it is because the bully is pathetic trash. Tadano opens his eyes to see a magical attack rapidly destroying the demonic soldier. He is puzzled, but then notices Kusanagi entering the classroom. Our hero begins to leave. Tadano, upset, admits it happened again. He was eventually saved by Kusanagi. This event happened for the second time. He begs the boy to stop, asking why he, being incredibly annoying and constantly acting like trash, was saved again. The protagonist informs him that there is no specific reason for his actions. He simply decided to save them because he had the opportunity to do so. Tadano is stunned by his words. The bully feels superior and lashes out, calling the protagonist a weakling who is incapable of using magic properly. Tadano is perplexed by the sudden surge of power. Kusanagi explains that he was reincarnated after the original Kusanagi died in a traffic accident. Tadano doesn't see the point and wonders how one can gain strength when faced with death. He aspired to become a powerful magus, but was surpassed by someone he considered worthless, like Kusanagi. He calls him pathetic trash, claiming that true strength doesn't attack the weak, and the weak don't torment those beneath them. He points out Dono's failures, seeing him as nothing more than trash, blinded by an inflated ego. Kusanagi bluntly states that a pathetic weakling like him could never defeat the protagonist in combat. Tadano finally gives in and falls to his knees. He admits that he tried to avoid the truth. His abilities have hardly improved since high school. He took out his pent-up anger on those weaker than him, only to be saved by Kusanagi, whom he considered worthless trash. He simply couldn't come to terms with the reality of the situation. He admits to his followers that Kusanagi saved them all, and the bully bursts into tears. Meanwhile, the main character destroys the creatures in the classroom. A demon warrior breaks into the building. His purpose is very clear. His goal is to destroy him. He fires his magic projectile, but the formidable beast easily dodges it. Thus, the young man is forced to use his powerful pyromancy. He easily deals with him, but notices that the ranks of demons are rapidly growing, hinting at the imminent appearance of the boss. He calms the frightened students so that they stop worrying. He's already figured everything out. Elsewhere, Katsuragi seethes with anger, perplexed by the protagonist's overwhelming task. He uses his fire magic to destroy several magical creatures, shielding the students. He assures the female student to stop worrying and follow him, promising to protect them with all his might. The students find comfort in his statement and begin to praise him. He looks at the horde of beasts, wondering how he can possibly protect the students from such a massive threat. Kusanagi suddenly materializes, offering his help. Katsuragi begs him not to appear so suddenly again, admitting what a shock it was for him. Our protagonist orders him to evacuate the area after dealing with the monsters, But Katsuragi expresses concern. He believes that it is almost impossible to overcome such a huge force of monsters, and suggests an alternative path. The protagonist unleashes his magic, which is not tied to any specific element. He destroys every monster, including demonic troops, with incredible speed. All observers are speechless. However, he encourages Katsuragi to take the students to safety and begin their evacuation. Katsuragi understands his order and orders everyone to follow him. The students see magical projectiles as they run away. Katsuragi grins nervously, acknowledging the protagonist's immense strength. After their safe exit, our protagonist decides to re-enter the school and search for any remaining students in danger. Elsewhere, the instructor urges students to hold on. They must not give up to continue fighting off the creatures. Yuika begins to feel tired, but Ruka appears from behind and suggests that she just go inside and rest, as she will be a hindrance if she can't fight. Yuika confirms that she will continue to fight determinedly as they have no time to rest. Katsuragi finally arrives at the gym with the rescued students. The instructor praises him and orders him to escort everyone inside. Katsuragi inquires about the circumstances. The hand regretfully informs him that they are barely holding their positions. Yuika anxiously asks about Kusanagi, but her comrade assures her that our protagonist is still alive and well. She finds comfort and begins to smile. Katsuragi acknowledges that Kusanagi is exceptional and possesses considerable strength. He believes they can overcome the disaster if he is with them. Yuika agrees with him, as she shares the same feelings. Suddenly, the earth begins to shake. Every student is overcome with fear, and the instructor urgently orders everyone to leave. A vast horde of fearsome monsters emerges from the mist. He also notices demonic soldiers among them. He admits they have no chance of victory, as the Beast Legion is simply too large, necessitating a swift retreat. Powerful monsters from the second phase begin their pursuit. Now they are persecuting the students. Yuika tries to escape to safety, but narrowly avoids being devoured by a mystical creature. The figure kills the monster, saving Yuika. This is the police department. Saito quickly instructs his officers to destroy the creatures, and the police do their best to protect the citizens. The students breathe a sigh of relief when they see the police, believing that they are finally safe. Saito reassures them, telling them not to worry anymore because the police are here. He tells them to obey orders and evacuate the school thoroughly. However, Yuika steps forward, informing him that the students are also prepared to fight. Shida reiterates his directive, but Yuika clarifies that they are not ordinary civilians. Ruka joins them, claiming they are mages. Shidu understands them and calls for reinforcements, ordering an attack from the rear. He acknowledges their limited numbers, emphasizing the urgent need for mage assistance. He expresses his frustration with the police's ineffectiveness. Rada uses her healing magic on the wounded students. The protagonist watches the police arrive and decides to leave the situation to them. He expresses surprise at the timely arrival of the police, ahead of the arrival of the defense forces. It seems absurd that the country has no action plans or precautions in place to deal with a national disaster. He considers this a valuable lesson for those who take peace for granted. But he decides to continue and help save the remaining students. The news anchor reports the arrival of the police, but the monstrous entities spread at an unprecedented rate. She questions the police's ability to handle this disaster and hopes for the intervention of magical aristocrats to resolve the crisis. Several students watching the broadcast are excited at the prospect of seeing the aristocrats in action. The elderly couple mentions fulfilling their tax obligations, claiming that magical aristocrats are thus obligated to resolve the situation. The reporter conveys his anticipation of their speedy arrival. In a luxurious estate, an aristocrat orders his valet to ignore the ongoing disaster. His name is Fuka Jin, the head of the Fuka clan and a magical aristocrat. The butler asks again for confirmation, and Fuka claims that it is just a minor disaster. The constable must handle this. The butler inquires about Fuka's destination, and the noble mage decides to retire for the night. The butler wishes him a good night's sleep. Returning to the academy, Shidu realizes that the situation is getting out of control. He asks one of his subordinates if they can handle the magical creatures at the entrance, but receives a negative answer. There are simply too many of them. Shidu watches the growing number of beasts and wonders if they will be able to quickly rescue the civilians. The defense forces are expected to take over the rear, but they haven't arrived yet. There's no other option but to contact the noble mages. But that's odd. He can't make contact with them. They should be the ones to do this, but they're being ignored. While the students help the police fight the creatures, Shidu recalls everything he learned about the disasters. He wonders if the population 50 years ago would have encountered something similar. He hopes the boss doesn't show up. Suddenly, the number of monsters increases dramatically, and a massive beam of purple light engulfs everything around. The demon captain appears, plunging everyone into pure terror. Shidu is stunned. It's the demon captain, their worst enemy. Ruka remembers that a demon captain is a rare creature, rarely encountered these days. Only noble mages possess the power to defeat one. Yuika realizes that they need magic higher than the 5th tier, and she panics, crying over the lack of anyone capable of wielding such powerful magic. The demon captain unleashes his power, creating numerous secret symbols. Yuika is paralyzed. Fear overcomes her. The hand intervenes, directing all its strength to parry the attack, but its strength proves insufficient. She rushes forward to protect Yuika. It serves as a shield. The demon captain's attack deals devastating damage, but she manages to save Yuika. The younger sister watches in horror as her sister gets hit. The students flee, but Yuika stays behind, trying to save Ruka. Sid and his forces are powerless against the monstrous horde. They are crying out for help. Katsuragi spends all his strength, but the demon captain remains motionless. The authorities admit their inability to save anyone, surrendering to their fate. Yuika continues to beg for help. She calls the protagonist's name. When the demon captain advances, someone expresses their displeasure. Finally, the protagonist appears, apologizing for being late. He feels regret. He made the girl wait. Yuika tells him about her brother with a worried expression. However, he reassures her, stating that she only lost consciousness. He quickly heals her wounds, gritting his teeth in frustration at the destruction the creatures had caused. He tells the young lady to put her worries aside. He is ready to fix this whole chaotic situation. She trusts him. Suddenly, numerous magical symbols materialize. Each injured student begins to receive restorative energies. Yuika sees her older sister's wounds disappear and watches in amazement as the recovering students regain consciousness. Sanada discovers magic while tending to the injured. She's shocked by the sight of a 3rd-tier divine spell, admitting that even she can't cast it. She wonders who this benefactor is. Sanada finds his boss and asks how he is feeling. He assures her that he is unharmed. He has simply exhausted his magical reserves. She herself cannot understand it, but she believes that they should first and foremost take care of the protection of civilians. Sanada begins to cry and tries to dissuade him, considering it overly reckless, but he remains adamant in the fight, realizing that inaction will lead to the death of everyone. Sanada stops him again, claiming that victory is impossible since everyone has already died. She emphasizes that the police force has already been defeated. Since the defense forces and the magic noble were still missing, he had to admit that there was nothing more he could do. As the demon captain advances, the reporter learns that the entire police department has been overwhelmed. Despair overwhelms her, and she believes their end is near. Students watching the broadcast consider the nobles to be completely ineffective and express a desire to survive. The population closely follows the news, learning that no one is able to defeat the demon captain. The protagonist approaches the demon captain alone. Sanada watches him and asks if he's seeking death. She tries to warn him, but our protagonist ignores their pleas. Kusanagi arrived to stop the monster from carrying out his will. The demon captain chillingly formulates his intention to kill and destroy. Everyone is gripped by horror. Several students are on the verge of losing control. Chido and Sanada are paralyzed by fear and enormous pressure. But the young man remains completely calm. He unleashes a flurry of attacks, commanding the creature to cease its insolence. The demonic commander explodes in rage, and all the other monsters join in his cry as he creates massive magical formations and unleashes his attack on the hero. He remembers unleashing all his power during their previous encounter with the disaster. The young man realizes that if he unleashes his full power again, everyone nearby will die. So he decides to restrain himself to protect them. The creature's onslaught hits him hard. Shidu is convinced that he is dead. He believes he was killed. It looks like his end has come. He is confident of his own death. However, as the onslaught approaches the students, The youth deploys his defenses and unleashes a barrage of magical projectiles, pushing back the monstrous horde. Shido is shocked and tries to understand who this person is. A reporter learns that a student is fighting monsters alone. She approaches, unable to discern his features. The camera suddenly explodes. Yuika smiles, knowing that the protagonist has gone to great lengths to hide his identity. Now she believes that he will be able to release his full power without distractions. The young man tirelessly fires magical projectiles. There is finally a glimmer of hope for the students. They explode with joyful cries, anticipating his victory. Several magical beasts attack from behind, nearly hitting the students, but Shido destroys them and decides to help Kusanagi from behind, as it is their only option at the moment. Our protagonist smirks as he watches the diligent police officers. He praises them, admitting they're not as incompetent as he initially assumed. He continues his shelling. Magic projectiles fly through the air. The demonic commander roars and summons several arcane runes. He unleashes his full power, summoning a 6th-tier sorcery, stunning Shida. He falls into despair, believing that they are finished, as his powerful spell matches the nobility's spell, and all hope fades away. The demonic commander unleashes 6-tier dragon bonfires, burning the entire area. A colossal whirlwind of fire consumes everything as everyone struggles to survive. Shido tries to cover for his comrade, Sanada, but the students become despondent, resigning themselves to their inevitable death. Sanada begs the deity for help, praying that at least the students can survive. Shido doubts any student, no matter how strong, can defeat the demonic commander. He believes Kusanagi doesn't stand a chance. Yuka, however, trusts the hero completely. She believes in him with all her being, confident that he will definitely win. As the colossal blow hurtles toward him, Kusanagi watches it slow. He realizes it's because the demonic commander is straining to cast a 6th-tier spell. He admits that there is no way to resist him using only 2nd-tier sorcery. So, despite wanting to remain unnoticed, he decides to unleash more power. Kusanagi creates 4 magic circles and begins using water elemental powers. Yuika is beaming. She starts to root for him. The water turns into a colossal snake, and Shido is amazed and asks if this is fusion magic. Water and fire attacks clash, and Kusanagi begins to dominate the demon captain. However, the demonic captain refuses to give up. He tenses up even more, shouting his intent to kill. He seeks to destroy humanity. The fire magic intensifies, but Kusanagi infuses more energy, and after a brief skirmish, the demonic captain realizes his death is inevitable. The creature reflects on how he fell at the hands of a mere youth. Kusanagi calmly replies that it is due to the demon captain's lack of practice. He had expected a more difficult duel, but was disappointed to find it less formidable than expected. The heavens finally return to normal. Kusanagi grins, satisfied that the catastrophe is over, having vanquished his greatest enemy. The students are stunned, finding it difficult to accept that Kusanagi has surpassed the demon commander. They all stand up and start cheering. Even the journalist and cameraman join in, finally feeling safe. Sanada reassures the student that safety has returned since the disaster has passed. She looks at Kusanagi, finding it unthinkable. She can't understand how a mere student could have stopped the crisis single-handedly. She wonders if even a nobleman could have defeated a demon captain with 6th-tier magic, and ponders Kusanagi's true identity. His limbs are giving way from extreme fatigue. Kusanagi finds Yuika. He tells her that he has put an end to everything. She beams, declaring her unwavering faith in him and expressing her gratitude. This makes him smile. Suddenly, the students pounce on him, praising his actions. They all express their gratitude, but Kusanagi, irritated, asks them to give him space. He laments the fact that he attracts so much attention, reminding him of his past life, and wishes that his life in the future would be less troublesome. Yuika watches his irritated expression. An announcement comes in. The crisis at Kamui Magic Academy has been resolved. The academy is keeping quiet about the identity of the person who single-handedly defeated the boss. While there were no casualties, several people were injured. Kusanagi's classmates break the news to him. He's irritated, but they believe he deserves recognition as a powerful savior. Kusanagi is also promoted to S-class, and his former classmates are despondent. realizing that their interactions with him will no longer be the same. Several female students inquire about the source of his power, speculating that he may have the bloodline of a noble mage. An S-class student notes Kusanagi's obvious irritation at the attention. He questions the very existence of such a powerful student. Kusanagi's classmates vouch for him, confirming that he is the only one to defeat the demon captain. The S-class student remains skeptical, finding the story improbable from any perspective. Kusanagi takes this opportunity to leave the classroom, feeling a sense of liberation as she leaves. Yuika intercepts him, playfully asking if he's having trouble, a mischievous smile on her face. He wants to avoid further ridicule, but she insists. She considers this outcome predictable. He is a powerful savior. He defended the entire academy. Kusanagi recalls Yuika's promotion to S-class as a result of her actions during the disaster, but she appears indifferent. When asked, she assures him of her happiness, attributing it to the presence of another person in the S-class. Suddenly, Kusanagi remembers Ruka and asks how she's feeling. Yuka answers affirmatively, noting their increased communication. Kusanagi finds this positive, and Yuika shares this satisfaction. She expresses her gratitude for his help. Suddenly, Kusanagi gently strokes her head, causing her to blush and question his actions. He explains that he doesn't like repeated thanks, considering one sufficient. Yuka starts to smile. During the summit, the gentleman concludes his remote discussion with international colleagues. They acknowledge the difficulty of obtaining assistance for the looming disaster, given their current overload of strategies and agreements. One participant cites reports of a student overpowering a boss. Others detail the strange circumstances, including the complete incompetence of the police, suggesting possible misinterpretation and anticipating international skepticism. The gentleman instructs his subordinates to select respected sorcerers to prepare for the next disaster. On the school roof, Ruka and Katsuha Tatsuragi meet Kusanagi and Yuika. Their eyes briefly lock. Ruka then expresses a desire to question Kusanagi. She wants him to take her as an apprentice. A few days later, Ruka talks to her sister. She recalls that the disaster was prevented by the protagonist. Her sister confirms this, reminding him that Kusanagi defeated the demon commander using 4-tier synthesis magic. The hand is struck by this revelation. She remembers that even masters of magic cannot possess such power. Yuika confirms the truth of her words, and Ruka accepts her little sister's story, beginning to glow. Yuika ponders why her older sister considers her incapable of lying. Ruka remembers Yuika as an honest child, still obedient, never lying, kind, but also diligent. She finally admits that her little sister has talent. She admits that she was the one who was stubborn. Yuika understands her sister's concerns, stands up resolutely, and promises her older sister that she will become incredibly strong and ease her worries for a while. Ruka listens attentively to her sister and realizes how much she has grown. Yuka hears her praise and can't help but smile. Ruka knows that no student can compare to Kusanagi, and suspects that even her father may be weaker than him. She asks Yuika for help, realizing that simply following her current path will only make her a top-tier mage at most. Therefore, she absolutely needs Kusanagi's help to truly increase her power. Meanwhile, in the present, Ruka apologizes for all her disrespect. She sincerely regrets underestimating them. She already understands how unreasonable and selfish her request is, but she still wants to put aside her pride and be direct. Ruka expresses hope that he will accept her as his student. Our protagonist agrees, to her utter astonishment. He confirms his willingness to take her on as an apprentice, but she can't comprehend his kindness. He calls her strange for making such a request and then reacting this way. She acknowledges his point, but remains perplexed by his continued favor, especially after her previous mistreatment of him. He states outright that he has already accepted her apology and forgiven her, and that is the end of the matter. She is completely speechless. Katsuragi takes the opportunity to make a similar request. The protagonist agrees, as training 2 people isn't particularly difficult, and the man is pleased to hear it. Yuika tells her older sister that her friend is just very kind. Katsuragi also calls him mysterious. Later that day, the protagonist is called into a conference room. Shido introduces himself as a member of the Tokyo Metropolitan Police Department's Monster Control Unit. Sonata also introduces herself. They both bow and express their gratitude, acknowledging that without his help, Both the civilians and their teammates would have been instantly killed. Kusanagi asks if they need anything else and assures them to stop thanking him, as they've been expressing their gratitude for some time now. He believes that's enough. Shido informs him that the investigation is already complete, but something has caught his attention. Kusanagi asks what it is. Shido shares that he learned how our boy got his magical powers after being involved in some kind of traffic accident. His classmates and those around him say the same thing, but one student even said that the protagonist turned into a completely different person after the car accident. Kusanagi remains silent. He listens to the investigation. Shido found out that his personality had completely changed, and suddenly his magical power became extremely strong. So strong that he was able to defeat the demon captain with ease. Yuika asks him to stop and asks about his intentions. Saito decides to rephrase and asks if he knows about a certain black magician. Our protagonist doesn't remember his name, but his interlocutor shows him a video explaining that a black mage destroys magical creatures, cleanses territories, and protects citizens. This figure conceals his identity, appearing only after sunset. Saito is shocked that such a well-known video has escaped his notice. The protagonist gets their hint. Yuika intervenes, asking why this information is being passed on to Kusanagi. Saito responds with a smirk, stating their similarities not only in age, but also in build and height. Saito determines that the Black Mage is a powerful and skilled being. He doubts there's anyone with similar abilities among the students his age. Another odd detail: the Black Mage began his activities at the same time our protagonist was discharged from the hospital. Since using magic in the city without the proper permission or license is completely illegal, any student caught doing so will result in the academy facing significant liability. However, due to the enormous public attention recently, law enforcement agencies have been forced to intervene and take decisive action. She states bluntly that a simple expulsion won't be enough, but if the protagonist confesses, they are prepared to show leniency and mitigate his punishment. Therefore, he must respond with caution. Saito repeats the question, asking if he is a black magician. Kusanagi denies this with a complete lack of emotion. Shido looks relieved and smiles. She is glad to hear that our protagonist is not a dark sorcerer. The man expresses gratitude for everything and decides to leave for now. When he leaves the cell, Shido is amazed to see our guy remain completely unfazed. She praises his audacity to lie so blatantly, suggesting he really is a dark sorcerer. She acknowledges that Kusanagi is far from an ordinary student and suspects he's hiding something. Sanada already suspects Kusanagi is a dark sorcerer due to the similarity of their voices. She wonders if his only goal this night was to save others. Sanada decides to maintain her hidden status, recognizing that it could be perceived as a dereliction of her duty as an officer. She is convinced that the protagonist has a benevolent nature. She decides to work hard to uncover the dark sorcerer's true identity, while Sanada contemplates hiding it and offering the man any help he can. After a short break, the S-class homeroom teacher introduces Mizuha Yuika and Kusanagi Minato to the entire class. She expresses her hope that the other students will establish good relationships with them. The assembled students begin to ask if he is really the one who defeated the demon captain. The girls ask Yuika about her feelings about being a noble mage. The instructor calls everyone to sit down, as the lesson is about to begin. She is struck by the prominence of both new students. Kusanagi has been questioned all day, and he feels terrible. He remembers that this is precisely why he tried to hide his true identity. He hears a voice behind him calling his name. Our protagonist turns around and sees the girl he saved earlier standing before him. She expresses her hope that he won't mind giving her a moment of his attention. The young man finds himself outside again, then back on the roof. He wonders if it's common practice to always climb to the highest point when a serious conversation is needed. Yuika follows him and watches the unfolding situation from behind the barrier. She expected personal combat instructions and asks why he's on the roof. She feels a little jealous when she sees him alone with another girl and tries to understand their intentions. The girl asks if he remembers her, but our protagonist admits that he doesn't. She reminds him that it was he who saved her during the disaster, and recognition finally dawns on him. The girl recalls being on the verge of death due to magical creatures during a training fight. However, someone then used their magic and saved her. She is convinced that Kusanagi was the source of this magical attack. He recalls the event and she begins to express gratitude for saving her life. He accepts it with dignity, declaring that he simply did what he could. The girl starts to blush and praises his manners, calling him cool. Yuika strains her ears to make out the words, but she hears almost nothing. The girl opens her heart, confessing her love to our protagonist. She hopes that he will agree to go on a date with her. Yuika is shocked to realize that she has spilled the beans. The main character shows almost no surprise. He knows she lacks many good qualities, but she vows to try her best, hoping that he will make her his girlfriend. Kusanagi smirks, thanking the girl for her sincere confession. She starts to smile, but he continues, saying that he is truly sorry. Her smile disappears instantly. He politely informs her that he doesn't have time for a relationship right now. He has an important task to complete. She accepts his explanation and tries to smile again. Grateful for his honesty, she decides to move on without him. The girl leaves the roof with tears welling up in her eyes. Kusanagi encourages Yuka to stop hiding and show herself. She's discovered, and she emerges with an apologetic smile. She believed her mana concealment had worked this time, and asks how he spotted her. He claims her mana control is terrible, pointing out that it's literally leaking everywhere. This is the second time he's caught her spying. He asks if she has voyeuristic tendencies. Yuika awkwardly explains that she simply happened to be there at the wrong moment and didn't mean to eavesdrop. She asks why he refused such a charming and attractive young woman. Kusanagi states outright that he is not interested in a relationship at the moment. She looks stunned, but he justifies it by believing that the age difference is too great, despite the fact that they are physically in the same year. Yuika begins to feel satisfied after learning that he is not looking for a romantic partner. She can't understand why she feels so relieved to hear that he has no dating plans. She looks at him with a worried expression. Kusanagi advises her to start honing her mana control, claiming that it is absolutely terrible. He is convinced that she needs significantly more training. She confirms her awareness and decides to dedicate herself to intensive training, striving to surpass her current capabilities so that he can eventually notice her. Under cover of night, the protagonist arrives in a new zone teeming with monsters. He wonders if another disaster is brewing, given their growing numbers. Suddenly, he hears a young woman crying for help. A man illegally uses his magic to torture a young woman. He tells her that screaming is useless because no one else is there. Kusanagi intervenes. It shows the aggressor that there is someone out there after all. The tramp is stunned, but our hero wastes no time, delivering a quick blow to the stomach. He uses his magic to render his attacker unconscious. He discovers that he is merely a novice mage and a brute whose melee combat skills are simply terrible. He assumes the boy is unaccustomed to fighting mages. The young woman he saved expresses her gratitude, asking if he is the mysterious magician. Irritated, he quickly leaves, ignoring her questions. Kusanagi realizes that the mysterious mage all the students in law enforcement were talking about was him all along. He can't comprehend his sudden fame. The next day, during a meal with his comrades, the protagonist discusses the mysterious mage. He recalls Shidu mentioning a novice mage who only appears after dark. He's heard countless stories and is simply intrigued. Katsuragi speculates that this is due to the mysterious mage's significant online popularity. Our guy innocently inquires about the internet, asking if it looks like a fishing net. Everyone is shocked by this revelation, doubting his sanity. In this day and age, it's astonishing that they can't comprehend his ignorance of the internet. They knew he was hidden and out of touch, but this exceeds their expectations. Yuika explains that the internet is a worldwide information network that allows for the rapid dissemination of data such as that concerning the Black Mage. People can find anything online, and with visual materials like images and videos, it contains practically everything. Kusanagi finally understands. Katsuragi adds that he can access any information through his smartphone. He urges the boy to take it out and launch a random app. Kusanagi's face lights up and he beams uncontrollably as he opens the search engine. Everyone praises him, saying he can now watch anything online. Our protagonist notes his simplicity. Ruka remembers that he promised to help with their training and asks about the start date. Kusanagi agrees to coach them after school, acknowledging their help in teaching him how to use a smartphone. He vows to dedicate himself to training them effectively. Yuika foresees trouble after hearing his statement. During their training, all three succumb to exhaustion and collapse. Kusanagi expresses disappointment, Noting that they haven't even finished warming up, he demands that they train as if their lives are hanging by a thread. All three rise again, vowing that they will not fall so easily. Pleased, he orders them to attack him with all their might. They deploy their magic circles, obeying his command. Elsewhere at Tokyo Tower, several men remember the normality of the moment before, looking up at the crimson skies. Overwhelmed with fear, they wonder what is happening. A colossal horde of monsters materializes, consisting of numerous demonic soldiers and commanders. Continuing their grueling training, all three collapse again. He asks if they've given up. Ruka and Katsuragi launch a simultaneous attack. With determination, they declare their refusal to surrender. He erects a barrier to protect them, and then unleashes magical bullets, easily destroying them. Both are injured. However, Yuika quietly approaches from behind. She tries to ambush him. He easily dodges it and eliminates Yuika with the same technique. Kusanagi calls for a pause, giving them time to recover. Yuika takes a sip of water as Katsuragi notes the overwhelming power of the Protorati. Ruka agrees, amazed that even a top-level student is inferior to his power. Yuika confirms these words. She perceives him as something different from all the other students. She notices his familiar, irritated expression. Kusanagi explains that a near-fatal car accident gave him these strange abilities upon awakening. He offers no explanation, ordering them to stop asking. Ruka realizes that his powers manifested on the brink of death and asks if it activated something inside him. Yuika sees right through him. Knowing the motives behind his facial expressions, she laments the naivety of the other two. She believes there's a compelling reason for his secrecy, given his efforts to conceal the truth. She decides to leave the matter at that for now. Kusanagi easily deceives them and is pleased with their gullibility. The training ends at dusk. Katsuragi declares it productive. Our protagonist notes Katsuragi's exacting nature, observing his behavior. Katsuragi assumes it's because of his previous solo training. Feeling hungry, he mentions he needs to go home to cook. The protagonist expresses surprise that Katsuragi cooks for himself. Judging by his appearance, the protagonist didn't expect Katsuragi to be like this. Katsuragi bristles slightly at such criticism. He asks if the protagonist usually eats out. The protagonist replies that he subsists exclusively on instant noodles, which astonishes Katsuragi. Kusanagi is amazed by the ease of this new world. His companion reprimands him for such bad habits, warning that his physique won't withstand them. The protagonist finds Katsuragi's concern somewhat odd. Katsuragi grabs him, deciding to take him home for dinner. Our protagonist tries to object, but Katsuragi insists and drags him along. Kusanagi is shining. He feels satisfied to have such a companion. Upon arriving at Katsuragi's apartment, our protagonist finds himself busy with the children while Katsuragi prepares food for everyone. He apologizes after the meal, but then watches the protagonist use magic to tend to the children. The protagonist calms him down, creating magical bubbles for the children. Katsuragi calls him a fool for his actions and warns him against using magic in his apartment. The man is amazed that magic can be used for such purposes. A small child consoles our hero after his reprimand. Katsuragi is shocked to discover his exceptional skills in caring for children. The protagonist suddenly remembers a disaster from his past life. He states that children are precious. Katsuragi calls him an old man because of his tone, but our hero orders him to shut up. He begins to find joy in helping children with reading. They all begin to eat together and express gratitude to the deity for the food. The children eat their food with pleasure. They enjoy delicious dishes. The protagonist tries it and is amazed by the quality. He's touched, trying to remember the last time he enjoyed a proper meal. He laments neglecting himself by focusing solely on fighting for so long. Kusanagi asks about his friend's parents. The man reveals he doesn't have a father. Since his mother has to work late, he takes on responsibility for housework and childcare. He even takes on extra work in his free time. Kusanagi is stunned by his story, but he assures him that he finds joy in caring for his family. The protagonist comprehends the situation by remembering himself as a rude person who craves difficult challenges. They all end up sharing a bed. He apologizes to Kusanagi for having to put up with him because of the demanding children. He doesn't mind and finds satisfaction in this activity as a change of scenery. Katsuragi feels relieved and expresses his gratitude. The protagonist is puzzled by the gratitude, but he explains that it concerns Ruka. She's been looking more cheerful lately, and he attributes this entirely to Kusanagi. Our protagonist wonders if this relationship is connected to romantic feelings. He asks if he feels affection for Ruka, but Katsuragi replies in the negative. He mentions that they are both outcasts who have difficulty connecting with others, which is what led to their strong bond. Kusanagi sees a parallel with her own circumstances. The next morning, Kusanagi and his companion walk side by side. Their destination is an educational institution. Yuika desperately asks why they're late. Katsuragi explains that the protagonist overslept. They discover the boys spent the night together. Yuika, feeling envious, asks if they trained together. Kusanagi ponders why their meeting seems so ordinary. He admits he finds pleasure in it. Sidhu arrives with Sonata and asks the protagonist to give him a minute. The protagonist is irritated by their reappearance. She apologizes for disturbing them again, but states that it is an emergency. Sonata reports that animals are suddenly appearing near Tokyo Tower. She suspects a connection with the disaster and asks Kusanagi for help. He tries to refuse, citing his status as a student, but Sidhu rejects this, acknowledging his strength to cope with adversity alone. He bluntly states that the police are overwhelmed and need his help. Kusanagi questions their ability to reveal such information, but Shido insists they have no other choice, being completely trapped. He formally begs the protagonist to help them fight the creatures. Kusanagi agrees to their request. He hoped to remain unnoticed, but circumstances continue to escalate. Shido assures him of decent compensation and that no connection with the academy is necessary. Uika and her companions vow their assistance. Ruka expresses confidence in the rear, and Katsuragi agrees. Shido expresses gratitude for their willingness, but refuses their participation, considering it impossible. Ruka tries to convince them, but Shido doubts their combat readiness, seeing them as only the academy's elite. He asks if anyone can compare to Kusanagi. Shame makes them all shut up. Shido suggests that they return to the academy. He invites Kusanagi to come with him. The protagonist wishes for his companions to eventually reach his level. By responding with the conviction that they will do it, everyone gains new determination. At the police station, our hero finds himself at a briefing. A man reports the appearance of numerous magical beasts near Tokyo Tower, requiring quick planning and action to prevent civilian casualties. He mentions the presence among them of a student who played a key role during the previous disaster at the Magic Academy. He asks the protagonist to get up. He obeys the man's orders, and some individuals discuss him behind his back. One asks why a child is interfering in their affairs. Another explains that it was Kusanagi who single-handedly defeated the demon captain during the recent disaster. He dismisses it as nonsense. It's hard for him to accept. Sonata feels ashamed. Shido intervenes, informing everyone that Kusanagi is indeed the student who stopped the disaster and single-handedly defeated the demon captain. Shido vouches for this, having witnessed the events himself. He believes that no one can match the protagonist's strength. Since our protagonist was involved in a disaster that occurred 50 years later, Shido thinks it's wise for him to cooperate with them. He hopes everyone will treat the boy as an equal, not a subordinate. The men remain skeptical, dismissing him as simply an arrogant student among seasoned professionals. The commander states that their goal remains unchanged despite the addition of a new member. He orders them to act quickly and destroy the creatures. As the others leave, Shido approaches the boy and apologizes for the unpleasant comments he's been subjected to. Kusanagi accepts the apology, assuming his presence simply dampened their spirits. Shido is amazed by his composure and decides to turn his attention to Sonata. She begins to cry, admitting that fear prevented her from standing up to men. Kusanagi reassures her by saying that he doesn't care at all what a few people think of him. She begins to beam and calls him an outstanding man. On the way to Tokyo Tower, Kusanagi asks about their current estimated combat strength. The officer states that they have 80 mages. Only a few of them are of the highest tier. The rest are only mid-tier mages. Our young man knows that mid-tier mages are capable of using second-tier magic, while high-tier mages can use magic up to third tier. Sidhu admits that it sounds rather pathetic, but the protagonist is the most powerful mage present, possessing the ability to use fourth-tier fusion magic. Kusanagi asks if they are going to stick to a specific strategy. However, Sidhu disappointingly informs him that everything will come down to a magical duel, making any careful planning impossible. He believes they could easily defeat simple demonic soldiers and magical creatures, but any opponent above the rank of a demonic captain requires careful strategy and countermeasures, given their keen intellect and formidable power. Sidhu doubts such a rudimentary combat approach can even be considered a combat strategy. Kusanagi notes that he hasn't yet seen any specialized equipment that could destroy monsters. The officer agrees that they have nothing that can withstand magical entities and beasts, which explains their preference for clothing that allows freedom of movement or suits for any type of combat. The protagonist recalls that they once had weapons against beasts, but Sidhu replies that little remains of them today, and they have become extremely rare. Only the magical aristocracy retains such equipment. Kusanagi is stunned by this revelation, recalling that such magical equipment was once commonplace in his era. He understands the decline in the use of magic and magi due to periods of peace, but this degree of change is simply absurd. He begins to take an interest in the events of the last 50 years. Sidhu studies his face carefully, pondering his thoughts. Everyone finally arrives at Tokyo Tower. They did it. Kusanagi discovers that no disaster is happening, but monsters are appearing with unusual frequency. He asks what's going on. The former bullying officers are also stunned by the sheer number. This was not mentioned in their briefing, and upon seeing a demon captain among the creatures, they fall into despair, deciding to request assistance from elite guilds or magical nobles, as it is beyond their capabilities. Sidhu confirms he's already called for reinforcements, but they won't arrive quickly. With the growing number of beasts and the intensification of illegal magical operations, the organizations are already overwhelmed. The officers ask if their only option is to confront these formidable monsters themselves. They consider it a suicide mission and begin to hesitate. Having no other options, Sidhu puts aside his arrogance and asks the protagonist for help. He asks if they can be defeated. Our protagonist answers in the affirmative. The scoffers begin to doubt him, finding it hard to believe that a simple guy can defeat such a horde. Kusanagi notices something unusual. They question his words. As the creatures become increasingly restless, the skies suddenly change color, turning crimson. Sanada and the other officers realize that disaster is approaching. Shido issues a directive to all police stations across the country, declaring that Japan has been struck by a disaster. When ordinary people are attacked by mysterious creatures, Sidhu reaffirms his claim of impending disaster. He orders them to put human lives first and protect civilians from danger. Given their trap in a populated area, urgent countermeasures are urgently needed. Sidhu and his team watch the unfolding events with alarm. However, our hero remains calm. The constables witness the recurrence of the disaster and are overcome with horror, wondering about its source. The protagonist understands that the catastrophe is a natural phenomenon, but he senses that this one is coming from the previous magical beasts. He's unsure of their method, but wonders if they've devised a new way to create it in the last 50 years. Sid's subordinates inform him that entering into a hopeless battle without support is useless. They need to regroup first. The disaster begins to unfold, and the beasts begin their march towards the populated urban sector. The officers begin to bicker. Some are convinced that they must fight the beasts to protect the citizens, while others consider it a suicidal undertaking that they cannot possibly win. One officer remarks on the pitiful state of the police, which enrages the remaining one, who insists that defeating such a horde of magical beasts is impossible. Kusanagi jumps off the building, assuring everyone of their inevitable victory. He smirks and begins to unfurl his secret sigils. He advances on the monstrous horde. He lands among them and, sensing his presence, the creatures rush to attack him en masse. The officer urges him to run as fast as he can. Failure to comply with this requirement means inevitable death. Kusanagi unleashes a third-tier spell called Wind Cutter, leaving all onlookers in shock. The creatures die instantly, although several demonic warriors are revived. Our hero is hit by a multitude of attacks, but he emerges unharmed thanks to his protective barriers. Magical protection turns out to be surprisingly effective. He decides to create a barrier for the audience, guaranteeing their safety in the midst of the chaos. As he cuts through more monsters, Shido is amazed at his strength. He finds it hard to believe that anyone can control multiple magical elements simultaneously. He assumes that only Kusanagi possesses such a skill. The commander orders everyone to advance and follow our hero. Sanada starts running to provide decisive support. The remaining officers tremble with terror. But, unable to flee, they steel their resolve and rush into battle. The officers begin their battle with the monstrous horde. The protagonist is stunned by their skill. A demonic commander emerges from the mass of beasts. A police officer notices a colossal threat and falls into despair. Only a legendary-level mage could defeat such an enemy. Kusanagi summons the water serpent again and tells the policeman to leave the demon captain to him while they deal with the others. In just a few seconds, he defeats the demon captain, shocking everyone. They acknowledge his immense power. Shido orders everyone to continue fighting until the boss appears, telling them to deal with the remaining threats while Kusanagi takes care of the demon captain and anything stronger. As the protagonist battles monsters, he recalls a global catastrophe that struck 60 years ago, the very first of its kind. Since then, such disasters have become commonplace, relentlessly ravaging the world. He does not want the events of 60 years ago to be repeated, as the impending catastrophe will inevitably engulf the entire globe. He is glad to be present. He decides to prevent this catastrophe from destroying humanity. A demonic soldier attacks Sanada, but the protagonist intervenes and instantly destroys it. She remembers that the night was just like this one. He asks if she's okay. Sanada expresses her gratitude and tries to get up. He learns that the situation mirrors the past. He begins to worry, anxiously wondering if she has uncovered the truth. Sanada can't understand why he became a black magician. She reflects on his strength, but hopes that he will not resent her for her strange questions. She blushes. She tries to stop her strange thoughts. He is just a student. Sanada is attacked again, but Kusanagi protects her from danger and urges her to be more vigilant. She apologizes. He asks her to stay close so he can keep her safe. He notices that she cannot use combat magic. Sanada begins to blush again and obeys his orders. She wonders if he is really a student, because his words sound more mature than hers. Suddenly, all the police mages feel an overwhelming force. They begin to tremble in horror, wondering what is happening. A creature materializes from the glow. Shido identifies him as a variant of the demon captain. He ponders why this superior type of demon captain is manifesting now. The officers understand that their victory is unattainable. They doubt that even noble mages can defeat such a formidable beast. Kusanagi is advancing. They try to protect him from harm, believing that he will not be able to overcome it despite all his strength. Kusanagi assures them of his victory. Men stop shaking excessively. Sanada begins to pray for Kusanagi's triumph. Shido admits that his strength rivals that of noble mages, giving him a significant chance of defeating the subspecies. When the creature encounters the protagonist, Shido is eager to see the true power of our hero. Shido orders everyone to continue to put in maximum effort until the boss monster is finally defeated. Kusanagi confronts the new demon captain. He begins his attack by unleashing fire magic on him. The police officer is amazed by the monster's formidable power as he watches it destroy numerous objects with first-level sorcery. Our protagonist remains completely unharmed. The monster questions its own existence. Kusanagi reveals that he is just a student. He summons his water serpent again. The demon captain vows to kill our protagonist and releases a huge fire serpent. The policeman recognizes this as 6th-level magic and falls into despair. Kusanagi realizes that dodging or blocking this attack risks engulfing his allies in flames, and he considers his next move. All the monstrous creatures begin to converge. It happens without warning. The police are puzzled. While the creatures attack Kusanagi, Sanada tries to warn him. He remains unperturbed. A multitude of powerful attacks rush towards him. He remains completely motionless. He destroys the demon captain's fire serpent with his water abilities and repels the magical beast's attacks using his non-elemental barriers. Water begins to cascade down. The protagonist feels a slight sense of disappointment, realizing that the battle is already over. Shido's mouth hangs open in surprise as he sees the sheer power of our hero. Sanada is having a hard time comprehending the events that just happened. Shido, still in stunned disbelief, clutches his head as he watches the impossible unfold before his eyes. Only a noble mage can use 6th-tier sorcery, an advanced art comparable to remote activation. Sonata doubts Kusanagi has truly achieved all this. Shido reveals another astonishing event he just witnessed. The protagonist simultaneously cast a second form of magic while fighting the demon captain. Normally, there's a cooldown period between casting the two spells, but Kusanagi cast them simultaneously. Even mastering a single spell proves difficult, making the simultaneous use of two spells a sign that the protagonist is superior to even the most accomplished mages. Shido is pleased that events have unfolded according to his predictions. He is convinced he has found the person he has long sought, the new Ichikami Minato. The protagonist suggests that the demon captain fight in another place, as this place is too cramped. The demon captain begins using basic air magic. Then he takes off and flies away. Upon moving, the demon captain expresses mild surprise at his newfound dexterity in aerial magic. The demon captain believes that the redeployment was necessary to prevent any form of cooperation from the enemy forces. The boy explains that the poor coordination of other animals does not affect him in any way. With a stern expression on his face, he announces their redeployment. Now he is free to release all his power. The demonic captain advances and attacks, but our protagonist effortlessly dodges every incoming attack. He uses his limbs to parry several blows. The demonic captain seizes the opportune moment. He unleashes his powerful fire magic. The attack hits the guy right in the forehead. However, the creature hits him again. Without wasting a second, it throws him to the floor. When the smoke clears, Kusanagi appears unharmed, shocking the demon captain. He rushes forward, realizing that the demon has switched to close combat because his magic is completely ineffective against him. He finds the demon captain's attempts futile and demonstrates that he is unable to land a blow on him, while he himself lands a powerful blow to the demon's head. The demon captain is thrown back, but he saves himself by creating a magical shield. He asks if his blow can do any damage, believing him to be merely mortal, but then his entire body begins to shake. The demon captain cannot comprehend his true strength. In a rage, he demands to know his identity. Kusanagi chuckles, revealing that magic isn't the only thing he can do. He decides to demonstrate one skill to the demon captain. This is a skill that he invented himself. The protagonist grins and unleashes his powers. The demon captain is stunned. Shido and Sonata sense tension and notice a presence above. Kusanagi controls the energy he projects. This energy protects its form. He begins to feel the power, but the demon captain finds human blows useless, despite using magic to defend himself. Kusanagi holds a different opinion. He decides to test his own power. He unleashes a flurry of blows, pushing back the demon captain, who is stunned as attacks converge from all sides. The creature weakly tries to defend itself, but Kusanagi relentlessly strikes with his new method. Saito watches the confrontation and sees the young man defeat a true beast in close combat. He is surprised by this feat, considering that human attacks are ineffective against monsters. He gradually wounds the creature with just his bare hands. The demon captain takes damage and cannot understand how a human attack could have reduced him to such a pitiful state. Kusanagi knows that normal attacks or any weapons are useless against monsters, but if she invests a huge amount of magical energy, her attacks become effective. A strike that envelops the entire body in magical energy is known as a synthesis of martial techniques and witchcraft. He called it witchcraft martial arts. The demon captain cannot comprehend how a mere human could surpass him in strength. He is furious. Denying defeat, he attempts to strike Kusanagi. However, he easily dodges it. Without wasting a second, he delivers a powerful blow, punching a hole in his stomach. The demon captain calls him a monster for such power. The remaining monstrous creatures discover that their commander has already died. The skies return to normal, and the disaster finally ends. The officers feel relieved, realizing that the young man has completed everything. Shido orders them to destroy the remaining creatures and remain vigilant. Kusanagi descends smoothly, with a smile on her lips, entrusting the remaining task to the authorities. He suddenly remembers that it has been a long time since he last used his magical martial arts. Consequently, his skill in performing them diminished. He lands and watches the assembled group of officers awaiting his arrival. Sid expresses his gratitude to our hero for his strenuous efforts and for single-handedly defeating the demon captain, thus preventing disaster. They express their gratitude for his cooperation. The entire police department salutes Kusanagi as a sign of respect. Following this event, disasters began to appear regularly across the world. However, Thanks to the combined efforts of the police and respected mages, these new disasters were also gradually suppressed. The population grew fearful of the recurring disasters and began to harbor resentment toward the government for its lack of preparation. This frustration was directed at the mages, who were expected to protect the population. As public unrest grew over time, a voice emerged suggesting that the dark mage remained on their side. The collective belief in the dark magician grew stronger, and the whole world began to wonder about his true identity. At the academy, Kusanagi begins to feel irritated when the entire class learns that he was the one who pacified the second disaster. They praise him as remarkable and begin showering him with profuse praise. They ask if it's true that he encountered a subspecies of the demon captain during the disaster. He starts to get irritated and wants it to stop. Yuika notices his tired appearance. The instructor begins to discuss the recent disaster. She urges everyone to always remain vigilant, as they are not just students, but mages. It's impossible to predict when they might be called upon. She points to Kusanagi and calls him experienced. Suddenly, Sanada appears with several officers. She dismisses the class, and the teacher anxiously asks if there is a problem. Sanada shows her badge and confirms her presence with the director's consent. She calls Kusanagi and begs him to help them again. Our protagonist is stunned by the police refusal. He questions their disregard for public image. He watches the students stare at him, which irritates him, prompting him to decide to leave. He asks Sanada to brief him on the circumstances. She assures him not to worry, as he will be rewarded and recognized for his efforts. She explains that due to disasters all over the planet, beasts continue to appear, and that wandering mages associated with suspicious groups have suddenly become much more active. Kusanagi states that they were looking for him because they were short on men. Sanada expresses regret at turning to him for help again, but says they have no other choice as he is the strongest. Kusanagi takes his phone and suggests that he just contact him in the future. Sanada apologizes and understands his feelings. She managed to obtain his contact information and feels satisfied. The protagonist inquires about his next steps. She orders him to exterminate all the beasts in Harajuku. He acknowledges receipt of the instructions. Sanada offers to drive him, but he is sure they will be late. As a result, the protagonist deploys his magic circles and leaves the academy alone. Police are amazed by his incredible speed. In Harajuku, the sky turns crimson, and two young men are overcome with fear. Elder brother. The older brother tries to protect the younger brother from danger. A mystical creature materializes. The children are trying to escape. However, the younger one stumbles. Just when the monstrous creature is about to devour them, the protagonist appears and immediately destroys it. The children come to their senses, and he praises their resilience, saying that they performed well. He returns the Ichikami figurine to them and gives them an encouraging smile. He hands the children over to the authorities. Then he rushes to clear the area. The children bow in gratitude as he leaves, and the youngest child beams with appreciation. Kusanagi finds fighting in Harajuku more difficult than at his school or in ruined Shibuya, due to the abundance of obstacles and onlookers. He refrains from using magical projectiles for fear of harming fleeing civilians. He can distinguish humans from creatures, but ordinary humans without magic are difficult to identify. The only way to ensure everyone's safety is to survey the area. Law enforcement arrives, prioritizing the elimination of the monsters and delegating the rescue of civilians to military personnel and emergency services. They find Kusanagi. Then they call him by name. Our guy recognizes him from the crash, goes down, and mistakes the officer for backup. He finds this helpful and asks about the circumstances. The officer reports that they haven't yet managed to rescue half of the civilians and are having trouble penetrating the eastern sector. Kusanagi fires several bursts. After this, he decides to explore the eastern sector. The officer warns him about the presence of illegal mages there based on intelligence, but realizes that warning Kusanagi is useless given his unrivaled strength. The other officers watch him and speculate about his identity as he easily defeats many creatures. They see him as a ray of hope in these difficult times. Kusanagi destroys the demon captain using her level 6 explosion stream. He expresses surprise upon meeting the demon captains despite the lack of disaster. This didn't happen even 50 years ago. As the beast population grows, Kusanagi notices their increasing strength, and the dire circumstances become a challenge even for him. He decides that strategy is crucial before the situation escalates further. Kusanagi rescues 2 more civilians, handing them over to the firefighters. He has several options, but he's unsure which one to choose. He uses his bubbles to save even more people. Sanada and several officers arrive, helping to calm the civilians. Police again express their gratitude, crediting him with mitigating the damage. Kusanagi disputes this, attributing the success to police and firefighters, saying they only helped. The officer recognizes him as an outstanding student. They apologize for their past discourtesy during the previous disaster, admitting that their arrogance led to it. Kusanagi reassures them, urging them to let go of past regrets. The officers are impressed by his composure and again express their gratitude. Sanada steps forward, also expressing gratitude and noting her continued dependence on his abilities, despite his status as a student. He reassures her, reminding her that he's committed to helping. Kusanagi emphasizes the growing number of monsters and their increased power. Sanada agrees, believing a counter-strategy is necessary for the disaster. She mentions that her superior is actively working on a solution. As she speaks, the children who were here before approach Kusanagi and express their gratitude for saving him. He feels satisfaction seeing that they are unharmed. The younger child asks if he is a great sage, and the older one apologizes, explaining his brother's fascination with the great sage. Kusanagi notices the toy. He recognizes it as the figurine of Ichikami. He assures the children that he is indeed a great sage, and the child beams, already knowing it. Kusanagi remembers a past life where someone asked Ichikami for permission to create a doll in his likeness. The man excitedly announced that he would create not only a doll, but also photographs and keychains. Ichikami expressed skepticism about the demand for such items. The man insisted that people needed the support of the great sage in their souls, and these items were ideal for the youth. Ichikami remained unconvinced, but the man objected, believing that this would ensure protection for 100 years, not just 50. He begged Ichikami-kami's consent. Kusanagi grins, acknowledging the man's foresight. He understands that simple toys cannot truly protect people, but humanity needs his help again. In a dark club in the capital, several men report to their boss, Kuroya Kuto, head of the secret magical organization Black Riot, about a fugitive sorcerer. He rises upon hearing of an illegal mage operating outside of any known guild. In his rage, he discovers that the dark sorcerer Day dares to challenge him. He asks his subordinate if his assessment is accurate, and the trembling subordinate confirms it. Kuroi orders them to discover the dark sorcerer's true identity, authorizing military intervention if necessary. Someone asks if there is permission to liquidate it. This is the executive director, Kagashugi. Kuroi declares that they can only destroy him by torturing him. Kaga grows impatient, and a sinister grin spreads across his face. Ruka asks about Kusanagi's magical power. Yuika echoes his words, having long harbored the same curiosity. She speculates that his power level reaches 100,000, or perhaps even 500,000. Yuika admits that's plausible for someone of his caliber. With a straight face, he states that his power level is 99,999,000. Everyone is shocked at first. Yuika is doubtful, and Katsuragi shares her disbelief. Ruka recalls that even Ichikame's magical power hovers around 1 million, making her skeptical of his claim. Kusanagi is stunned by this revelation. They explain that 1 million is considered the absolute limit for precisely this reason. They ask why he doesn't know such a well-known fact. The protagonist wonders if his own power is only 1 million. He tries to search for information on the internet, but finds himself confused. He smirks and admits his inability to use a phone. Finding it too much of a hassle, he decides to give up the attempt. The call comes. This is from Shadu. The young man asks about the problem, and Shidu apologizes for the interruption, asking if he has a minute. Kusanagi agrees, prompting the officer to ask if his companions are present. Kusanagi confirms that they are. Shidu then asks to put the call on speakerphone. Kusanagi is completely confused by this, so Yuika helps him activate it. The officer explains in detail that with the increasing number of monsters and disasters, he created a special anti-monster unit called the Special Magic Team. He wants our protagonist to lead the squad. Yuika is shocked to see her companion get such a chance. She considers it an extremely prestigious position, which is coveted by magicians. She assumes her friend won't refuse such an offer. But to her shock, Kusanagi rejects it. Yuika demands to know why, her anger flaring. The officer begs them to listen to his arguments first. The protagonist asks Yuika about her anger on his behalf, but decides to listen to his explanation. Saito states that there are numerous problems going on, and law enforcement can't handle everything on their own. Moreover, as the monsters grow stronger, they're becoming increasingly difficult to keep up with. He believes the young man understands his predicament. Kusanagi understands that this is due to the exceptionally low magical abilities of the magicians of this era. He ponders the whereabouts of the nobles. Shido reveals that the leaders of Mizuhi, Homarai, and Kaichi remain busy at an international conference, leaving only Fuka available. But even he is unavailable for strange reasons. Kusanagi suddenly remembers that he's never met Yuika's parents. She informs him that they haven't returned from conferences yet. Shido clarifies that the specialized unit will consist of numerous constables and a select group of cadets from the academy. He selects Yuika, Ruka, and Katsuragi for the new elite team. He guarantees to take on all the burdensome tasks, including administrative duties and diplomatic negotiations. Therefore, their sole responsibility is to improve their abilities and guide police officers by providing appropriate compensation and enhancing their academic status for future career prospects. Shido begins to plead, trying to convince the young man to accept the role of captain. He hopes that the protagonist will agree. Kusanagi is a little annoyed, but eventually agrees. Shido finds it hard to accept, but he looks pleased. The rest of the team agrees with the decision. Ruka prefers that Kusanagi not carry the entire burden alone, while Katsuragi relishes the challenge. The protagonist remains indecisive. Nevertheless, he agrees, driven by the desire to mentor other magicians. The media begins to criticize the noble family of mages. Not only have they neglected their true duties due to the school disaster, but the aristocratic family has also been slow to quell the monsters. A nobleman overhears the reports and dismisses the journalists as fools for assuming noble mages can handle any situation. A challenge comes, prompting the noble mage to grant entry. His servant materializes and announces that the Metropolitan Police Department has sent an official document. A noble mage examines the details of the formation of a special magical unit. He considers it foolish and believes that incompetent people are pursuing pointless endeavors. He is filled with dissatisfaction, but he believes that this initiative could calm the public outcry. He instructs the servant to summon his foolish offspring. The butler accepts the order and leaves. At the police station, the protagonist and his companions join a special squad. The meeting begins and Shido begins briefing the assembled group. The protagonist expresses surprise at the mention of dozens. However, Shido apologizes, explaining that although they had potential candidates, for some unknown reason, no applications came in. Shido expects more applications once our hero achieves significant success. Kusanagi was turned on. He hadn't foreseen this turn of events. Given the oddity of the team being led by a mere student, some conflict was inevitable. Shido presents the item, claiming it is a temporary mage ID. He acknowledges that this is an external agreement, but clarifies that they are all government employees now. Therefore, if anyone expresses doubt, they will be able to produce this identification if necessary. He mentions one more detail. These identification cards are issued only to squad members, and since none of them are currently mages, the identification is only temporary. Shido officially ends his interaction with student Kusanagi, addressing him as Captain Kusanagi. He hands over all responsibility to the young man. The protagonist smirks, as it has been a while since he stood in front of his peers. He steps forward and introduces himself again. He declares himself the leader of a special squad of magicians and promises to give each member of his team the power to surpass even the leaders of respected families. His comrades and officers are stunned and find it difficult to accept this situation. Kusanagi understands their skepticism, but decides to provide irrefutable evidence to dispel their doubts. He asks if the police station has any devices to detect magical energy. The man answers in the affirmative, but looks puzzled. Kusanagi takes out several measuring instruments. He orders Ruka and Katsuragi to come forward and test their strength, and they comply. As they both channel their magic into the device, the protagonist informs the assembled group that Ruka's magical energy was previously only 10,000, while Katsuragi's was 8,000. The hand becomes speechless after receiving a reading of 30,000 magical energy. Katsuragi expresses surprise upon seeing 28,000 on the dimension screen. The constables are astonished, recognizing this as the magical energy of a high-class mage. Kusanagi urges them to remain calm and tells Yuika to evaluate her abilities. She obeys his order, but feels some unease. Yuika ponders her next steps, convinced that the gap between her and her older brother is too great. She knows she's worked tirelessly, but ultimately, she sees herself as just an ordinary person, lacking any innate talent. Anxiety grows and she fears the results. Yuika steels herself, deciding not to shy away from such challenges any longer. Casting aside all concern for the outcome, she channels her magic into the device, steadfast in her commitment to authenticity. Shido and Sanada look at the displayed numbers in confusion. Yuika, though slightly alarmed, opens her eyes to find the reading at 26,000. Shido recalls that her recorded magic power was only 2,000, and she finds it difficult to understand how such a significant increase is possible. Kusanagi makes it clear to everyone present that it is indeed possible to increase magical power. It just requires a natural predisposition and an unwavering determination to persevere and strive diligently until the very end. He looks at Yuiko with a warm smile, gently ruffling her hair, expressing his immense pride and praising her exceptional performance. Ruka feels joy watching their exchange. Kusanagi also expresses his praise to two other people, but they consider this level of achievement to be normal. For Ruka in particular, such progress is standard for someone of her kind, the Mizuha family, so praise is unnecessary. He brushes off her words and ruffles her hair as well, praising her for her hard work. Katsuragi acknowledges his friend's otherworldly presence, but is stunned by his fearless behavior. Yuika becomes nervous, knowing the terrifying aspect her sister displays when she becomes enraged. The hand tells the protagonist that she is not a baby, and he, realizing this, removes his hand. Katsuragi just experienced a moment of fear, and Yuika also expresses gratitude for her sister maintaining her composure. Our protagonist tries to pat Katsuragi on the shoulder, but he hesitates. Ruka remembers that she's never been treated like this in her entire life before this day. Even her father never showed her such affection. A portly, unattractive man enters the room, finding everyone there. He claims to have been looking for Shida and asks why he wasn't properly greeted. Shido tries to justify himself by telling the fat man that he thought he wouldn't show up today. The fat guy informs him that his intentions have changed, which is what prompted him to come. Shido ponders introducing himself to the group and announces himself as Shu, a noble mage from the Fuka clan. Shido secretly tells our guy that he had no choice, as the noble mage's approval was necessary to form the special team, which is what forced him to enter their names. He expresses regret over the situation. Kusanagi recalls the Fuka family's refusal to send aid during the disaster at his academy. Shido tries to explain that this was because nobles have a particular tendency to assert their power, making them feel embarrassed by such requests, as it is uncharacteristic behavior for a noble mage. Shu speaks up, stating that he learned he'll be meeting with Japan's leading magic unit. He wonders why there are so many students in the room. Shido introduces Kusanagi, revealing that he was the one who defeated the boss monster and ended the school's disaster. In recognition of his outstanding achievements, he was chosen by the team commander as the division captain. Shu looks at him closely. He reflects on how a worthless student, not even from a noble family, managed to stop a disaster at school. He deliberately steps on the protagonist's foot and arrogantly declares him nothing more than trash. He seethes at the sight of our guy as captain. This man makes it clear to him that he shouldn't be arrogant, even if he's just a student. Yuika and Ruka question his behavior, ordering him to back off, while Katsuragi threatens to destroy him. Shu is perplexed by the commoner's attempts to dictate his actions. He recognizes the two sisters, recalling their connection to the Mizuha family. He is stunned. Not everyone present is just scum. Shu begins to smirk, stating that he will lead the division, but Shido tries to make him understand that Kusanagi has already been appointed as the division leader, making any changes impossible. Shu decides to challenge the protagonist, declaring that whoever defeats the boss of the next disaster will receive the right to command the squad. Shido tries to intervene, but the fat man decides to make his own rules, thinking the issue is settled. Shido apologizes for his behavior, but Kusanagi reassures him, saying anything he might say would be completely useless against such a fool. He considers this acceptable, as his only demand is victory. Yuika and the others are energized. She's determined not to let this man become their leader. The other two are also determined, deciding to do their utmost. He wonders about the reason for their ardent enthusiasm. Why are they so infatuated with such a simpleton? At the police station, Kusanagi ponders his next steps. He remembers a police officer. Officers typically possessed around 10,000 magical powers. He foresaw this and decides to focus on the magical power first. He begins his explanation by discussing the meaning of magical power. He informs everyone that he understands that they are solely using it for magical attacks, but it has additional uses. He summons Katsuragi and instructs him to strike with all his might. Katsuragi looks somewhat perplexed, but the young man urges him to begin. Katsuragi tries to strike with all his might, hoping that the protagonist won't object later. The blow is stopped by an unusual shield. He reveals that he is using the power of a mystical shield. Individuals with vast reserves of magical energy can naturally create a magical shield. Katsuragi continues his attack, but his blows miss. He explains that huge magical reserves allow one to cast spells subconsciously, which he calls an innate power. Katsuragi eventually succumbs to exhaustion, finding his attacks completely ineffective. The protagonist instructs everyone to remember one important point. Expanding one's own magical energy is a primary goal for any sorcerer. He begins to channel his magic into the officers individually, helping them sense the magical energy. Everyone begins their rigorous training, dedicating themselves to achieving greater strength. Kusanagi recognizes the need for specialized equipment beyond simple practice. He considers acquiring anti-monster equipment. Based on Shido's answer, our young hero realizes that obtaining such an item currently seems extremely unlikely. Shido assures him that he will find a solution with a little more patience. Kusanagi realizes that finding skilled artisans in this era is unlikely, so he decides to create the item himself, despite his lack of previous experience. Confident in his ability to forge it himself, he opens his desk drawer, searching for a suitable item. He discovers an inexpensive ring, noting that its immaculate condition suggests it is of considerable value. He's confident it will work, but it's still not enough. The protagonist thinks about a store where he could buy something. His phone suddenly rings. He understands that the call is from Ruka. He asks about her intentions, as she rarely calls him. Kusanagi answers, but is perplexed by her silence. She expresses confidence that only he is worthy of commanding the squad. Confused, he asks if she's trying to motivate him. She confirms he's right. Kusanagi grins, recognizing her shy nature. He decides to ask her a question. Kusanagi invites her to go shopping with him tomorrow if she has time. He admits he's not very knowledgeable about buying accessories and needs some help. Ruka asks if he's going to invite the others too. He answers negatively, believing that large group outings are unnecessary. She shows some hesitation, and Kusanagi asks if she wants to go. She agrees to go with him. He calls her his savior and asks where they're going. She suggests Harajuku, and he agrees to meet her at the station around noon. She expresses anticipation of their meeting tomorrow and ends the call. Kusanagi is pleased that he'll now be able to buy rings for his entire team. He's considering whether to spend the day crafting monster-repelling equipment with the ring he just received. He begins to channel his magic into it. He believes that this will somehow bring results. Yuika calls her sister for an evening meal, but receives no answer, becoming worried as her sister's behavior is out of character. Vika decides to investigate and announces her arrival. She discovers her sister holding a charming dress, which astonishes her. The hand asks what the problem is. Yuika apologizes and tells Ruka that the food is ready. Ruka says he'll be there shortly. Yuika has never seen her sister so enthusiastic. She assumes Ruka is going somewhere, thinking it's a date with that young man. The next day, Kusanagi arrives at Harajuku Station. Yuika watches him from behind the barrier, trying to maintain anonymity and distance so that he doesn't recognize her. She feels awkward watching them like this and silently apologizes to them. Ruka eventually appears in a stunning dress, attracting the attention of all the onlookers. She asks if the protagonist had to wait. He replies that he just arrived, so no problem. The audience comments on how stunning she looks and assumes she's talking to her boyfriend. Yuika feels a little jealous as she tries to figure out the situation and learns that her sister and Kusanagi are on a romantic date. Ruka asks him about his purpose. Kusanagi replies that he's looking for a ring. She assumes it's for a gift. He confirms her guess, but adds that he needs several. Ruka is surprised, having misinterpreted his intentions. She asks if he has multiple romantic interests. He confirms this, but she points out that Japan does not permit polygamy. He assures her that he knows this. Ruka suggests choosing inexpensive options if he's planning to buy in large quantities. She remembers the perfect location, and he delegates the task to her. They are looking at several establishments. Yuika watches the couple from afar. After hours of searching, Ruka admits that finding rings that were durable, affordable, and not too flashy proved extremely difficult. Kusanagi begins to get a little nervous, noting that every time they choose a suitable ring, something is invariably missing. He examines the other one and realizes its considerable value. Yuika sips her drink from a distance, reflecting on their conversation and feeling a twinge of envy at their closeness. The manager comes up to them with a grin and asks about their search. She offers to help with the proposal, believing that he is choosing a gift for his girlfriend. Kusanagi tries to correct her, stating that Ruka is not his girlfriend. But before he can finish, Ruka interrupts him with an icy glare, confirming to the manager that she is not his girlfriend. The manager stutters an apology and retreats, embarrassed, leaving them to wander. The hand tries to stop her from leaving, while the young man feels a flash of irritation. They finally calm down, and Kusanagi expresses her fatigue from the long walk, especially through a busy shopping mall. He is struggling to find the right ring. He wonders if his standards of choice are flawed. Kusanagi catches Ruka's eye. He watches the expression on her face. She admits that she doesn't know how to express her feelings and says that he already knows about her terrible nature. He agrees with her assessment, and Ruka recalls how poorly she got along with her younger sister, admitting that she caused her a lot of trouble. She suggests that he go shopping with Yuika instead, because she feels like she's only getting in the way. He refutes her words, knowing that she did thorough research and found several stores before their meeting. She even thought about the best options for him, taking the trip seriously, despite the fact that it was his concern. With a smile, he assures her that she is of great help. Ruka's cheeks flush and her mood lifts. Vaika watches her sister's expression, remembering that she has never seen such an expression on her face before. She begins to feel despondent, wondering why she is secretly watching. Yuika decides to return home. A few hours later, Kusanagi emerges from the mall beaming, having successfully purchased the matching rings. She is still a little puzzled by his need for 5 rings, to which he explains that he needed one for each of his partners. Ruka is confident that his partners will be delighted with the gift, because he spent a lot of time choosing the rings. He explains that this is for the squad's equipment, so there can be no dissatisfaction. She's a little puzzled by this, but eventually she understands the reason for his large-scale purchase. He expresses gratitude for all the help provided and sincerely thanks her. Ruka waves her hand, saying it wasn't a problem. She's glad she could help. He intends to compensate her for all the inconvenience, but she assures him that no action is required. He takes out the ring that was there before and asks her to extend her hand. A slight shyness comes over her and she asks about his intentions. He takes her hand and reveals that it is the first special ring he has personally created. He expresses hope that she will appreciate him and smiles. The hand is pleased but begins to move away. He tries to hold it back, but it doesn't give him a chance and leaves. He intended to go into more detail about the anti-monster equipment. However, he decides to do this at another opportunity, when circumstances are favorable. As Ruka walks away, she suddenly stops and looks at the ring. She squeezes her hand, admiring the ring, her face turning deeply red. The next day, Kusanagi declares that it is time to distribute the anti-monster equipment and invites them to pick up theirs. Sanada and the other officers don their gear, feeling a surge of magic. They are amazed by their first encounter with magical equipment. He explains that it's anti-monster gear imbued with wind magic. By channeling their own magical abilities, they can use the ring to generate first-tier wind magic. Shidu is astonished, asking how the protagonist acquired such an item. Kusanagi reveals that he is its creator. Shidu finds this hard to believe, as craftsmen skilled in creating such valuable equipment are extremely rare. He is shocked to learn that our hero can effortlessly produce such an item. He admits that Kusanagi constantly surprises him. Yuika notices that her sister didn't take the ring. She sees that Ruka is already wearing a ring that she has never seen on her before. Yuika assumes it's a souvenir from their walk and becomes worried, thinking about the events that happened after she left. Kusanagi believes they all lack suitable transportation. He dismisses cars as too slow and therefore unreliable. Shido thinks he is right because they are always late. Kusanagi demonstrates Ariel's wind magic spell with anti-monster gear. He's confident it will significantly shorten their journey. He explains that it won't be powerful enough to attack monsters, but since it allows flight, they should test it. He tells them to imagine themselves flying into the sky, because aerial magic requires flight and speed. Sanada and Shido are lifted into the air using a special ring. Kusanagi notices that Yuika is also taking off. He praises her, but she feels that it was expected, since she has trained for a long time in manipulating magic. She looks at the protagonist. Yuika suddenly feels regret for spying on her sister earlier. Kusanagi notices her gaze and looks puzzled. He approaches Yuika and says he wanted to ask her something. He asks if she knows Ichikame Minato. She confirms, as he's her crush. He inquires about Ichikame's strength. She replies that his power was approximately 1 million. He could cast numerous spells, but died in battle with a demon god during the Great Catastrophe. He's interested in the events that followed his death. She explains that most of the powerful mages perished as well, and her esteemed ancestors were among those who sought to rebuild society. The Mizuha family played a key role in this. She says all this with pride, adding that after the disaster finally ended, almost no data or documents remained. That's why magical research had to be rebuilt from scratch. Kusanagi knows that the mortality rate among magicians was quite high back then, but he remembers that he left behind many books. He stored magical information in various places in preparation for the future. He asks why current magical knowledge is so meager and error-ridden compared to what he preserved. The power level of today's mages is incredibly low. He wonders if there is someone behind all this. Vika notices that he's lost in thought and asks if he's okay. He assures her it's nothing. She asks him to remember that if something is bothering him, he shouldn't hesitate to confide in her. She acknowledges her limited usefulness, but still encourages him to seek help. Kusanagi expresses gratitude for her care and calls her a great helper. He's confident she'll keep any secret, but he still needs to be careful about the situation with the Dark Mage. There's a chance she could get into trouble if he drags her into it, so he decides never to mention it. He realizes that she might just pass out if she finds out that he is the legendary Ichikama Minato. Yuika thinks he's hiding something because she's not reliable enough. She decides to become stronger to be more useful to Kusanagi. She decides to make every effort. 1 week passes and Kusanagi orders everyone to prepare for an attack. Sanada can now use second-tier holy spells known as Holy Crest. Shido can use third-tier magic, while Katsuragi and the Mizuha sisters can cast fourth-tier spells. Kusanagi is pleased to see everyone's improvement. Even Sanada, who previously lacked offensive magic skills, can now cast offensive spells. What strikes him most is the synergy between the Mizuha sisters. He admits that people would consider it natural given their family ties. Yuika and Ruka destroy the training ground. Their fourth-level magic brings complete destruction. Yuika is suddenly struck by unpleasant memories. However, she begins to smile, finally winning her sister's admiration. Kusanagi praises everyone for their dedication, but warns against becoming complacent due to their increased magic levels, as higher levels do not automatically guarantee greater power or mastery of magic. He decides to demonstrate this and orders the hand to target him with a fourth-tier spell. She understands his intention and carries out his instructions. The hand casts a fourth-level spell on him, but Kusanagi only responds with a first-level earth spell. When the two magical strikes collide, everyone is shocked that the first-tier magic was able to neutralize the fourth-tier magic. He explains that magic levels only affect the amount of magical energy invested in an attack. This doesn't mean that higher-level spells are more powerful. Even with first-level magic, if the caster invests the maximum amount of magical energy, a fourth-level spell can be easily overcome. He notes that magical attributes are also significant. Water, by its very nature, is vulnerable to earth. He tells everyone not to limit themselves to the concept of levels. He explains the need to understand magical energy and master existing spells. Following his instructions will lead to increased power. Everyone listens intently as Kusanagi explains the importance of keeping an eye on your allies. Synergistic abilities can provide even greater power. Everyone cries out with renewed determination. But suddenly, the fat man appears again, taking pity on them. Shido asks the reason for his uninvited appearance. Shido believes no disaster is expected, and he becomes bored. She offers to take down a few monsters if he doesn't train, but Shu dismisses the idea as too tiring. He shifts the blame to the police, a sinister grin appearing on his face. Kusanagi's comrades are irritated, but he remains unperturbed. Shu wishes for the disaster to accelerate until the skies begin to turn red. Vika is the first to notice this and announces that something is wrong. It's really a disaster, and he gets inspired. He reminds everyone that the squad that can defeat the boss first will be chosen as the vanguard of the special forces. He announces the start of his competition. The Kusanagi squad is fired up with determination, determined not to give in to a disgusting glutton like Shu. Fatty and his subordinates deploy their gear, taking flight with the help of their wind magic. He becomes arrogant, branding everyone losers before departing. Yuika protests his injustice, but Kusanagi reminds her that they have the same abilities. He orders everyone to get ready and put on their communication devices. As the entire contingent rises, Kusanagi warns them that this is their first encounter as a unit, requiring vigilance. They begin their advance. Shu abandons a vehicle moving along the highway. He finds it slow and smirks. Katsuragi comments on his speed, and Yuika finds it difficult to understand how such a corpulent individual could achieve such speed given his considerable mass. Kusanagi thinks that their mastery of wine magic will make it difficult for the team to match their pace. He could easily outrun them, but he refuses to undermine the team's goal. He restrains himself, seeing that the citizens are unharmed. Shu begins to tease them, ridiculing their claims of being a special team when they can't even surpass him. He keeps calling them losers. Yuika observes his behavior and concludes that he is mocking them, despite not being able to hear his mockery. A fat man finds some people and announces his arrival. He warns them of the impending disaster and begins to destroy some of the monsters along with his allies. They all use wind magic, and they kill the creature. The townspeople are trying to find a safe place. They turn to the big man for help, but he completely ignores them. He continues to direct wind magic at the monsters. Just as the civilians were about to be engulfed by his wind magic, the protagonist materializes, shielding them with his barrier. With a chilling, terrifying gaze, he demands to know Fatty's intentions. The arrogant nobleman and his retinue were so frightened that they almost got dirty. He tries to make sense of the situation, unable to even move his hand. Kusanagi's unit arrives to check if the civilians are safe. Wika demands an explanation for Fatso's actions, her anger growing when she forbids him from involving ordinary people in his battle. Su and his comrades regain mobility. He asks if Kusanagi's intervention caused his paralysis, but dismisses it as insignificant. The fat man accuses them of interfering with the magician's noble position. Vicky's patience is wearing thin, and she orders him to repeat his statement. He unleashes his wind magic, soaring away with his companions and leaving the safety of the Kusanagi commoners. He is determined to defeat the boss. As the fat man leaves, Kusanagi watches him, confident he could destroy the fat man in a matter of moments. However, he decides not to show his intimidation at such a foolish provocation. Suddenly, he realizes the potential advantage of this turn of events. Kusanagi instructs his squad to eliminate the monsters while he ensures the complete safety of the citizens. Shido asks how confident Kusanagi is in his ability to protect so many civilians alone, given the enormous odds. Kusanagi reassures Shida, stating that his confidence comes from leading their elite squad. Shido accepts Kusanagi's words, considering his questions stupid. Yuika encourages the team, urging them to begin their assault on the monsters, acknowledging that the citizens are relying on them. The team agrees with Yuika, prompting our protagonist to order them to move forward. They rush forward, unleashing wind magic to engage the hordes of monsters. Yuika unleashes third-tier magic spells, destroying the fearsome monsters. She recalls a previous encounter when she was paralyzed with fear in a similar situation. However, now she admires her own strength, easily defeating demonic soldiers. Yuika has finally achieved greater power. Kusanagi detects the surrounding magical energy, realizing that both friends and foes are present, and numerous civilians are still in danger. He acknowledges the gravity of the situation, but trusts in his ability to resolve it. As he is Kusanagi Minato, he moves forward, channeling wind magic to ensure everyone's safety. Shu and his subordinates continuously unleash wind magic, ignoring the civilians. Ruka and the others hold the line, determined to keep up with the glutton. Yuika begins to sense an unusual magical aura emanating from an unknown source. She turns around to find the demon materializing behind her. The deluded fat man unhesitatingly charges at the demon to prevent disaster and achieve his foolish goal. He decides to use his fourth-tier magic for this purpose. His followers try to dissuade the fat man, claiming that fourth-level magic won't even scratch an enemy like a demon. Shu dismisses their concerns, believing that they lack understanding, as they have never encountered a demon before. He is confident of his victory in this confrontation. After all, he is an outstanding magician. The fat man unleashes a fourth-level wind attack, but the demon counters with his fourth-level fire magic, completely destroying the fat man's meager attack. Shu struggles to understand how he could have been so completely outclassed. When the fiery onslaught approaches him, he runs along with his minions. Civilians are caught in the crossfire. They cry out for help, but Shu abandons them, concerned only with his own survival. Kusanagi arrives and uses earth magic to stop the onslaught. His team supports him, and together they protect civilians from the firestorm. Kusanagi smirks, praising their bravery. Yuika approaches the obese man. He sighs with relief, glad to be alive. With a chilling gaze, she demands to know why he ignored the civilians, focusing only on his own survival. He shifts the blame, blaming them for their failure to save themselves. He believes that they are unworthy of life if they interfere with a magical aristocrat like him. Hearing his stupid remarks, Uika's rage spirals out of control. Unable to contain her anger, she strikes him with all her might. The fat man is thrown back with a powerful blow. She calls him a spineless and pathetic excuse for a magical aristocrat. Shu asks why she hit the aristocrat. Yuika orders everyone to abandon his worthless body and continue destroying the remaining monsters appearing in the city. They agree and move forward, while Sho laments how she completely ignored him. Kusanagi observes them as he escorts civilians to safety, noting their boisterous behavior in front of the enemy. He considers this acceptable, given their rapid recovery. Kusanagi decides to search for other survivors who need his help, while remaining vigilant for the possible appearance of the boss. When the demonic entity materializes, Shu and his minions retreat behind the barrier, admitting their inability to defeat such a formidable enemy. His companions urge Fatty to begin their retreat. Shu acknowledges the demonic monster's overwhelming power, believing that even his noble status does not give him an advantage against it. The fat man hatches a plan. He'll allow the other squad to weaken the monster during their clash. Then, once the creature is exhausted, he'll step in to claim the glory by delivering the finishing blow. His henchmen praise his brilliant strategy. He considers it typical of a mind like his, and decides they should remain hidden until the right moment. His men agree. Shu and the entire squad are confronted by an approaching demonic monster. Yuika takes in the monster's immense power, doubting their victory but deciding to give it her all. The entire squad begins its attack on the demon. They relentlessly attack the demon. They ask if he has finally died, but when the dust settles, the demon appears unharmed. Uika discovers he hasn't taken any damage. Ruka suggests using fourth-tier magic or lower-tier spells enhanced with sufficient magical energy. The demon begins to send fiery attacks from his secret signs. He attacks them, and while they try to dodge, Uika realizes that he has become stronger than before, twice as powerful as her own magic. Uika admits the difference in strength is simply enormous. They have no chance of winning in their current state. She considers her next steps. Kusanagi watches as his squad finds itself in a dangerous trap. He decides to give some advice. Kusanagi orders them to cooperate. She counters that they are already collaborating. He urges her to combine their powers as much as possible, hinting that she and Ruka hold the decisive element for victory. Yuika is puzzled and anxiously asks about his intentions, but he tells her to figure it out herself. Uika tries to stop him from shutting down, but she is struck by pyrokinetic magic and is busy defending herself. Ruka believes that Kusanagi's words carry great weight and require collective consideration by the squad. Yuika agrees with her sister, considering that Kusanagi has consistently led them to remarkable achievements. She suddenly understands everything. She understands her next move. Yuika notes that the demon's casting time is long, suggesting to dodge its attacks and go around it for now, prioritizing smaller enemies. Yuika directs Shida and the officers to take the eastern flank while their group attacks from the west to signal when the demon begins its attack. And everyone understands her plan. When the menacing demon begins its attack, Yuika warns and signals everyone. With Yuika's help, they all dodge the creature's attacks. Kusanagi watches the events unfold, rescuing civilians. He expected Ruka or Katsuragi to step forward, but he discovers Yuika's talent, noting her ability to read people. He believes she can lead. Yuika begins to feel tired, realizing that their magical energy and fighting level may not be enough to win. She is thinking about her next step. Yuika tries to remember Kusanagi's words and suddenly realizes her complete misinterpretation. She doubts whether such an absurd approach will save them, but having long abandoned her usual thinking, she decides to act. She understands that this is a critical moment, one that will decide everything. Vika implores everyone to contribute their magical energy. The fat man watches from afar, curious about their intentions. The whole team is preparing for the upcoming event. Shidu is trying to see if this is really feasible. Uika isn't sure herself, but she understands they have no other choice. Ruka trusts Uika. Katsuragi and Sanada also decide to put in their best efforts, believing that they can come up with another strategy if this one fails. The demon raises a limb and casts a 5th-level fire spell, Blazing Pillar. A huge stream of flame begins to fall upon Kusanagi's squad. Fatso and his subordinates call the squad worthless losers, but his henchmen urge him to watch the unfolding events. He expresses surprise as he sees the entire squad advancing on the monster. Sanada uses her 3rd-tier holy healing magic to heal all party members. Kusanagi praises the strategy as ingenious, noting the difficulty of dodging a 5th-level spell. This allows Sanada to heal everyone of any injuries they sustain, which is exceptionally clever. Yuika and Ruka stand united against the creature, stepping up their attacks. They unleash their water magic. Kusanagi is pleased that they finally grasped the concept. If they cannot defeat him on their own, they can combine their abilities to achieve victory. He chuckles, calling it a magnificent magical flow as a colossal wave of water destroys the demon in one blow. When the dust settles, Shidu expresses surprise that the Mizuha sisters were able to cast a 6th-tier spell together. Katsuragi points to the demon. They are shocked to see that he is still clinging to his miserable existence. Shu and his subordinates take advantage of the moment, trying to deliver the decisive blow and achieve victory. Kusanagi intervenes, stopping them with her extending tentacles. Fatsu is stunned by the situation, as his entire mana supply is depleted. He instantly loses all his strength. Kusanagi appears from behind, retracting his magical tentacles. He feels slightly irritated by their actions. The demon finally dissipates. Katsuragi and the others breathe a sigh of relief. Shido reflects that he must have been on the brink of death after such an attack. The catastrophe is finally over. The heavens return to their normal state. The entire squad rejoices after a hard-won victory. Sanada praises the Mizuha sisters and expresses her gratitude. Ruka and Yuika lose consciousness and fall. Katsuragi worries and asks about their condition. They are completely immobilized, having exhausted all their magic. Yuka informs her sister that they have indeed won. The hand agrees and feels relieved. Kusanagi praises his team for their hard work. A smile crosses his face. He confirms that it was they who stopped the disaster. He states that this was their first real mission, and is glad that they demonstrated their true capabilities and did not let him down, despite fighting together for the first time. He is confident that his team will continue to improve. He applauds Yuika for her impressive progress so far, and notes that she gave excellent orders during the crisis. She even caught his thought about the great magic art, and he asks if she already knew about this method. Yuika confidently replies that no, and now she knows that it is called the Great Magic Art. He is shocked to learn that she didn't know and can't understand how she achieved this without prior knowledge. She expresses gratitude for his excellent offer, and reveals that the rest was simply instinct. Kusanagi is stunned, realizing his misjudgment of Yuika. He suspects she may be far more remarkable than he initially thought. Kusanagi concludes the questioning by emphasizing her success so far, finding it exceptionally impressive. He believes that the connection and closeness between her and the hand also had a major impact on this outcome. He notices the clock and announces to everyone that the moment for something significant has finally arrived. Kusanagi takes the remote control and turns on the TV. Several elite police officers, including Shida, attend the meeting. One of them speaks up, announcing that they have created a special magic unit, also called the SMT, to prepare for the growing number of disasters and monstrous creatures. The news anchor asks why they chose a student involved in the academic disaster as the squad leader, and asks if his statement is true. Shidu steps forward to answer this question. He introduces himself as the deputy commander of the Special Forces unit, and confirms that the commander is indeed just a student. This is difficult for everyone to accept. They object to the appointment of a minor to a leadership position. Shidu vouches for Kusanagi, explaining that his abilities surpass even the magical nobility. He points out that the magical nobility proved completely ineffective and didn't even offer assistance. The police found themselves in a critical situation and were forced to rescue the population themselves. He states that Kusanagi then appeared and saved everyone from disaster. Shidu believes Kusanagi is a divine messenger destined to protect this era from the creatures. Shidu no longer trusts anyone with command. Kusanagi, watching this on TV, feels awkward. He hoped Shidu wouldn't make such a fuss about him. Important government officials considered this absurd and inconvenient. They considered it disrespectful to ignore the magical aristocrats and form a troop without their knowledge. If this had happened, the aristocratic mages would have lost their positions. The men admit that the aristocratic mages are completely ineffective, as they didn't even respond to the disaster. They are aware of the Fuka clan's terrible reputation, and although some clan heads are abroad, their responsibility remains to deal with the aftermath of the disaster, thereby neglecting their own duties. The police chief addresses the assembly, stating that they trust the magical aristocrats and did not create a special squad to undermine the authority of any aristocratic families. A man enters the meeting room and orders everyone to give way. It is an ugly, fat man and his entourage. He calls the current leader a bumbling loser and claims that a magical aristocrat like himself deserves to be a true leader. He accuses them of being rude, holding a press briefing while completely ignoring it. His followers echo his assertions. She doesn't understand his sudden appearance despite losing the competition. Shu and his followers act as if there was no competition. He falsely denies any such agreements. He proclaims his words as the final word of a magical aristocrat and commands everyone to heed his pronouncements. A journalist steps forward to ask a question. He gives her permission to ask any question. She informs the assembly that she has learned that he provided no aid to civilians during the recent disaster. Instead, he continually dragged innocent people into his battles. She asks if this is true. Shidu becomes uneasy and denies that such events took place. However, other journalists expose his lies, presenting evidence of his misdeeds. Officials question whether the magical nobleman could truly have committed such atrocities. They find this intolerable, as citizens are always the top priority. This time, they will not ignore his actions. The fat man panics and orders everyone to remain silent. He refuses to take responsibility, blaming the citizens for interfering with a magical nobleman like himself. He dismissively calls them peasants and orders them to stop talking. She is convinced that everyone already knows about the current corruption of the magical nobility. He emphasizes the need for heroes like Kusanagi to guide the country and protect the population from monsters. Heroes who will fight without any selfish motive. He considers Kusanagi the ideal candidate to lead their squad. Shidu points to the obese man, stating that they have no need for lying and self-centered magical nobles who disregard the citizens. Journalists support Shidu's position, while the police chief expresses concerns. The fat man leaves in anger, swearing revenge and making them regret their words. Kusanagi smiles sheepishly as she watches the portly man leave. He's shocked by Shidu's brazen confrontation this time. Yuika presents video evidence of the disaster that surfaced online. She reveals that the magical nobleman Fatso is facing widespread condemnation for his behavior. Kusanagi begins to fear the internet, Realizing how quickly information spreads, Yuika is suddenly startled. Kusanagi asks, looking worried, "What's wrong?" Vaika reveals that their faces were captured on film. Kusanagi despairs. Hiding her true identity is now impossible. He wanted to remain unnoticed. However, now his affairs will become more complicated. A few days later, in the conference room, Kusanagi is overwhelmed by the huge crowd of people gathered. He asks the reason for this gathering. Sidhu explains that the authorities are issuing permits with unusual ease, and the number of people willing to volunteer has also unexpectedly increased. Sidhu smiles nervously, believing this surge is a result of information circulated online and the recent press conference. Sidhu begins to apologize for his outburst at the press conference. He admits his mistake and seeks a way to make amends with Kusanagi. Our protagonist hoped to educate more people, but did not want that level of public attention. Yuika comes out from behind him and takes his hand. She advises him to simply adapt, as the world will find it hard to look away from someone as remarkable as him. He considers it an annoying nuisance and hopes to avoid close attention in the future. In the dead of night, in a mysterious place, a tied man sitting on a chair is interrogated. The figure raises a blade over the captive's neck, demanding full disclosure or death. The red-haired man is overcome with horror. He is questioned about the dark sorcerer, but he tries to explain that he has already given away all his knowledge, claiming that the sorcerer is a young man capable of powerful magical feats. The man slashed the red-haired captive with a blade, threatening to kill him if he didn't confess. The victim succumbed to fear and begged for his life. He finally recalled additional details. The red-haired man revealed that law enforcement agencies were aggressively investigating the Magic Academy for information about the dark sorcerer, fueling rumors that he might be enrolled there. He swears he knows no further information about the dark sorcerer. The kidnapper accepts his assurances but finds them unsatisfactory. The prisoner awaits his release now that he has revealed everything. The mysterious man assures him of his release, but then takes his life, explaining that instead he will be freed from the shackles of existence. The victim bleeds out and dies. A mysterious man with 4 eyes is furious when a scarlet liquid splashes on him. He calls it unclean and begins wiping it away. He managed to find out that the dark sorcerer could potentially be a student. He becomes delighted and grins menacingly as he thinks about the magnificent sound of a small child's cries. He expresses hope that the dark sorcerer is awaiting his arrival. Kusanagi arrives in Shinjuku wearing a mask to hide her identity. After defeating the monster, he looks around and notices a group of teenagers with cameras. One of the youths begins to film the dead creature that Kusanagi had just destroyed. They attribute this feat to a black magician, and one laments that he was unable to photograph Kusanagi. Our protagonist expected that public interest and notoriety of the black magician would have died down by now, but he realizes that his assumption was completely wrong, as numerous people are actively searching for him even in these residential areas. The police are also present. He's pleased that the police are now effectively dealing with monsters and disasters, a stark contrast to the situation after his reincarnation. He suggests that the population no longer needs a black magician. Kusanagi watches the events unfold on the street below. A small group of thugs corner a defenseless man, demanding 10 million yen. They order him to sell his organs if he cannot meet their financial demands. The man tries to resist, explaining that he only has 200,000 yen. However, the bandits unleash their magic, calling it interest on the debt. They intend to punish him, and just as they are about to strike, Kusanagi intervenes, shielding the man from their attack. The defenseless man takes advantage of the moment to escape. The thugs become enraged, asking if he thinks he's some kind of hero. They engage in a fight with Kusanagi, but he decides to inflict pain on them to stop their behavior. After the beating, they apologize and promise not to resist again. The dark sorcerer ponders why the authorities still haven't addressed the problems of illegal magicians. The bandits recognize the dark sorcerer and recall the quiet whispers. One notes that our protagonist is being hunted by underground syndicates. They begin to worry that they are encroaching on another faction's territory. Kusanagi overhears their conversation and asks about the syndicate. They become afraid and feign ignorance, begging to be let go and claiming they know nothing. They swear to keep their meeting with him a secret. The dark sorcerer, intrigued by their knowledge, offers them freedom in exchange for full disclosure. The gangsters agree, and one of them reveals that the Black Riot is an underground community of mages, hidden from the public eye. He reveals their deep involvement in sinister activities, including illicit finance, control of the Yakuza, street gangs, and organized crime. This community controls everything. The gangsters reveal that the Black Riot's influence extends to the media and government, giving them unlimited power. The bandits force a forced smile as they inform him of the nearest Black Riot branch. They've come there looking for work. He defeats them and leaves the dark alley. Kusanagi recalls Sanada mentioning the rise in illegal activities. He finally discovers that the Black Rebellion orchestrates everything. Our protagonist finds this intriguing and becomes somewhat impatient. He decides to delegate the chaos and escalation of monsters to his student self, vowing to cleanse the criminal underworld himself as a black magician. He believes he should start with the Kabukicho branch since it is the closest. Our protagonist arrives at the scene and observes a crowd of people engaged in illegal transactions. He is struck by the lively atmosphere of the modern entertainment center. Kusanagi feels a twinge of irritation but continues, beginning with detecting the surrounding magic. He struggles to identify the organization's members, as his current targets are humans. Our protagonist decides to apprehend several criminals involved in questionable activities in the area. He discovers two people selling drugs in a dimly lit passageway. They notice him and prepare to attack, but the protagonist quickly disables them, trying to get any available information. He receives minimal information, but decides to notify the authorities so they can deal with the remaining cases. He subdues a few more people and discovers that the organization is meeting at a place called the Western. The man insists that he is telling the truth and asks if he can leave now that he has shared all the details he knows. Kusanagi attacks him. Then Kusanagi leaves. He trusts the information he receives, believing it to be accurate. Inside the Western bar, an attractive woman with purple hair appears and sits down at the bartender's table. He asks what drink she would like. She gives him some currency and expresses hope that he can provide information. He accepts the money and lets her talk. The mysterious young woman asks the bartender about the Black Rebel Shrine. The bartender declares her question incorrect. She becomes a little uneasy. He corrects her, advising that she should be asking about her own future destiny. The purple-haired girl realizes that this is a trap. She looks back and sees several of the thugs rising to their feet. One of them sensed that someone was spying, but he didn't expect it to be an attractive woman. She realizes that she made a serious mistake by trusting misleading information. The attackers rush forward, but one of them orders her life to be spared. The defenseless maiden also fights back. She wants to preserve her existence. She wastes no time and rushes to the exit, but is hit in the back by fire magic. The woman falls, injured. The bandits admire her indomitable spirit and decide to take advantage of her striking appearance. She gives in to despair and mentally asks her brother for forgiveness. She didn't manage to achieve much. Just as the bandit reaches for her, the protagonist bursts into the bar, stunning everyone present. He ignores the unfolding chaos and heads straight for the bartender. Our hero wonders if there are members of the Black Rebellion in this establishment. The attacker approaches him from behind. He asks if the protagonist realizes the situation he is in. He tries to attack, showering him with insults, but our hero lands a precise blow to his jaw. The thug flies back, crashing into the wall of the establishment. He tries to rise, losing consciousness. The remaining bandits and the young woman watch in stunned silence, their mouths agape. The purple-haired girl realizes that no ordinary person could have dealt such a blow. She is puzzled by his abilities. She asks if he used any kind of magic, though she didn't see any spells. She ponders his identity. Kusanagi is pleased that the information was at least somewhat valuable, having found numerous low-level, thug-like mages in the Western Club. He calls the Black Riot thugs pathetic scum for cornering a woman, continuing his verbal assault. The thugs begin to panic, but try to maintain their composure, still outnumbering him. Odin commands his team to surround the protagonist, confident that their combined attack will guarantee victory as long as he stands alone. The bandits unleash a barrage of fire attacks, but our hero tries to hold back, focusing solely on dodging. The purple-haired woman doubts his victory, given the overwhelming numerical superiority, especially in the cramped conditions. She suggests that he lacks powerful magical abilities. This means that his defeat is inevitable. A young woman screams, urging the protagonist to run. Just as he was about to be hit, the protagonist became enraged and dodged all the attacks with lightning speed, closing the distance to the thugs. He steps on them. He starts the fight. Our hero destroys them one by one, incapacitating them all in a matter of moments. The purple-haired woman is stunned. She couldn't comprehend what was happening because the young man was moving with incredible speed. She wondered if he had used some kind of magic. The thug starts crying, demanding to know who he is. He insists on getting answers. Kusanagi then reveals that he is a black magician, the one destined to destroy the Black Rebellion Syndicate. He defeats the last enemy and heads towards the young lady. She remains amazed by his quick victory over everyone, wondering if he is some kind of master or legendary sorcerer. Kusanagi approaches and she notices that he looks like a student. She notes his captivating gaze. He's a little concerned and asks if she's okay. He learns she's unharmed. She looks puzzled and assures him she's fine. He approaches the bartender, who is hiding behind the furniture. Kusanagi insists on details about the Black Rebellion, but the bartender refuses, fearing reprisals from the organization if he reveals any information. Our protagonist delivers a powerful punch, breaking a table to intimidate the bartender. He repeats his request for information, emphasizing that this is his last chance. The bartender, overcome with fear, decides to reveal all the details in order to ensure his safety from Kusanagi. He reveals that the Black Rebellion's main location is in Tokyo, with outposts extending far beyond Kabukicho. He mentions that the leader of the Kabukicho branch is a formidable figure. This gangster is a magician with considerable influence in the criminal underworld and is rumored to be manipulating Japan from the shadows. Kusanagi asks him about the branch, but the bartender insists he knows nothing about it. He explains that people of his standing only carry out minor errands and remain ignorant of the branch's location. The protagonist feels some disappointment. Realizing that he is back to the beginning, he decides to start searching for other outcast magicians. He needs to collect information about the branch. As he prepares to leave, the woman stops him, expressing her deepest gratitude for saving her life. She can only imagine the horrors she would have endured if he hadn't intervened. He reassures her, saying he was just passing by. He believes she brought the danger on herself by voluntarily engaging in such a risky undertaking. She calls him cruel, and he readily agrees, admitting that he reserves his severity only for adults. The woman assumes he intends to track down the Black Rebellion. She curiously asks about his ultimate goal after discovering the syndicate. His expression turns icy as he declares his intention to destroy him. She looks a little taken aback by his unwavering seriousness. She understands his desire for the gang's complete destruction, but doubts his ability to act alone, despite his obvious strength. Recognizing her limitations, she decides to propose an alliance. A woman approaches our protagonist with an invitation, asking if he would like to join forces with her. With unwavering confidence, she reveals her profession as a detective, with extensive access to crucial information and a vast network of contacts. She acknowledges the downside of his formidable power. The woman is greatly surprised to discover that the Black Magician's abilities far exceed those rumored. She is convinced that their goals can be achieved through joint efforts. Kusanagi takes up her offer, asking if she would offer her valuable information in exchange for his power. The woman confirms his assumption, considering it an ideal collaboration. Extending her hand, she formally asks him for partnership. He knows he desperately needs information, but he's not sure if he can trust it. He considers this acceptable, figuring he can simply get rid of her if things go wrong. He agrees and shakes her hand, deciding to join forces with the woman. She completes the agreement and reveals that her name is Leona. Our guy simply claims to be a black magician. She finds this strange and asks why he doesn't use a simpler name. He lets the girl call him whatever she wants, so she settles on Chrono. He approves of Chrono. He asks why the thugs were chasing her. She reveals that her goal was to find the secret base of the Black Rebellion. He calls her stupid because of her recklessness. She believes they are in the same position, but he informs her that he can adequately defend himself. She admits to numerous vulnerabilities, but saw no alternative, as no one dares to resist the Black Rebellion. Leona explains that these days, rogue mages operate with impunity in Kabukicho, as the authorities are preoccupied with disasters. Kusanagi remembers that Sanada mentioned this earlier. He finds her in desperate straits. Leona tries to pull herself together and reveals that her younger brother was attacked by renegade mages. Since their parents passed away, She has been solely responsible for her brother's well-being. She worked hard to provide a carefree existence for her younger brother. She admits that she was unable to give him enough time and attention, which probably led to his loneliness. But her younger brother never complained. She recalls the day when some intruders unexpectedly invaded their home. Unfortunately, her brother witnessed the criminals, which prompted them to try to take his life. Her appearance changes. He asks if her brother survived. She replies that he was injured and has remained unconscious since the incident. He understands that even divine magic is not enough to bring someone out of a comatose state. She gets irritated and tells him that the doctors aren't sure how long his recovery will last. Her brother is only 9 years old. She believes he deserved a normal life. Leona recalls that the culprits were Black Rebellion operatives. She managed to find and capture every single one of them, but she will not find peace until the entire organization is destroyed. He asks if revenge is her only goal, but she rejects him, firmly stating her desire to make things right so that no one has to go through what she did. She admits her current powerlessness, but is confident that he will be able to decisively resist the Black Riot organization. Kusanagi assumes that her story is true, but wonders if she is trying to prevent his future betrayal by revealing it. He acknowledges her tenacity in her endeavors, but smiles, finding desperate women attractive. He warns her against interfering with him, but she assures him that she has discovered many possible safe houses and urges him not to dismiss her intelligence sources. She has an extensive list, and she suspects they could even be the Yakuza or Mafia, so she proceeded with caution. He insists on details about the locations of the safe houses. She asks about his strategy. The young man declares that he will simply go and pay a visit. She warns him of extreme danger, expressing doubt that he will be able to survive even with his considerable strength. He assures her that this is perfectly acceptable, given his status as a renowned black magician. She decides to give him the information, but insists on being accompanied to check everything. He warns her of the danger, but she's determined to go, even if she dies. He asks what her brother will do if she loses her life. She thinks it's all right, since he'll get the insurance money if she ever dies. He considers money useless. He tells her never to say such words again, emphasizing that family is of the utmost importance. She expresses doubt that he can understand her feelings of weakness, given his immense strength. In despair, she laments the torment of living a dignified life while being enslaved by despicable wretches like thugs. Even when people like her find themselves trapped, they lack the strength to fight back. She wonders why her brother went through such hardships when he was completely innocent. Tears begin to flow and she falls silent. He begins to move, prompting her to ask about his intentions. He demands to know the location of their hideouts, swearing that the gang members will suffer retribution for their misdeeds. Her tears stop and her spirit finally rises. She provides information but reflects on the difficulty of getting to each location on foot. He assures her not to worry and hugs her from behind, telling her to hold on tight. A blush spreads across her face. It's out of control. In a random building swarming with bandits, a man approaches a window out of pure curiosity. Another thug asks what the problem is. Suddenly, the window shatters and Kusanagi flies into the room with Leona in his arms. He delivers a swift kick to the thug standing by the window, stunning everyone. The assembled bandits recoil in shock as one of their number is quickly neutralized. Kusanagi wonders if this is truly the Black Rebellion's lair. Leona tries to pull herself together, but she is overcome with intense anxiety, as she believed that her death was inevitable. The bandits demand an explanation, asking who they are. They prepare their weapons, intending to eliminate the protagonist. He remains unfazed, noting that the Yakuza have changed little since his past life. The boss advances, clutching a cigar in his hand, and demands to know the protagonist's identity. He declares himself a black magician. The boss explodes in rage, ordering a full-scale assault on the protagonist. He gives Leona some advice. He instructs her to stay nearby. The brute attacks him with a blade, but our hero remains unmoved. The brute recoils in shock as his weapon splits in two. He can't comprehend the situation. Several additional thugs advance on him from behind and start firing projectiles. Kusanagi deploys her magical shield, effortlessly deflecting all attacks. The thugs fall into despair, realizing the uselessness of blades and firearms. They begin to brand the dark sorcerer as a monster. but he ignores them and advances towards their commander. He asks again to find out if this man really holds the position of leader. He also finds out if their group has any connections. He wonders if they are connected to the Dark Rebellion. The commander begins to tremble and freezes for a moment, then shouts at Kusanagi, hurling insults. He makes it clear that the Dark Mage will not escape unscathed, and warns the hero against underestimating the Yakuza in this way. The crowd resumes shooting and attacking, but Kusanagi remains unfazed, calling them stubborn due to their lack of understanding. Leona muses that he shouldn't expect compliance from such people. She can't understand how they remain unharmed after being shot at repeatedly. He feels that none of them are real mages, so he assumes that they are not connected to the Black Rebellion. Kusanagi decides to sort out this whole situation. The boss warns him that he provoked the wrong people, but our protagonist doesn't let him finish and kicks him. He completely destroys them, sending them flying with one blow. The Yakuza finally admit defeat. Leona is amazed by the quick completion. Our protagonist is annoyed that they didn't understand anything, so he decides to move on to the next place. Leona understands the Black Mage's true power. She begins to believe he may possess the power to eradicate the Black Rebellion forever. He hugs the woman, pressing her close to him. She begins to worry, realizing that they are on the verge of leaving again. He jumps out the window, carrying her away. She screams in terror, begging him to stop, but he continues forward. They arrive at their next target and again make a spectacular entrance through the window. In just a few moments, our hero wipes out the entire team. They all fall prostrate before him, begging for mercy. Back outside, he wonders why they're constantly being attacked. He thinks the Yakuza are completely stupid. She agrees with his assessment, but notes that no gang member would ever listen to his words. Leona irritably begs him to stop his destructive window entries. She feels like they're practically ambushing the Yakuza, and she's fed up with the constant aerial maneuvers. He admits she is right, explaining that he disregarded all the conventions when dealing with the Yakuza. She calls him unreasonable, so he agrees with her point of view and decides to stick to established procedures this time. They both arrive at another location and knock. A bald man appears and asks who they are. A young man declares his intention to investigate the Dark Rebellion. The bald man slams the door, telling them to leave immediately. Kusanagi loses her patience and kicks the door down. The gang members become wary, asking if the lone operative is about to launch a raid. They demand he identify his affiliation. However, Kusanagi reiterates that his only goal is to gather information about the Black Rebellion. The bald man's patience is running out. He advances, ready to strike. Our protagonist was hoping for a peaceful conversation, but with no other options, he retaliates and effortlessly defeats the bald man. The remaining thugs are stunned. Kusanagi goes around his subordinates, looking for a leader. A man named Ushiro steps forward, introducing himself as the boss. He demands to know the reason for Kusanagi's invasion and directly asks about any connection to the Black Riot. The boss understands Kusanagi's question, but his subordinates consider him insolent and prepare their weapons for battle. Ushiro orders his men to retreat, silencing their protests by stating that they are no match for someone like Kusanagi. He decides to answer the question by stating that he has no ties to a despicable group like the Black Riot, emphasizing the importance of honor to his clan. The protagonist asks about their secret base. Ushiro seeks confirmation that Kusanagi will leave after receiving the location. Kusanagi assures him that this will be so. Leona and our protagonist sit across from Ushiro, surrounded by a gang of thugs. She feels uneasy, wondering how she ended up here. Ushiro introduces himself again, prompting Kusanagi to state his name, Chrono. Leona also states her name. The leader points to the map, noting that the Black Rebellion hideout is in the area he has designated. He ends their discussion by claiming that he knows nothing more. Kusanagi checks and finds that this matches Leona's previous suggestion. He understands. He finally admits that she is much more reliable than he expected. The Dark Sorcerer asks if the Elder is confident in revealing such information, given their shared profession. Ushiro clarifies his innocence and states that they are, in fact, adversaries. He assures our hero that his clan's honor forbids them from attacking decent people. Kusanagi speculates about the reason for the initial attack, but the Elder suggests that he doesn't come across as a respectable man when he robs Yakuza establishments. Ushiro informs him that his clan adheres to strict codes and principles, making any comparison to the Black Rebellion unnecessary. Kusanagi expresses surprise at meeting a Yakuza member like Ushiro in this era. He decides to leave as he promised, having already achieved his goal. As he prepares to leave, Ushiro asks if Kusanagi intends to confront the Black Rebellion. He warns our hero that among their allies are powerful figures who influence the country, making this a difficult undertaking. Kusanagi grabs the woman and tells the old man that he has defeated many enemies similar to her. He flies away, Leona in his arms. The old man watches him go, praising his daring spirit. He believes that the young man has the potential to defeat the Black Riot. In an inconspicuous warehouse, several people gather to complete a deal for a unique weapon. One of the henchmen inspects its caliber, confirming that it is superior to his superior's weapon. The red-haired man orders his subordinates to make the payment. Some mysterious figures in dark suits accept her. One of them shakes the red-haired man's hand, sealing their agreement. A man in a suit notes Japan's surprising hospitality towards criminals. Another man agrees, saying it is truly a remarkable country. As they exchange chuckles, Kusanagi descends from the heavens, Leona still in his arms. The men are stunned, but they all instantly prepare their magic circles and firearms. Kusanagi realizes that he has finally found the syndicate. This was the very syndicate he was looking for. He uses magical perception and discovers that all members of the Black Riot are magicians. At the Mafia gathering, there are also several mages present among their ranks. Leona takes cover behind a container, taking out her phone to document everything that is happening. The red-haired man is interested in Kusanagi's identity. Our protagonist, tired of the repeated questions, declares himself a black mage, intending to destroy the Black Riot. The men are puzzled by his statement. They burst into laughter, not believing that a young man like him could achieve this on his own. He ignores their mirth and unleashes a massive fire attack. Several of them were destroyed by the explosion. He makes it clear he will deal with this whole gang. The bandits become enraged, unleashing a hail of magical attacks on him. Our hero easily repels every attack with his protective barrier. He figures they won't risk using magic higher than level 2, fearing it would destroy the warehouse. He considers using offensive spells, but dismisses the idea, as there are too many of them. The minions are shocked that their attacks have been completely ineffective. Even bullets are useless. They begin to wonder how he remains unharmed, having never seen such magic. Kusanagi chuckles, knowing he's not even using his true strength. He finds their fear amusing. The man in the suit suddenly remembers the special weapons he brought earlier. Their arrogance returns as they confidently warn our hero not to be too overconfident. He senses a change in their behavior. When the bandits put on masks and take out special weapons, Kusanagi recognizes him and quickly tells Leon to run. She obeys his order. Then she leaves. The bandit throws a gas grenade, but our protagonist uses his magic to stop it in flight. It explodes, releasing toxic fumes. The attackers ask if he can survive such an attack, despite his strength. They consider the battle over and are relieved that the dark sorcerer is dead. They begin their offensive. They look at his lifeless face. When the smoke clears, both are amazed when the youth reappears unharmed. The bandits find it hard to believe, asking how he survived. He explains that no spell will protect him from the poisonous fumes, but it is merely steam, allowing him to use his aeromancy to disperse the air around him. He thinks this is stupid and informs them that a powerful wizard like him will not be defeated so easily. The bandits begin to get scared and try to call for reinforcements, but receive no answer. Kusanagi states that this is pointless. He has already dealt with this matter. He announces that he has already destroyed all of their secret bases, so they are the only survivors. Kusanagi orders them to get ready and brutally attacks them. Feeling satisfied after destroying the Black Riot in Kibukicho, he decides to look for Leona. Our protagonist suddenly feels a presence behind him. A figure appears from the darkness, holding Leona captive. He expresses surprise that the protagonist eliminated everyone single-handedly. He admits it's impressive and grins evilly, declaring his desire to negotiate with the Black Mage. At the moment when Minato, also known as the Black Mage, finishes eliminating the members of the Black Riot organization and neutralizes the toxic fumes, he rushes to the warehouse entrance to check on Leona, but finds that she has been captured by the evil sorcerer. The attacker insists that Minato must bargain for her freedom. Minato quickly analyzes the situation. The distance is too great for him to reach her quickly, even with combat magic. unless he finds an opportunity. Just as he prepared a first-tier spell to force the attacker to release his blade, the latter spots him and warns him against acting rashly if Leona's life matters. Surprised that his opponent can sense his magic, Minato acknowledges him as a capable opponent and praises his skill. Based on his observations, Minato suspects that the man is hiding his true strength. He estimates his magical potential at around 40,000, defining him as a powerful sorcerer. At the same time, Leona tries to express her regret to Minato. She also addresses him as Chrono, but he assures her of his intention to save her. Annoyed at being ignored, the aggressor vows to kill Leona for real if Minato doesn't take him seriously. After a short exchange of words, Minato relieves the tension. He agrees to refrain from any drastic actions. The attacker, pleased, introduces himself as Kagashugi, the leader of the Kabukicho branch of the Black Riot. He reveals that his purpose was to investigate the Black Mage. His goal is to either bring him in or destroy him. Kaga admits to tormenting those associated with the Black Mage, only to be disappointed to learn that his target is a youth intent on disbanding the Black Riot branch. Irritated, Kaga grips his blade tighter and accidentally slits Leon's throat. Realizing his mistake, he apologizes. Not from true repentance. He let his emotions take over as he wielded the blade. He even stops to enjoy the sight of her blood dripping down the steel. Observing Kagi's chaotic behavior, Minato asks about his conditions for the deal. Kaga, momentarily losing his concentration, then states that he would rather torture and kill Minato to obtain ransom for Leona's life. If Minato refused and tried to escape, he vowed to kill her instead. With these words, he forces Minato to choose between his own existence and Leona's life. Without hesitation, Minato agrees. He will endure the torment. Inspired by his determination, Kaga taunts Leona, asking if she finds Minato's courage unshakable. Deep down, Minato knows that no attack will affect him thanks to his magical shield, making his consent to torture the best choice. However, Kaga insists that he deactivate the shield, claiming that otherwise his agony will be in vain. This revelation astonishes Leona, who now understands how Minato has managed to fend off his attacks so far. She worries about the possible consequences if he truly lets down his guard. Minato, on the other hand, is amazed that Kaga knows about his shield and realizes his mistake in using it so prominently earlier. Despite the danger, he turns it off. He asks if Kaga is happy. Without wasting any time, Kaga unleashes a first-tier lightning spell, targeting Minato's vital areas. Leona begs him to stop, but Kaga, consumed by his own cruel joy, refuses. After a brutal series of blows, Minato feigns unconsciousness, while Leona blames herself for being too weak to intervene. Seeing an opportunity, Kaga prepares for another blow, mocking her. Leona, determined to protect Minato, attempts to interfere with Kaga's spell, but he quickly recognizes her intention. He knocked her down. He insulted her. He declared her a weakling who didn't understand her place. He believes her presence is the cause of Minato's death. He moves in to deliver the finishing blow. He relishes the prospect of seeing her die in agony. At the last moment, Minato comes to life and delivers a crushing blow to the Kage's face, maiming him. A shocked Leona asks how he survived the attack. He survived by disabling his barrier. Minato reveals that shortly before the strike, he had secretly maintained a small, hidden barrier, creating the illusion that the defense had been completely removed. Intrigued by his cunning, Leona laughs nervously, commenting that only Minato could pull off such a maneuver. The threat is over, and Minato uses light magic to heal Leona's wound, telling her that she is now safe. Overwhelmed with relief, Leona silently feels grateful that the Dark Mage is fighting alongside her. But Kaga rises again. His facial features have been magically restored. He is furious at their insolence. Minato is surprised that Kaga didn't collapse from his speed-focused combat magic. He remained vigilant, knowing that simple torture would not be enough for someone like Kaga, who had decided to burn him and Leona. As Kaga prepares for a powerful fire attack, Minato finally realizes the true extent of his opponent's power. He notices that Kaga has been holding back this whole time, as the power of his magic continues to grow. Once the spell symbols are complete, Kaga unleashes a fourth-tier spell that combines fire and lightning. He calls it Fire Spark and points it straight at Minato and Leona. Just before the blow reaches them, Leona begins to panic. She is confident that Chrono will not be able to stop it. However, Minato remains calm and only casts his magical shield when the flames get closer. To Leona's shock, a normal defensive spell completely neutralizes the powerful attack without any problem. This leaves her completely stunned. Seeing how easily Minato put out the fire, she feels an unexpected calm just being around him. The more she watches him, the more she doubts who this dark magician really is. Kaga sees that his fire attack was unsuccessful. He bursts into laughter, praising Minato's power. He admits that fire spells are useless against him, but he still has options. Meanwhile, Leona, still confused, asks why Kaga's magic persists since it should have disappeared by now. Minato explains that Kaga uses channeled magic, allowing him to keep a spell active by constantly refreshing it. He compares this to his own use of wind to support flight spells. Leona, tired of his long speeches, tells Minato that now is not the time for lessons. No sooner does she warn him that the barrier may soon disappear than she notices that it remains indestructible and asks how so. Minato assures her that, like the Kage, he can also use support magic, so there is nothing to worry about. Hearing this, Kaga becomes furious. Sensing his hesitation, Leona boldly orders him to surrender. She begs him to do it while there is still such a chance. Kaga feigns fear, then drops his mask and resumes his attack. Ignoring the Minato's power, he finally reveals his hidden trump card, strengthening his continuous fire magic around the Minato's defense. Suddenly, Leona begins to feel weak. Her body becomes heavy and she has difficulty breathing. Kaga explains that by surrounding the barrier with flames, it consumed all the air inside. Without oxygen, they will suffocate. And as the heat of the fire increases, even Minato's barrier won't hold forever. He gives Minato an ultimatum: die within the barrier, or be consumed by the flames outside. Minato, unperturbed, yawns. Irritated, Kaga asks if his opponent understands the gravity of the situation. Minato calmly reassures him, saying that he understands the gravity of what is happening better than Kaga. Kaga claims that no matter what Minato's skills are, Leona is already on the verge of death, and there is no hope of salvation. It is at this moment that Leona suddenly comes to her senses, perplexed by the sudden change. Kaga, equally stunned, watches in complete disbelief. Minato explains that while fire magic can alter the air, Kaga apparently overlooked the fact that the magic itself permeates the atmosphere. Enraged, Kaga demands a more precise explanation. He needs to understand what is happening. Minato details the interaction between magical barriers and ambient magic, then proves his point by controlling the surrounding air and extinguishing the flames with gusts of wind. Seeing his strategy fall apart, Kaga panics, lamenting his defeat. Before he can give up, Minato attacks. He is determined to prevent Kage from losing consciousness and escaping. He mocks Kaga's love of torture, then casts a spell banishing him to the Shadow Realm. Kaga suddenly finds himself trapped in the void of absolute emptiness. No sound penetrates, no light pierces, only endless darkness. Overwhelmed with fear, he cries for help. However, no one answers his prayer. Meanwhile, Minato returns to Leona. She reports that the warehouse has already been marked by the authorities. Without hesitation, Minato picks her up and leaves, ignoring her objections as they flee before the authorities arrive. Once they reach the safety of the observation deck, Leona finally admits that the head of Kabuki-cho Black Rebellion has been destroyed. Minato, already planning ahead, speaks of clearing the next sector. Addressing him as Chrono, Leona asks if she can be his comrade. She understands her own weakness and the potential obstacle it represents. However, she promises to use her intelligence and network of contacts to help him realize his ambitions. After a moment's pause, Minato admits that he can't resist the pleas and finally agrees, causing Leona to be delighted. She enthusiastically promises to take over public relations and recruitment, relieving him of those responsibilities. Hours later, the morning news reports the events at the warehouse, confirming the arrest of the Black Riot members, with the Black Mage receiving credit for their capture. As the broadcast continues, it is suddenly interrupted by a breaking news broadcast showing a video message from an anti-magic group led by the Black Mage, which is broadcast nationwide. As the video begins, a cloaked figure, presumably the Black Mage, appears, introducing his group as the Shadowbringers and declaring himself the Black Annihilator, sworn to root out illegal mages associated with the Black Riot. Immediately after the presentation, He issues a warning. From now on, he will not tolerate lawlessness. It doesn't matter who commits the lawlessness. Watching the broadcast, a high-ranking member of the Black Riot becomes enraged, outraged by the Black Mage's insolence. His assistant, on the contrary, remains calm. He considers the Black Mage to be a non-entity and not worth worrying about. Calmed by his words, the enraged man comes to his senses. He trusts his formidable, respected magical companion and patriarch of the Fuka clan, Fuka Jin. After a tense fight with boss Fuka, Jin retreats to his quarters and watches the news, where journalists condemn the magical aristocracy, branding them incompetent and shameful behavior during public appearances. Even though they failed to cope with the recent disaster, the specialized magic corps demonstrated significantly greater capabilities. This has led both the press and the public to question their effectiveness. Now they are wondering whether magical aristocrats are really necessary. Enraged by the open disdain, Jin smashes his teacup against the television and orders his servant to summon Shaw. As the butler quickly leaves, Jin blazes with rage, promising to make these insignificant commoners understand the consequences of mocking the so-called useless magical nobility. Simultaneously, across the globe, busy New York City avenues are plunged into panic as creatures materialize without warning, attacking innocent citizens. What was once a thriving urban center is transformed into a spectacle of horror as people try to flee, risking their lives. Within moments, the first response forces appear, transmitting updates to their command center, trying to control the attack. Despite their efforts, the sheer number of monsters proves overwhelming. One officer holds off the beasts while another desperately calls for SMAT reinforcements, only to discover that the disaster is spreading everywhere and help will not arrive for a considerable time. Explosions shook the metropolis. They led to hundreds of deaths, and countless others were injured. The damage caused was colossal. A monstrous commander appears from the ruins, ready to unleash a level 5 fire strike. Just when disaster is about to strike, a noble mage of the highest caliber materializes, repelling the attack with a 5th level water elemental sphere. The noble, known as Mizuha Toshiru, Yuika and Ruka's father, easily neutralizes the monstrous leader's blow before descending into battle. The first arrivals, struck by his power, are ordered to assist Toshiro in containment operations. Ignoring the trepidation of the onlookers, Toshiro remains focused on the fight. He unleashes an even more powerful water spell to subdue the monstrous commander. The sheer power of his sorcery eventually subdues the beast before it can strike back, ending the conflict in triumph for Toshiro. After the battle ends, the first arrivals eagerly gather around Toshiro, praising his actions. Remaining a reserved professional, he dismisses their thanks, claiming he was simply doing his job. Soon, the mayor of New York personally expresses his gratitude for his role in limiting the damage. Toshiro is preparing to return to Japan. Rumors begin to spread among the gathered crowd. Doubters ridicule the idea that a low-ranking Japanese nobleman would act arrogantly, mocking Japan's weakened state. Toshiro, catching their whispers, decides to ignore them, focusing instead on the upcoming trials back home, his daughter's entry into a special magic unit, and Japan's tarnished global standing. Elsewhere, Yuika, Ruka, and their companion are recovering at the training grounds, still recovering from their brutal sparring session with Minato Kusanagi. Ruka complains about his overwhelming strength, noting that Minato isn't even fighting at full strength. Before they can even consider the injustice, Sonata and a group of trainees appear, proposing a new approach. They believe a coordinated attack on Minato by all of them might give them a chance. Encouraged by their numbers, Yuika calls for the group, confident that even Minato couldn't withstand an attack from over 100 trainees. Unfortunately for them, Minato catches wind of their discussion. Suddenly materializing behind them, he casually asks if they'd like to test their hypothesis. Paralyzed with horror, Uika quickly backs away from everything, claiming that they were just having a casual conversation. Minato, unimpressed, announces that their time for deliberation is over. He presents their next challenge: to defeat him using all their strength. Seizing the moment, the squad launches a full-scale attack, confident that their numerical superiority will guarantee them victory. However, Minato makes almost no effort. He protects himself with a simple barrier. He's only level 1. When Yuika smugly informs him that it's not enough, he smoothly upgrades it to a 4th-tier advanced magic barrier, leaving the trainees in amazement. Determined to break through his defense, They intensify their attacks. But Minato's defense easily neutralizes every blow. The squad is aware of the seriousness of the situation. They understand the true, terrifying power of Minato. When his offensive begins, Minato unleashes pure agony, easily dominating each of them. As the chaos subsides, the trainees scream in agony. They lie scattered on the ground, completely defeated. When practice ends, Yuika and Ruka check their phones, their faces turning pale. Minato, seeing their reaction, asks about the problem. Both sisters look at him with utmost seriousness and inform him that their father has returned to Japan. The Misuoha sisters leave their father's residence. They arrive at the family estate for an important conversation. A short, awkward silence hangs in the air before Toshiro finally breaks it, asking them about the specialized magic squad they recently joined. Yuika confirms their participation in the group. The tension between them increases. Toshiro insists that they reveal more details about their squad. Relieved that their strict father is at least interested, they enthusiastically talk about the positive impact the troop has had on the community. They mention that their new comrades are outstanding individuals. Ruka readily adds, boasting of the significant improvement in their magical abilities and spell proficiency in a short period of time, attributing it to Minato Kusanagi and the entire squad. Intrigued by Minato's praise, Toshiro acknowledges the man's remarkable talents and his impact on society. However, as he drinks his tea, one of the girls compares Minato to their father, hinting that Minato could rival even a magical noble like himself. Hearing this, Toshiro carefully puts down his cup and gives a sudden order. They must leave the special magic squad immediately. The stunned sisters ask for a reason. Toshiro, remaining calm, states that the status of magical nobility is already declining, which could negatively impact Japan. He argues that it is the magical nobles, not the special magical corps, who form the foundation of the nation. Consequently, their leader, Minato, is doing more harm than good with his very existence. Understanding this, Toshiro forbids any further contact with Minato. The sisters furiously object, finding his logic absurd. Toshiro, unperturbed by their anger, orders them to obey him as they always did. Then he turns to leave. Before he can leave, Yuika, who has always followed her father's orders without question, refuses outright for the first time. She states that she will never leave the special magic squad or Minato, as she believes he has the power to change the world. She claims that, although the nobles have become complacent, the squad tirelessly trains them, preparing them for real combat. If their father asked them to cooperate, they would gladly agree. But demanding their obedience is a mistake. Hearing this, Toshiro coldly disowns her, forbidding her from ever claiming the title of magical noble again. Hand, ready to intervene, watches as Yuika simply nods and leaves without further comment. Just before leaving, Yuika gives her father a farewell smile. She assures him that from now on she will be known solely as Mizuha Yuika. He no longer has to worry about her bringing shame on the family name. After she leaves, Toshiro grumbles about Yuika's insubordination, and Ruka warns him that she has undergone a transformation. Hoping to keep one daughter, Toshiro faces disappointment when Ruka joins Yuika, abandoning his noble status. Toshiro repeats his renunciation, ordering her to stop using the family name from now on. Ruka happily agrees, expresses gratitude for everything he has done, and leaves, leaving him alone to mutter. Now freed from their father's control, the sisters exchange their noble robes for everyday clothes and head to the hotel, discussing their newfound freedom. Along the way, Yuika asks if Ruka is genuinely happy with abandoning her family. The hand reassures her. She states that as an older sister, she would never abandon Vika. Touched by her words, Yuika blossoms and the couple embrace warmly. Their happiness is fleeting, as they soon encounter problems booking accommodation. Having exhausted all options, they try to talk to the manager, but their efforts prove futile. A full day of searching yields no results. Every hotel, rental property, and even internet cafe turns them away because they are underage. Ruka could have lied about her age, but Wiki's extreme youth made that impossible. Discouraged, they find a small cafe to rest and enjoy some drinks. Wick laments the cruel turn of fate, having the means from their team adventures. However, they have nowhere to use their earnings. While they are talking, two drunk young men approach their table, trying to flirt with Wika right in front of Ruka. Before the situation gets any worse, Ruka glares at them and threatens them to back down or face serious consequences. Feeling threatened, the guys quickly apologize and leave in a hurry. The problem boys are gone, and Yuika beams at her sister. She suggests that they have some fun while they are stuck outside. When Ruka asks about their housing problem, Yuika brushes it off. They can decide it later. Determined to make the most of their first evening as independent sisters, they spend it shopping for new outfits and stuffed animals, singing karaoke like wild parties, and simply enjoying the moment. Dusk falls and the real world reasserts itself. However, Yuika expresses gratitude to Ruka for this unusual evening, admitting that his company relieves their worries. Accepting the praise with a knowing smirk, Ruka points out to Yuika that finding a place to stay remains an unresolved problem. While they're pondering potential hosts, Yuika receives a message from Minato. He awkwardly asks for help with his phone, claiming he's forgotten everything again. The sisters exchange knowing glances. They decide to go to Minato, assuming that he can offer them temporary housing. Finally reaching Minato, the sisters ask if he will allow them to stay with him for now. Before answering their question, Minato takes the Misua sisters to his salon to discuss the events that have occurred. Having received a full report, he asks their opinion about his daring actions. Young ladies admit to their impulsiveness and immaturity. As Minato studies them, he perceives not only their newfound honesty with themselves, but also the strengthened bond between them as sisters. After finishing reflecting on her situation, Uika expresses regret for causing Minato any inconvenience and reiterates her request to stay with him, having no other shelter. Minato ponders the consequences of granting their request. He doesn't have romantic feelings for either sister, so their living together isn't a problem. He agrees to let them stay. However, before they can rejoice, he warns them that his home is modest and lacks the splendor to which they are accustomed. To his surprise, the sisters are completely indifferent. Instead, they jump around and chatter animatedly, like children. Observing their behavior, Minato can't help but notice their amazing adaptability, which unexpectedly confuses the girls. Suddenly, they find themselves plunged into bizarre dreams of living together with the formidable and charming Kusanagi Minato. Her thoughts race. Her heart pounds with strange emotions, forcing her to pull herself together. Ignoring their embarrassment, Minato casually asks if they're going to bathe before bed. The girls immediately overreact, mistaking him for a pervert. Minato remains calm and asks the question again. This time, their response is restrained. Yuka leaves first, leaving Minato and Ruka in the living room. During their conversation, Minato praises their courageous decision to leave home, admitting he didn't expect them to take such a step. Ruka agrees, saying she shares his surprise. This is their first act of disobedience to their father, a man invariably stern and resistant to any manifestation of independence. She anticipates that he will only intensify his attempts to impose his principles, rather than change his approach. Minato reminds her that Tushara has an extremely negative attitude towards their group. Therefore, his future actions against them are unpredictable. Before Ruka can respond, Yuika emerges from the shower, dressed in her loungewear, and asks Ruka to take her turn. The hand immediately gets up and enjoys the most invigorating shower of the day. In her absence, Yuika expresses to Minato how dreamlike it is to be in his house. Minato, unperturbed, assures her that, despite this being his first time hosting, he feels no trepidation. Yuika expresses her sincere gratitude to him for allowing them to stay. Minato waves it off, saying it's nothing special. She laughs, and when he asks what amuses her so much, she replies that she has always seen him remain calm no matter what happens. Minato confirms that they are members of his team. As long as they remain such, they will remain his companions forever. He vows to never abandon them. Hearing this, Uika's pulse quickens. However, before she can think about it further, Ruka appears from the restroom. She looks sophisticated in her pajamas. Minato gets up to go wash himself, leaving his brother and sister to sit quietly and reflect on the recent events. The next morning, Minato meets with Shido, his boss. He is presented with an updated training plan for his unit. After their usual conversation, he informs Shida that Yuika and Ruka are staying with him. Shido, realizing that Minato has taken in 2 girls, explodes and demands to know why he doesn't care so much. Confused, he wonders if this situation is common among today's youth. Determined to instill some common sense in Minato, Shido lectures him, stating that Japan prohibits polygamy and bombards him with distorted facts about customs and heritage. As Minato leaves his office, he considers moving to a larger home. 3 people in his compact apartment will be too cramped. Before leaving, he notices Sonata practicing alone in the yard and decides to check her out. Turning to her, he asks why she persists in training. Sonata explains that she feels like she's falling behind. Now that her abilities have advanced, she can finally use offensive magic, but she still doesn't feel grief. She tells Minato to stop using formal language since she is his subordinate, and he immediately agrees. Minato encourages her to try casting an offensive spell. When she shows hesitation, he reassures her by promising to give her instructions. Taking his advice, Sonata takes a position and casts a spell. Watching her attempt, Minato praises her efforts and advises her to continue training. Persistent practice will lead to greater strength. Sonata expresses her gratitude, but admits that she still feels inferior compared to the rest of the team. Minato tells her not to underestimate herself, because he has seen her hard work. She then admits that she only joined the police because holy mages are rare, doubting that she could compare to her squad mates, as she considers herself the weakest. Noticing that she is pouring out her feelings, she apologizes for burdening him with her doubts. Minato, instead of dismissing her concerns, asks about her original reasons for joining the police. Sonata shares that her grandmother was a holy mage who saved countless people during past disasters. Inspired by her example, she joined the service, striving to emulate her. After her confession, she continues to experience self-doubt. She states that she does not have clear goals or aspirations like others, and she does not have skills in any area. Minato quickly refutes her claims, listing her skills, her restorative powers, her offensive spells, and her drive to improve herself. He argues that her initial motivation for choosing this career is irrelevant. What really matters is how she uses the path she's on. His words resonate deeply, and Sonia recognizes tangible progress from her training. Overwhelmed with emotion, she bursts into tears of relief and happiness. Having calmed down, she apologizes for being a pathetic adult. But Minato dismisses this thought, telling her that age doesn't matter. Grateful for his support, Sonata begins to see Minato as her hero. He repeatedly saves her from self-doubt. Later that night, Minato prepares to begin his secret mission. He will start as a black mage. Before he leaves, he meets Leona. She informs him that she has gathered information about the dark rumors surrounding the magical nobles. Impressed by her efforts, Minato asks Leona to share information, but she insists that he put on his Shadow Thief uniform first. After the Black Mage's refusal, she reports her findings regarding illegal mages and shadowy magical organizations. She reveals that the magical nobles are allegedly involved in numerous criminal activities, including money laundering, conspiracy, and embezzlement. It is rumored that some clans, especially the Fuka, maintain direct ties with the criminal organization Black Rebellion. Minato asks if she knows anything about the leader of the Black Rebellion. Leona claims, based on rumors, that the leader is Kuroi Akuto, a former magic noble who was famous before his public disgrace. Hearing this, Minato finds the magic noble's connection to the Black Rebellion even more dubious. However, Leona reminds him that there is no concrete evidence linking Fuka or any noble house to the organization. Since no one is talking and vital information is scarce, she believes potential informants are being silenced. Knowing this, she cautions Minato to exercise caution if he intends to investigate further. After finishing their conversation, Minato asks her to send all the collected data to his device. When asked about his next steps, he tells her that he is leaving. He sets off to take revenge. Without saying another word, he jumps from the top of the building. He ponders the most appropriate way to punish the guilty. He will show them no mercy. After several hours of dispensing justice, the Dark Sorcerer returns to his residence, once again assuming the identity of Minato Kusanagi. He relaxes with his new housemates, Yuika and Ruka, the trio in quiet contemplation, each immersed in their own activities. With no other pressing matters, Minato decides to research the Ichikama Minato and the disasters of 50 years ago, now that he has mastered the use of a smartphone. After some searching, he discovers that Itakamski's past is largely unchanged. However, modern magicians are depicted with significantly weakened powers, which seems strange to him. Furthermore, he observes vague and fragmentary information about the magical nobility and their ancestors, with little detail about their powerful magical abilities or cultivation techniques. Seeing this, Minato, who retains memories as Ichikam, laments that if his magical grimoires had survived, mages wouldn't have fallen so low. Yuika notes that no texts or records of advanced magical training exist, as if they were deliberately erased. Minato suspects that the current head of the Mizuha family may have some knowledge. However, given the extreme lack of information about disasters, organizing an audience presents a significant challenge. At the moment, he is thinking hard, trying to understand the nature of the disasters and their initial appearance on Earth. But no clear revelations are emerging. Yuika acknowledges his irritation, but decides to ignore it and continue her work. The next day, during training for the elite magic squad, Minato and his unit receive an urgent message about a disaster being detected and are immediately ordered to engage in combat. They rush to the scene, only to find Shufuku, Jinfuki's offspring, and his minions standing over the remains of the recently slain monster of disaster. Despite his confusion, Minato remains calm as Sho condescendingly chides them for their tardiness, boasting that his team defeated the beast before they arrived. Noticing Minato's gloomy mood, Sho assures him that no one was hurt and encourages him to relax. He then boasts about how dire the situation could have become without his intervention, and then arrogantly advises them to be more vigilant in the future before leaving. After Sho leaves, Yuika asks about his strange behavior towards Minato. However, Minato has no idea. In the following days, new disasters arise, and each time Sho and his companions arrive shortly before the special magic squad, taking the victory. Sho constantly ridicules them for their slowness, proving his point that the world still needs magical nobility. Yuika is furious when Sho belittles their squad, calling them incompetent. After he leaves, she seethes, saying this is the 5th time he's pulled this maneuver, clearly indicating covert action. Around this time, Sidu reveals the possibility of sabotage, citing constant delays in their intelligence reports. Since Minato is unable to detect disasters from a distance, he does not know how to find a solution. Meanwhile, Yuika throws a tantrum, pointing out that Seo constantly dodges confrontations whenever a demon-class enemy appears. At a dead end, Sonata pulls out his mobile device and shows his comrades the immense popularity the Fukas are receiving online. This raises doubts, given their recent harsh criticism. She also learns that Jin Fuka has scheduled a press conference that is about to begin. Minato and the rest of the team gather. They listen attentively to his statement. During the press conference, Jin expresses his gratitude to everyone present and states that the purpose of the meeting is to counter the recent shortcomings and failures of the magical nobles, specifically mentioning his son, Shaw. Unexpectedly, Jin bows deeply and publicly apologizes for Shaw's disgraceful behavior. The journalists, who never expected an apology from the magical nobleman, are speechless. Jin continues, accepting responsibility for his failure in raising Shaw and promising to make things right. At the same time, news outlets begin to spread stories about how Shaw dealt with numerous disasters before specialized magical forces intervened. Jin realizes his strategy is succeeding. He stands up confidently and speaks of the shortage of capable magical nobles. However, he assures the public that steps are being taken to address the issue. As the conference gains momentum online, 50% of the comments support Fook, which irritates Yuka. She complains to her colleagues, wondering if all their efforts were in vain, only to be ridiculed by the public. Before she completely loses control, Minato advises her to remain calm, reminding her that their goal remains the same, regardless of public opinion. He begs them to believe in his ability to handle the crisis. A few days after the conference, Shadow received a call. He was summoned to an important high-level meeting. His superior reveals that the special magic unit is in danger as complaints against them continue to mount due to their increasing clashes with the magic aristocracy. When Shidu tries to justify Shu's questionable behavior, his superior dismisses his concerns, accusing him of provoking the magical nobles. He holds Shidu responsible for supporting the formation of a special magical unit and making enemies among the nobles, claiming the consequences are entirely his fault. Shidu then asks if there is any understanding as to why their operations are failing. This time, his superior reprimands him for hinting at sabotage, making it clear that the unit's survival depends on improving public opinion and re-establishing ties with the magical nobility. If they fail, the special magical unit will be disbanded. Meanwhile, Jin Fuka watches the proceedings, pleased that everything is going according to plan. He knows that the crowd, easily swayed by sensationalism and deception, will accept any story he presents. With public opinion on his side, Jin is confident that he will soon completely destroy the special magic unit. It was about a week of silence before Minato and his team found themselves on the roof of their school, lamenting their inactivity over lunch. At one point, Ruka reminds them that the Fuka are dealing with recent disasters. But then Ryuji Katsuragi interrupts, saying that there are moles within the police force that are undermining the work of the special magic team. Minato agrees, revealing that some officials are directly connected to the magical aristocracy and see the SMP as an obstacle to their plans. The ever-unsuspecting Uika questions the feasibility of this. Minato explains that their actions were intended to tarnish the reputation of the magical nobility. He mentally acknowledges the connection between the nobles and the Black Rebellion, implying that the growing popularity of the SMP is extremely detrimental to their agenda. Exasperated, Uika explodes, accusing the magical nobles of incompetence and declaring that they should work harder to restore their image. Calming down, she ponders her father's possible involvement. But Ruka reassures her, expressing his disbelief. At this point, Minato finishes his meal, stands up, and informs the team that they will personally visit the residence of Mizuha to investigate. The siblings express reluctance, claiming that their relationship with their father is strained. Minato allows them to stay if they choose, but giving in to the inevitable, they agree to accompany him. The group soon reaches the Mizuha villa and encounters two female guards at the entrance. After they gave their identities, they were immediately denied entry. When Uika and Ruka ask for special consideration, the guards deliver their message. Their patriarch forbade his disinherited daughters from setting foot on the territory. Just as the brothers accept their defeat, Minato steps forward, declares himself the commander of the SMT, and states that he has questions for Tushar. The guards tell him to make an appointment. However, Minato insists that he only wants a short conversation. Irritated, he considers breaking in by force. But before he can do so, Tushiro himself appears. He is inspecting the scene of the crime. Then, he allows them to enter. As they head to the conference room, Minato jokes about Toshiro's youthful appearance, asking if he's the sibling's brother. The young women quickly correct him, declaring that despite his appearance, he is their father. Having sat down, Tushiro begins the conference by accusing Minato of corrupting his offspring. Minato responds by blaming someone else for his children's independence is a poor fatherly trait. He then asks Tushiro why he's not proud of his daughters now that they've reached adulthood. Tushiro watches him silently, realizing that Minato didn't come for small talk. Without further hesitation, Minato gets down to business and asks if Tushiro is being coerced by a special witchcraft squad. Tushiro denies any involvement. He claims that magical nobles rarely work together, implying that Fuka acts on her own. Commenting on Minato's determination, Tushiro acknowledges his fame as a student with the power of a noble and a hero who has prevented many disasters. Doubting these claims, he confronts Minato. This is a test of strength. Tushiro unleashes a colossal burst of mana to demonstrate his power, and, to his surprise, Minato easily deflects it. The rest of the group, including the sisters, remain trembling. They tremble under the onslaught of enormous magical power. After the demonstration is complete, Toshiro praises Minato for matching his strength. Minato dismisses it as simple mana manipulation, but notes that Toshiro was holding back considerably. Impressed by Minato's keen perception, Toshiro confirms his understanding. Minato then asks why modern mages are less powerful than mages of the past. Toshiro questions the basis of Minato's question, and when Minato mentions the events of 50 years ago, Toshiro states that magi were deliberately suppressed for control and surveillance. Confused, Minato asks for further clarification. However, Toshiro mysteriously replies that understanding will come soon. He then insists that magic-born aristocrats are necessary, which causes Minato to ask if Fuka are also indispensable. Remains silent. Seeing no further responses, Minato stands up, thanks Tush for his time, and ends the discussion. Before they leave, the others mention their ongoing difficulties. They are still moving at a slow pace due to the mana surge they experienced earlier. Minato helps them up, and as they leave, he tells Tushu that he appreciates not having to expose any wrongdoing in his family. If he had been forced to, Minato would have acted differently. In conclusion, Minato tells Tushiro that his daughters are his dear companions. When Tushu asks for clarification on its meaning, Minato simply leaves without answering. Some time later, after a few days, the Special Magic Squad finally receives new clothing made from anti-monster fabric that is impervious to most spells. Sidhu declares their complete readiness. They are now capable of operating at 100% capacity. With all preparations complete, Minato gathers his squad, declaring that it is time to face Fuka. Meanwhile, at the Fuka residence, Jin Fuka and his son Su are enjoying the upcoming destruction of the Special Magic Squad. Jin boasts that with the support of the Black Rebellion, he will soon seize control of Japan. Their fun is interrupted when men in police uniforms burst into the room, ordering everyone to stop. The scene is broadcast live, and a news anchor reports the shocking arrest of a magical nobleman. From a helicopter at Jinna's height, a reporter informs the public that this is the first time the nobleman has faced such charges. The police arrest Jinna for bribery, coercion, and abuse of power, notifying him that his estate is under investigation. Jin, in a rage, argues that the nobleman should not be treated as a common criminal and demands proof. Just then, a special magic squad arrives. Minato steps forward, holding his phone, and calmly tells Jin that they have all the evidence they need. Jin's son Shu instantly recognizes Kusanagi Minato from the SMT presenting the evidence. He demands to know Minato's purpose here, but his father Jin dismisses the evidence as fabricated. In response, Minato shows images on his phone, revealing irrefutable evidence of Jin's involvement in bribery, collaboration with illegal magicians, and even planning murder. Jin defends himself when he sees this. He accuses Minato of creating false evidence. To refute his accusations, Minato plays a recording of Jin and Sho ignoring a minor disaster threatening the townspeople. He then asks if Jin would consider the recording a fake. Jin, realizing that he is cornered, explodes in rage, demanding to know who dared to follow him. His servant comes forward, confessing that it was he who betrayed him. Enraged, Jin grabs the servant by the throat, scolds him, and demands to know why he betrayed the man who had given him food and shelter for years. It turns out that the servant had been secretly meeting with the Black Mage, who doubted his loyalty. The Black Mage challenged him. He asked if he was obliged to watch passively as the family he served sank deeper into depravity. The dumbfounded servant was given a choice. He could continue to indulge in corruption or take the righteous path. And so, before his master, the butler makes a bold statement. He declares that Jin is unworthy of being a magical aristocrat and demands his exile. Jin, seething with rage, summons several magical formations. He vows to destroy everyone present in the hall. Before he can move, Minato destroys the formations and breaches the wall. This confirms that a corrupt aristocrat like him has no way out. Jin mourns the destruction of everything he built. However, Minato sternly reminds him that he is the architect of his own demise. In a last desperate move, Jin boasts of the foreign stronghold he has prepared for such moments, claiming that once he escapes, he will be impossible to reach. But before he escapes, he proclaims that he will be impossible to reach. He also vows to kill anyone who tries to stop him. Jin, his progeny, and their minions unleash a flurry of stealth attacks on the constables, but Minato shields the officers and instructs them to retreat while the elite magic squad handles the matter. Minato then unleashes another wave of energy, creating a second breach in the building. This time, a news helicopter stationed outside records the events in real time. Journalists reported that the Fuka clan was actively resisting arrest, sparking significant debate about the influence of the magical aristocracy in society. Now, as the public watches with distrust, the reporter asks the people if they can still trust the magical nobles to protect them. However, she quickly assures them that Japan still has the SMT and their commander, Kusanagi Minato, to uphold justice. Outside the estate, Fuka and SMT prepare for battle. Minato confronts Jin while Shu and his subordinates engage the rest of the squad. Before the battle begins, Shu mocks the SMT, asking if they really believe they can win with such limited forces. Unlike the smug aristocrats, Yuika states that their squad is already dealing with other disasters in different places. Enraged, Shu vows to unleash his full power and promises to destroy every single one of them. Yuika condemns him as a disgrace to the magical nobility and declares that they will never forgive his sins against the people. As the confrontation escalates, Jin mocks Minato, questioning his confidence in defeating a noble mage. Minato responds that there is no excuse for giving in to such worthless individuals as himself. Enraged, Jin fires a powerful plasma beam towards the news helicopter. He is trying to stop news coverage of the events. Minato deflects the attack with his shield, blaming Jin for his downfall. Jin, unfazed, replies that his profitability is all that matters, no matter how deep he has to dig. This further increases Minato's disgust. He is absolutely disgusted. At the same time, Yuika, Ruka, Sanada, and their ally methodically defeat Fuka's minions. Seeing his subordinates fail, Fuka begins to lose his composure. He rejects the idea that magical aristocrats are defeated by commoners. He orders his troops to use their most powerful magical attacks. He insists that they eliminate the SMT operatives without delay. As their opponents prepare their final spells, the Mizuha brothers combine their magical powers to unleash a great 6th-tier water spell. Burst Stream. A catastrophic spell consumes Sho and his minions in one swift blow. They stand defenseless, at the mercy of SMT. Shu, defeated, falls to his knees. In a desperate plea for his life, he claims his actions were merely a momentary miscalculation, promises to make amends, and begs for mercy. Yuika, seeing his deception, pretends to accept his apology. The moment C and Ruka turn away, Shu shows his true colors, calls them fools, and launches a surprise attack. However, the same sisters foresaw his betrayal, quickly counterattacked and subdued him. They ask in an icy tone if he really thought they would spare someone who wasn't going to change. His last attempt to escape was thwarted. He falls down, sobbing. Meanwhile, Minato, sensing that his comrades have subdued the rest of the Fuka, focuses on Jin again, informing him that his so-called pride and joy, his son, has finally been defeated. Seeing his dominance crumble before his eyes, Jin finally enters the battle against Minato. After a brief standoff, Jin begins the fight by hitting Minato with a first-level wind spell. Minato dodges the attack without any visible effort, as if it never happened. Enraged, Jin attacks again, using a level 2 wind spear to catch him off guard. But Minato dodges it again without the slightest effort. Not wanting to give up, Jin unleashes a level 3 wind blade, but Minato dodges it again. By this point, a reporter in a helicopter broadcasting the battle live is amazed by the magical power that Jin is demonstrating. But then she becomes concerned about Minato, asking the audience if they believe he can withstand the constant attacks. Determined to end the battle, Jin increases his magical power. He unleashes a 4th-tier storm spell, creating a vortex that threatens to engulf everything around him. As Minato dodges again, Jin powers up the spell, turning it into a level 5 Great Typhoon, powerful enough to tear apart everything in its path. Around this time, Minato's team, fully aware of the danger of the attack, begs him to stop the fight and capture Jin later. Ignoring their pleas, Minato creates a 4-layered advanced magic shield and successfully neutralizes the typhoon before it reaches him. Ruka remains stunned, trying to understand how their leader just deflected such a devastating spell. Ryugi, already familiar with Minato's bold nature, watches in awe. Meanwhile, the livestream's viewers are speechless, finally grasping the immense power of the magical aristocrats, especially after seeing Jin effortlessly cast a 5th-tier spell. But the true shock comes when they see Minato easily neutralize it. As the battle rages, the reporter keeps the audience interested with lively commentary. During a brief respite, Jin begins to suspect Minato's lack of offensive magic, wondering if he is stalling for time while waiting for reinforcements. To confirm his suspicions, Jin provokes Minato. He asks why Minato is holding back. Minato chuckles and states that he is simply trying to avoid ending the duel prematurely. He wants to prolong this moment a little longer. Inspired by Minato's confidence, Jin decides to unleash his full power. He claims his current magical energy is approximately 200,000 mana points, and warns Minato against panicking at the realization of their difference in power. Hearing this, the SMT members sneer, convinced that Jin is making this figure up. After all, even a sorcerer with 100,000 mana points is extremely rare in Japan. This detail alone highlights its significant potential. Alarmed, Ruka and her brother consider intervening, but Minato gives them a stern look, signaling they should stay out of the way. The pair immediately understand and refrain from taking action. Jin, sensing their hesitations, smirks. He warns that if they came any closer, he would destroy them immediately. With these words, he creates 5 powerful magic circles and finally releases the colossal power he had been holding back. His entire figure radiates enormous energy, shaking the battle zone. Watching in horror, SMT members fear that Jin is going too far. Unperturbed, Minato remains indifferent. Jin asks if he can comprehend the full extent of his magic, but Minato does not answer. Instead, he watches silently as Jin prepares to cast a spell called Neo Magic, designed to destroy everything in its path. A green portal materializes overhead, pulsing with growing power. For the first time since the confrontation began, Minato smiles. He is intrigued by this new spell. Having manifested the portal, Jin takes the opportunity to demonstrate his ultimate ability. He calls it atmospheric magic and boasts that it can instantly destroy a person. Entertained, Minato challenges him. He orders him to attack. Enraged by such impudence, Jin strengthens the spell to a 6th-tier atmospheric magic called Air Press. Enormous pressure distorts the surrounding atmosphere, making escape impossible. Minato holds his position as the magical portal consumes him. Jin bursts out laughing, sure that Minato was crushed. Even the members of the SMT think for a moment that their commander is defeated. For over a minute, Yuika and Ruka call out to Minato. They desperately pray for an answer. They desperately want him to answer them. Just as they're about to accept his demise, his voice pierces the silence, causing the sisters to gasp in astonishment. Minato chides them for declaring him dead so prematurely. Jin, stunned, demands to know how he survived. Minato casually states that he simply equalized the internal and external pressure to neutralize the spell's effect, similar to how deep-sea creatures withstand the monstrous pressure of the ocean. Jin, still stunned, asks how Minato managed to use atmospheric magic, his signature spell. Minato chuckles and tells him that he simply observed and gained knowledge. Jin is stunned, but Minato reminds him that if he hadn't taken the time to describe his method, it could have caused him real harm. To further taunt him, Minato uses sound enchantment to distort the pressure inside Jin's ears, causing him terrible agony. Jin recoils, demanding to know what Minato did. Minato smirks and explains that he used sound enchantment, an additional application of wind magic, to increase the sound pressure around his ears, making him miserable. As the fight progresses, Yuika finally begins to understand something vital about Minato. At the same time, Jin, feeling completely humiliated, loses all self-control. He unleashes a surge of power, declaring that from now on, he will no longer hold back. He claims that his 200,000 mana was only preliminary, and that upon releasing his full power, his magical power would increase to 500,000 mana. Shadu and the SMT operatives, feeling a surge of life force, realize that Jin is not pretending this time. The next fight is ready to begin. Jin roars, commanding Minato to give in to hopelessness as he prepares his most devastating strike to date. For a few moments, Jin accumulates a huge amount of magical power, stunning the members of the SMT. Shidu, realizing that they have underestimated the magical aristocrats, warns that Minato may not be able to handle this colossal power. Jin, now fully empowered, begins to boast about his power. Minato, unperturbed, yawns, causing Jin to stop in confusion. The magical aristocrat asks if Minato is too stupid to understand his power. However, Minato remains silent. Jin continues to boast about his final spell. He releases a small green atmospheric vortex towards Minato, who remains motionless. Annoyed that his attack doesn't frighten Minato, Jin increases his energy, creating 6 more green magic symbols. The immense power emanating from them alarms the members of the SMT, marking the first 7th-tier spell they have seen this year. As the pressure mounts, Yuika places her faith in Minato, silently pleading with him to defeat Jin. With his ultimate spell complete, Jin taunts Minato, saying that he should have struck earlier while the spell was still forming. Now he tells him that it is too late to regret. Despair is his only option. Irritated, Minato asks if he's finally going to attack. Instead of answering, Jin continues his meaningless speech. He finally unleashes his most powerful spell, the 7th-tier atmospheric magic, Plasma Rupture. The sheer force of the spell destabilizes the helicopter hovering above. Meanwhile, members of the SMT are looking for a way to resist him. Ruka desperately screams at Minato to run, but he stands his ground. Jin gives Minato one last chance to escape, warning that if he does, his friends will die in his place. Unperturbed, Minato accepts the challenge and prepares to counterattack. Before the plasma rupture spell gets out of control, he casts a 4th-tier spell. This creates the core of the amethyst. Jin ridicules his choice. He asks if they really believe they can resist his magic with something so insignificant. As Jin laughs, Minato launches the amethyst crystal into the core of the plasma rift, anticipating the outcome. To the amazement of everyone present, the plasma rift was instantly neutralized. It was completely stopped. Jin, along with the members of SMT, remains motionless, trying to understand how his ultimate spell dissipated so easily. In amazement, Jin demands answers. Minato casually states that wind magic is weaker than earth magic. Since plasma rupture was a slow spell, it was easily neutralized with an amethyst crystal. He then mocks Jin's ignorance, leaving the noble mage stunned by the revelation. Jin still can't comprehend what happened. He asks for further clarification. Minato explains that while the amethyst core does not possess significant offensive power, its dense magic allows it to absorb spells of the opposite attribute, neutralizing them despite the difference in rank. Jin, still in shock, asks why. Why does Minato have such an absurd spell? Minato smirks and admits that he came up with it just for fun. Hearing this, Jin completely collapses, unable to accept that the spell he spent decades perfecting was overcome by something his opponent created in a fit of rage. The battle is essentially over. Minato approaches, ordering Jin to prepare for retribution. But before Minato can do anything, Jin quickly gives up, stating that his magic has run out and his body is motionless. Minato calms him down by saying that he doesn't wish to attack someone as weak as Jin, and instead decides to lightly flick him on the forehead. Jin cannot estimate the force of the impending blow. He brushes aside the impending blow without a second thought. The moment Minato makes the snap, Jin is thrown back several meters and passes out from the sheer force. The SMT operatives watch in stunned silence, wondering if their commander has any humanity left in him. With Jin neutralized, the authorities move to arrest him. At the same time, an Air News correspondent announces a significant fall. The magical aristocrat was defeated by SMT captain Kusanagi Minato. The nation erupts in jubilation, its population praising the virtues of Minato. After the conflict is resolved, the SMT squad surrounds Minato, congratulating him on his final victory over Fukujin. Minato watched as the authorities took Jin away. He felt deeply disappointed in the Japanese magical aristocrats, recognizing them as mere charlatans. After Jin was out of sight, Minato inquired about the actions of the magical aristocrats after the death of Ichikama Minato 50 years ago. Jin's silence prompted Minato to ask if they had destroyed the magic of that time, demanding an explanation for such an act. Jin finally replied that commoners would never be able to comprehend the lofty speculations of magical aristocrats. Confused by this vague answer, Minato asked for further details, but Jin only chuckled and told him to find out the truth himself before he was taken away. A few hours later, Minato had to attend a press conference with Shadu and the team leader. He began by giving a brief account of his encounter with Fukujin. His statements quickly attracted significant media attention. His fame skyrocketed overnight. He achieved wide recognition. A few days passed, and Minato found himself relaxing on a Hawaiian beach, basking in the sun, still pondering his unexpected arrival there. While he was thinking, Yuika came up to him in a swimsuit and asked what he was thinking about. Before answering her question, Minato recalled his last conversation with Shido and the other team members. In a flashback, Ryuji asks Shido about their destination in Hawaii. Shido explains that, as everyone knows, SMT has recently exploded in popularity. Due to the overwhelming attention, things are slowly spiraling out of control. As he speaks, Yuika discovers footage of Minato surrounded by girls, realizing that they are now being recorded even at school. She notifies the group that their videos are rapidly spreading across multiple social media channels. Ruka adds that the internet is also flooded with messages regarding SMT. While the team expresses concern about the growing visibility, Shido confirms that all of Japan is now focused on them. Consequently, he has arranged for them to vacation in Hawaii until the situation is resolved. He also thanks Minato for supporting the team and receiving support from the Misuha clan, which will help in crisis management interventions during their absence. With this confidence, he implores them to take advantage of this opportunity to recuperate. He then leaves, leaving them to prepare for the journey. Back in the present, Minato, after listening to Yuika's question, stands up and tells her that he was simply deep in thought. Pleased with his answer, Yuika shyly points out her swimsuit, asking if she looks weird in it. Without pausing, Minato assures her that she looks charming. The unexpected praise stuns Yuika, causing her to blush deeply. Minato adds that the swimsuit complements her sense of style and looks absolutely fantastic. Startled, Yuika awkwardly expresses her gratitude and looks away to recover. Ruka soon appears in a dark swimsuit, annoyed that Minato has been ignoring her all day. He looks puzzled. She asks if there is anything he wants to express. Minato replies that he simply appreciated her attractiveness, noting how her fair, translucent skin makes the swimsuit stand out and enhances her grace. Embarrassed by such flowery praise, Ruka turns away, her cheeks flushed crimson, and thanks him. All this time, Ryuji, who was standing next to Minato, was amazed by how smoothly and sincerely Minato praised the girls without any hidden agenda. A little later, Sanada appears. She is wearing a white flared dress. When she apologizes for the weight, Ryuji is stunned, noticing for the first time how slender she is beneath her clothes. Intrigued, Sanada asks Minato for his opinion on her outfit. Before he can answer, Ryuji silently wishes he hadn't mentioned her figure. Minato was the center of attention. He just said something to Sanada. Her sense of style was exceptional. Not believing his honesty, Sanada demands details, forcing Minato to emphasize how perfectly the dress highlights her natural grace. Taken by surprise, Sanada blushes as much as the others, embarrassed by the generous compliments. Amazed by Minato's strange talent for making everyone blush, Ryuji jokingly calls him incredible, and then asks if he's exaggerating. Minato nonchalantly replies that he is simply telling the truth, and if someone deserves praise, he sees no point in withholding it. Since he thinks all three look amazing in their swimsuits, he felt he had to speak out. While Ryuji admits there's nothing wrong with it, he can't help but feel embarrassed at the girls' stunned reactions. To make matters worse, Minato suddenly turns to Ryuga. He begins to praise his harmonious physique, calling on him to be proud of his appearance. Ryuga was not amused. He cut it off immediately. He warned him never to compliment another man. He warned him never to repeat this in front of girls. The tension has eased, and the Special Magic Squad spends the rest of the day enjoying a variety of activities: volleyball, jet skiing, sunbathing, and taking countless photos. As night falls, Minato heads to the nearest convenience store for a drink. However, shortly after he leaves, he notices Yuika acting unusually shy and decides to go with her. As they walk, they reflect on how often they have encountered each other lately. This respite seems almost unreal. This is followed by a short, quiet interval, during which Yuika remembers the ring Ruka wore earlier, and wonders if her sister is in a romantic relationship with Minato. Before her imagination runs wild, she reminds herself that Minato told her he was single. Minato, noticing her sudden change in behavior, remains silent, waiting for her words. Mustering up all her courage, Yuika asks what type of person Minato likes. Minato admits that he never really thought about it, and she jokingly suggests herself, Ruku, and Sanada as contenders. She insists that he choose one of them. After a short pause, Minato chooses all three, praising their attractiveness, loyalty, and admirable qualities. Annoyed by his evasive response, Yuika notes that his words lack genuine romantic feeling. Minato, confused, states that he thought admiration and affection were similar. After pausing to collect his thoughts, he says something to Yuika. If he had to choose, she is his preferred choice. Hearing this, Yuika freezes in shock while Minato sincerely lists how much he appreciates her. Her face turns red and she sinks to the ground, overwhelmed with emotion. Concerned, Minato sits down next to her and asks if she is okay. Still confused, Yuika mutters that even though she knows Minato doesn't see her in a romantic light, his words bring her great joy. If anything has changed, it's that it has strengthened her deep attachment to him. Meanwhile, in Japan, Shidu studies social media trends and becomes aware of a growing crisis. Not only is there growing disapproval of the magical aristocracy, but the public is increasingly calling on SMT to control monsters and disasters. Furthermore, the mysterious Avenger, Shadowbringer, is gaining popularity, fueling online discussions about a possible showdown between him and Minato to determine their strength. Against this backdrop, Shido finds himself at a critical crossroads. A certain plane lands at an international airport in Japan. On it are two leaders of magical aristocratic families, clearly angry at the commotion that occurred in their absence. The first is Homurai Hinata, head of the Homurai clan. The second is Kaichi Riku, leader of the Kaichi clan. As they step off the plane, they both complain about the mess they now have to clean up. About a week later, Minato and the girls return to Japan to return to their normal lives. One evening, as Yuika prepares dinner, Minato notices how quickly their vacation has ended. The hand sitting next to him assures him that SMT and their academy have implemented strict media restrictions, so they will finally have a break from the paparazzi. At this moment, Yuika peeks out from the kitchen, asking for help with serving the dishes. Minato immediately stands up to help, and soon the table is laden with delicious food. During the meal, Yuika asks if they're ready for school, which resumes tomorrow. Minato informs her that, with the school police keeping them safe, the attention on them should have faded. After a casual conversation, Minato suggests forgetting about the hustle and bustle. He believes that people will quickly lose interest. Unfortunately for them, Minato quickly realizes the futility of this plan when the next day, girls from numerous classes flock to him, bombarding him with questions about the girl. When the pressure becomes unbearable, Yuika and the others ignore the students and invite each other to eat. On their way to lunch, Yuika notes that the attention was even stronger before their break, when strangers would sometimes sneak into the school just to look at them. The conversation continues until Ruka casually mentions that they are almost out of toilet paper. Minato suggests they stop by the store after class to stock up on supplies and buy bath salts, a treat Yuika enjoys. The moment Minato mentions this, the surrounding students realize that Minato lives with the Misuha sisters. Embarrassed by the negative reaction, Yuika drags the others away. She hurries them up to the roof to eat. There, Ryuji confirms that the three are indeed living together, and decides that it is acceptable since they are with their team captain, Minato Kusanagi. In any case, he assures them that if they face any difficulties, they can count on his support. The girls express their gratitude for his generosity, and after this, Ryuji suggests that Minato should avoid formalities in his communication with them. He asks if Minato minds them using his name. Minato is a relaxed person. Therefore, he tells them to address him as they please. He doesn't mind at all. Just as Yuika is about to speak, she suddenly stops, realizing the profound implications of the trio's cohabitation. Before her thoughts can run wild, she quickly dismisses them, reassuring herself that everything is fine as long as nothing out of the ordinary happens. Ryugi and Minato, puzzled by her sudden change of mood, exchange glances. Having regained her composure, Yuika turns her attention to Minato. She asks if he ever feels uneasy about living with the two of them. Without an immediate response, they finish their meal and calmly continue their day. As darkness falls while Ruka and Minato are fast asleep, Yuika remains awake, confused by their ability to sleep so soundly. She wonders if she's the only one who feels uneasy about their shared space. When the silence becomes oppressive, she throws a small tantrum before forcing herself to rest. Moments later, Ruka also wakes up, pondering the same fears as her sister earlier. She admits to herself that she is still not used to sharing a room. She still wasn't used to sharing quarters with Minato. Unable to fall back asleep, she gets up, trying to understand why their current circumstances are troubling her so much. When no solutions are found, she glances at Minato. He sleeps peacefully on the floor. The sight of him makes her blush, and when inappropriate thoughts begin to invade her consciousness, she quickly pulls the blanket over her head. Reflecting on how Ryuji and the others casually call Minato by his first name, Ruka wonders why she continues to call him by his last name, Kusanagi. Her mind goes back to the moment when she almost choked. She tried to use his name on the way to school. In the end, she could only say Kusanagi before muttering nonsense that puzzled Minato. Another time, she found herself alone with him on the roof during lunch. Even at that moment, she still couldn't bring herself to say his name. She recalls even more humiliating incidents. She winces, chiding herself for being too timid to do such a simple thing. The next morning, on the way to school, Minato notices Ruka's gloomy mood and asks if she is sick. Ruka assures him that she is fine, but addresses him as Kusanagi again. This time, Minato stops her, reminding her that they are no longer strangers. He begs her to stop using his last name and just say Minato. Blushing, Ruka finally gathers her courage and says his name. Elsewhere, the magical aristocracy gathers in a secret location to discuss their recent failures and situation. To begin the meeting, Homirai Hinato expounds on the waning favor of the magic nobles, attributing it to the specialized magic squad. As she ponders the solution to this dilemma, Kaichi Riku asks her strategy for dealing with the commander. A dejected boy, Kusanagi Minato, awaits her answer. Unable to answer his question, Hinato turns to Mizuha Toshiru, asking for his point of view. Toshiru informs them that he only seeks to comply with their sovereign's decree, and Hinato is irritated by Patriarch Mizuha's mysterious nature. When she presses for details, Toshiru reveals that Minato doesn't recognize him. This makes Hinato wonder if Minato is ignoring their existence, to which Toshiru confirms. Finding Minato unaware of their presence, Riku decides to test him, assessing his potential usefulness to their cause. If they find it useless, they will not hesitate to eliminate it. The next day, Minato informs his team of the location of the next major disaster, which is expected to occur in Osaka. By now, the disasters reflected events that had occurred 50 years earlier. This pattern does not cover minor disasters. Despite widespread media coverage, Yuika notes that the interval between disasters has shrunk dramatically, and major catastrophes, once annual occurrences, are now unpredictable, even with police vigilance. Moreover, with disaster response in disarray and lacking a dedicated team like the SMT that exists elsewhere, their situation will only get worse. Around this point, Shido's eyes sparkle with pride as he proudly announces to Minato that the police have established a second SMT in Osaka. It turns out that collaboration with the self-defense forces and police could improve disaster response, and numerous trainees there are eager for Manato's leadership. Having said all this, Shido smugly asks if Minato will fulfill their requests and go to Osaka to train them. Unable to refuse, Minato pleases Shida even more by agreeing to go and train them. After this, he informs Minato that someone who survived the Great Cataclysm 50 years ago is waiting for him there. Now, Takagami Shizuku, the person waiting for him, is one of the few remaining masters of creating anti-monster equipment, and she really wants to talk to Minato. Eventually, Minato agrees to meet her. Shido then mentions that Takagami created the clothes for SMT. Agreements have been reached. Minato heads to the airport. He stops briefly to say goodbye. He reunites with his squad. Then he boards the plane. Just moments before takeoff, Minato reaches into his pockets and hands each member of his team a bracelet. He warns them to be sure to wear the bracelets until his return, and not to take them off under any circumstances. Finally, when he asks if they can cope without him, the other three assure him that they too have grown stronger, so that he could go to Osaka without any worries. Minato says goodbye to his comrades, saying that he is counting on them. Finally, he boards the plane to take his first-class seat. In the first moments inside, Minato reflects on the various random events that occurred during his time in Hawaii, but then stops to reflect on his first-class flight, acknowledging Shido's excellent work this time around. Just at that moment, he notices several suspicious individuals entering the plane. These are strangers he has never met, and he wonders about their personalities. When Hinata and Riku take seats right next to him, Minato immediately identifies them as powerful mages. By now, there appear to be a significant number of them on board. However, security measures are strict. Minato believes that they should not cause any difficulties. They shouldn't cause any difficulties. As soon as the plane is boarded, it sets off, and Minato is served an extremely luxurious and delicious meal, which he appreciates and eats with pleasure. Soon after eating, Minato leans back. He enjoys the view from the premium window. He relaxes like an unusually unperturbed person. But before he can find peace, the renegade mages on board the plane begin to act. They take the passengers, including Minato, captive and threaten to execute everyone if their demands are not met. However, Minato, Hinata, and Riku remain in their seats, as if awaiting the event. As the hijacking unfolds, Minato counts the number of missing nin, quickly determining there are 10 of them. If he encounters them individually, the remaining passengers will be in serious danger. Advanced magic could endanger the plane, causing Minato to decide that he can't handle these fools alone and needs outside help. At about this point, the entire plane descends into chaos. The passengers beg the kidnappers for mercy, but the magician hijackers silence them to avoid death. Once they have full control of the plane, one of the foolish sorcerers approaches Minato, demanding the release of the other BR members, stating that they will not tolerate unfair treatment from elite magicians. Having received no answer, the individual gives Minato 5 minutes to contact those on the ground and force them to release their comrades immediately. Otherwise, they will begin executing the prisoners one by one. Before starting the countdown, the villains check with the pilot to see if he has written down everything they just said. Minato doesn't have a second to waste. He needs to think about his next move. What choice will he make? Before making an impulsive decision, he exchanges knowing glances with Riku and Hinata, who are secretly building up their mana and waiting for their signal to attack. It is then that one of the outcast mages notices his suspicious behavior. Another magician threatens to kill Minato. He is warned against any movement. Moments later, the rogue mages were distracted. Hinata and Riku quickly moved towards them. They neutralized them one by one as quickly as possible. Having finished disarming the villains holding the passengers hostage, the three of them, Riku, Hinata, and Minato, make eye contact for a moment before they all move around the passenger area to disarm the remaining villains guarding that position. During their fight, the villains strike back. They're trying to shoot someone like Hinata. Unfortunately, Hinata's magical power far exceeds theirs, so she, along with Riku and Minato, continues to brutally beat these rebellious fools. They also finish them off. Soon after, one of the rogue mages grabs a flight attendant, threatening to crash the plane if they don't stop killing his allies. Noticing the idiot's momentary distraction, Minato rushes forward and brutally beats him, freeing the flight attendant from his grip. At the same time, Hinata and Riku neutralize the remaining two. The other passengers look on in amazement, hardly believing that these three strange individuals have just defeated the bandits and saved them. As passengers flock to express their gratitude to their rescuers, Hinata speaks disparagingly of the outcast mages, calling them pathetic due to their quick defeat. She grumbles that they made the confrontation boring. However, Minato senses a disturbance in the cockpit and quickly informs the others that the test is not over yet, and orders them to hurry to the cockpit door without a word. Inside the cockpit, Minato and the remaining two find another rogue mage holding the pilot hostage and threatening to shoot him if they approach. Hinata was tired of facing these low-level sorcerers. She dealt a crushing, unexpected blow to this imbecile. He turned into a whining child calling for his mother. What a humiliating defeat. Unfortunately for them, the fool shoots at one of the plane's controls, and Minato, who has already protected the pilot, realizes their dire situation as the entire plane immediately loses stability and violently shakes the passengers. Having tried every possible evasive measure, the pilot informs the trio that they are doomed, as not only are the controls unresponsive, but the radio communications have also failed. Without intervention, they will crash into the mountains and die. Hearing this, Hinata is immediately overcome with horror, shaking the pilot and begging him to resolve their crisis to avoid death. At about this moment, a window breaks, and the icy air from outside quickly forms a vortex inside the cockpit. Feeling the intense cold in the air, the co-pilot expresses his dissatisfaction. He laments that he will succumb to the cold even before the crash occurs. Hinata, realizing the gravity of their situation, asks the others if they have any ideas, while Riku advises them to all die together. After scolding the depressed bastard for his horrible words, Hinata begins to think that they are finally meeting their end. Having exhausted all options, the pilot resigns himself to his fate. The co-pilot also resigns himself to his fate. They call on others to prepare for death. It was then that Minato, who had been silent all this time, smiled for the first time, ignoring the pilots, and assured them that he would save everyone. Hearing this, the pilot warns him, this problem is not something that the average person can fix. They are all destined to die on this day. Tired of listening to the pilot's pessimistic chatter, Minato goes to the broken cockpit window. Ignoring the pilot's warnings and questions, he makes his move. Minato jumps out of the plane. Hinata thinks that Minato simply ran away to save his own skin, but she quickly regrets her words when the plane begins to rapidly lose altitude, threatening to destroy everyone inside in a matter of moments. Around this time, the passengers were already saying their final prayers, hoping to reach the Lord when it was all over. The pilot, on the contrary, continues to try to raise the nose of the plane to avoid falling into the sea. Seconds before the plane finally crashes into the ocean, after everyone has lost hope, a miracle happens. The plane not only regains its balance, but also gains altitude as quickly as possible. Watching this, Both pilots cannot believe their eyes. They are puzzled as to what the hell happened to the plane. Hinata, who had suspected Minato all along, tells them that it was Minato who saved their lives. And if she is right, then he is holding up the entire plane himself. By this time, Minato is already underneath the plane, carrying a weight of over 230 tons and guiding it towards the nearest airport. To explain how he did this, Minato says that he first created a barrier covering the bottom of the plane using a massive amount of magical power, and then enhanced his physical strength with magical martial arts. Then, simultaneously, he adjusted the plane's trajectory using wind magic to guide it to a safe landing site. Since this is his first time supporting an aircraft, Minato encounters some difficulties along the way. Thousands of meters above sea level, with a plane weighing 230 tons, the pilot still finds it hard to believe that one person can support the plane as if it were nothing. Seeing Manato's feat, Hinata recognizes him as a monster and immediately turns his attention to him. By that time, the flight attendants and passengers were able to completely relax. The pilot tells them that everything is fine. Even the father and his young daughter shed tears of joy, knowing they will survive and see another day. Despite the jubilation and happy tears, the pilot cautions everyone not to celebrate too soon, as he has just learned that their landing gear is completely unresponsive. In other words, if they wish for a safe landing, their fate is entirely in Manato's hands. With these words, the pilot identifies the landing strip of the nearest airport. He points the nose of the plane towards the runway. He trusts Minato that he has a landing strategy ready. The badly damaged plane approaches the runway. Minato, still underneath him, casts a 6-tier void magic spell. He deploys a magical barrier of a high wall to soften the impact of the plane. It then slows it down quickly enough to come to a complete stop. As soon as Minato somehow lands, the entire cabin erupts in jubilation. Strangers embrace, and the pilot salutes SMT Captain Kusanagi Minato, as befits a true soldier. Riku and Hinata simply stare at the captain, unmoved by his actions and awaiting their final meeting with him. The moment he steps off the plane, reporters pounce on him from all sides, asking for a short statement so the world will know how he prevented the plane from crashing. At this point, Minato simply becomes furious at the villains for disturbing his peace. He had just experienced the most nerve-wracking flight of his life. Luckily, before he breaks down, security arrives to disperse the media, assuring them that a press conference will take place later, and then escorts Minato to Takigami's abode so he can visit her. Just before he leaves, Hina and Riku intercept him, offering him praise in hopes of softening him up for future endeavors. To their disappointment, Minato declines the praise. Instead, he praises both. He states that they performed equally well. Realizing their plan is failing, the pair make a few more casual comments and part ways cheerfully, Hinata firmly wishing for a future meeting. Soon after they leave, Minato is shown the way. He is escorted to the Takigami conference room. Inside, he is greeted by an elderly Miss Takagami. She gives him a warm welcome as an invited guest. After settling in, Takagi reveals to Minato that she invited him solely out of admiration for his recent accomplishments and magical skills, noting that many of his techniques mirror those of her mentor and comrade, Ichikami Minato. Void magic is a rare discipline, and Ichikami has mastered it to perfection. Its complex features mean that few people practice it effectively, and it is often dismissed as ineffective. However, Takagami expresses surprise that Minato has the ability to use it. Her curiosity prompts her to ask how Minato gained the ability to use the same magic as Ichikami. Hearing her words, Minato lets out a quiet laugh. He comments on its immutability, echoing what Ichikami might have said in life. Confused, Takagami asks if they have met before, to which Minato confidently states that they have met many times. Minato answers her question. He reveals that he is able to use Matakami Ichikami. Minato himself has the ability to use it. Although Takagami was surprised by this statement from a stranger, she maintained her composure, noting the numerous past people, relatives, companions, romantic partners, and even secret descendants, who had falsely claimed a connection to Ichikami Minato, seeking to exploit him. In years of dealing with such liars, she never expected anyone to claim to be him. Mistaking him for another imposter, Takagami apologizes for her impending ignorance, admitting that she initiated the contact, and then politely asks the unfortunate Minato to leave her home. Before continuing, Minato tells her that he had previously met a pair of siblings, and learned that the younger one had a doll that looked like Ichikami. Confused, Takagami asks what he means, prompting Minato to recall her own words from when Ichikamiya was alive, expressing a desire to create a doll in his likeness. At this point, Takagami starts sweating, asking Minato how he knew such a personal detail. After a short pause, Minato tells Takagami that she once said that his doll gave strength to children, and even to this day, Ichikamami continues to help people. Given everything Minato has conveyed, Takagami gradually begins to accept that he may be the real Ichikami Minato, and even questions whether he is truly the true Ichikami. Minato expresses his disappointment that she still has doubts. He decides to tell her a story. After several minutes of reminiscing about past events, Takagami finally accepts that Minato is the reincarnated Ichikami Minato. Minato slightly reproaches her for her lack of faith. Takagami states that believing in reincarnation is not so easy in our world. Ichikama finds it hard to accept that he returned while she was alive, even considering her unusual nature. Takagami told him about the disasters that befell the world after his death. She then expressed her great joy at being reunited with him in her time. She even shed a few tears. When she finished crying, Minato turns to her, knowing full well that she is aware of the events of the last 50 years. He then details his findings regarding the decline of magical understanding, the weakening of the Magi, the false narratives surrounding Ichikama Minato, and the rise of the magical nobility, before asking about the events that occurred in his absence. This time, a worried Takagami receives the message and studies it, only to exclaim in shock, prompting Minato to ask what's bothering her. Realizing that this is something she cannot reveal, Takagami abruptly ends their meeting, citing the late hour, and then begs Minato to stay the night so that their conversation can resume the next day. Luckily for her, Minato agrees. Soon, he retires to his chambers for the night. Around midnight, Riku silently enters Minato's chambers, aiming his blade at his body with a swift strike, intending to end his life. Against all odds, Minato pulls off a stunning turnaround, materializing at the bedside and mocking Riku's clumsy attempt to strike his sleeping enemy. At that moment, Minato had no idea that his attacker was Riku. However, upon seeing his face clearly, he immediately recognizes the attacker as Riku. But before Minato can start a conversation, Riku launches another attack. This time, Minato dodges the blow. Soon after, Riku throws Minato out the window of his quarters. Minato lands unharmed in the garden below. Without wasting a second, Riku reappears in front of Minato in the courtyard and uses his initial earth skill, Rock Destruction. At the same time, Minato uses his initial void magic and the magical barrier. He tries his best to repel Riku's onslaught. However, after the first few blows, Riku skillfully breaks through Minato's initial magical barrier, forcing him to retreat so the real battle can begin. Before the second round begins, Minato praises Riku's blade for breaking through his barrier. He then asks if this is anti-magic equipment. Receiving no answer, the pair charge their mana for a second fight. But just as they were about to clash, Minato appeared and ordered them to stop fighting. At this point, Minato tells her that he foresaw her involvement in this nonsense. However, Minato ignores his stupidity. She begs him not to ignore their call. To control him, she shows live feeds of her subordinates suspiciously close to Minato's companions at their homes, and threatens to end their lives in their sleep if he refuses to comply. Minato realizes he's been tricked. He calmly asks them to state their purpose. Minato starts by introducing himself and Riku. Soon after the introductions, she informs Minato that their only requirement is that he join them as a magical noble, gaining status, rank, honor, wealth, power, and even company if he so desires. More importantly, if he decides to join them, Minato guarantees he'll be able to protect his friends and gain the ability to issue absolute orders. Conversely, even if he escapes the current situation, Minato vows the magical nobles will pursue him forever, making his life and the lives of his friends a misery. With their demand voiced, Hinata insists that Minato make a decision. They need his answer before they continue. Ultimately, Minato refuses to join their circle of idle sorcerers, and Hinata, angered by his refusal, picks up the phone to give the order. Soon after, she muttered a few dirty words regarding Minato's friends being used as collateral. She instructs field operatives to proceed with Plan B. This ensures that Minato can never be complacent again. Just as the operatives prepare to execute Plan B, The Bengals, whom Minato entrusted to his subordinates before leaving for Osaka, awaken, all members still in deep sleep, and manifest a yellowish, magic-like outline of the Minato. Witnessing this, the Hinata operatives are horrified, trying to figure out the nature of what they are witnessing. Tragically, before they can even comprehend the events unfolding, the Minato's magic-like manifestations unleash a 5th-tier Void-Sucker high magic spell, obliterating all opponents as if they were nothing. Moments later, Hinata notices an abnormal lack of communication with her operatives. She tries to get an answer from them. Unfortunately, after a moment of silence, Riku comes to the darkest conclusion. The entire team was destroyed. Enraged, Hinata demands that Minato reveal everything, but Minato counters. She should have expected this, unless she's a complete fool. While recognizing Minato as a nuisance, Hinata still praises him for resolving the hijacking and hostage crisis, stating that despite all his accomplishments, he has passed the first test. Confused by her statement, Minato asks if the hijacking was their operation, but Hinata clarifies that they wouldn't have staged such a stupid act to force him into participating in their scheme. Having established this, she invites him to move on to the next test. She channels her mana along with Riku, preparing for the second true clash. At the same time, Minato, eager for a worthy confrontation, jokingly asks if he can refuse. As expected, Hinata objects just before lunging at him. She advances along with Riku. With her first move, Hinata launches a kick towards Minato, which he easily deflects. Then she jumps back to safety to launch her next attack, a 4th-tier fire spell she calls Flash. The moment she releases the magical blow, a deafening explosion is heard. Unfortunately for her, the Minato remains completely unharmed. The explosion had no effect on him. Amidst the chaos, Riku slashes at Minato's neck with his sword, but fails to land a single blow. The captain easily parries the attack with a miniature barrier that appears around his neck. Surviving the attack, Minato exhales, reflecting that a normal person would undoubtedly die from such a blow. At this point, Hinata warns him against being overconfident. She unleashes another fiery magic attack on the SMT captain, a 5th-tier spell called Blazing Pillar. Anticipating the impending spell, Minato recognizes Blaze Pillar as a powerful technique. However, to counter it, he uses Azure Water Splash with 3rd-level water magic, completely neutralizing the attack. After witnessing Minato's abilities, Hinata finally understands the truth behind the rumors about his wordless spells. To think he neutralized my 5th-tier spell with just a 3rd-tier water spell, Hinata concludes that Minato must be making fun of her magic. Around this time, Riku attacks Minato again, but he dodges the blow and invites them to continue their battle in the air. Without the slightest hesitation, Hinata accepts his challenge, soaring towards him along with her canine companion, Riku. At this point, Hinata admits that they had previously underestimated him. However, they will no longer hold back. Now they are ready for a real confrontation. With these words, they both release the most powerful spells in their arsenal. Hinata cast a 7th-tier fire spell, Demon Flame, and Riku cast a 7th-tier earth spell, Comet. Soon after bragging and loudly declaring that he wouldn't be able to defend against her ultimate technique, the pair direct their attacks towards Minato. Their goal is to deal double damage. Unimpressed by their pathetic magic spell, Minato casts a 7th-tier void magic spell, Vanish, which absorbs both ultimate techniques and dissolves them into nothingness. Around this point, Hinachi, Hinata, and Riku are stunned, as their minds can't even process what just happened. To help them realize their defeat, Minato informs them that he simply dispersed the magical energy to minimize harm to the environment. Hearing this, Hinata calls it nonsense and even disqualifies him, as she feels that Minato is simply cheating to avoid a real fight. She claims that everything that happened before was just a farce. Now that the moment has come, she vows to show Minato her true power. Unfortunately, before she can demonstrate how powerful she is, there is a sudden change in the atmospheric energy around them, and everyone feels it. As they try to figure out what's happening, the sky turns crimson, confirming to Minato that Osaka's demise has indeed occurred. However, inside it is overloaded with the sheer volume of unfolding events. He is convinced that this cannot be just luck. As crimson clouds engulf Osaka, Takigami notices an ominous glow from his window. After a short glance, she closes the curtains. At the same time, Hinata watches the disaster unfold. However, she decides to ignore it. She is eager to resume her battle with Minato and destroy him. Before her impulsiveness gets the better of her, Riku holds her back. He brings her attention back to their goal. Recognizing the truth of his words, Hinata pulls herself together, while Minato, realizing the need to confront the disaster, declares that their duel must be postponed. With this declaration, Minato soars towards the devastated Dotonbori district, devastated by the Great Cataclysm half a century ago. Surveying the area, he compares its condition to Shibuya, noting that monsters continue to appear even without an active disaster. Given the danger, he assumes no one would be foolish enough to hide here. Discovering swarms of small monsters throughout the city, Minato quickly realizes he can't handle them alone. If left unchecked, these creatures could infiltrate human settlements and wreak havoc. He needs a solution, and fast. Just when he's thinking about calling for backup, Riku and Hinata arrive, offering their help. Minato greets them, teasing that they must have given up trying to kill him. Riku explains that their previous battle was merely a test, and since Minato passed it, they are willing to work together ever since. With a sigh, Minato accepts their help, knowing that his problems with them are far from over. The streets are filled with monsters. The trio moves in to intercept them. Hinata, eager for battle, makes a dramatic entrance and prepares for what she calls a monster bloodbath. She unleashes her 5th-tier fire pillar magic, incinerating an entire horde of creatures in one blow. Riku, equally skilled, deals with his share. Meanwhile, Minato, hovering above, unleashes 5th-level void magic in the form of a bull. A barrage of bullets destroys smaller monsters while they wait for the boss to appear. While surveying the battle area, Minato notices an elderly man walking with a cane. Concerned, he goes down and asks if the man is okay. The old man does not answer. This motivates Minato to take action. He offers to take the old man to a safe place. However, before Minato could extend his hand, the man pushes him away and frowns. After a short period of time, he expresses gratitude for the care shown, but he claims to be unharmed. There was something familiar about the old man. But before Minato could identify him, the assistant helped him into a dark car, which immediately drove away. Soon after, emergency response forces and the Osaka Self-Defense Force arrived, cordoning off the exit from Dotonbori to contain the unfolding disaster. Minato is impressed by their teamwork, recalling Shido's words about their readiness despite their inexperience. As the troops take up positions, Minato lands next to an officer who mistakes him for a lost youth. But realizing that he is facing the commander of an elite magical unit, the officer immediately allows him to help. The creature suddenly sneaks up on the officer from behind, but Minato quickly incinerates it, saving the officer's life. He warns them to remain vigilant before inquiring about the current situation. The officer informs him that the police and self-defense forces have secured Dotonbori and are focusing on protecting the public. Unfortunately, he admits that they do not have the means to confront the main monster, as their own troops are no match for him. Minato calms them down. He promises to deal with the main threat. He can handle this alone. The troops express their gratitude, and Minato further astonishes them by revealing that he has reinforcements. Riku and Hinata, respected mages from the Homarai and Kaichi clans. The shocked troops ask if the SMT and the magical families are now cooperating. Minato, without saying a word, sees the officers' morale rise, their faith resting on powerful groups. Suddenly, a menacing, dark purple fog begins to fill the sky. The soldiers are under crushing pressure, finding it difficult to even move. Lost in the haze, a colossal figure gradually appears. The officers instantly recognize him, the main demon, the boss. This single entity possesses the power to raze Osaka to the ground, and as mere humans, they are hopelessly outmatched. Minato, however, is completely unfazed. With a smirk, he chides the chief demon for being late. His composure astonishes the police, who cannot understand how he remains so calm in the face of such terrible danger. Before Minato can act, Hinata and Riku advance forward, declaring the main demon their prey and telling him to stand back and watch. Although Minato is annoyed at being outdone, he relents, confident in their ability to face an enemy of such magnitude. The stage is set for battle. Riku and Hinata prepare for the final confrontation. After uttering a few more strange phrases, both Hinata and Riku unleash their 6th-level magical attacks, Hellfire, and Comet. They direct these attacks at the main demon who stands on the street, thinking they are idiots. As both strikes approach, the main demon completely destroys them with his 8th tier fire magic supernova, blinding the magical elites and troops with his furious radiance. Stunned, they try to comprehend the situation. How can such a creature command such powerful magic? Recognizing the demon's immense power, Hinata and Riku prepare another attack. But before they can, the head demon suddenly speaks up, asking if there is a powerful mage among them. One of the soldiers, although aware that the major demons possess superior intelligence compared to standard monsters, is nonetheless shocked to hear him communicate like a human. Observing the fear on the soldiers' faces, Minato understands their reaction. A being with human-like thinking is rare, and the unknown invariably breeds fear. However, he decides to stand aside and watch as the aristocrats continue to humiliate themselves. After missing his first attack, Hinata makes another immature statement, promising to turn the demon into dust. She unleashes a fire spell even more powerful than demon fire, while Riku, driven by frustration, imbues his blade with the 8th tier gravity magic dimensional blade. Minato is delighted to see the aristocrats finally using their unique spells. He believes that their combined efforts will be enough to defeat the main demon. As Hinata and Riku prepared to attack, the head demon suddenly commented on someone's magical energy. Thinking he was talking about them, Hinata boasted about her strength. But then the demon revealed that he was actually talking about Manato's enormous mana. Annoyed by the neglect, Hinata and Riku canceled their spells. They stupidly rushed at the demon with bare hands. To their horror, the demon easily dodged each blow, mocking their slowness. After playing with them for a short time, he struck back, sending them flying. He then combined fire and wind magic to create a 6th tier spell. A whirlwind of flame instantly destroyed the aristocrats. Riku and Hinata stood up, trembling from the enormous force of the attack. Minato moves forward, declaring that the remaining task is his. Hinata tries to dissuade him, claiming that if they, as magical aristocrats, couldn't defeat the main demon, then he doesn't stand a chance. Riku suggests a tactical retreat, but Minato remains steadfast, confident that such an enemy poses no threat. Riku asks if Minato is truly aware of this colossal magical power. This formidable power comes from the main demon. Hinata, however, rejects the idea of giving up, realizing their inability to let down the one they serve. Minato approaches the battle zone, taunting the lead demon. The chief demon, however, expresses admiration for his magical prowess. As the confrontation approaches, the main demon asks for Minato's identity, but Minato evades, asking if he is obligated to answer. The chief demon agrees with Minato's arguments. He retracts his question, stating that alliances with mortals are futile for demons. Once the formalities are completed, the fight begins. The main demon instantly rushes forward, attacking Minato from all sides, but Minato easily deflects each blow with his advanced magical shield. Watching the fight, Hinata feels like Minato is having a hard time. She starts bragging, claiming she knew he wouldn't stand a chance. Before she can finish her tirade, Minato calmly throws the main demon away. He then expresses his irritation at the chief demon's importunity. Both magical elite fighters are stunned and fall silent, realizing that the demon's relentless assault has left Minato without a single scratch. Riku, studying Manato's tactics, fears that a defensive stance will be futile, as the chief demon also possesses exceptional defense. Meanwhile, Minato considers using a new spell he recently developed, but is held back by the noble's observation. Instead, he chooses an alternative tactic and unleashes a 9th tier void spell, Magical Radiance, as a prelude to his counterattack. Hinata, having witnessed the 9th level spell, is shocked. She always believed that 8th level magic was the pinnacle of achievement. Minato then traps the main demon in the glowing golden void seals he created earlier, and destroys it in one swift move. A murmur of surprise spreads among the onlookers as the warriors realize that Captain Minato has just effortlessly defeated an enemy that even the magical nobility found challenging. When Minato descends, the soldiers burst into shouts, proclaiming him incredible and even calling him the Messiah. Minato approaches the humiliated nobles and casually states that the monster presented no difficulty to him. Hinata, completely defeated, admits that they are nowhere near his level, and realizes that they have no chance of defeating him in their current state. Minato then asks if they still wish to continue the battle, Without pause, both nobles admit defeat, declaring that Minato has passed their test. After settling the matter, Minato demands an explanation. Riku agrees to reveal everything, but notes the need for another person to be present, Takigami. Minato instantly understands who it is. Moments later, Takigami appears and asks if Minato realized she'd been orchestrating everything from the start. Minato confirms, reminding her that nothing escapes his attention. Now she must explain her reasons for testing him. She also needs to clarify the decline of mages over the past 50 years and her alliance with the magic nobles after his death. Before providing Minato with the truths he seeks, Takigami accompanies him and the magic nobles to his residence, providing them with comfort for her explanation. After settling in, Minato asks if she knew about the magic nobles before he arrived. Takigami not only confirms her knowledge, but also reveals that she knew about his impending attack in advance. Confused, Minato asks why she allowed it, but Riku responds by explaining that their only purpose was to evaluate Minato's abilities and see if he would use his powers selfishly. Minato points out that his companions were drawn into their so-called test, and Riku assures him they had no ill intentions, only threats. However, Minato insists, demanding a reason for their actions. Riku explains in detail that Minato's very presence in the SMT poses a threat to the magical nobles, thus creating a dangerous situation for Japan. Hearing this, Minato counters that their current crisis is the result of their own neglect. SMT never sought to humiliate the magical nobility. Instead, the nobles looked down on them. Overwhelmed by the accusations, Hinata felt bad, but Riku, showing greater maturity, told her to stop, because Minato was right. Acknowledging their passivity during the initial disaster, Riku argues that the world still needs nobles to maintain order. Takagami then intervenes, explaining that the source of the conflict goes back 50 years after Minato's death, which led to the current state of Japan and the creation of the magical nobility. After the death of Ichikami Minato and the disappearance of most demons, Japan was overrun by rogue mages. Their ranks grew to such an extent that even the police and self-defense forces were exhausted, making law enforcement impossible. Japan became an ungovernable country, and the few remaining legitimate mages fought against the illegal ones, but were eventually defeated and killed. The country was on the brink of destruction, and optimism seemed to have disappeared. In conclusion, Takagami states that Japan's collapse was triggered by the death of Ichikami Minato. Without him, the remaining mages found it difficult to restore hope. After much discussion, they decided to form the Magic Nobles, an organization designed to gain the people's trust and become a new symbol of hope. Like Minato. Since magic posed a significant danger in peacetime, the aristocrats confiscated all magical texts and records, recruited those with abilities, and eliminated those who resisted joining. By controlling knowledge of magic exclusively, they banned oral stories and rumors about magic, guiding Japan towards tranquility. However, as a result, Japanese mages became less powerful, and domestic politics led to a decline in innovation and understanding. A cycle Minato understands all too well. Recalling the events of 50 years ago, Minato remembers chaos, the deaths of people and mages, and the use of magic for evil purposes. He understands that things have only worsened since his death. He then asks Takagami a question. He wonders if aristocrats really have the political influence to organize events. He asks if this is true given their supposed connections. Watching the aristocrats, Takagami quietly asks Minato if he remembers Mumu Hefumi, his former subordinate, a loser, proud but exceptionally gifted. When Minato confirms, Takagami reveals that Mumu now leads the powerful Mumu Group. Originally known as the successor to the Mumu conglomerate, it has financially supported the Magic Nobles since their founding 50 years ago. Minato finally grasps the reach of the aristocrats, even though he didn't know Mumu was the heir. Takigami laughs, seeing that Ichikami Minato is unmoved by influence, wealth, or fame, noting that he has only ever been interested in magic and people. Takigami continues, stating that during Minato's time, Japanese magicians were world leaders, but since then their abilities have declined. Hinata interrupts, claiming that Japan only achieved peace thanks to their ancestors. Minato, irritated, asks what she would do if another disaster happened. Unable to answer, Hinata falls silent. Riku then states that in those days, They believed that the police alone could handle any emergency. Since the aristocratic mages only intervened as a last resort, Minato asks if they now admit their mistake, and Riku remains silent. Minato then turns to Takigami again, asking if she was aware of all of this. She's maintained her affiliation for 50 years, but insists she's not a magical aristocrat and doesn't wield their power or influence. Now she's simply a craftsman, creating equipment to fight monsters, content with her position. Having discovered the truth, Minato observes everything, but suspects that Takigami is still hiding the details. To test this, he asks if she has any more hidden affairs, and she assures him that she has revealed everything. With this, Minato shifts his focus and proposes a pact between the magic aristocrats and the SMT to more effectively manage DR. He explains that if they agree, he will not obey them. It will be a partnership. Given their track record during the last disaster, working together is clearly necessary. Hinata snorts, not believing that someone as powerful as Minato needs their help. He states that he has his limitations, and if the nobility unites with the SMT, he will put past disputes behind him. He then asks if they have any doubts about helping the population. Riku realizes that they won't be able to defeat the main demon on their own. He admits that relying on Minato is their most viable path. Takigami offers his experience as a creator of anti-monster equipment. Minato accepts her into the group. After much hesitation and another outburst of emotion, Hinata finally agrees to the pact on the condition that Minato never brings up the incident with the head demon again. He agrees to their terms, but also guarantees that they will take no prisoners when they need his advice, to which they agree. With all matters resolved, the SMT and the magical nobles form a pact for the first time in 50 years. Soon after, Minato feels like he's missing something, but unable to remember what it is, he pushes it aside and continues on his way. Around the same time, the remaining SMT members awaken to find the men in suits beaten and tied up near their sleeping areas. At first, they thought they were intruders. However, they soon suspected that it was related to their bracelets. By noon the next day, Minato finally appears. He is heading to the Osaka Prefectural Police Academy. Many students are eagerly awaiting his arrival. In his first moments there, Minato is stunned by the sudden attention the cadets show him. Luckily, the instructor on site tells Minato's fans to line up since they are no longer cadets, and then apologizes for their bad behavior. The instructor explains that many join the police force out of respect for Minato, and that he understands their enthusiasm given the SMT's remarkable feats during disasters. Hearing this, Minato exhales and immediately begins training the new recruits. A moment later, he gathers several cadets and orders them to prepare their first-tier spells. He then commands them to shoot at the wooden targets in front of them. As the training continues, Minato notices 3 girls looking at him and realizes that social media and the press have had a strong influence on many people. Knowing this, he concludes that even if their reasons are not entirely pure, they are determined, so he won't hold back. With this in mind, he intensifies their training, making them run while feeling their magic, which helps them increase both their physical and magical strength. After a few minutes of running, the recruits begin to grumble. They ask what he will do if they fall unconscious. To allay their fears, Minato declares that he can use divine magic to heal them in any condition, so they should stop complaining and keep running, as the enemy won't take their position into account in battle. After this, the recruits show tenacity, training as if their survival depended on it. After 1 week of grueling, identical training, the average magical power of the Osaka Police Department shows an increase. This improvement is significant. On the final day of training, Minato gives a farewell speech, praising the new recruits for enduring the rigorous program and significantly improving their abilities in just 7 days. He implores them to continue training even in his absence, for they are now the guardians of Osaka's peace. After finishing his speech, he leaves, leaving the recruits and their mentor in tears. Soon after, it is revealed that Osaka's magical potential has increased significantly, becoming equal to that of Tokyo's officers, all thanks to Minato Kusanagi. Soon after leaving the training area, Minato becomes wary of returning to Tokyo. He anticipates that he will be faced with another press briefing or some similar unpleasantness. As he travels, national broadcasts cover the pact between the SMT and the magical elites of the Hamurai and Kaichi families, formed to combat natural disasters and creature threats. As countless people respond to the message, the journalist mentions rumors that large corporations may support SMT. Those concerned about its influence on the police insist that the SMT is not an official branch of the Tokyo Police Department. As word of SMT's beneficial effects spreads, citizens across Japan are beginning to recognize the group's growing influence. In separate developments, journalists note that the Mizuha family has not yet appeared in public, which is strange given their past collaboration with SMT. Theories are circulating that they may abandon the partnership just as Japan is beginning to unite against disasters. When the plane arrives, Minato asks if the girls can contact their father. Yuika explains that she has tried to contact him several times, but since they were disinherited, he may refuse to answer. However, Minato expresses concern that the patriarch has not publicly endorsed the partnership. Ruka expected him to speak out after they joined forces with two other aristocratic houses. Minato realizes that Sushiro's silence is arousing suspicion. He decides to check it later. Noticing his deep thoughtfulness, the young women bring him back to reality, congratulating him on his triumph in Osaka and expressing their admiration. Minato realizes the full depth of his situation. He joins in their discussion. Meanwhile, Shadu, nearby, notices that Chrono hasn't appeared the night Minato was absent. Despite his suspicions, he reasons that if Minato is truly the leader of the Shadowbringers, Chrono, and the rogue sorcerer, he will be forced to arrest him. However, with all his being, Shidu wishes that his suspicions were wrong. He is convinced that Minato is destined to become the savior of the world. Later that evening, while strolling home and grumbling about his busy comrades, Minato is suddenly intercepted by two of Toshiro's assistants. They inform him that he has been summoned. Keeping calm, he accompanies them. Soon, he reaches the Toshiru estate. There, Toshiru angrily asks if the report that both his daughters are now living with him is true. He immediately threatens his life if he thinks of putting them in danger. Confused, Minato assures the man they're just friends. But Toshiro insists, making sure Minato won't hurt them. To reassure him, Minato firmly declares he'd never do such a thing to his friends. He then asks if Toshiro called him only because he was worried about his daughter. Despite everything, Minato acknowledges Toshiro's deep paternal instincts. A moment later, Toshiro escorts Minato outside. Once in the air, he challenges Minato to a duel. Having free time, Minato agrees. Toshiro immediately begins his attack, releasing a 6th-tier water magic, Geyser Wave, by gathering his mana. In response, Minato counters with 7th-level fire magic. The demons ignite, suppressing the water attack. After they land, Toshiro praises Minato for neutralizing the water's superiority with comparable fire magic. Recognizing Minato's strength, Toshiro finally entrusts his daughters to him. Minato is silent for a moment, watching his father leave. Elsewhere, the enraged BR boss from earlier loses his composure. He discovers that Chrono is still breathing. This further fuels his rage. In despair, he decides to throw away all limits. He vows to destroy anyone who stands in his way. He then turns to his newest ally, Tushar, demanding assurances that he will live up to his expectations. Surprisingly, Tushar vows to destroy Chrono. Around this point, an enraged boss, later identified as the former rebel magical noble Kuroi, declares the next stage an all-out conflict between BR and the Shadow Guardians. He begs the Black Mage to foresee his arrival. A few days before the BR attack, Minato and his SMT comrades return to school and are met with even greater adoration than before, especially now that their media profile has skyrocketed. Minato feels exhausted as things become increasingly frustrating. Unfortunately, others are also facing difficulties. Oika is relentlessly pestered by fans who simply want to be near her, attracting not only the devoted but also the envious souls who hate her. Seeing Yuika getting the admiration they crave, the three evil girls decide they can't take it anymore. Yuika sneaks out of her class. She insists it's just a trip to the toilet. These rivals take advantage of the moment to attack her. Relieved, Yuika grumbles in the hallway about being tired from the endless attention. Suddenly, a trio of rivals block her path and drag her to an infamous spot in the school. There, they stamp their feet on the ground to intimidate her, then accuse her of being annoying and question her enrollment in SMT. When Yuika remains silent, a plump, overweight girl suggests that she must have received special treatment as a magical aristocrat. As if that wasn't enough, the simple-minded green-haired girl adds her own, claiming that Yuika charmed her way into SMT. Unable to bear the ridicule, Yuika explodes, shouting that she worked hard to get into SMT and would never use underhanded tricks. Noticing her wariness, the red-haired leader of the disgruntled losers presses harder, ordering Yuika to swear on her status as a magical aristocrat that she does not harbor feelings for Minato. Yuika hesitates, but before she can show weakness, Minato appears, demanding an explanation. The frightened girls quickly claim they were simply discussing how unfair it is that Yuika is getting special treatment. Their leader even has the audacity to accuse Minato himself of succumbing to supposed favoritism. Minato is silent. He turns his gaze to Yuika. He instantly realizes the humiliation she must be feeling because of their bullying. At the same time, envious girls begin to talk about joining SMT, claiming they'll be of significant assistance to him. Realizing their plan, Minato decides to play along. He puts off the reprimand for now, instead urging them to enroll in the SMT introductory program. Since they seem so diligent, he promises to allow them to join as soon as they succeed. Unaware of the harsh nature of the regime, the girls burst into joy. Minato accompanies them to the SMT training grounds, informing Ryuga and Ruka that they will be participating in the program. At first, Ryuga and Ruka are unimpressed. They note that the girls do not seem particularly skilled. However, Yuika, worried that Minato intends to let them join, dismisses the idea to deal with more pressing matters, noting how naive the newcomers are, causing Ryuga and Ruka to become even more wary of their motives. When they ask Minato about this, he simply advises them not to overthink the situation. He feels that these girls need this experience. The training begins, and within 60 minutes, the red-haired person is on the verge of collapse from fatigue. Meanwhile, Minato and the rest of the SMT veterans are shouting out commands, urging them to run as if their lives depended on it. He applies the same strict practice. It's the same training he used with the Osaka Police Department. He has previous experience in this. After making them run 4 laps around the track, Minato moves on to push-ups using magic, doing them one-handed, training with the others and scolding the laggards to push themselves beyond their limits. They then continue to cast spells continuously until they are completely exhausted. At this point, the aggrieved trio begins to strategize their exit. They refuse to tolerate this madness any longer. Just as they prepare to escape, Minato calls them back, casually stating that they have only completed the preliminary exercises. The angry girls begin to accuse Minato of cruelty. One even claims that he deliberately made the training painful to annoy them. In response, Minato points to the real SMT members, reminding the defeated that despite their initial difficulties, they worked hard every day to reach their current status as warriors. He explains that SMT operates on the brink of death, fighting monsters and doing everything possible to protect the population. He then turns his attention to Yuika, stating that despite their belief that she is unfit, she works tirelessly to become a better person. The idea that she used her looks and connections to get in is complete nonsense. He knows she would never stoop to that level. Finally, he meets the redhead's gaze, making it clear that Yuika is a dear comrade to him. He will not forgive anyone. Anyone who tries to tarnish her reputation will incur his wrath. Realizing their mistake, the trio of tormentors beg for mercy and flee like the cowardly individuals they are. Watching their hasty retreat, Minato sighs at their complete lack of backbone. Ryuji, still stunned, asks about the recent events. Minato simply advises him to ignore defeated opponents. Later, during their walk home from practice, Yuika expresses gratitude to Minato for protecting her, admitting that she overheard his entire statement. Minato brushes it off, claiming that he simply presented them with the truth and stopped their senseless jealousy. He's confident that they'll spread the word, so she doesn't have to worry about it anymore. Yuika chuckles, repeating his last phrase, and then sheepishly admits that she considers him a significant person. She understands that Minato's concept of significance is different from her own. But for now, she is content. She is confident that with time, she will gain the strength to stand by his side. Then she will finally win his favor. With renewed determination, she tells Minato to prepare for the day when she becomes strong enough to surpass him. With Yuika's torment over, life returns to normal for SMT, awaiting the next disaster. As the hour of disaster approaches Tokyo, the skies glow red and monstrous entities materialize unceremoniously on the streets. Realizing the danger, citizens run for their lives as the vile creatures begin their attack. At the same time, Minato and Hinata, who happen to be nearby, rush into the fight. Hinata excitedly declares several monsters as her prey. She turns them to ashes with her pyromantic powers. Without wasting a second arguing with the tiny alarm clock, Minato turns his attention to the remaining dangers, destroying them with his void magic. As this happens, the first arrivals and some foolish onlookers gaze in awe at the collaboration between the SMT and the Magic Nobles, a sight they never expected. Since the Magic Nobles began collaborating with SMT, their public image has steadily improved. A recent survey by the research group confirms this development. At the moment, Chrono is detaining the renegade mages. At the same time, SMT confronts disasters and beasts. However, because the SMT's core staff consists of students rather than officers, the group lacks official recognition as a legitimate agency. This misconception sometimes leads to failures in emergency situations, fueling public dissatisfaction with the police. A few days after the disaster, Minato secretly visits Leone's sister Kai, who is in a coma. He goes to visit him at the medical facility. Minato hides under the guise of the Shadow Bearer. Under cover of darkness, he enters Kai's chamber. He places his hand on the lifeless man's forehead, attempting to heal him with Angel's Breath, a 7th-level divine spell. Even though he knows divine magic doesn't usually help with comas, Minato believes it will at least bring some benefit to Kai's physical and mental state. However, despite repeated attempts, no improvement was observed. He begins to doubt that holy magic works on this particular disease. Minato recalls Leona's optimism when she is dissatisfied with her brother's condition. He refuses to give up. Just as he's preparing for another approach, the door swings open. He quickly ducks. Leona enters, catching a fleeting glimpse of another presence, but she chalks it up to a figment of her imagination. She approaches her brother, continuing yesterday's story. This time, she extols Kronos' amazing magic, reliability, and drive. She admits that although she respects him, his mentoring is pure hell. His harsh and merciless training seems truly hellish. However, when she talks about it lightly, her behavior changes. Clutching Kai's blanket, she solemnly promises to keep striving until no one else has to endure his suffering. She vows to destroy the Black Riot together with Chrono, no matter the cost. Overwhelmed with feelings, she bursts into tears, begging for forgiveness at my brother's one more time for his suffering. Minato, having heard everything he needed to, silently leaves the room and heads to the storeroom to meet Leona and the interns she intends to introduce. Leona soon appears, introducing new faces to Minato, which takes him by surprise when he asks for formal introductions. She clarifies that these are not just random people. These people found her after viewing her online messages and conducting an information campaign. She deliberately shared minimal details to gauge their determination to find her. Now that they have arrived, she reassures Minato. She confirmed their identities and ran a full background check on them. The trainees, overflowing with enthusiasm, begin to shower Minato with praise. However, Leona quickly orders them to calm down. Once order is restored, Minato makes it clear that while he is willing to train them, he will not coddle them. The fearless recruits, after consulting, resolutely urge him to push them to the limit. Satisfied with their determination, Minato begins training and nearly kills them with his grueling regimen. Although the new recruits were initially over-enthusiastic, their dedication soon became apparent. Over time, under Minato's brutal training, they improved significantly. Within a week, Minato had successfully formed a specialized tactical team dedicated to information manipulation and hacking, as well as an operational team responsible for locating and destroying BR hideouts. As the Shadow Walker's influence grew, he received unexpected support. This support came from underground organizations. Meanwhile, the Black Rebellion's hideouts were repeatedly destroyed, leaving the police baffled as to the Black Mage's true intentions. However, Shido remains steadfast in his belief that all criminal mages are criminals. In his eyes, the Shadow Walker is not an avenger, but simply another lawbreaker. The resolute Shido vows that these so-called heroes will not escape justice. Meanwhile, Kuroi, as irritated as ever, throws another tantrum, furious at the Black Mage's continued disobedience. Before he can destroy anything, a subordinate appears with a report that their next operation is fully prepared. However, Kuroi continues to scold them for their slowness and incompetence. Nevertheless, he remains focused on his goal. He vows that, no matter the cost, He will personally capture and destroy Minato and Chrono if it's his last act on Earth. The next day, during SMT training, Shido, observing the entire squad, can't dispel the growing suspicion that Captain Minato might be Krull. Considering his age and abilities, it is impossible not to suspect, and Chrono's appearance at this precise moment only strengthens this suspicion. While Shido is lost in thought, Ryugi and the girls apologize to Minato for accidentally breaking their bracelets in their sleep a few weeks ago. After detailing the events, Minato assures them that this is acceptable and that the bracelets have likely reached their maximum lifespan. However, deep down, he admits that a newbie like him can't produce proper equipment against monsters. He decides to contact Takigami later to obtain more advanced equipment. However, Ryugi and the others are furious with the nobles for initiating a nighttime attack solely to test them, believing they could act with impunity. Acknowledging their anger, Minato admits his own displeasure with the nobles' dastardly methods, but emphasizes that future cooperation with them is vital. With this in mind, he politely asks his subordinates to forgive this incident just this once. They reluctantly stop their complaints, but then redirect their frustration inward, blaming their own weakness for not even being able to detect the attack. At that moment, Yuika remembers how confused the noble mages looked upon awakening and asks Minato about it. She's unsure what type of magic affected them, but they still seemed unaware of their circumstances. Minato explains that he used a drain-type spell to suck out their magical energy and cloud their memories. It is possible that they did not retain any memories before or after the spell was activated. With the day's training over, Minato suggests they all return home together, but his subordinates quickly decline, citing various excuses. Left alone, Shido offers to give him a ride, and Minato accepts. Along the way, Shido touches on the topic of expanding the Shadow Summoner's influence, arguing that Minato, as a member of the Constable, cannot remain passive. Understanding the direction of the conversation, Minato asks if Shido still has suspicions. Shido evades the question, listing certain traits of the criminal before asking if Minato had observed them too. Minato feigns ignorance, declaring complete ignorance. Despite deep doubt, Shido puts the question aside for now. Minato then asks if Shido considers Chrono a villain, noting that there have been no reports of him committing any evil deeds. Shido admits he's heard Chrono is benevolent, prompting Minato to ask why he harbors such hostility. Shido replies that it's because Chrono remains a criminal. To help Minato understand his point of view, Shido tells his story. His father was an outstanding law enforcement officer, guided by an unwavering moral compass. While the populace condemned lawbreakers, his father consistently maintained that they possessed inner integrity, and that approaching them with respect could lead them to correct their wrongdoings. Shido admired this conviction, which prompted him to join the police. But his father died while trying to negotiate with a criminal who was holding hostages. He was brutally attacked with magic, unarmed and unprotected. Unable to respond with magic, he died in a completely unequal fight. The criminal was detained afterwards. He was charged with theft and murder. When asked about the motives for killing Shido's father, the suspect stated that he was scared. He was intimidated by an unarmed man. Recalling these words, Shido is overcome with anger, and he vehemently asserts that the real fear should be felt by the victims, people like his father, killed for such a trivial reason. With this statement, his position becomes incontestable. He will show no mercy to criminals. Even if they try to save others, they cannot be forgiven. Without this principle, honest citizens will have no faith. Shido is once again plunged into her grief. Minato realizes that this conviction is deeply rooted in him. After his outburst, Shido apologizes for his lack of restraint and then leaves Minato, saying that tomorrow, as always, he will rely on him. The next morning, the SMT members gather for training, but to their disappointment, Minato is late, which is highly unusual. After waiting a few moments, he runs out of the classroom, muttering about teachers who drag things out too much. As he rushes towards the training ground, he ignores two suspicious individuals watching him from a hidden spot. Just moments after Minato leaves, the giant screen broadcasting the news is suddenly intercepted. The image changes and Kuroi, the head of BR, appears on all the main screens across Japan. When he appears, people immediately recognize him as the former magic nobleman Kuroi. However, indifferent to the attention, He addresses SMT and Chrono directly. He announces that he has a gift for them. He claims explosives are planted throughout Japan and warns authorities against interfering. Failure to do so will result in their sequential detonation. To demonstrate his sincerity, Kuroi snaps his fingers. The building flies into the air, engulfed in flames. This incident takes place near the location of the Monado. Monado immediately leaps into action, deploying a powerful magical shield to protect citizens from the shockwave. Meanwhile, the SMT frantically gathers information, discovering that their data is completely corrupted. To make matters worse, neither they nor the authorities can respond quickly enough. Wika, increasingly frustrated, claims they can't even contact Monado, questioning his current actions. As chaos escalates at the police station, Kuroi issues his ultimatum. Chrono must arrive at the designated location alone. If he disobeys, all the explosive devices will go off at once. Soon after surveying the destruction in the area, Monado comes to his conclusion. He waits until darkness falls to take action. By nightfall, he dons his Shadow Wanderer costume and sets off for the designated location, a former refuge in a port warehouse. After checking the location, Leona asks through their connection if he is really continuing, and Minato assures her that everything will be fine. Having set the stage, Leona wishes him a safe journey and expresses hope that he survives this encounter. Having assured her once again, Minato rushes over the entire metropolis. It lands only upon arrival at the designated warehouse. The warehouse lights up as he enters, revealing dozens of illegal BR sorcerers. Their commander, Kuroi, meets his demise, claiming to have anticipated his arrival. He then boasts that everyone present is a first-class BR sorcerer with powerful abilities. In response, Kurono, also known as Minato, asks if defeating everyone present would be enough to disband BR. Hearing this, Kuroi ridicules Kurono's self-confidence. However, before he can say anything, one of his sorcerers calls Kurono a fool for believing he can win on his own. Anna. Kuroi grabs the fool by the neck and lectures him, noting that people have fallen at Kurono's hands because they underestimated him, just as he underestimated him. Since he is present now and claims to be different, Kuroi not only promises to do his best, but also vows to flawlessly eliminate Kurono without lowering his guard. Confused, Kurono, on the verge of engaging in combat with Kuroi, asks if he really believes he can achieve this. However, before he can take any drastic action, Kuroi stops him, warning him that if he resists, the explosive devices surrounding the city will be detonated. Chrono, knowing full well that Kuroi is serious, remains in place and waits for his next move. Kuroi then orders his mages to kill him. Almost instantly, they unleash their attacks on Chrono. When none of the attacks hit their target, Kuroi initially suspects that Chrono has erected a magical shield and therefore orders them to continue the attack. When the result repeats, Chrono informs them that their attacks are useless. Third-tier magic has no effect on him. In rage, Kuroi loses his composure. He even beats his own soldiers. He calls them worthless for not even being able to wound Chrono. Chrono, on the other hand, calls them trash, causing Kuroi to swear that these trash soldiers will brutally destroy him. Despite Chrono's might, Kuroi remains confident, declaring that normally he wouldn't stand a chance. But now that he has his new weapon, the circumstances will change. Noticing the weapon in Kuroi's hands, Chrono assumes it is a regular firearm and arrogantly claims that guns will have no effect on him. But the moment he finishes speaking, Kuroi fires a projectile that scratches his right cheek. To his complete surprise, Chrono is wounded. Enjoying the surprise on Chrono's face, Kuroi laughs evilly and reveals that his firearm is a magic nullifying artifact imbued with enchantments that destroy arcane energies. After detailing the capabilities of his projectiles, Kuroi fires 3 shots at once, all of which lightly wound Chrono's body. Kuroi then admits that it had been some time since his last shot, so he expected his accuracy to be somewhat off. However, he is surprised. Chrono unconsciously heals his wounds with his innate magic. Misinterpreting it as divine magic, Kuroi accuses him of using it, but Chrono corrects him, explaining that it is indeed natural magic that activates autonomously to restore him. In any case, Kuroi proclaims that recovery will not change the circumstances. This means that he can cause further harm to Chrono. It has the capacity to cause more serious harm. Kuroi then fires 3 more projectiles, taunting Chrono, but soon notices that all of his bullets, as before, only slightly grazed him. Despite this, Chrono is easily restored again. At this point, Kuroi begins to suspect something is wrong. None of his attacks have landed directly, which defies logic. He wonders if Ono was evading, but quickly dismisses the thought, certain that such a sight is beyond even Ono's capabilities. While Kuroi is lost in his thoughts, Ono quietly communicates with Leona and the others. He checks to see if their covert operation is complete. Kuroi notices this and accuses him of talking in the middle of a fight and showing disrespect. With his goal achieved, Ono unleashes Grand Typhoon, a 5th-tier wind magic spell. He uses it to sweep away all the apostate mages and blow a hole in the warehouse ceiling, destroying the entire structure. Seeing this, Kuroi immediately gives the order to detonate explosives throughout the city. But to his despair, Ono reveals that his comrades have already defused them. Now, with nothing stopping him from focusing solely on Kuroi, Ono informs him that his projectiles have caused considerable discomfort. He vows to return the pain 100-fold. The arena is ready for battle. Kuroi prepares, but before their clash, SMT arrives and stops the fight before it begins. Wick announces that all the explosives have been defused, forcing the hand to beg BR to end their senseless defiance. Chrono, intent on hiding his identity, silently praises the SMT's quick arrival, but wonders if they were simply hiding undetected. However, SMT instantly recognizes Chrono, the leader of the Shadow Wraiths. They acknowledge his extraordinary magical power. Meanwhile, Sonata, knowing that Chrono is Minato, feels compelled to help him. Fearing that he might be secretly injured and with the situation changed, Chrono confidently provokes Kuroi into a fight. Just when victory seems assured, Toshuru suddenly materializes. He notes Kuroi's difficult fight and offers to help. Recognizing the traitor as their own father, the daughters exclaimed in amazement, desperate for a compelling reason. Without hesitation, they demanded to know why their father was teaming up with such a vile man as Kuroi. Before Toshiro can respond, Kuroi states that it is because they share the bond of comrades. Still stunned, Yuika and her brother pepper their father with questions, desperately trying to understand what could have driven him to team up with such a scoundrel. Finally, tired of their relentless questioning, Tushar tells them in an icy tone that he does not owe them any explanation. Depressed, they fall silent and simply look at him. Meanwhile, Shidu demands Chrono's arrest, but Chrono asks if now is really the right time to consider him an enemy. Other members of the SMT express similar thoughts, arguing that they should unite, especially in the absence of the Minato. Realizing the validity of their arguments, Shidu reluctantly agrees to cooperate. Just this once. A little later, Kuroi uses special throwing explosive devices. He throws them towards SMT. Chrono shouts a warning to evade. They narrowly escape the blast zone, most of their limbs intact. They quickly realize that these are no ordinary explosives. Chrono, amazed by the presence of anti-magic weapons other than firearms, watches as Kuroi smirks and opens his coat, revealing additional hidden equipment. While Chrono confronts Kuroi, the sisters struggle with the grim reality of fighting their father. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Tushiru summons a 3rd-level water magic attack. Wanting to test their abilities, they unleash Azure Splash on their opponents. Ruka responds with a similar spell, but it lacks power. Tushiru's attack easily penetrates it. With no other options, the girls brace themselves for the strike. Just when all hope was lost, Ryuji enters the fray with a 3rd-tier earth spell. A wall of stone prevents them from drowning. Afterwards, the sisters express their gratitude to Kryuga, and Tushiro notes their progress and coordination. However, he warns them that they are still no match for him, as his magical power is equal to that of Manatos. Despite this, Uika refuses to give up. With determination, she and Ruka merge their mana to unleash a 7th-tier Great Water spell, Geyser Wave, upon him. Tushiro effortlessly counters with an 8th-tier spell, Tidal Wave, completely overpowering them. He notes that they managed to neutralize some of his magic, but they are still significantly inferior. As the sisters lie defeated, Kuroi complains about the one-sided nature of the battle in his favor. He mocks Chrono, proclaiming that even a powerful shadow summoner is powerless against anti-magic weapons. He grins, He hints that Chrono has never been in combat before. He suggests that Chrono has never encountered firearms. With Tushiro's support, Kuroi claims that Kroi is doomed and even offers him the humiliating opportunity to beg for mercy. However, Chrono remains calm. Seeing this, Kuroi becomes restless and suspicious, shouting at Chrono not to get carried away. He fires additional anti-magic projectiles, but Chrono dodges each one. At first, Kuro thinks it's just luck, but the longer he watches, the less convinced he becomes. At the same time, Tushiru once again demonstrates his 8th level water magic. He asks for their opinions. What will be their answer? Receiving no answer, he attacks Chrono. Chrono dodges with perfect grace. Kuroi notices an anomaly in Chrono's actions. He quickly uses his 5th tier dark magic, Night Raid, and gets behind Chrono for a surprise attack. Chrono dodges each sword strike, forcing Kuroi to shoot him again. However, Kuroi dodges again. While Chrono catches his breath, another torrent of water magic descends upon him. He erects a void barrier, but it cracks on impact. The SMT members, watching from the sidelines, are stunned by the massive mana drain. They begin to feel inadequate simply standing there. Realizing that in their current state, they cannot compete with Minato, they decide to take action and earn his recognition. Shido, still harboring resentment towards Minato, sees an opportunity. With Chrono preoccupied and seemingly cornered, he's convinced they'll finally be able to subdue him. Knowing that reinforcements will soon arrive to help capture Tushiru and Koro, Shido doesn't want to miss this chance. He turns to Sanada, who is nearby, and begs her to help him defeat Chrono. Sanada hesitates, questioning his logic. Shido states that Chrono, a rogue mage fighting alone, must be captured immediately. At first, she refuses, but Shido insists, almost begging. Unable to refuse outright, Sanada clenches her fists and looks forward, which Shido takes as her agreement to his request. But instead of attacking Chrono, she suddenly uses white magic on him. Kuroi, seeing this, mistakenly assumes that the police have turned against their only ally, Chrono, and taunts them. However, as Shido is about to strike again, he realizes that Sanada has just given Chrono first aid using 5th level holy magic. Around this time, Kuroi accuses the police of helping Chrono, an illegal mage. But then Chrono, who can heal his wounds with passive magic, ignores him and asks why Sanada used magic on him that she knows he doesn't need. After further reflection, Chrono comes to the conclusion that Sanada must be trying to convey her feelings to him through magic. So he accepts the healing effects and continues his battle with Kuroi. Meanwhile, Shido, who is apparently brainless, asks why Sanada healed the criminal. And Sanada, tired of his nonsense, tells him that it is because Chrono is fighting for their benefit. When the simpleton asks how he does this, Sanada suggests that he consider why they, who can't even move, are still alive. Or why Chrono hasn't moved an inch from this spot. As Shido remains silent, she informs him that it is because he is solely trying to protect them all. As poor Chrono continues to get hit by Kuroi's bullets, Sanada tells Shido that if it weren't for Chrono, they would have become Kuroi's targets, which is why he doesn't back down from them. Even after hearing all this, Shido still tries to make Chrono look like the villain, the fool that he is. There is no way an illegal magician like him could save the police. Seeing the suspicion in his gaze, Sanada tells Shido that Chrono stands with them alone solely to protect the innocent and uphold the rights of the defenseless. At this point, Shido begins to use his intellect, and after noticing Chrono's immobility and severe wounds, Shido begins to reconsider his previous judgment of him. Reality soon dawns on him when the girls declare their unwavering support and willingness to fight alongside Chrono, regardless of his status as a rogue mage. Unfortunately for them, however, Kuroi smirks, stating that their kind will not be able to change the outcome, as their remaining magical reserves are critically low. SMT operatives attacked him with all their might. Wika informed him that even with their reduced mana, they still had a viable plan. After these words, their attention switches to Tushira. He floats in the air on his floating water balloon. They force him to come down back to their level. His refuge is now violated. The moment he touches the ground, Chrono strikes with demon fire, and Tushar, quickly noticing the ambush, responds with water wave. Toshiro understands that SMT will hinder his progress. He understands that his chances of hitting Chrono are slim. Focusing on this, SMT works to stop Tushar. Sonata sincerely wants to help. She strives to help Minato. While the girls attack their father, Shidu steals his will. He engages in a fight to restrain Toshura, which ultimately enrages Kuro. As for Kuro, he praises SMT for delaying Tushu, making the battle easier, and continues to irritate Kuroi to the point where he vows to destroy them with all his might, firing more projectiles at Chrono. This time, Chrono dodges the attacks perfectly, leaving Kuroi confused and wondering how Chrono was able to dodge every projectile. Accusing him of witchcraft, Chrono assures Kuroi that he did not use any magic, but simply dodged. At this point, Kuroi loses his composure, telling Chrono to stop joking around as this isn't a cinematic performance. By then, Chrono informs him that although it has been some time since he encountered long-range anti-magic devices, he couldn't fight effectively. Hearing this, Kuroi starts firing indiscriminately, but then Chrono, declaring that he had already analyzed Kuroi's attack patterns, flawlessly dodges each shot and moves towards him. Kuroi realizes that his bullets are now ineffective. He takes out his anti-magic weapon. This is a flare gun. He aims it at everyone present. He is ready to destroy them all. Unfortunately, before he can even fire, Chrono uses Night Raid to quickly close the distance, shocking Kuroi, and unleashes Cruel, a unique dark magic different from normal spells, inflicting 3 days and 3 nights of torment on the villain as just retribution. Having tamed Kuroi, Chrono turns his attention to Toshura, preparing to engage him in battle. His allies are immobilized by fatigue. Chrono smirks, acknowledging how effectively they detained Toshira. He tells them to leave the rest to him and focuses all his attention on Toshura. But before facing him, Toshiru gives in. Chrono requests a report of events. At that very moment, Leona radios in, reporting that there is trouble. Law enforcement and magical nobility are descending on BR's safe houses in Tokyo, noting that the timing has clearly been rigged. Moreover, she claims that she is sure that Mizuha Toshiru is the source of the information leak. This revelation causes Crow to ask Toshiro about his role as a spy in BR, to which Toshiro confirms. Before their exchange, Kuroi stands up and orders everyone to stop their antics. Observing his condition, Chrono concludes that he must have neutralized the threat with anti-magic equipment. His reinforcements accompany him. Kuroi clutches the detonator. He threatens to detonate all explosive devices. He strategically placed them in close proximity. Seeing this, the remaining SMT operatives lament their inability to evade the explosives in the allotted time. But then Chrono and Tushara, still agile, simultaneously release Firewall and Emerald Aqua, both 7th-tier spells, to protect the SMT members from Kuroi's projectiles. However, no matter how many times he pressed the detonator, nothing happened. Kuro just stands there, dumbfounded, and insists that he planted explosives everywhere. While he is wasting time thinking, Leona, who has just appeared, informs him again that they have already defused the explosives he had hidden nearby. The moment he recognizes Leon as a Shadowbringer operative, he makes disparaging remarks about them. He calls them his slaves and orders them to bow down and obey him. In a rage, Leona strikes unexpectedly and finally declares that she has taken revenge. However, the imbecile confidently claims that he is just a component of an organization called BR. This means that the true leaders are still at large and continue their evil deeds. Immediately after these words, Kuro dies. This makes Chrono wonder about the identity of BR's real architect. Chrono realizes that further investigation is required to determine the true identity of this man. He dismisses the thought and carries Leona away, planning to leave before the authorities arrive. It is then that Uika tries to stop him to clarify something, but Chrono brushes her off and disappears into the night darkness, never to be caught by SMT again. Shortly after his departure, Ruka, Uika, and Ryuji are left confused as they ponder the true nature of the Shadow Summoner's leader. In any case, Sonata, knowing Chrono's true identity as Kusanagi, is overwhelmed with gratitude to her savior for saving so many lives that night. By dawn the next day, national news outlets report the capture and arrest of former Magic Noble and BR President Kuroi, who faces charges including conspiracy to terrorize the city. Moreover, Authorities have received considerable praise for quickly solving the bombing cases and demonstrating elite counterterrorism skills. Watching the broadcast, Hinata and Riku, who are somewhere in the city, ridicule the media's attempts to take credit for their achievements. Meanwhile, Minato resumes his regular duties as SMT captain. That same morning, he and his squad head to the Mizuha house to visit Susura. Along the way, they inquire about his absence during the operation against Kuroi the previous night. Minato fabricates a story, claiming a family emergency. Fortunately, they accept his explanation, but still insist he inform them next time. Upon arrival at the Mizuha residence, they are greeted warmly and escorted to the conference room. Inside, the daughters ask their father for a detailed account of the events. Sushiro begins by stating that he pretended to be obedient to Kuroi. He infiltrated the BR with the goal of erasing the shame of the magical nobility and stopping the spread of illegal sorcerers. Continuing, he reveals that Kuroi was once a member of the magical nobility. He was also involved in countless crimes and grew in power without limit. Unable to bear it any longer, Toshiro took drastic measures. Yuika then asks why he only infiltrated BR now. Toshiro reveals that he received direct orders from the police, who believed his position as the head of a family of magical aristocrats would make it easier to infiltrate BR, especially given Kuroi's previous dealings with Fuka. Toshiro used psychological manipulation tactics. He easily won Kuroi's trust. He concludes his story by detailing his circumstances. He was not an official law enforcement officer, but he was treated as an undercover special agent. He will not face any consequences for any misdeeds. Hearing this, the young women breathe a sigh of relief and scold the police for their treatment of their father. Meanwhile, Minato ponders the various factions in this scheme. The SMT, the police force that seemed to be subservient to the magic nobles, and even Mizuha Toshiru, who went to such extraordinary lengths. He also questions the police's decision to intervene at that particular moment when they could have acted much earlier. To him, their justification for their actions now seems unconvincing. Everything looks suspicious. A flashback to the night Kuroi was subdued shows Chrono and Leona discussing how the police, despite limited information, discovered that more than half of the explosive devices used were fakes. When Chrono asks if the criminals had the resources for real bombs, Leona admits it's possible, but considers it too amateurish to be a serious threat. However, the police acted with uncharacteristic speed, as if they had been warned in advance. They suspect foul play, but so far have no evidence. Returning to the present, Toshiro admits his wrongdoings, begs for forgiveness, and declares his intention to openly help SMT and reverse his daughter's disinheritance. Upon hearing this, the young ladies immediately rejoiced, knowing that they could once again proudly bear the name Mitsuoha. On the way back from the Mitsuha family gathering, Ryuji notes the fortunate turn of events, finally feeling relieved that the situation has been resolved. Sanada, on the other hand, calls Minato and Chrono her saviors and expresses a desire to repay their kindness. Sid, knowing that Chrono is an unlicensed magician, still cannot deny the fact that he saved them on that fateful night. If Chrono turns out to be Kusanagi, Sidhu is unsure about the morality of arresting him. Meanwhile, Yuika grows increasingly alarmed as she remembers Chrono's eyes that night, recognizing their striking resemblance to Minato's. Unable to tell them apart, she begins to suspect they may be the same person. Minato, fully aware of the unfolding situation, foresees potential complications if this continues. That night, disguised as Chrono, he sneaks into Kai's hospital room to continue healing him with sacred magic. Receiving no answer this time, Chrono nudges Kai to wake up. He tells Kai that his sister is waiting for his return. At that very moment, Leona enters, forcing Chrono to hide behind the window. She quietly informs her younger brother that she has finally defeated the enemies together with Chrono. She assures him that he doesn't need to worry anymore. She ensures that no one will ever harm him again. Moments after hearing his sister's voice, Kai calls out her name, and Leona immediately confirms that she is with him. Fully conscious, Kai greets his older sister upon her return and states that he has done his best to remain steadfast in her absence. Without the slightest hesitation, Leona hugs Kai tightly. Tears flowed freely down her cheeks. Seeing this, Chrono grins, realizing that his task is completed, and quietly ascends into the night sky. The next day, during the midday meal, Ryugi, who is with the others on the school terrace, begs Minato and the girls to help him look after his younger siblings tomorrow. When asked about the situation, he explains that his work schedule covers the entire day and he will return home extremely late. He usually manages SMT activities and works when his mother is not on duty. However, unfortunately, neither of them are available at this particular moment. Since he absolutely cannot leave his siblings unattended until dark, Ryugi asks them for help. Hearing Ryuga's sincere request, Minato readily agrees to help, mentioning his love for children. And Ryuga expresses his deep gratitude to him. As for Yuika, she expresses regret at her unavailability, explaining that she has commitments related to the move. Realizing she's no longer estranged, Ryugi asks if she's finally returning to her father's residence, but Yuika informs him that they're instead moving to a larger residence. At this point, Yuika imitates her father, advising them both to continue developing their self-sufficiency and exploring the outside world, provided that Kusanagi Minato stays with them. Soon after, Ryuga comments on her father's behavior, and Yuika remarks that he is at least generous enough to provide funds. However, Minato believes that if Tushar encourages autonomy, then it makes sense for the sisters to live together. On the contrary, he understands Tushar's hidden intentions. Now he understands why Tushar wants him to be around girls more than ever before. Anyway, Ryugi makes a joke about Minato and Ruka helping Yuika move in, only to realize their overbearing and inconsiderate nature, coming to the conclusion that Yuika can handle it on her own. After the joke makes him laugh, he asks Ruka if she will accompany Minato. The hand stutters. Eventually, she volunteers to help Minato look after the children. With that, Ryuji expresses his gratitude to both of them and vows to repay their kindness. The next day, Minato and Ruka accompany Ryuga's 3 younger siblings to an amusement park since they haven't been there in a while. The children are excitedly talking about riding the carousel, roller coaster, and Ferris wheel one after the other. To reassure them, Minato assures them that they will try out all the rides. Just as they are about to board the ride, he notices that Ruka is lagging behind and asks her to join their group. By this point, Ruka's face looks so menacing that the children feel intimidated, and Minato asks why she isn't smiling. To avoid being seen as a bore, Ruka apologizes, then makes things worse by forcing a forced smile and asking if things are better. Unfortunately, children find it even more frightening. Minato strokes the children. He wants to stop them from crying. He ignores the dark hand for now. Later, the 5 of them ride a roller coaster, a Ferris wheel, and a carousel before finally finishing up as dusk falls. While Minato is busy with the happy children, he notices sadness on Ruki's face. He decides to talk to her. Luckily, the kids briefly go to the restroom after Minato warns them against fighting, giving the pair some privacy. After a short conversation about the children's delight, Ruka tells Minato that he is wonderful. Even the little ones love him. Although he knows this, Minato dismisses it as a minor issue, but Ruka counters, admitting that she doesn't get along with children. It's not that she doesn't like them, she just finds it difficult to talk to them. Minato understands this, and she expresses regret for her arrogant behavior. Changing the subject, she remembers telling Uika that she could never surpass her. But now she feels inferior in every way. She can't cook, communicate, or be as caring as Vika. Even in magic, her former strong point, she lags behind. On the contrary, she realizes that she is far from perfect. She is just an incompetent woman who is unable to handle things on her own. While Minato remains silent, Ruka apologizes for her childish complaints, begging him to ignore her words as the children return from the restroom. As the children make their way through the crowd, the eldest accidentally runs into one of 3 thugs threatening the other children and trying to film them. Realizing the inevitable confrontation, Minato prepares to intervene. But before he can move, he sees the hand step forward to protect the children and decides to watch. She quickly snatches the boy out of danger. Then she asks if he is okay. The boy starts to cry, and she breathes a sigh of relief that he is not injured. At this point, the bandit and his accomplices insist on an apology from the little child for simply existing. Ruka rejects their demand, claiming that the child has done nothing wrong and that the aggressor should be the one to apologize. Acting like a typical thick-headed bully, the bully tries to hit Ruka for crossing his path. But just as his fist moves, Minato catches it, calling it a scumbag who only causes trouble. He points out that they are in a public place and tells them not to ruin everyone's mood for their own amusement. When the bully screams in pain, begging for release, Minato releases him and grumbles that there's no escaping those nasty people. Once the bullies leave, he checks on his companions, making sure they're all safe. Noticing that Ruka had gone to great lengths to protect them, the trio immediately took a liking to her. They cried and expressed their gratitude for her rescue. At first, Ruka froze in fear, but after Minato's look, she hugged them warmly, assuring them that everything was okay. After the incident was resolved, they enjoyed the rest of the day in peace. When darkness fell, Ryuji finally reached home. He apologized, hoping his younger siblings hadn't caused any trouble. To his surprise, he finds all 5 of them sleeping peacefully side by side. They look like an ordinary happy family. Over time, it became clear that while SMT Captain Minato and Shadowbringer leader Chrono, along with the Japanese twin mages, attracted considerable attention, the police's authority continued to decline. Despite their swift intervention in the BR explosion incident, which received some praise, the SMT's accomplishments completely overshadowed the police, leaving their reputation in ruins. During one of their so-called meetings, the members of the Tokyo Police Department declare that they cannot allow Shadowbringer to continue to act out and desecrate their police honor. The chief superintendent acknowledges the validity of their argument. He issues a directive to arrest criminals masquerading as fighters for justice and bring them to justice. Meanwhile, in the Kaichi family's martial arts hall, Minato and Riku engage in a duel with wooden swords. They evaluate each other's swordsmanship. For nearly 10 minutes, the pair, without uttering a word, attack each other with deadly intent, striking, stabbing, and dodging only when necessary. Ultimately, Riku declares the fight a draw, as both have found themselves in mortal situations. Riku noted Minato's exceptional skill with the sword. He expressed his surprise that Minato could compete with him, an assistant manager. Despite this confession, Minato informs Riku that he is still no match for him in swordsmanship. Riku, observing Minato's humility and talent, is deeply impressed. The sparring session is over. The duo return their wooden training swords to their places, and Riku immediately begins to whine about how fed up he is with his life. Confused, Minato asks Rika to explain what's wrong with him, as he looked fine just a moment ago. Riku says that when he holds the sword, he feels motivated. But now that he has put it down, he feels useless and wants to die or become a plant. Hearing this, Minato sincerely tells Riku not to die yet. He states that simply living and doing nothing is enough for anyone, as long as it brings them happiness. Seeing how thoughtful Minato is, Riku calls him an interesting person, then stands up and tells him that he always felt out of place. Rather, the fame of his swordsmanship has made him feel even more alienated. And that is what upsets him most about the world. Hearing this, Minato calms him down. He explains that this is not alienation, but a sign of uniqueness. Stunned, Riku tells Minato that no one has ever described his talent as unique before. Minato claims he had a similar experience before. He then tells Riku about his past life as a teenager as Ichikama Minato, recalling unimaginable terror and near-death experiences. Minato claims that he fought back then and, as a result, awakened his abilities. However, Riku looks at him indifferently, which is perhaps fortunate for Minato. He believes Minato is referring to the traffic accident incident he spoke about earlier. In his memories, Minato remembers that from that day on, he began to study magic by imitating the monster's spells and eventually created his own, being the only survivor. During that period, Minato Riku reports, he remembers being unable to save anyone and often being perceived as an oddball by those around him. However, now he made sure that his power and strength were used to help others. With this statement, he asks if Riku has anything he seeks to protect. And Riku, acknowledging Minato's point, confirms that he does indeed have something he wants to protect. Realizing this, Minato happily advises him to use his power for this purpose, as the uniqueness already lies within him. And Riku, deciding to follow Minato's advice, expresses gratitude for his help. After this, the couple clasps hands. They promise to collaborate on their next endeavor. Shortly after leaving Riku's dojo, Minato reflects on Kaichi Riku's character up to that point, concluding that for the leader of a magical noble family, he is quite respectable despite his eccentricities. Minato believes that current satellites are far superior to others. The rest are arrogant, spiteful, and completely incomprehensible. Continuing on, lost in thought, Minato bumps into someone on the street and immediately apologizes for his clumsiness. only to discover that the person he bumped into is none other than Homarai Hinata, a petite troublemaker. Recognizing Minato as the one who bullied him, Hinata demands an explanation, hoping that he will be able to give one. She tells Minato that she encountered an annoying person earlier. She was furious from the moment of this meeting. Minato then asks why she isn't wearing her usual bright clothes for this day. Hinata states that there is no way to wear such flashy clothing on a daily basis, and since it is anti-demon equipment, it is reserved solely for official missions and no other purposes. At this point, Minato hints at her fascination with such things, only to realize after a short pause that this is indeed the case. Soon the couple notices passers-by on the street looking at them. To avoid unwanted attention, Hinata abruptly invites Minato to accompany her to a secluded spot around the corner. Minato, tired of the girl who lives according to her own schedule, follows her. Having reached the place she had chosen, the couple quickly found a free table. They take their seats to avoid the attention of other cafe patrons. Unfortunately, it is too late, as people start whispering and staring at them, and some even assume that they are on a romantic date. After a few angry glares from Hinata, the gossips become scared. They resume their business. Minato, remaining calm, begins to perceive Hinata as a wild animal, but remains silent to avoid conflict. After dealing with the onlookers, Hinata asks about Minato's previous meeting with Riku. Sensing her possible resentment over his relationship with Riku, Minato regrets not inviting her to the dojo. Understanding the true meaning of his words, Hinata loses her composure and insists she's not upset about not being invited. After all, from her point of view, their connection is just a temporary phenomenon, and not a real friendship. Immediately after these words, she watches with envy as a family celebrates their child's first birthday. Minato assures her that he is happy with everything she says, provided that they can continue their cooperation. Hinata, irritated by his overconfidence, demands to know the source of his power. When Minato makes up a story about gaining his powers through a traffic accident, Hinata dismisses it, stating that it is impossible to gain such power just from an accident. She is aware of Minato's extraordinary magical abilities, and such power does not manifest itself in such a way. However, in his thoughts, Minato admits that he is actually holding back his magical energy even more than before. Furthermore, Hinata reasons that if simply facing death was the key to strengthening magical power, they would not have to endure such hardships. Exhausted by the secrecy, Hinata stands up and firmly insists that Minato reveal the truth. She insists on finding out the truth behind his formidable power. Minato understands her strong desire to gain greater power, but explaining to her, a person from the current era, that he is Ichikami's reincarnation would be meaningless and would not satisfy her. Therefore, he advises her to follow the usual training methods. He states this on the condition that she wishes to become stronger. Hinata sighs in despair, noticing that Minato is an enigma, and returns to her seat. Shortly after, the waiter brings their food and, after apologizing for the wait, serves Hinata her long-awaited berry parfait. Minato is stunned by the huge size of the parfait and asks what is going on. But Hinata, now beaming with excitement, informs Minato that she was looking forward to this. Immediately after the conversation, she acts as if the waitress brought the wrong order. Minato watches in bewilderment as she devours each bite with a concentrated look, savoring its rich flavor and smooth texture. After finishing, Hinata exhales slowly and admits that she always wanted to try a parfait at this place, but was too shy to come alone. Her pleasant walk with Minato went wonderfully. It was a complete triumph. Minato realizes that she has a weakness for sweets. She checks her mana flow and sees that it is completely full. When Hinata realizes she has let her guard down, she abruptly ends the conversation, stating there is nothing more to talk about, and hurries out of the cafe. After she leaves, Minato realizes he's briefly sensed her hidden magical energy. However, he admits it's significantly more powerful than the last time they encountered her. It's impossible for her to have strengthened so much in such a short time simply through training. Reflecting on how she increased her power, Minato comes to the conclusion that Hinata Homarai is hiding something. Meanwhile, Shidu, still stuck at work, begins to suspect that the Minato is indeed Kronos. He noticed that Kusanagi disappeared whenever Kronos appeared, and he found it hard not to think that they were the same person. At the moment, the police investigation is gaining momentum. Shidu realizes that it is only a matter of time before Kronos is arrested. Confused, he looks at a family photograph, hoping that his father's spirit will offer him some guidance. Later that evening, Leona instructs Kronos on the roof. She informs him that the authorities are working to overthrow Shadowbringer. Raids are occurring everywhere, resulting in some members being detained for questioning. Upon realizing this, Kronos realizes that SMT has also been ordered to arrest them. He briefly considers revealing his identity as SMT's Kusanagi to Leone, but decides against it. If she were arrested, knowing the truth would only burden her with unnecessary anxiety, since he knows she would never leave him. Moreover, at this stage, there's no real benefit to revealing his identity. He can still hint at inside police knowledge without revealing everything. So now is not the time to confess. Just then, Leona tells him that they need a strategy because if the situation continues, the police will eventually corner them. To keep her from worrying, Kronos assures her that she should trust him to handle these matters. He already has a plan. The next day, Minato visits Takigami at her home to ask for her help with his plan, and Takigami agrees to help him. A few days later, the chief of the Tokyo Police Department inquires about the progress of the Shadow Ripper investigation. Upon learning that Chrono hasn't been captured yet, he becomes enraged and demands an explanation. One of the officers reports that they are still interrogating the captured Shadow Ripper operatives, but so far they all claim to know nothing. The chief then asks why they didn't force them to talk, but the officer explains that they have no leverage since it seems the rank and file really don't know anything. In desperation, the chief authorizes officers to use force if necessary to apprehend Chrono, claiming the police department's reputation is at risk. Recognizing the urgency, the officers quickly spring into action. Meanwhile, Shadu calls all members of the SMT to the briefing area and informs them that the higher-ups have instructed them to find Chrono and his accomplices. With Chrono's whereabouts remaining unknown, Shidu reveals that his information was released publicly to make identification and capture easier. Furthermore, with discrediting materials circulating against the police, Shidu instructs the SMT members to search for Chrono while continuing their disaster prevention efforts. Some members of the SMT expressed dissatisfaction, emphasizing that they were already overburdened with managing disasters and monsters. They grumbled that their superiors must be out of touch with reality, as this task was beyond their authority. However, Minato takes this as a sign of the police's desperation, realizing that if they become determined, it will be very difficult for his group to elude them. As the meeting concludes, Shidu reminds his team to prioritize dealing with disasters and monsters while continuing to pursue the Shadow Rippers. After the meeting, Sanada asks Shidu if they're really going to do this. Shidu replies that they have no other choice. It's a direct order. Ryuji grumbles that he bears most of the burden for the disasters, and the Mizuha sisters join in their complaints. Shidu acknowledges their discontent, but explains that the authorities are in a difficult position, as the Shadow Ghosts have significant influence in public support. Having assessed the potential consequences of further support for the rogue mages, Shido turns to Minato and directly orders him to stop pretending. Shocked, Minato asks for clarification. Without a pause, Shidu declares him Chrono and orders him to surrender immediately. The accusation shocks the entire squad, and the women quickly rush to Minato's defense, claiming that there is no way he could be Chrono. Seeing their zeal to protect him, Shidu begins to have doubts. He suspects that Yuika and Sanada are in cahoots with Chrono. When they try to object, Shidu argues that although Chrono saved many lives, he should give in now for a more lenient sentence from the judge, which is far preferable to persecution by the authorities. To support his claims, Shidu points to the parallel timing of Chrono and Minato's arrival, their comparative builds and skills, and the fact that Minato is consistently absent when Chrono arrives. He challenges the team, asking if they can really dismiss all of this as a mere coincidence. Silence reigns in the cell. Shidu demands an answer from Minato. He longs for Minato to reveal his true nature. Just as Minato prepares to respond, Sanada intervenes, displaying a live feed on her device. The Shadow Specters have once again taken over the broadcast center. The recording begins with Minato still in the hall, and another person announces himself as Chrono. Apologizing for the interruption, the imposter Chrono addresses the growing public interest. He discusses the supposed dominant struggle between him and Minato. To settle the dispute, he boldly challenges Minato to a public fight in broad daylight, shocking the entire world. The group stared in amazement. Shido wonders how Chrono could dare challenge Minato if they are truly the same person. At the same time, Sanada and Yuika begin to waver in their doubts, as the circumstances defy logic. Meanwhile, Ryugia and Ruka, unaware of the grave consequences, question Minato's intentions. Minato confirms to them that he will accept Chrono's invitation. Hours later, the entire nation is glued to Shibuya, awaiting the momentous clash between Kusanagi and Chrono. A media helicopter circles overhead as reporters cover the massive crowd, treating it like the main attraction. Authorities, concerned about the dangerous potential of the encounter, stationed officers presumably ready to detain Chrono. While waiting for his appearance, some supporters shout out encouraging words to their favorite fighter. Meanwhile, Ryugi notes how this confrontation has escalated into a media frenzy. Its satellites present figures from social platforms and live stream audiences, illustrating the event's wide reach. Shido, on the other hand, watches quietly, trying to figure out Minato's true motives, hoping for a mistake, since there is nowhere to retreat. Near the venue, Hinata and Riku encounter Toshiru, who surprisingly came to watch the match, and they ask about the reason for his presence. Toshiro replies that this is a confrontation he must see with his own eyes. Immediately after he finished his statement, a bright glow materializes in the sky. It hovers right above the stadium. What could this mean? While the audience is wondering what it is, a beam of blue energy suddenly descends, narrowly missing the helicopter and causing a powerful explosion that nearly knocks the audience off their feet. As the debris clears, an imposter, the leader of the Shadow Wraiths, Chrono, appears. News agencies immediately broadcast his appearance. Shadow, stunned by Chrono's actual appearance, begins to doubt his initial hypothesis. Sanada and Yuika also begin to reconsider their doubts, now wondering if Minato and Chrono are truly separate entities. Just before the collision begins, Minato lets out a sigh. He admits that while he's not usually one to put on a show, it seems inevitable at this point. Seeing that the fake Chrono is silent, Minato decides to abandon the pleasantries and get straight to the fight. With countless onlookers watching, Minato starts the conflict by releasing Zero Magic, an inorganic cannon blast, a 6th tier spell. In response, the fake Chrono unleashes dark magic. This is Chaos Raven. When their attacks collide, the resulting shockwave is so destructive that the pilot of a helicopter overhead is forced to move it out of the direct impact zone. He ignores journalists who are eager for a closer view, lest they crash and die. As soon as the first attacks fade, both fighters rush forward. They exchange blows, officially starting the fight. After this, they engaged in close combat, exchanging blows several times. The fighters mirrored each other's intensity before moving on to magic. Using magic, Chrono unleashes a 9th tier lightning spell, piercing thunder, aimed at Minato. Minato emerged from the attack completely unharmed. However, he grumbled that the imposter Chronos did not restrain himself, thereby dirtying his clothes. Without a word, the fake Chrono delivers a follow-up attack after his initial attack. This follow-up attack uses the 7th tier earth spell Comet. He points it at Minato, intending to destroy him. To protect himself from the approaching comet, Minato summons a 9th level neo-magic shield using a magic sprite. Placing it between himself and the magical projectile, he watches as the shield shatters the comet into pieces. The comet is destroyed, and Minato turns his attention to the magical sprite. He praises him for his skillful use of neo-magic and playfully tickles him. At about this point, the audience burst into applause and jubilation. Several of the instigators of the riots even stated that they no longer cared about the magical aristocrats, as Chrono and Minato operated on a completely different level. At the same time, several of Minato's female fans faint from the aura he emits, while Hinata, always irritated, tells Riku and Toshiru that ignorant Zero Magic users always show off their showy spells. Hearing this, Riku reminds her that both Chrono and Minato can use 9th tier magic, but Hinata elaborates, noting that their mana reserves are as unique as their vast arsenals of spells. Even when using high-tier spells, the fact that they still have reserves for other spells is astonishing. However, at this point, Toshiru notes that Minato's magic is more astounding, as his continuous magic, which he considers far superior to theirs, moves with an independent will. If anything, Hinata states that few mages can control continuous magic, let alone automatic magic in combination with it. However, given the sheer absurdity of Minato's abnormal physical prowess, Tushu speculates that Minato likely channels magical energy not only to strengthen his body, but also to enhance his offensive and defensive capabilities. At this point, Hinata asks if Tushu is suggesting that Minato is like a bastion of magical power, and Tushu confirms, likely to her annoyance. When asked about his uncertainty regarding Minato and Chrono's strength, Tushar explains that their magic is simply too unconventional. Essentially, he implies that the Minato and Chrono are true anomalies. He claims that they have surpassed the magical aristocrats in every way. They are truly better in every single aspect. After all that has been said, the duel between Chrono and Minato reaches its climax. Minato somehow manages to catch Faith Chrono off guard by hanging in the air. Then he brings it down to the ground. The moment Fate Chrono is hit, he jumps up to confront Minato. This causes the rest of the SMT and the entire watching world to gasp in amazement. The conflict escalates. Yuika, Ryugia, and Ruka admit they underestimated their opponents. Now they see the true scale of their opponent's strength. This explains the incredible public attention. Sonata informs SMT members that the battle's popularity is rapidly growing across all platforms. Shido confirms that the confrontation has reached its zenith, captivating the world's attention. Meanwhile, events are unfolding around the world, from New York to South Korea, as crowds watch their devices. The world is captivated by the live broadcast of the epic battle between the most powerful sorcerers on the planet, Chrono and Minato Kusanagi. After their duel shakes the planet, Minato praises the imposter Chrono's performance, declaring the fight over. Just when Minato thinks it's all over, fake Chrono unleashes 9th-level dark magic. He attacks Minato with the Shadow Scythe. Seeking victory, Minato unleashes his first Tier 10 annihilation spell, Giant Hex, not only neutralizing Chrono's Shadow Scythe, but also slamming him into a nearby structure. After witnessing the attack, the SMT members are amazed by Minato's use of 10th-level sorcery and the display of his immense magical power. Yuika questions the true limit of Minato's power. At that moment, Minato lunges at the battered Chrono, causing the news crew in the aircraft to track his every move, anticipating the final blow. Despite his best efforts, the pilot tells the reporter he can't keep up with Minato's speed. When the operator reports the video link has been interrupted, the reporter scolds him for disconnecting just as the confrontation is reaching its climax. Meanwhile, Minato arrives at the imposter Chrono's position, hesitates, and slightly lowers his defenses. Just when he's not paying attention, Chrono reaches out to Minato and begins casting dark magic. However, just as the imposter Chrono prepares to cast a spell on him, Minato orders him to stop the act, and the fake Chrono instantly disappears. With his disappearance, Minato mutters to himself, sighing in relief that he managed to successfully pull off a deception in front of the entire world. Regarding the anti-monster equipment Takagami created for him, Minato concludes that it has reached its maximum limit. It can only withstand 9th-tier magic for a limited time. He also reflects on the usefulness and difficulty of cloning magic, noting that the double he created, fake Chrono, is significantly weaker than himself and can even barely speak. While Minato assesses the consequences, Takagami, who is nearby, expresses gratitude that the whole matter was successfully completed. Previously, upon discovering that Minato was secretly Chrono, she was shocked, never expecting him to resort to such measures. Since 2 spells can't be activated simultaneously, she assumes the Minato had only a minimal amount of time to attack the doppelganger again. It was a fleeting enchantment. Forced to continuously cast magic, it had no opportunity to cast other spells. That's why she developed anti-monster equipment with automatic magic. Using equipment that automatically casts spells, even while unconscious, it became possible, at least in principle, to use multiple types of magic simultaneously. Despite this understanding, Takagami admits that Minato still required significant magical power and control to mentally control his dual personality. Otherwise, it could spiral out of control and attack passers-by. Taking all factors into account, by expending a huge amount of magic while maintaining his skill, Minato managed to stage a thrilling duel with himself. Only Ichikami Minato, she claims, has the capacity for such wit. After the competition concludes, Minato contacts Leona, posing as Chrono, and orders her to stop interrupting the broadcast. Leona asks if the event is over, and Minato confirms it is. She then addresses Chrono by his real name, Minato, and informs him that after this performance, no one will come after Chrono anymore. Frightened, she realized this. Minato asks about its opening time. She admits that she knew for some time, but saw no reason to mention it. When asked why she was revealing this now, Leona explained that she believed that today would be the last time she would see Chrono. Acknowledging the truth of her words, Minato silently praised her. After a short pause, Leona expresses her gratitude to Chrono, the Minato, for protecting her, the planet, and their comrades, and states that she is happy he was there. With the number of crimes committed by rogue sorcerers at an all-time low, Minato explains that the shadow emissaries will cease their activities. They will wait until the situation calms down. Before ending their conversation, Leona offers to take on any of Minato's responsibilities under the family's wager, and Minato declares he'll be happy to assist her if necessary. After exchanging these words, they part ways and return to their normal lives. The moment Minato switches off, his SS and SMT's subordinates rush to him, Yuika asking about Chrono, and Ruka asking if he was injured. Minato informs them that Chrono has escaped, but he will need bandaging and will not be seen for a while. She then appears, embarrassed, and apologizes for wrongly accusing Minato of being Chrono. Hearing this, Sanada and Yuika also express regret for doubting him, hoping for his forgiveness. Minato feels remorse for deceiving them, but begs them not to blame themselves. Everyone makes mistakes. Just as he's about to leave the arena, Hinato screams again, asking no one in particular where Minato and Chrono got their power from. Realizing that she is far from their level, she admits that she must become stronger. Otherwise, she will never reach their level. While Hinata is throwing a tantrum, Tushara is amazed that Minato still has energy left. He ponders what the true limit of Manito's magical reserves is. Meanwhile, Minato reflects on how he demonstrated that Chrono and he are different individuals, and quickly breathes a sigh of relief, seeing that his deception has succeeded. With BR now disbanded, he assumes the Shadow Specters are no longer needed. However, Kuroi's last words about him being nothing more than a pawn echo in his thoughts. However, for now, he feels satisfied. The most pressing issue has been resolved. Finally, he can find peace. Days after the conflict, Minato begins promoting tea brands, streaming workouts with SMT, releasing merchandise with artists, and appearing on television to talk about his awakening and intense training program. One day at school, Minato is surrounded by a crowd of young women eager to shake his hand, hug him, or marry him. Watching this spectacle, Ryuga, Ruka, and Yuika wonder if their now renowned leader can handle it. Unknown to them, Minato is close to madness from all this attention. He perceives young women as draining his energy. In despair, he jumps out of the window and runs away from school, accusing Shida of forcing him to perform in public. Just when he thinks he's safe, a crowd of female fans discovers him and pursues him. He spends most of the day running and begging them to stop. Later, back home, Ruka and Yuika ask how he's feeling. Minato assures them he's fine and then asks about moving. They inform him that they have finished cleaning everything while he was busy with his escape. Minato expresses his gratitude. Yuika then tells him about their new home. This is a 3-room apartment that provides everyone with their own personal space. Realizing that they won't see Minato sleeping again, both girls blush and look away, leaving Minato confused by their reaction. His mobile phone rings. He goes out onto the balcony and answers Takigami's call. She asks if he's free to talk, wanting to confirm his well-being after recent events. Minato assures her that everything went smoothly thanks to her help, though he admits it's still a bit unsettling. Takigami laughs, noting that everyone's admiration can be hard to control. Minato then instructs her to contact him whenever necessary, as she is not only a valuable confidant, but also the only person who knows his true identity. Hearing this, Takigami expresses his gratitude for his offer. After this, he disconnects. Shortly after the conversation ends, she pulls out a photo of herself with 2 other girls and quietly reflects on her situation. Unfortunately, no details are given to clarify the subsequent events. A few days later, numerous new SMT recruits gather at the MPD training base. Everyone hopes to be placed in the same unit as the Mizuha sisters, or to train under the impeccable Captain Minato. Upon arrival, Yuika expresses surprise at the large number of recruits, but Ruka explains that their presence is solely due to Minato. Regardless, Ryugi notes that their zeal is one thing, but he hopes they can endure Minato's grueling training. Otherwise, their journey will end quickly. Soon, Minato makes a spectacular appearance at the training ground. His mere appearance instantly captivates the recruits, leaving them in awe. As they shower him with praise, Minato, tired of their flattery, unleashes a powerful surge of terrifying magical energy. This causes the recruits' bodies to freeze, filling them with terror. Once they come to, Minato praises their resilience. He mentions that, although he intended to spare them on the first day, he now sees no reason to do so. Other SMT members notice their leader's displeasure, but the new recruits remain unaware of the danger. As a result, when Minato subjects them to his usual harsh magical, physical, and mental regimen, the recruits quickly become exhausted and begin to grumble, with some even accusing him of bullying them to break them. Just when they think it's all over, Yuika and her companions continue to launch magical attacks at Minato's barrier. Witnessing this, the recruits look on in amazement. They understand that this is superior to any standard training. Finally, Minato concludes the day's exercises and tells everyone, including the new recruits, that they will next have their magical energy measured. He gives them a 5-minute rest before proceeding to the evaluation chamber. Watching him walk away as if the training was nothing, the recruits decide that Minato is a demon. Meanwhile, Ryuji and the Mizuha brothers reflect on their own failures and strategize for success in the next lesson. Seeing this, the new recruits also label them as demons. One devoted follower even cries as his idealized vision of the good Mizuha brothers crumbles. A moment later, the magical power of each SMT member is assessed. Yuika shows 120,000, Ruka, 118,000, Ryuji, 105,000, Sanada, 100,000, and Shidu, 112,000. These numbers stun the new recruits, causing them to doubt whether the SMT members can rival the might of the magical aristocracy. Minato explains that Yuika's initial magical power was only 2,000, but through dedication and effort, she reached her current position. The enthusiastic recruit asks if such power is achievable for them. Minato confirms that it is, provided they are committed. The trainees, inspired again, strengthen their resolve to improve. After the performance, Minato evaluates the HP of the others, determining that they could handle the main demon alone, or the group could destroy the demon general. Despite their success, Minato realizes that it is not enough, as the Demon King and Demon God still pose a threat. Lost in his thoughts, Shidu approaches, wanting to talk. Minato's expression signals impending bad news. He feels it. Hours later, Minato finds himself in formal attire at a joint reception for the magical aristocracy and the SMT, complaining about the tediousness of the event. Just before he breaks down, Shidu, also in a suit, expresses gratitude for his presence. While Minato agrees that teamwork is vital, he questions the need for such a lavish gathering. Shidu apologizes, suggesting that the magical aristocrats are likely using this occasion to celebrate their rebirth. Since the BR incident has raised the police's profile, realizing he can't avoid the event, Minato simply stands there and pretends to enjoy himself. After a short pause, Minato compliments Shido's suit. Nearby, Ryuji admits he feels unassuming in formal attire. Not wanting to indulge in self-flagellation, Minato generously showers Ryuji with praise for his height and physique. It was then that Shidu announced the release of the young ladies. Yuika made her debut in a gorgeous flowing dress, apologizing for being late. Then Ruka appeared, captivating in an elegant dark blue dress, also apologizing for wasting her time. Then Sanada appeared in a pale green dress with a flared skirt, marking the large number of guests at their celebration. Yuika turned to Minato, asking if she thought her outfit was strange. Minato knew what to say. He told her that she looked even more charming than usual. He then showered all three with compliments, causing them to blush at the richness and splendor of his praise. Rugi, watching the scene, decided that Minato always went all out with his flattery. Soon after, Hinata approached Minato, her usual irritation present, but she was dressed in a stunning scarlet dress, accompanied by Tushuru and Riku, the patriarchs of their esteemed families. Unable to contain himself, Minato showered her with the same admiration he offered to others. This made Hinata furious, and she insisted that he stop. Irritated, she leaves with Riku, and a puzzled Minato asks about Tushiro's presence. Tushiro reminds him of their cooperation agreement, declaring that this incident is part of it. Wanting to dispense with the pleasantries, Tushiro apologizes, leaving Minato stunned by the disrespect. The young ladies apologize for their father's frankness, mentioning that he is not given to talking. Minato assures them that he holds no grudges. Suddenly, he senses a strange presence passing nearby. He turns to investigate. He notices a young woman. She is wearing a flowing black dress. Before he can address her, the MC appears, expresses gratitude for her presence, and introduces the evening's main guests, the members of the SMT, the Magic Nobles, and finally, the founder of the Magic Nobles and head of the Magic Association, Momo Hifumi, along with his esteemed daughter, Chloe Momu. Minato instantly recognizes Hifumi as the person he encountered in Dotonbori. Importantly, now that he knows the mysterious woman is Chloe, he feels unsure of his next steps. For now, however, he remains silent and watches as Mumu Hifumi takes to the stage to address the assembled guests. Upon reaching the platform, Mumu formally introduces herself and begins by acknowledging the country's persistent monster problem. He then emphasizes that the partnership between the Mace aristocracy and SMT is the ultimate solution to this threat. To restore public faith in noble mages, Hifumi promises to ensure global stability and prosperity for all mages. At this point, his speech ends, earning thunderous applause. After Hifumi's performance, Minato praises him. His message was clear and effectively conveyed. He then notices Chloe, Hifumi's daughter, beaming at him and ponders her intentions. In any case, Hifumi approaches the SMT and guarantees that the noble mages will work closely with them to protect the nation. He then turns to Minato with a smirk. He expresses anticipation for their future collaboration. Shaking his elder's hand firmly, Minato reciprocates and discreetly assesses Hifumi's magical power. Minato still concludes that the man has maintained his training regimen. His power output remains outstanding. Indeed, Minato could confidently state that Hifumi had not changed since their first meeting 50 years ago. Thinking back, Minato recalls the time he met a young Takigami and Hifumi at the training fields of the Magic Academy. At the time, the Mages Association was recruiting new students, and the respected sage Ichikami Minato was overseeing their training. During their first exercise, Ichikami boldly ordered the trainees to attack him simultaneously. However, one trainee, young Mumu Hifumi, responded defiantly, calling him a scoundrel and warning him not to underestimate their capabilities. Hearing this, young Takigami Shizuku called Hifumi impolite for speaking such words to a living legend. However, Hifumi insisted that he didn't care who Ichikama was. He was going to smash his smug face into the ground. Together with Takigami, who commanded water magic while he used dark magic, Hifumi launched an attack. But Ichikamo, unimpressed, repelled it with a simple first-tier spell, further angering Hifumi. Ignoring his outburst, Ichikamo summoned wooden spears from the earth spell to defeat all the cadets. After the chaos died down, many abandoned their aspirations, shocked that he had so easily repelled a fourth-tier spell. Ichikamo realized the true force of the attack. He admitted he had been holding back. He expected many to give up, as was usually the case. But to his surprise, Hifumi stood up and proclaimed that the battle was not over, stating that he had only just begun. Takigami, equally determined, joined the fight. The couple prepared for the next round. Takigami, equally determined, joined the fight. The couple prepared for the next round. Ichikami, amazed by their true potential, allowed them to strike again. Despite their best efforts, they were ultimately defeated, forced to face the true monstrous power of Ichikami. When most of the trainees dropped out, Ichikami was impressed by the two who persisted. He completed the training session. He then advised them to recover. Rest was really needed. However, as he left, Hifumi unleashed dark magic, declaring that their battle was not over and vowing his ultimate defeat before passing out. Seeing the determination in Hifumi's eyes, Ichikami was sure that the young man would turn into a formidable sorcerer. When Takigami launched his surprise attack, He realized that the Magic Association had just acquired 2 exciting new recruits. When Hifumi lost consciousness, he vowed to surpass Ichikami Minato. He swore that he would surpass Ichikami Minato. Ichikami merely told him that he would wait for this moment. And with that, the flashback ended. Returning to the present, Minato, Ichikami's reincarnation, reflects on how that impetuous youth transformed into a powerful figure, wielding wealth and influence. For a moment, he considers revealing his true identity to Hifari, Fumi, but he remembers Takigami's warning. She refuses. A few moments later, SMT is officially introduced. After this, the participants are invited to communicate. They start communicating. Just when Minato thinks he has escaped, Chloe comes up to him, introduces herself, and says she has wanted to meet him for a long time. He praises her as a witch and expresses his willingness to talk. Chloe laughs at the compliment, but modestly admits that she's nowhere near his level. Minato agrees. Her magical power and control over the elements seem insufficient, but there is something unsettling about her. He just can't pinpoint the source of it. For now, Chloe expresses hope to build a relationship with him, relying on her intuition. Minato carefully considers his response. Nearby, Ruka and Yuika watch Chloe and Minato's conversation with concern. Realizing that these are likely just initial greetings, they try to allay their concerns. Around this time, Chloe tells Minato that she looks forward to their collaboration. He claims to share the same feelings. As they shake hands, Chloe senses his magical energy and remarks that she is glad he is a worthy man. Without saying anything else, she assures him that they will meet again soon and leaves. The next day at school, Minato endures the usual barrage of bullying from the girls. Just when he was on the verge of a breakdown, the instructor comes in and tells everyone to calm down because of the arrival of a new student. A moment later, Mumu Chloe appears. Introducing herself as a student at Kamui's Mage Academy, she takes her seat, leaving Minato speechless as he never imagined her transferring to their school. As soon as the other students saw her, they recognized Chloe Mama from the previous day. Some even commented that this was their first time meeting anyone from the Mumu conglomerate in public, as such appearances are rare. Shortly after her introduction, the teacher directs her to the empty seat next to Minato, and Chloe accepts. As the lesson continues, Minato whispers to Chloe that he didn't expect her to come here. But Chloe reminds him that she promised they would meet again soon. And so, she arrived. Minato constantly watches the unusual Chloe sitting next to him throughout the entire lesson until it ends. Immediately after the lesson ended, all the students in the room turned their gaze to Chloe, watching her with surprise. Around this time, Yuika notes Chloe's instant popularity, pointing out that the same people who usually bother them are now flocking to her. When Ruka and Ryuga enter the classroom, they both speculate about Chloe's motives, not expecting her to actually transfer. Given the speed of the transfer after the incident, Yuika suspects an ulterior motive, stating that the timing is too perfect to be a coincidence. After grumbling some more about the friction with the aristocratic mages, Ryuji hopes her arrival isn't part of another of their ploys. For now, Minato and his team decide to keep a close eye on Chloe. After about 60 minutes, Minato and the others are stunned. Saito states that Chloe Mumu will be integrated into the SMT. Stunned, one of them inquires about her presence, and Saito explains that, to strengthen the agreement with the aristocratic mages, the higher-ups have decreed that Chloe will serve as a liaison between the two factions. He adds that by including her in the SMT, they are seeking to strengthen solidarity between the groups. When Chloe is given the opportunity to address them, she introduces herself as a descendant of Mumu, expressing hope for their friendly welcome. Taking in her gentle nature, Ewika's disposition changes and she extends a welcoming handshake. As the girl speaks, Shido turns to Minato, apologizing for his harsh statement and saying that it was a direct order. Minato assures him that this is acceptable, admitting that he was somewhat expecting it after the joint announcement. Shido nods with relief. He watches Minato for a little while longer. Realizing he still has to evaluate her, Minato puts Chloe through his standard grueling workout. He trains her along with the others. Even when he increases the intensity, leaving the cadets exhausted and grumpy, Chloe not only keeps up the pace, but outperforms Yuika and the others without showing any signs of fatigue. Every attempt by Yuika to close the gap ends in defeat. Chloe is clearly in a different league. In subsequent lessons, she passes them with ease. She does them effortlessly, showing no signs of stress. During the break, while the others are recovering and congratulating themselves, Chloe asks if it's really time to rest, claiming that she still has energy left. Receiving no answer, Chloe approaches Minato and comments on the severity of his training. Minato asks if this seems outdated. However, Chloe disagrees. She states that the training is reasonable. A stronger body improves combat skills, and using magic under physical pressure improves skill and capabilities. With Manito's stern shouts urging them on, she finds it all effective. Acknowledging her rightness, Minato praises her insight, and Chloe proudly reminds him that she is a mumyu. Soon after, Yuka, Ruka, and Ryuji acknowledge Chloe's strength and ask if they can train under her. Chloe responds with a compliment on their diligence, stating that she always believed that the SMT members would be reliable. After their conversation ends, Chloe turns back to Minato and resumes their discussion. Meanwhile, Yuika begins to worry about Chloe's charm, seeing her popularity with everyone, and perhaps even Minato. Realizing that Chloe could surpass them in strength, Yuika fears that she will end up supporting Minato instead of her. Thinking about this, she and her brother shake their heads, trying to convince themselves that Minato will not abandon them. However, they can't help but glare at Chloe, who is still chatting happily with Minato, wishing she would be more attentive. With this new partnership between SMT and the noble mages, Minato notes that although disasters happen frequently, the nobles are now responding faster than before. In addition, due to the expansion of SMT into new areas, a noticeable reduction in mortality has been observed. However, as the disasters continue to mount, Minato realizes they must remain vigilant. Next, Minato, the noble mages, and other SMT members rush to the scene of a sudden disaster in the city. Once the group is assembled, Hinata takes command, quickly and efficiently dispatching the monsters. After clearing the area, she sarcastically taunts the fallen creatures, earning praise from her subordinates. Yuika confirms that Hinata destroyed most of them. Minato, impressed by her development, comments that she has become stronger than before. Hearing this, Hinata frowns and vows to surpass him. But Riku, knowing this is unlikely, apologizes for her rudeness, claiming she's simply being dishonest with herself. Minato reassures him. He's not bothered by arrogance. A grateful Riku begins to talk about their next steps. While they're talking, Minato asks if the noble mages are on good terms with Chloe. Riku replies that they usually keep their distance from the Mumu clan. Before he can explain further, he notices Chloe approaching and excuses himself to leave. Riku leaves and Chloe boldly approaches Minato and asks everyone if he wants to go on a date. Naturally, Minato agrees and returns to his usual routine. A few days later, on the appointed day, Minato arrives early and waits for Chloe at Shinjuku Station. There, he overhears two men talking about a pretty girl they'd just seen. One urges the other to approach her, while the other admits she's far too much for him. After the men leave, he overhears another couple identifying an attractive girl as a daughter of the Mumu clan. Finally, he notices her arrival. A multitude of excited men swarm around her and shower her with attention. With these words, he makes his way through the crowd. Reaching her, he greets her warmly. As for the men, upon realizing that the stunning Chloe's boyfriend is SMT's Kusanagi Minato, they immediately surrender, knowing they don't stand a chance against the greatest warrior on the planet. Soon after the crowd disperses, Minato, fully aware that Chloe never intended this to be a real date, asks why she invited him. Chloe, slightly stunned that he figured out her true motive, admits that since she is unfamiliar with the area after transferring to a new school, she was hoping he could serve as her guide. When Minato asks why she didn't ask someone else, Chloe states that it was because she wanted to talk to him alone. Hearing this, Minato asks why she had to resort to such a complicated method and ruin the atmosphere when she had originally invited him. However, he receives no answer. Chloe then goes on to reveal her title and name, admitting that she has always felt like an outsider, no matter where she is, because people pretend to be respectful and give her special treatment. However, she tells him that he seems different to her. During their first conversation, she quickly realized that he didn't treat her any differently. Minato explains that rank and status are irrelevant to him. Only a person's true essence matters. Hearing this, Chloe laughs quietly. She declares him to be a truly charming person. With these words, the couple continues their peaceful walk, unaware of the jealous observation of Vicky, who considers herself pathetic for following them again. Although she considers giving up this awkward habit, her curiosity will not let her rest until she sees how it ends. Just as she's about to continue, she notices a commotion nearby and turns to see her sister Ruka doing the same. At first, she finds it hard to believe that Ruka is following them too. But when she notices that Ruka is clutching a red bean bun in his hand, she becomes somewhat convinced. Vika completely ignores her. She resumes the chase to keep them in sight. When it's time to leave their hiding spots, both Vika and Ruka pop out and exchange surprised glances, wondering what the hell they're doing there. Around that moment, Minato hears a sound and turns around to investigate. When Chloe asks if everything is okay, Minato assures her it's nothing special. Keep in mind, Yuka and Ruka were hiding behind a huge teddy bear. Yuka grumbles about how close they came to being exposed, and Ruka remarks that even though she was holding back her magic, Minato's senses remained sharp. After all this, Wika tells Ruka that it seems they are pursuing the same goal. The hand agrees. After a tense confrontation, both begin to follow Minato and Clow again. Chloe overhears Chloe asking Minato on a standard high school date, and Minato agrees. Throughout their outing, Yuika and Ruka follow them everywhere, solely to make sure that no romantic events occur. At one point, while Minato and Chloe are sitting in a cafe enjoying drinks, Chloe asks what usually happens after all this is done. Minato replies that it depends on the circumstances, but usually people talk, socialize, have dinner, and then go home. By this point, Wick and Ruka are tired, as they can't see much from their hiding place. Chloe then admits that she finally understands what a standard date means, but questions the purpose of engaging in all of this activity. She asks if she's missing out on something, because just going for a walk and having dinner doesn't mean anything to her. Minato explains that it's not the actions themselves that matter, but the company. When you're with the right person, even a simple walk becomes meaningful. That's why moments spent with someone dear to you have weight, even if they seem meaningless. Chloe then asks if that is the definition of a date, and Minato confirms that is his point. With these words, he asks Chloe if the time they spent that day had any meaning to her. Chloe replies that she thinks it did. As soon as Minato expresses his joy, Chloe notices that while her words and actions sometimes frighten people, he never seems shocked. Touched by his acceptance, she blushes and calls him a wonderful person. Unfortunately for Yuika and Ruka, they overhear this and begin to panic, fearing that Chloe might also have feelings for Minato. Minato, deeply touched, tells Chloe that he is deeply flattered. By this time, the cafe patrons have noticed them, so he suggests that they leave, and Chloe agrees. After walking a short distance, they finish their date. Chloe thanks Minato for making this day meaningful. She then asks if they can meet again in the future. Minato replies that he doesn't mind. He wants to get to know her better. Hearing this, the two eavesdroppers gasp, their hearts breaking slightly. Meanwhile, Chloe praises his confidence and admits that she feels the same way. With these words, the couple says goodbye and goes their separate ways. Watching them leave, Yuka and Ruka are shocked that Minato actually said such words to the girl. As for Minato, he probably ignores the Mizuha sisters and keeps his eyes on Chloe, hoping to see her true nature as soon as possible. The next day, in the SMT briefing room, Ryuji was waiting for Shida along with the others. He asked Minato how his meeting with Chloe went. After confirming Ryuga has no ulterior motives, Minato declares that he doesn't consider this a date, as their activities were limited to walks, shopping, and tea. Although Ryuga admits that this is the very definition of a date, he remains silent, allowing his stern superior to do the talking. Soon after, the boys notice some friction between the Mizuha sisters and Chloe, who was engrossed in a conversation with Sanada, and Ryugi hoped that Minato's outing wouldn't provoke any conflict. He warns his companion to avoid trouble, but Minato, who has the social skills of a cockroach, is confused. Shidu soon arrives and everyone settles in. To bring the team up to speed on the current situation, Shidu reports that monster-related deaths have dropped sharply recently. Moreover, after the dissolution of BR, there was a proportionate reduction in the illegal activities of mages, and the shadow assassins in Chrono have ceased all activity for some time. Sanada scours online forums and informs the team that public interest has also faded, despite the initial excitement. Based on Sanada's data, Minato concludes that law enforcement can now handle most illegal incidents involving mages, suggesting that shadow assassins may still be lurking. Despite the positive changes, Minato cautions the team against becoming too complacent. Their training regimen will intensify from now on. Later that evening, Minato rests in his bed. He is considering strategies to improve cooperation between the SMT and the magic nobles. Suddenly, he receives a phone call from Leone. She is at her home preparing food, wanting to pass on the intelligence she has gathered about Mumu to Chloe and Takigami Shizuku. With Minato's approval, Leona starts with Chloe, revealing that Chloe is not Hifumi's biological daughter, but rather his stepdaughter. Although she became his stepdaughter only a few years ago, her parents allegedly died in a serious road accident that coincided with Chloe Hifumi's adoption. Minato then asks if Chloe transferred from another magic academy, and Leona confirms that she did, around the same time she joined SMT. Although Chloe's strength is officially rated as above average, Minato, after seeing her effortlessly pass his training, realizes that she possesses much greater power. He notes that she appears to be a serene person with a distinctive presence and appearance that sets her apart. Before answering, Leona puts her phone down to call Kai to help set up the table, cautioning him against rushing due to his ongoing recovery. Minato just smiles. He listens attentively to the laughter of his brother and sister. Returning to the discussion, Leona expresses regret at the interruption and turns her attention to Takigami Shizuku, revealing that Shizuku has a daughter and a young granddaughter who have not been seen recently. Minato asks for details. Leona states that there are rumors that they have moved abroad. This is the information she received. At this point, Minato briefly interrupts their conversation to greet the Misuha siblings upon their return, then retreats to his room. Continuing the conversation, Leona asserts that the rumor about moving abroad is unconfirmed and seems suspicious to her. When Minato asks if she suspects the rumors are fabricated, Leona admits uncertainty and the possibility of error. Nevertheless, she promises to look into the matter further, and Minato thanks her for her assistance. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they end the call. Immediately after this, Kai asks if Leona had spoken to Chrono before. Leona, puzzled, asks why he decided so. Kai informs her that it is because of her obvious joy. She ruffles his hair and continues her evening meal. The next day, the Tokyo Police Chief Superintendent summons Takigami for a secret meeting, tasking her with further investigation into Kusanagi Minato. He warns that without understanding the origin of Minato's power, the police department will become irrelevant. To his surprise, Takigami agrees. The elder asks why Minato always seems so relaxed around her. Knowing he can't reveal the true reason, Takigami fabricates an answer, suggesting it may be due to her age and his compassionate nature. GS remains indifferent, but nevertheless accepts her explanation. He reminds her that they have come too far to back out now. Having no alternative, Takigami agrees and begins his new mission. At the same time, Minato is collecting SMT at the training ground. They attend their regular training sessions. Just as he is about to begin, Shido appears, apologizing for the interruption, and informs him that a contingent of United States Army mages is in Japan for a conference and wishes to observe the SMT training. Yuka, Ruka, and the others exclaim in amazement, not understanding why the Americans, who are known for their first-class magicians, would show interest in them. However, Minato notes that America's standing was not as high when he was Ichikame, and judging by his squad's reactions, they have clearly reached the top. As it turns out, SMT's fame spread abroad thanks to their clash with Chrono. Chloe suggests that the Americans probably just want to see Minato in action. A moment later, the portals to the main structure swung open. As the Americans advance towards the training grounds, Shido quietly conveys to Minato that they are likely here to develop a strategy to respond to repeated disasters around the world, just like in the past. Upon arrival of the American contingent, their commander appears. He is powerfully built, looks like he's on stimulants, and is accompanied by his equally muscular subordinates. With minimal politeness, he directly asks the SMT why they are discussing such issues. Receiving no response, the steroid-fueled thugs unleash magical power far beyond what is needed to intimidate the port, continuing their advance on them. Soon, their hulking leader confronts the supposed captain, Kusanagi Minato, projecting maximum intimacy both physically and magically. Likewise, Minato, unwilling to be intimidated by the overly muscular brute, increases his own magical pressure to meet his leaders. Unfortunately, The remaining SMT members find themselves in trouble. They can barely stand upright. This is due to enormous colliding forces. Finally, after a short standoff, the irritated leader grabs Minato. He hugs him with a grin, happy that he finally met the famous Kusanagi. However, upon noticing Minato's thin frame, the leader becomes intrigued, examines him closely, and asks if such a frame, although fit and thin, is truly capable of mortal combat. Irritated by the leader's unexpected admiration, Minato asks him to let him go. The leader apologizes for his rudeness. He begins by introducing himself as Major Aaron Anderson of the U.S. Army's 1st Magic Division and chief researcher at the Army Magic Institute, despite his primitive appearance. Minato suggests that such an institution should research monsters. They must also investigate disasters and magic in general. He then introduces himself as the captain of SMT. But before he can introduce the rest of the team, Aaron interrupts him, stating that he already knows their names and recognizes their high skill levels. While the team basks in praise, Minato reflects on how far behind Japan's magical research has fallen thanks to the aristocratic mages. He views this meeting as a chance to learn something new, especially considering his own knowledge is outdated. Recognizing Aaron's role as a researcher, Minato expresses a desire to ask him about monsters and cataclysms. However, before Aaron can respond, his subordinates frown. They increase their magical energy to intimidate Minato. It seemed as if they could defeat him in a fight. Yuka and the others nearly collapse from intense killing intent. But Aaron orders his soldiers to retreat. He then apologizes for their actions, describing them as loyal but overly cautious guardians. To assert his superiority, Minato casually remarks that their magical pressure felt like a gentle breeze. Amused, Aaron laughs, claps Minato on the shoulder, and calls him a funny guy. Back on topic, Minato apologizes for his ignorance and asks for an explanation about the cataclysms and monsters, as well as Aaron's latest discoveries. Aaron explains that it's still in the theoretical stage, but they suspect that the monsters are living magical entities, and the cataclysms are the events that bring them to Earth. They discovered that cataclysmic zones are imbued with a magic distinct from human magic. Although they had previously relied on the red sky as an indicator, evidence only emerged recently. They confirmed that since the sky magic matches the monster's magic, these creatures must be made of magic. Their disintegration into particles after death only reinforces this, because despite their animal-like behavior, they lack biological functions such as excretion or reproduction. They are simulations of life. Minato then asks why the monsters are attacking people. Aaron states that there's no definitive explanation, but some theories suggest they're reacting to humanity's magic. Indeed, numerous disasters have been associated with the awakening of individual magical abilities. Thanks to improved detection devices, they have recently discovered that disaster magic lingers in the air even after the event has ended. The same phenomenon occurs with the death of monsters. Both release magic into the surrounding environment. Therefore, the particles observed during a monster's death are essentially its form dissolving into pure magic. Hearing this, Uika recognizes in this exactly what Minato once conveyed to her. As she ponders his past knowledge, Minato recounts how he witnessed a monster attempting to cause a disaster. Aaron admits they knew about the incident, but claims the first documented disaster occurred without any visible monsters. He suggests that Minato has misinterpreted the circumstances, but Minato, trusting his intuition, disagrees. Aaron further explains that powerful major demons have the ability to become strong enough to initiate disasters. When Minato questions his sincerity, Aaron details that they once explored this hypothesis by allowing the Calamity Boss to survive. The monsters continued to spawn until they reached a set number, and then stopped. If one was destroyed, more would appear to replace that identical number. However, the intensity of the surrounding disaster magic did not increase. From this, they conclude that the occurrence of disasters may correlate with the monster's strength, although leaving them unchecked is dangerous. Nevertheless, once this hypothesis is verified, the boss should be defeated. Ultimately, Minato determines that nothing has been confirmed. Nothing has been confirmed. With these words, Aaron changed the subject and praised Minato's formidable magic, begging him to examine his physique. Naturally, Minato rejected such a stupid request, which made Aaron pout and call him unkind. After some light banter, Minato asked if Aaron knew anything about aristocratic mages. Aaron replied that he knew about as much as Minato did. 50 years ago, when American mages remained weak, Japan suddenly stopped sharing intelligence or aid. Minato suggests that this is because prominent aristocrats monopolized information. Minato would like to thank Aaron for the extensive information provided. However, Aaron insists that this is the least he can offer, as America is forever indebted to Ichami, Minato, and Japan for their assistance during the global disaster. Sensing that Aaron was still withholding information, Minato pressed him, and Aaron finally admitted that he had gone to Japan solely to witness Manato's power firsthand. Shido is confused and asks why Aaron said it was for an important meeting. Aaron dismisses any concerns about a pointless meeting full of clueless VIPs. Before Shido can complain, Manato assures them that it's okay as long as no one talks about it. Entertained, Aaron declares himself a fan of Minato's determination and encourages him to give it his all. After further taunting, Minato, seeing this as an opportunity to gauge America's current magical power, orders the muscular major to demonstrate his abilities. First, Aaron challenges Minato to fight his subordinates. Yuika, finally fed up with Aaron's arrogance, informs him that if he pits his subordinates against SMT, they will be forced to fight. Hearing this, Aaron politely asks them to put aside any perceived advantage they may have. When asked about the reason, he tells Yuika that their only target is the strong. So, unless they all reach Minato's level, Aaron advises the rest of the SMT members to refrain from participating. Around this time, Yuika begins to sulk. However, to boost their morale, Minato orders his squad to watch the fight closely, considering it a valuable chance to learn how to fight other mages, given their superior experience in fighting monsters. Pleased with their captain's statements, the SMT members stand at attention and watch the competition intently. Aaron, who initially dismissed the SMT members as nothings, now recognizes their true discipline by observing their behavior. The arena is ready. Minato and Aaron's forces are preparing. This is the most significant training fight of their careers. At Aaron's signal, the practice match begins, and the American mages instantly converge on Minato, dodging his blows and surrounding him in the blink of an eye. Seeing the American mage's quick actions, Yuika exclaims in amazement. She suddenly realizes that not only did they instantly rush towards Minato, but they also closed the distance without using any magic. Meanwhile, Minato praises their agility. He immediately dodges a lunge and a crushing blow from one of Aaron's mages. Realizing that the Minato is out of reach, the mage quickly casts a spell and begins close combat using wind magic. Minato dodges again. However, before he can strike back, the others attack him with fire, water, and lightning spells. Minato skillfully dodges each attack, creating a safe distance from Aaron's forces. Or so he assumed. Just when he feels he is out of danger, another soldier rushes forward with a swift knee strike. Minato is stunned by the soldier's incredible speed. However, he manages to parry the blow using his elbow. Having survived this attack, the remaining soldiers unleash a barrage of elemental magic on him. Minato then deflects all incoming attacks with his 4th-tier null magic, a powerful barrier of high magic. Amidst the ongoing clash, Uika and the others express their amazement as the American mages corner Minato. Uika specifically notes that while the soldiers' spells lack complexity, their sheer destructive power is so immense that Minato's defenses may not be able to withstand the strain. Furthermore, by observing the astonishingly fast casting of spells, Wick and her companions finally comprehend the formidable power of the American Mage Corps. During a brief lull in the fighting, Minato begins by acknowledging the superior combat training of the American military. He then turns to the SMT, explaining that in magical duels, large-scale, high-power spells are rarely used unless both opponents are exceptionally skilled. Typically, encounters occur at close range because the actual process of casting spells takes a significant amount of time. Even for 2 elite mages, close combat is typical due to this limitation. After completing his lesson, 3 warriors simultaneously attack him with fire, electricity, and water. Minato dodges all of them. Everything is as usual. When Aaron realizes that Minato has previously taught his students, he misinterprets it as bragging and expresses his disapproval. To stop this shameful spectacle, Aaron gestures to his troops to end it quickly, but soon after, he is puzzled when they still can't get in. Minato continues to dodge every attack. Aaron finds it strange that after everything that was thrown at him, Minato remains completely unharmed. The American soldiers realize that not only can they not hit him, but they have never met an enemy like Kusanagi Minato. When they start to despair, Minato praises them for their hard training. He finds their mental toughness to be excellent. Minato praises their excellent fighting skills. To reward them for demonstrating their talents, Minato decides to increase his intensity. He increases his magical energy just enough to match theirs. While the soldiers lack the resolve to act, Minato charges forward and takes down each of them, incapacitating them all at once, impressing Eren and the other SMT members. After witnessing Minato completely destroy his soldiers as if they were made of paper, Eren admits that he never imagined that a simple student from a once complacent nation could achieve such power. Remaining modest, Minato declares that Eren's soldiers performed admirably. Although flattered by the compliment, Eren realizes they were completely outmatched. Intrigued, Eren asks where Minato acquired such hand-to-hand combat skills. Minato informs him that he is mostly self-taught. Hearing this, Eren bursts out laughing and, clapping Minato on the back, declares him a fascinating person. Now that the minor opponents are dealt with, Eren begins to take off his shirt and begs Minato to let him show off his power next. Showing off his well-developed muscles, Eren claims that despite his appearance, he genuinely enjoys a challenging fight. Minato, without showing any interest, muses that Eren certainly looks like someone who enjoys a good fight. After a few more clashes, Eren begins his combat training with Minato and immediately fills his body with mana. As Eren enters battle, Minato watches the mana flowing through his body, but just as he was on the verge of recognizing her, Eren rushes forward and attacks him. Minato notes Eren's speed. He responds with the same speed. He dodges every punch Eren throws. Eren realizes that brute force is ineffective. He casts a 5th-level lightning spell, Particle Discharge. He points it at Minato, who rolls back a few feet to dodge it. Minato gets back on his feet. Eren rushes towards him, trying to envelop Minato's thin body in his arms. Unfortunately for Eren, Minato is faster and eludes his grasp, leaving Eren confused. He was sure he had caught it. After a brief pause in the fight, Minato asks if Eren has enhanced his physical abilities with magic. Eren confirms, pleased that Minato has noticed. He claims that this method is his own invention, attributing it to recent advances in mana quantification and sensory apparatus. America, he claims, is paving the way for unlimited control of magic, and his technique is part of that endeavor. Just as Eren prepares to pronounce the spell's name, Minato interrupts him, revealing its true name, Mana Artes. He then unleashes his own version, significantly superior to Eren's. Eren instantly recognizes this as the same spell Minato used against Chrono. Now convinced of Minato's superior magical power, Eren considers himself lucky to have met such a man. Although it took years to create such a spell, Minato seems to master it with absolute ease. However, Eren doesn't dwell on it. He just wants to fight. When the duel resumes, Minato reflects on his surprise at seeing Eren use Mana Artes. He never expected anyone else to be able to replicate the same technique. But considering how everything turned out, Minato gathers his courage to enjoy the confrontation. The second round begins. Minato rushes at Eren with incredible speed. They simultaneously strike each other in the body. Minato unleashes a series of quick attacks, but Eren blocks most of them. Meanwhile, Yuika and the rest of the SMT, struggling to keep up, are overwhelmed by the ferocity of the battle. Even the usually unflappable Ryuga questions the limits of Minato's strength. Despite being a classmate, Minato possesses a deep understanding of magic and honed skills, effortlessly defeating high-level opponents. Recalling Minato's duel with Chrono, Ryuji notes that Minato now surpasses the U.S. Army Major not only in sorcery, but also in hand-to-hand combat. With that, he asks the million-dollar question: how the hell does that scoundrel do it? Around this point, Yuika, who had been feigning ignorance, finally admits that Minato is overly powerful. She was once convinced that with hard training they could close the gap. She believed that they would be able to catch up with him. However, after seeing him effortlessly defeat elite mages, she can no longer imagine a future where they are equals. Silently, Yuika continues to watch as Minato, her commander, delivers relentless blows. Even when Eren tries to counterattack, Minato parries every attack. At one point, Minato delivers a powerful blow. This sets Eren back. Exhausted, Eren falls to his knees, gasping for breath. When Minato advances, Eren finally admits defeat in the match. He tells Minato that their battle is not a competition, admitting that he has rarely met someone so strong. He begs Minato to visit the United States, stating that he will always be welcome. Minato accepts this with a handshake, promising to visit if the opportunity arises. After this, Eren takes his coat and says goodbye to Minato and SMT. The moment they leave, the SMT team erupts in celebration of their captain's triumph over the U.S. Army's Magic Corps. However, Ryugi, Yuika, and Ruka remain silent, feeling defeated. They vow to become stronger on their own. As darkness falls, the trio begins secret training, choosing to stand beside Minato rather than follow him. A few days later, Minato is stunned to discover that SMT and Mage Noble products have appeared on the market. He asks Shido why, who explains that as Minato gains more media attention, their funding increases, attracting new recruits and supporters to SMT. They move on to the next stage. Minato cautiously checks to see if Shido is simply enriching himself at his expense. Shido nervously denies this, claiming the money is needed for operating expenses. While Minato considers the situation less than ideal, he acknowledges their need for support. Eventually, he looks through the merch offer. He sees concept art of a plush toy made in his image. It reminds him of what Takagami did in his past life, and he agrees, but on one condition. Upon hearing Minato's undisclosed condition, Shido panicked and asked if this was possible with their limited budget. However, Minato assured him that plans were already in motion. Shortly afterward, during a break, the SMT members received notice of an upcoming joint training session with aristocratic mages. Reactions are mixed, but orders are orders. Days later, SMT and the aristocratic mages head to a certain area of Tokyo. They will train there for the next 2 weeks. Upon arrival, SMT members remain hopeful about what awaits them. Meanwhile, the aristocratic mages, especially Hinata, are complaining that everything has become a real headache. Since the founder of the aristocratic mages, Hifumi Mumyu, is also present, Yuika and the others are shocked and begin to doubt whether the training will be standard or something more intense. Shido informs them that President Mumyu is the organizer of the training camp, suggesting that it may be his way of making up for the past mistakes of the aristocratic mages. Taking a closer look at the aristocrats, Minato asks Chloe why the Fuka family hasn't shown up. She tells him they effectively disbanded after the head of the family and the heirs were captured. As far as she knows, it's nearly impossible for the Fuka family to regain its former status, as most of its members have now disappeared. A curious Minato asks about members of the Fuka family who were not involved in the conspiracy. Chloe claims they were probably acquitted and released to start new lives. Based on the details Leona provided, it appears the butler who helped expose the family is unharmed. However, Minato is more concerned about the hostility between the noble mages and the SMT members. He notes their lack of cohesion. When the noble mages look at them, Yuika and her companions are puzzled as to why they are despised, especially considering that nobles rarely interact during anti-disaster operations. Minato becomes wary. He is unsure of the outcome of this hostility. After unpacking, the noble mages and SMT members gather at the training grounds for the founder's address before the actual training begins. Hifumi approaches the podium, expressing gratitude for their presence and engaging in light conversation. Meanwhile, Minato reflects on the circumstances in his homeland. The police and local SMT branches are handling things for him, but he still worries about potential crises. As Hifumi continues, he emphasizes the importance of training together to overcome a huge disaster and encourages both factions to train hard and improve their synergy. Next, Hifumi introduces the camp commander and mentor, Captain Minato Kusanagi. The magical elites immediately object, rejecting the orders of the SMT member. Annoyed, Hifumi challenges anyone who thinks they can defeat Minato to come forward. As expected, silence reigned. With that matter over, Hifumi gives way to Minato. Before speaking, Minato ponders Hifumi's intentions. Even if the magical elites, possessing vast secret knowledge, are unable to defeat him, Hifumi's statements align with his own plans. Minato understands that Hifumi, who despises defeat, is manipulating him, but he does not harbor any resentment. To everyone that during the 2-week regime, he asks only one thing: that they obey his orders, as if their survival depended on it. The workout begins with push-ups with tires strapped to your back. When asked about the reason, Minato explains and begs them to try their best. 3 renowned family leaders, Riku, Tushuru, and Hinata, take on the challenge with several tires attached. The next stage is the sprint. Minato warns them against shirk and urges them to run with genuine diligence. During the final sprint, the heads of families put in maximum effort while maintaining their competitive spirit. Yuiko watches in amazement, amazed that the nobles are actually following Minato's instructions. After the sprints, Minato gives them a short break. The pause lasts 5 minutes. Several magical nobles begin to grumble, insisting that the training is pointless, while several SMT members defend their captain. But the nobles dismiss Minato as an inept student. This sparks a fight between the factions, but Minato quickly intervenes. He instructs the nobleman who provoked the conflict to obey orders and advises the SMT member to be patient for now, if he truly trusts him. With this, calm is restored. Minato catches a glimpse of the deep animosity lurking between the two factions. Realizing they still have the strength to squabble, he decides to intensify their training. For the next exercise, he forces them to continuously cast spells until their mana is exhausted. The lazy nobles panic, but Minato warns them of real death if they do not fight, as their survival depends on it. When the SMT members began to ridicule them, the magical nobles were not about to tolerate the insults and took up the challenge. Their competitive spirit was sparked, and the two factions clashed in a friendly duel. Minato grins, seeing that he has managed to ignite their fighting spirit. After many hours of practice, Minato concludes the day's training and orders them to recover for the next day. As he leaves, Hinata calls out to him, asking if this is his plan for their continued training. When he asks if she is unhappy, she replies that it is just a suggestion. Minato explains that the alternative training method, which involves using a master mage to administer electroshock therapy to awaken the magical flow, is only intended for beginners and will not be effective for magical nobles. Hearing this, Hinata lists all of Minato's unusual traits: his magical power, his high-level spells, and his ability to use them without verbal components, then asks about the source of his immense power. Minato recalls his grueling training sessions. He claims not to know of any alternative methods. To this, Hinata tells him to forget about it and leaves. Meanwhile, Riku apologizes on her behalf. As Minato watches them go, he begins to wonder how he gained such immense power. The first cataclysm triggered his awakening, but since then, he has not met anyone who could match his strength. The deeper he delves into thought, the more he questions the very reason for his impressive strength. Unable to find an answer now, Minato gives up trying to uncover the origin of his power and continues his normal routine. Continuing with the same regimen over the following days, the aristocratic mages become tired, questioning the value of the dog-like daily training. Receiving no answer, one compares the rigorous training to military exercises, while the other laments the lack of visible progress despite days of effort. They collectively decide that Captain Kusanagi was simply bragging. To prove them wrong, Minato sends them all to the magic chamber to measure their magical power. Along the way, the aristocrats make fun of Minato for wasting his efforts. They have strong doubts about any changes in their magical potential after only a few days of stress. As a result, one of them undergoes a measurement of his magical power. He is amazed to find a 33% increase in his magical power in just a few days. Minato watches the surprise reflected on the faces of the aristocratic mages. He assures them that they will become even stronger over the next 2 weeks if they train hard. From that very moment, the aristocratic mages began to take Minato's training program seriously. Minato watches this. For them, these amazing results in just a few days seemed incredible. They realized that they would gain even greater power if they put in the effort. This was supposed to happen within the next 2 weeks. Overjoyed to finally see the aristocrats dedicating themselves to their work, Minato ups the difficulty, forcing everyone, both aristocratic mages and SMT members, to cast spells until they can't continue. At one point during the session, the SMT members reach their limit and complain of exhaustion. Just then, the aristocratic mages, still full of power, call SMT careless and declare them inferior. Outraged by the mockery, the previously tired SMT students regain their strength and, unwilling to give in, resume training. By this point, Ruka and her brother are quite happy. They watch as both factions become inspired. A lively competition begins to form. While Minato was smiling and chatting during training, he suddenly cast a fire spell and then vowed to increase the intensity of the training, especially for the pair, seeing as they had time for idle chatter. A few hours later, it was time for lunch. While eating, a group of noble mages discussed how effectively their magic had been working lately. Their spell ranks, magic reserves, and even spellcasting speed increased significantly in just a few days. One of them even admitted that he managed to shorten his spellcasting thanks to Minato's mentorship. Confused, they came to the realization of their mistake. Kusanagi's power was truly formidable. If he can achieve such results with them, imagine the potential growth for SMT members. Around the time they admitted this, two SMT operatives overheard their conversation and boasted about the Minato's incredible abilities. Faced with reality, the noble mages were forced to admit their defeat, although some continued to claim that their chief mage was superior to Minato. In any case, both the SMT operatives and the noble mages began to get closer, and Minato, who was also present in the dining hall, was pleased with the positive turn of events. Eventually, the lunch break came to an end, and Minato sent everyone back to training. Based on their progress, he assessed that everyone was working superbly. Their magic had advanced. As for Mum Yu, she's late. Chloe trains with the determination of a champion. Minato recalls Leona's words about Chloe's exceptional talents, but now realizes that her magical potential far exceeds them. Around this time, Chloe notices him watching and waves at him. But Minato realizes that beneath that cheerful facade, she's hiding her true strength. This makes deciphering her intentions even more difficult. For now, he decides to ignore her and focus on Hinata, who seems uninterested in training with Toshiro and Riku. While he understands her feelings, he still can't comprehend her constant anger when he's around. Regardless of the reason, he recognizes that allowing this situation to continue won't yield any positive results. After training, Minato instructs Riku to stay behind. He also tells the hurrying Hinata to stay. As soon as Hinata gives the signal to be ready, Minato reveals that he finds her training unproductive and asks why. Hinata bluntly states that his training program is useless. She knows she won't improve by following it. Even when Minato asks about her continued attendance, she replies that she has no other choice. It's her superior's orders. Minato, surprised that she obeys someone, is glad to know that Hifumi is the noble mage that everyone follows without hesitation. As Hinata leaves, she assures Minato that her attitude hasn't changed. After she leaves, Riku apologizes again, but Minato brushes it off, saying he doesn't mind. Minato curiously asks about Riku's connection with Hinata, noting their constant communication. Riku states that he considers them friends, although he admits that he could be wrong. More precisely, Riku clarifies that there is no romantic relationship between them, and Minato apologizes for interfering in his personal affairs. Riku takes responsibility for Hinata's behavior again. He explains that while her abrupt demeanor leads to misunderstandings, it is not inherently malicious. Minato admits that he appreciates straightforward people like her, and Riku expresses gratitude for his understanding. As they part, Minato decides to keep a close eye on Hinata. He will watch her with the eye of Homer. Consequently, the next day he makes sure to watch her throughout the entire training period, including during their midday meal. He observes her followers having difficulty communicating with her, coming to the conclusion that Riku is likely her only companion. Minato wonders if she prefers solitude. She quickly dismisses this idea as it doesn't seem true. He gives up on this idea. He decides to help her at the first opportunity. With this in mind, Minato constantly follows Hinata. He checks on her the next morning, during training, and even during lunch, noting her gloomy mood. When she finally reaches her breaking point from his constant presence, Hinata breaks down. After a flash of disappointment, she demands an explanation for his importunity. Minato innocently claims he just wanted to talk to her, and a stunned Hinata asks if that's really the reason he's stalking her. Minato confirms this, adding that he's noticed her constant loneliness and obvious melancholy. Hinata denies this, claiming that she prefers to be on her own. However, when Minato suggests that she doesn't give that impression, she becomes defensive and tries to imply that he can't understand the true feeling of isolation. Minato responds that a person who truly prefers solitude will not place themselves in circumstances that require interaction or tolerance of others' attention. Since she does both, He thinks she's just lonely and craving companionship. Hinata tells him to stop talking like he understands her difficulties. However, Minato, tired of their exchange of remarks, directly offers them to become friends. Hinata's face turns completely red and she asks him in amazement what he means. But Minato insists, declaring his strong affection for her. Hinata's blush deepens when she informs him that people usually don't make much of an effort to offer friendship. When Minato backs down, she advises him to give up on the idea of dating her, as she is annoying and problematic. Minato counters that he doesn't find her unpleasant and actually appreciates her frank self-expression. He explains that insincere compliments make him uncomfortable, so he values her authenticity. Hearing this, Hinata brightens up and, blushing, calls him a weirdo. There is a short pause. A second passes. Then, silence. And then she comes to her senses and, burning with shame, declares that she will never become his friend. When she leaves, Minato realizes he has been rejected and continues his business, ignoring Chloe, who has been listening nearby. In the next scene, the training continues. While Tushar is training, Minato notices his hesitation with magic and stops the session for a break. Having assembled the group, he praises their diligence, noting that everyone is beginning to hone their abilities. He then sees the Misuha sisters surrounding their father, Tushiru, and watches them. When the girls approach him, Yuika and her sister ask their father to have dinner with them after practice, as they haven't spoken in a while. Unfortunately, their stern father declines their invitation, claiming that he still has things to do. After he leaves, Minato appears and makes some comments about how Tushar remained the same even after their breakup ended. Yuika says their father wasn't always like this. Minato wonders what has changed. She explains that he used to be kinder and more involved in their lives. However, after their mother's death, he became withdrawn. He became silent. He stopped communicating with them and was constantly busy with work. Ruka adds that he understands their father's feelings. After her mother's death, she felt the need to become stronger to protect Yuika. But in the process, she became more hardened and lost herself. Yuika assures her that she is still the same caring older sister, and Ruka thanks her for the praise. However, both agree that their father is a mystery because he never trusts them. When they begin to doubt his love, Minato intervenes, claiming that if Tushuru didn't care about them, he wouldn't have considered him an opponent the first time they met. This is exactly what a father would do to someone who lays claim to his daughters. However, Minato secretly wonders about the reason for his unstable magical energy earlier. He seemed to be considering some decision. Before Minato can say anything else, Chloe pulls him aside for a private conversation. He is a little worried, suspecting that she might suggest another date. Chloe starts by telling him this. For the past few days, she had felt a desire to get to know him better. She wants to know him completely, down to the core. As she approaches, she showers him with kind words, radiating powerful feminine charm. A pleased Minato expresses gratitude for her compliments. Chloe, now holding his face in her hands, calls him weird and continues to praise his attractiveness, his innocence, his straightforwardness, and all those mysterious traits that she finds so captivating. She then directly asks him out on a date, adding her confidence that their connection will be great. She describes herself as a devoted type. If he so desires, she is ready to do or offer anything, just to be near him. With these words, she leans in seductively. Then she asks if he wants to share their existence together. In response, Minato apologizes for hurting her and informs her that he has no intention of building a relationship in the near future. Despite her disappointment, Chloe accepts the rejection with grace, smiling and noting the sadness that they can't be together. She then concludes her business with Minato, leaving him to recover from their interaction. Soon after, Minato returns to the training area and finds Riku and Ryuga chatting like old friends. Shocked, he asks the Misuha sisters how their connection formed so quickly. Duika explains that their training created a bond between the two of them. After some conversation, they decided to have a 1,000 push-up competition. After finishing their repetitions and collapsing, they rose again and cemented their friendship. Having understood the situation, Minato continues training the group for the rest of the day. After this, life in the training camp goes on as usual, and the bond between the aristocratic mages and the SMT strengthens. As the 2-week camp draws to a close, Minato gathers everyone to praise their dedication. He informs them that while training is over, it's only the beginning. They all know that a global catastrophe is looming in just a few weeks, potentially claiming many lives. However, for now, he assures them that if everyone performs their duties effectively, then disasters and demons can be dealt with. He then encourages the team, declaring that no disaster can defeat them if they maintain their fortitude. He then instructs everyone to rest and prepare before the mission begins. He concludes his speech with a few additional encouraging remarks in his characteristic Spartan manner. Representatives of the SMT and the nobility of the magicians shake hands, exchanging words of support. Among the crowd, Hinato acknowledges Minato's incredible achievement in uniting both factions. She realizes that all their skills have improved thanks to him. Not only did he foster openness between them, but he also showed personal kindness to her. In a moment of weakness, Hinato considers accepting Minato's earlier offer of friendship, but quickly dismisses the idea, deeming connections useless. After the performance, Hifumi meets Minato and praises the result. Minato expresses his gratitude, and Hifumi reflects on how the two factions, once divided by discord, now share mutual trust, all thanks to Captain Minato. He is convinced that their continued unity will bring global peace. Minato expresses hope that this vision will come true. Thus, the training camp concludes, resulting in a significant increase in the skill and teamwork of the SMT representatives and the Mage nobility. As a result, disasters in Tokyo cause far less damage, despite their constant occurrence. Indeed, records indicate the lowest documented damage figures in 50 years. As weeks turn into months, Tokyo residents speak of the continued peace they experience thanks to the combined efforts of the SMT representatives and the Magi nobility. Tokyo is no longer afraid of disasters. They trust SMT to manage any threat. In fact, their combined efforts have brought genuine peace to Japan, with the exception of the SMT members themselves. While others are resting, Minato and his squad are diligently training for the impending global catastrophe. Minato continues his stern instructions, echoing his Spartan resolve to drive home their duty to protect Japan and its citizens. During the exercise, Shido intervenes, relaying the decision of the higher-ups to recruit mages from all over Japan, including civilians, to strengthen the operation. Minato praises Shida for the information, then listens to Sanada's account of the significant disaster sites 50 years ago. She states that personnel were dispatched to all of these locations, except for the most threatening one near Tokyo Tower. Minato reassures her, claiming he has a strategy for this particular problem. Shido then privately verifies the completion of their secret agreement, and Minato reiterates his gratitude for ensuring the necessary security measures. To clarify, Minato characterizes the impending global catastrophe as unprecedented in scale, poised to affect the entire planet, not just Japan. He explains in detail that this catastrophe is not a single event, but a cascade of simultaneous disasters. 50 years ago, humanity was ill-prepared for such a dangerous challenge. However, this time, under his command and with meticulous preparation for any contingency, the outcome will be different. Addressing his subordinates, Minato reminds them that a global catastrophe is just a few days away. Until then, he orders them to recover and cherish the time spent with their loved ones. Sensing their concerns, he reassures them of their utmost readiness and inevitable victory. Nevertheless, the team remains uneasy. Minato observes their lingering doubt. He begs them to trust him more than anything in the world. He continues his encouraging assurances, vowing to protect the planet and its inhabitants no matter the cost. Fortunately, the speech boosts their morale. The SMT team erupts in cheers, welcoming Kusanagi. They then resume their normal activities. After several more weeks of calm, the day of global catastrophe finally arrives. News agencies are urging residents to stay home. While people are getting ready, officials are taking up their posts. The constabulary also holds its posts. SMT and armed forces take their posts. When the appointed time arrives, Minato notifies his squad that disaster is imminent, and the skies begin to turn red. A global catastrophe, the event that saw Minato Ichikama meet his end, unleashes an onslaught of thousands of demons. Captain Minato Kusanagi is the decisive factor in victory this time. As the demons descend, Minato gathers his warriors and pushes them forward to save the world. For reference, it is shown once again that the global catastrophe is considered the greatest disaster in the history of mankind. At that very moment, the disaster began. She took the life of Ichikami Minato in Tokyo. Shortly before the outbreak, the Prime Minister, along with Japan's legislators and national leaders, gather in a secure bunker, placing all their hopes on the SMT to protect Japan. At the same time, Minato, the Mizuha sisters, and Ryugi conduct an aerial survey of the demon population in Old Shibuya. Minato realizes that the demons involved in this disaster are larger and more numerous than those he encountered in his past life. The enormous magical energy surrounding him confirms this. However, he vows that this time, no one will die. As the planet's most significant conflict approaches, citizens across Japan succumb to hopelessness as the skies burn crimson. Despite their fear, they remain optimistic. They continue to remain optimistic. As the disaster officially begins, a news helicopter crew broadcasts reports to Japan, reporting that the crimson sky is expanding and demons are manifesting through the gates. Although authorities had previously attempted to evacuate residents, the correspondent expressed concerns about the huge number of demons. Demons filled the deserted avenues of Shibuya. They detonate explosives all over the metropolis. The decaying urban mass is crumbling into desolation. When Minato arrives to stop further devastation, a reporter announces his arrival to the country, ensuring that live coverage will show him destroying as many demons as possible with his null magic. As his confrontation escalates, the Mizuha sisters and the SMT squad enter the fray. Noticing them, Minato orders the group to destroy the demons and hold their position until the Cataclysm boss appears. He also warns them that numerous cataclysms are unfolding across Japan, advising them to conserve their magical energy from more formidable opponents. Understanding his reasoning, SMT obeys his order. Ryuji unleashes earth magic on the demons, while the Mizuha sisters cast powerful water magic spells. However, as the conflict intensifies, the squad realizes that the demons are not only increasing in number, but also becoming stronger. At this moment, they desperately need help from the magical nobility, but they are nowhere to be found. Shidu tries to contact them, but his efforts are futile. When Ruka reports that her father is also missing, Minato questions Chloe about the circumstances. As expected, she feigns ignorance, claiming to know nothing. Sonata attempts to contact other squad members, but confirms that all transmissions have been cut off. Minato had been confident in his plans up until this point. However, he feels that something is seriously wrong. Two officers burst in, announcing that law enforcement and defense forces were also experiencing communications problems, making joint operations impossible. They looked to Minato for guidance. They realized that the disaster was beyond their ability to cope without the magical nobility, and anxiety gripped the group. Shidu stressed the critical need to restore connectivity with other facilities. Sensing his subordinates' growing anxiety, Minato instructs them to remain calm, reminding them of their mission. He assures them that even without the aristocratic mages, victory is achievable if they unite. He reminds them that this is the purpose of their rigorous training. His speech reignites optimism in the squad, motivating them to move forward. With renewed determination, SMT destroys the demons. The correspondent continues his live broadcast, assuring the public that Minato and his team are making every effort. She urges viewers to remain optimistic, promising that with Minato Monat in place, the demons are doomed to fail. Minato knows that several disasters are happening throughout Japan, making this battle especially difficult without mages. However, he thinks the current circumstances can be dealt with. This is due to his careful planning. As the demons grow in number, he orders his team to remain vigilant and move forward. To destroy a large flock of demons, Minato uses his mana abilities. He strengthens his body before unleashing a series of rapid strikes. Despite being outnumbered by his opponent, he remains unharmed and destroys a massive flock of demons with his 9th-tier void magic spell, Magic Spark. After this, he surveys the approaching demons and decides that it is time to put his hidden strategy into action. Soon after, the SMT members defeat most of the demons, giving them a short respite. Meanwhile, Minato ponders why the demons seem much stronger and more numerous than they did 50 years ago. He understands that what happens next will not be easy. Just then, the Mizuha sisters and the rest of the team sense a dark presence approaching. Seconds later, a huge, monstrous beast materializes from the rift. The SMT members saw a terrifying figure, instantly recognizing it as the Demon King. And then they noticed its terrifyingly huge and impressive size. But as soon as he appears, the Demon King unleashes a 10th tier fire spell, Big Bang, destroying the entire battlefield. Miraculously, thanks to their quick reactions, the SMT members emerge from the attack unharmed, protected by the Monado's 9th level fairy magic barrier that suppresses magic. Now they face a more pressing problem. Minato confronts the Demon King. The Demon King, believing his previous strike had destroyed them, asks where they are, stating that the battle has only just begun. As the Demon King prepares to respond, Minato deploys the level 10 Aegis shield previously used to protect the neighboring squad, assuring the worried Mizuha sisters that their safety outweighs any delay in response. Minato reminds them that their opponent is the Demon King. He implores them to remain vigilant and not to be caught off guard. Meanwhile, Chloe, also unharmed, expresses her surprise to Shido over Minato casting 2 spells at once, but Shido explains that the fairy-like spell acts autonomously, suggesting that the protective spell was likely the work of Minato himself. At this point, a confused Sonata asks Chloe if it is possible to cast 2 spells at once, further explaining that autonomous spells are highly complex techniques that allow the caster to control spells subconsciously, thereby bypassing the normal requirements and entire casting process for greater speed and efficiency. To explain it more clearly to Sonata, Chloe compares this method to innate reflexes. She notes that Minato has achieved mastery in both conscious and subconscious spellcasting simultaneously. Hearing all this, Ryuji remarks how incredible Minato is. However, he is suddenly interrupted. The Demon King rushes at them, aiming to hit everyone. As they dodge the king's first attack, the Mizuha sisters unleash their magical energies. They cast an advanced Tier 8 spell, Tide, and unleash it on the Demon King. At the same time, Chloe, Ryuji, and Sonata also unleash their spells on the Demon King together. They overwhelm him with a relentless onslaught of magical attacks. Unfortunately, before their onslaught can do any significant damage, the Demon King roars and somehow shakes off all magical attacks aimed at him. After witnessing the Demon King trigger another massive explosion, Minato finally intervenes, ordering his allies to move on to another disaster so he can deal with this fool who thinks he is all-powerful. Although Yuika objects to this choice, Minato reminds her that there are many disasters, and without the support of the noble mages, the defenses against other disasters are likely approaching their limit. So the only sensible thing they can do now is to support the other teams and let him face the Demon King head-on. Around this time, Ruka and Yuika come to the mutual conclusion that they would only get in Minato's way if they stayed close to him. Therefore, they give orders to their other junior subordinates. They order them to leave this place Mianto and go to another natural disaster. As the sisters leave the war zone, they encourage each other to keep faith in Minato until the very end. They are confident that he will win, no matter what his opponent. The rest of the squad is pulled away, and Minato turns his full attention to the Demon King. He rushes at him, saying a few phrases. While the Demon King tries to defend himself, Minato constantly reminds himself to spend a minimal amount of magical energy. Subduing the Demon King is not difficult, but he needs to save the magic for his secret purpose. With this intention, he rises as high into the sky as possible. He then delivers a crushing blow to the Demon King's head with all his might. Immediately after the strike, Minato uses an 11th level holy magic spell. He releases the Holy Ray. He directs the destructive power of the beams at the Demon King. Unfortunately, the Demon King managed to dodge most of the beams. Before Minato could continue his attack, the Demon King prepared a counterattack spell. Just as the spell is about to be cast, Minato reacts at maximum speed. He increases his magical power to cast a 12th tier fire and earth fusion magic spell, Zero Earth, which turns the ground into lava by intensely heating it. With the spell active, the Demon King quickly burns to death, leaving Minato concerned about his magic expenditure, as he realizes the king is far more powerful than those he's fought previously. Sensing the Demon King's death, Minato warns himself to conserve his magic power even more, at least until the demon god appears. Around this time, a reporter in a helicopter flying high in the sky announced to the general public remaining indoors that Captain Kushinaga Minato has successfully defeated the Demon King and appears unperturbed. However, she also reports that the police, SMT, and self-defense forces are facing difficulties with other disasters, and due to the lack of aristocratic mages, demons are overpowering them. As he finishes his report, the reporter notices something unusual. It takes place on a dilapidated telecommunications tower. She draws everyone's attention to him. When Minato finally notices it, he realizes it's something familiar, but then wonders if the demons are causing a catastrophe, as a massive rift appears in the crimson skies and countless demons fill the streets of old Shibuya. Ultimately, Minato remembers this event as the final phase of the end of the world, when the demon god was supposed to appear, the ultimate catastrophe that ended his previous existence as Ichikame Minato. At the same time, Yuika is seen directing numerous SMT operatives, ordering them to focus on eliminating as many demons as possible, rather than rushing into the final disaster. As she watches the mission, she reflects on the powerful magical aura she felt earlier. A small smile appears on her lips as she realizes that she has disappeared, the result of Minato defeating the Demon Lord, just as she expected him to. Noticing the growing fatigue among her team, Yuika silently hopes that her older sister is safe in another disaster zone. Suddenly, garbled transmissions break through her comms. Unsure if the connection has been restored, she quickly responds. Adjusting her earpiece, she finally hears a voice clearly. The speaker informs Yuika and everyone else on the line that a major disaster has occurred near Tokyo Tower, and orders all personnel to proceed there immediately. The subordinate then questions Yuika's orders, noting their inability to handle even a minor disaster without the help of magical aristocrats. After a moment's thought, Yuika orders everyone to stay behind and face the immediate danger while she goes to meet Minato and the others. With these words, she leaves them and soars up to Minato's position. Meanwhile, Minato fights off a new wave of demons using his inorganic cannon nullification magic. Realizing the sheer number of enemies, he considers casting a powerful spell, even though his magical reserves are depleted. At that very moment, the Mizuha sisters and their 4 companions arrive to provide assistance. They apologize for being late. When Minato asked about the companions they left behind, Uika and Ruka explained that it was the only way to compensate for the absence of the aristocratic mages. Understanding their logic, Minato orders everyone to get ready. It's at this moment that they stop the demons and end the battle. After that, the commander begins a new attack. The journalist, still circling in her plane, comments on the unfolding chaos. She calls it the beginning and final phase of the catastrophic event that once took the life of Ichikame Minato. As the live broadcast reaches all of Japan, the public begins to doubt the capabilities of SMT. They wonder if SMT has the power to prevent the disaster. The plane pilot suggests leaving due to dangerous circumstances. However, the determined journalist refuses, saying the public needs to see SMT in action. She barely has time to explain that their anti-monster gear will ensure their safety when the plane is attacked by a beast, nearly sending them crashing onto the roads below. Minato quickly erects a null magic barrier to protect them. However, one demon breaks through it. The barrier wavered. He unleashed holy magic on the beast. He then goes up to check on the journalist and her team. Taking to the air, Minato addresses the people of Japan, acknowledging their concerns and promising that no one will die. With this promise, he returns to battle. Admiring his coolness, the reporter orders the cameraman to film how the other SMT members valiantly fight off the demons. In the midst of the ongoing fight, the demon casts a 6th-level spell of fire and wind fusion. It's called Fire Cyclone, and it targets SMT. Minato counters with a 7th-tier null magic attack, Banishment, and destroys the demon with a mana art. His comrades admire the spell's power, but Minato warns Ryuga and Ruka that zero magic has limitations. Its effectiveness is low, and it can only nullify spells up to a certain level. Before she can catch her breath, Yuika reports that more demons are approaching. Minato quickly tells everyone to remain vigilant. Realizing the danger of delay, SMT rushes forward and unleashes his full arsenal of offensive spells. Minato increases his power and activates 11th level Holy Magic. He releases a Holy Ray, destroying a large group of enemies. Afterwards, Ryuji contacts his colleagues in other disaster zones to assess the situation and learns that the demon population has increased dramatically. Everyone urgently needs reinforcements. Minato mentally notes the other trouble zones. In one of the zones, several SMT members were trapped and didn't know what to do next when they suddenly saw aristocratic mages appearing. Overjoyed, they call on their fellow trainees to stop joking and offer assistance. But their relief quickly turns to horror. The aristocrat approaches one of the members and directs deadly magic straight into his face. In the final moments, An SMT member broadcasts a desperate message over the comms, informing everyone that the aristocratic mages have turned against them. Minato manages to catch snatches of the warning before the transmission ceases. While the team tries to comprehend the message, Hifumi and several high-ranking aristocratic mages arrive at the scene. They comment dismissively on the commotion. Still confused, Uika suddenly recognizes Chairman Mumu among them, asking why her own father is behind him. After a short pause, Shido moves forward. He asks Hifumi about the supposed betrayal of the SMT mages. With a smug expression, Hifumi claims that they did not betray them. From the very beginning, their intention was never to ally with SMT. Hearing this, the SMT members gasped in disbelief. Ruka reminds Hifumi that they should be allies, not enemies. To demonstrate her strength, Hinata punches Ruka, icily instructing her not to misinterpret the situation and adding that they never once considered SMT as allies. Despite being alarmed by the revelation, Minato turns to Riku, asking if he shares the same opinion. Unfortunately, even the most carefree member of the squad agrees with Hifumi. Gripping his blade, Riku proclaims that the aristocratic mages have turned against SMD, the police, the self-defense forces, and Japan itself. At the same time, Chloe portrays grief with exaggerated sorrow. However, no one believes him. No longer seeing any obstacles to his complete dominance, Hifumi begins to laugh, overjoyed that the moment has finally arrived to see the fruits of his endless trials. He soars into the crimson skies and creates a colossal magic circle to begin his spell. The remaining SMT operatives remain paralyzed with surprise, unaware of Hifumi's ultimate goal. Chloe then appears and states that they will stop the spell before it is released. She releases a 4th-tier dark magic spell. Its name is the Shadow Blade, and she unleashes it on her father. Surprisingly, one of the demons intercepts the attack as if it were nothing, dissolving it, and then joins the other demons surrounding and protecting Hifumi. Observing this, Shido concludes that it must be a coincidence, unwilling to accept that a demon would willingly protect Hifumi. Meanwhile, the journalist finally realizes the developing situation. They convey the clear pact of the noble magi with the demons throughout Japan. As the SMT tries to make sense of the chaos, one member laments that he believed they all bonded during their joint training expedition. It is then that Hifumi reveals that through disaster manipulation magic, all the demons across Japan will soon be on their side. Minato begins to ask about Hifumi's unique magic, how he gained the ability to control disasters and demons. As Hifumi begins to draw in a crimson stream of energy from the heavens, he declares that disaster magic has other special properties as well, continuing to absorb power. Chloe asks if the secret energy of disaster is heading toward her father, and Yuika, equally perplexed, admits she's never seen anything like the crimson magic he's absorbing. However, Minato recognizes this phenomenon. He recalls that it is very similar to his own experience during the first disaster, the moment when he awakened his magical abilities. To help the team understand, he explains that disasters don't just saturate the land with magic. They also imbue individuals with dormant potential with magical power. He warns of the dangers associated with absorbing such enormous energy. Hifumi praises him for his quick understanding and explains in detail that disaster magic can indeed enhance magical power, provided the person can withstand the strain. Minato then asks Hinata and Rika if they use disaster magic to enhance their abilities. Hinata directly confirms this, stating that they have been absorbing magic from every disaster they have encountered so far. She reveals that the aristocratic mages feigned cooperation with the SMT to ensure that disasters would pass without interference. This strategy allowed them to arouse less suspicion, even when they secretly initiated disasters or drained magic for their own gain. Minato begins to understand their plan to accumulate power. Hinata states that their original goal was to kill him, but after seeing his potential, they decided to use him instead. She mentions that if the magical nobles had ignored the disasters, it would have brought condemnation, something they wanted to avoid. To provoke a great global calamity, they needed to adhere to the established historical course of events. Then Minato asks about the need to follow history. Hinata explains that disasters usually manifest in specific locations, points where magical energy flows most freely. Until one disaster is eliminated, the next cannot begin. They used Minato to complete each one, maintaining their predetermined sequence. Now, Chairman Mumu absorbs the energy of the Great Calamity. Once completed, he will ascend as the most fearsome sorcerer in history. Minato, alarmed, asks if this deception was planned from the beginning. Hinata confirms this without a hint of regret. Indeed, the whole plan was deliberate. When Minato asks if they have not formed any sincere bonds, Hinata, tired of his innocence, urges him to abandon such absurd ideas, claiming that there are no bonds and she has no need for allies like him. Yuji then turns to Riku, asking if he really intends to continue. After a moment of silence, Riku declares that Japan's collapse is now inevitable, as both magical nobles and demons are against it. He tells Minato that even such a player, like him, he will not be able to protect the entire nation. As demon attacks escalate, the SMT is overwhelmed, forcing even ordinary mages to join the battle and fight for their lives. Shido announces that the situation is rapidly deteriorating, and Sonata notes that there are no reserve forces left. At this rate, total collapse is possible. Then, two familiar figures appear nearby, commenting that the entire operation is unfolding according to plan. When they come into the light, Shido is shocked. This is Kuroi and Fukagina. A moment later, Takigami arrives. This makes Shida even more nervous. As Minato tries to figure out why Takigami is here, Kuroi casually greets him, vowing to personally end his life this time. When Shido asks Kuroi how he got out of prison, Kuroi reveals the truth. The aristocratic mages have many allies among law enforcement agencies throughout Japan. Yuika then asks Kuroi about the aristocratic mages' betrayal of humanity, and the worthless trash explains that they do it simply because they are aristocratic mages. Kuroi touches on the concept of aristocrats. He claims that they are beings of a higher order. He claims that they are no different from ordinary people. He calls commoners incompetent. With these words, the idiot unleashes an 8th-tier dark magic spell, Chaos Raven. He boasts of his fake spell, telling SMT that with their magic, they could easily destroy half the city. He boasts that they could destroy an entire city if they put their minds to it, all with a single mage. However, for some inexplicable reason, Kuroi claims that the aristocratic mages are controlled by incompetent, powerless idiots. Clenching his fist in anger, he tells SMT that he finds it quite strange that the aristocratic mages who are destined to stand at the top are still subservient to lesser beings, incompetent trash who have become too arrogant. Fukujin interrupts Kuroi's speech. He informs SMT that their ancestors originally aspired to become aristocratic mages, to accumulate knowledge and technology, and to dominate those less capable. However, the incapable, despite their cunning, eventually used the aristocratic magicians. Crediting Hifumi for increasing the aristocratic mages' power through disasters, Kuroi assures SMT that with the immense power they now possess, they have no opponents left. Charging their magic, both fools declare to SMT that the time has come for the aristocratic mage to rule over the absolutely incompetent. Having said this, the couple significantly strengthens their magical conclusion. The Mizuha sisters commented that they now look completely transformed. Meanwhile, Minato maintains his cool, which infuriates Kuroi. Ignoring Kuroi's outburst of anger, Fukujin expresses his anticipation of seeing the despair on Minato's face when he finally loses all hope. But then Minato turns to Takigami, asking if she had been deceiving him all this time, even when she claimed to reveal everything. Noticing that Minato is ignoring them, Kuroi completely loses control. He calls out to Minato in a rage. He pats Takigami on the shoulder, calling her a worthless piece of trash who deceives and uses others for personal gain. As the other heads of the aristocratic mage families grow tired of this spectacle, Kuroi puts an end to the empty talk and begins the true disaster with Fuka. Almost instantly, a swarm of demons rushes past the SMT. Shido, spotting them along with the others, declares that the demons must be away from the disaster-affected areas. Unfortunately for SMT, the situation is different. The demons have somehow escaped from old Shibuya and are infiltrating Tokyo's residential areas. In an instant, demons burst into apartment buildings, threatening to destroy as many people as possible. Family heads struggle to protect their loved ones. Around this time, other SMT members inform Minato of the demon invasion on the streets and ask about the next steps. Kuroi mocks them, asking the same question. Fuka adds that even a man as skilled as Minato can't protect all of Japan from his current position. Chloe and Shido, sensing the worst, ask about their plan of action. With no solutions coming, An energetic Kuroi declares to the SMT that they will be overwhelmed by their helplessness and die. As Fukujin joins in the taunting, Minato puts an end to their amusement by recalling the existence of 3 categories of anti-magic equipment. Minato classifies the first category as the normal type used by magicians, which requires the channeling of magical energy. The second, he explains, is the destructive type, designed to interfere with magic or magical forces. He states that both the SMT uniform and the Mage Noble uniform fall under this classification. They are designed to weaken magical abilities. At this point, Fuka asks if he has lost his mind. However, Minato insists, detailing the third type, one that has a limited duration, is activated under certain circumstances, and can be used by those without magical abilities. Around this time, the aristocratic mages begin to feel uneasy. All over Japan, the anti-magic plushies that Shido secretly downloaded, mass-produced, and distributed are coming to life. These plush toys create zero magic barriers inside homes and shelters across the country. As the magic activates, Minato explains that they used SMT's fame to mass-produce products packaged with protective anti-magic gear. These were sold nationwide as a means of protection. When Shido initially learned about the scheme, he was skeptical. Now he is grateful that he obeyed Minato's orders because this strategy saves Japan. Acknowledging the Minato's extreme meticulousness, Fukujin shouts that defense alone is useless and points out that offensive anti-magic equipment has a short duration. Minato agrees, then states that since his magic is integrated into the equipment, it spreads throughout Japan. Therefore, he can detect his magic anywhere within the country. It is also capable of deploying it simultaneously across the entire country. With these words, Minato releases the offensive magic contained within the plush toys and casts a 13th level null magic spell, Unlimited Magic Bullet. Using this spell, he destroys thousands of demons attacking families across the country. During this event, a journalist informs the public that a magical surge from above has just destroyed a massive number of demons. They still don't fully understand the situation, but online reports indicate that most residents are safe. Seeing the scale of Minato's abilities, Yuika is speechless. She and her brother realize the true limits of his incredible power. In a fit of rage, Kuroi throws a tantrum. He can't comprehend how Minato could have unleashed magic across Japan. Fukujin begs him to calm down, reminding him that not all the demons were destroyed. Kuroi decides to accept his words. He informs Minato that the aristocratic mages are still at large. If anti-magic equipment cannot be repurposed, then the magic contained within the goods will also be ineffective. At that very moment, Minato hints that Kuroi might be missing something. And when Kuroi asks what he means, Minato states that SMT still has other allies they can count on. From the darkness, familiar figures emerge, revealing themselves to be shadow guardians. Having recognized them, the SMT and law enforcement officials question their presence and willingness to help. Before answering, the shadowy figures demonstrate a measure of their magical power by destroying several demons that were attacking the group, and then declare their cooperation with the SMT to exterminate the monsters and protect the population. Realizing that the safety of citizens is of paramount importance, the SMT decides to join forces with the Shadow Guardians. Around this time, a reporter and a helicopter broadcast from the air to the public, watching the entire conflict that the SMT is now in alliance with the Shadow Guardians. Just moments after the announcement, dedicated Shadow Walkers fans explode with excitement. Social media is abuzz with adoration, praising the Shadow Walkers' alliance with the SMT to slay monsters. Since Minato is busy commanding the SMT, he cannot simultaneously perform the role of Chrono. He casts Leona as Chrono to maintain authenticity during the conflict. Deep in the thick of the battle, Leona doubts her choice for this role. She laments the brutal, grueling training regime she had to endure. She also complains about the difficult task of mastering numerous anti-magic devices. Moreover, she has to cope with tense relationships with people she knows. This predicament continues even after the shadows are bid farewell following the clash between Chrono and the Minato. Unable to retreat, Leona puts in all her strength. She destroys several demons using the Tier 7 anti-magic equipment Geyser Wave. Her allies, dressed in shadow robes, praise her performance. Seeing their leader's determination, the other shadow soldiers also unleash their full power to destroy the enemies before the SMT does. Not to be outdone, SMT members, along with police and defense forces, quickly exploit the onslaught of the shadow soldiers. They are doing their duty to protect the country. Continuing to impersonate Chrono, Leona decides to make sure the real Chrono buys her food after this ordeal. Meanwhile, Kuroi, unaware of what's happening, receives word from his fellow nobles that shadow soldiers are appearing all over the country. In a rage, he confronts Minato. He asks if Minato had doubts about the aristocratic mages from the beginning, which led to such a level of readiness. When Minato firmly confirms, both Fuka and Kuroi become furious. Strengthening their spells, they vow to end his life this time. Before beginning his final confrontation with Minato, Kuroi calls upon Takigami, who had shown reluctance to betray Minato, to rise and fight. Faced with the circumstances, Takigami charges her magic and prepares. Around the same time, Riku and Hinato, realizing they have no alternative, do the same and prepare for battle. At this point, Minato can't take it anymore. He tells the Midzuha sisters and the others that the time has come to end it all, right here. The stage is set. The clash between the elite SMT squad led by Minato and the aristocratic mage led by Kuroi Akuto begins. This titanic confrontation will determine the outcome. For her first move, Kuroi unleashes a 5th-tier dark magic spell, Night Raid. He uses his stealth to get around Yuika, intending to eliminate the weaker fighters first. Just as Minato prepares to rush in and cover her, Hinata suddenly materializes and delivers a powerful punch to his jaw. Luckily, just as Kuroi is about to strike the unsuspecting Yuika, her sister Ruka pushes him away with a 6th-tier water magic spell, Raging Torrent. Yuika expresses gratitude to her sister, but Ruka advises her to remain vigilant, as the conflict is far from over. Meanwhile, Minato withstands Hinata's attack by activating a small null magic barrier at the point of impact. Before he can recover, Kaiichi Riku comes down. He tries to cut Minato's stomach with his magic-infused sword. Effortlessly dodging, Minato becomes enraged. He delivers a split kick, hitting both attackers. He hits both of them in the stomach at the same time. Freed again, he tries to reach his subordinates, but Takigami blocks his path with the 7th tier of water magic, Emerald Water, declaring that he will not allow him to pass. Hinata informs Minato that they acknowledge his strength, but will seek to prevent him from helping his comrades. Perceiving their tactics as a division strategy, Minato understands its unpleasant nature. Having already expended a significant amount of magic and intending to eliminate Mumyu first, he realizes that using his full power would be a risky bet he is not prepared to take. As if guessing his intentions, Hinata states that she will not allow him to interfere with the chairman. Riku intervenes, stating that Minato must defeat them first before moving on. Minato recognizes their delaying tactics. He becomes determined and quickly defeats several noble mages. He then prepares to cast a high-level spell. Noticing his speed, Hinata instructs Riku to stop dodging and keep up the pace. Elsewhere, Kuroi and Jin have difficulty fighting the SMT members, complaining about their annoying nature. Meanwhile, Yuika and Shido begin to crumble under the onslaught of superior enemy forces and consider surrendering. Shockingly, Chloe intervenes, begging them not to give up and reminding them of their immense strength and importance to the nation. Realizing that they can't lose their fighting spirit, Ruka and Yuika regroup and for the first time change their minds about Chloe, recognizing her passionate nature. Hearing them, Chloe lets out a chuckle. She admits that she may have drawn inspiration from them. Without wasting a second, the trio confronts the enemy directly. Kuroi, releasing the 8th tier dark magic Chaos Raven, warns them against overconfidence and unleashes his magical power. In response, the young girls perform the 8th rank Grand Water Magic. They released a colossal wave, successfully neutralizing Kuroi's spell. Fukujin acknowledges their formidable power. However, Kuroi turns his attention to the trembling Takagami and mocks her. As Minato watches silently, Kuroi approaches Takagami, demanding an explanation. He reminds her of the impending consequences. These are the consequences if she refuses to obey. Resigned, Takagami unleashes an 8th tier wind magic spell, Raging Storm. She directs it at Minato, hoping for his forgiveness. As the attack approaches, Minato lowers his guard. To the horror of his subordinates, he remains motionless, calmly awaiting the blow of wind magic. Ultimately, Takagami intentionally misses his wind magic attack, admitting his inability to attack Minato. Seeing her hesitation, Kuroi explodes in rage, scolding Takigami for her disobedience and repeating the fate of her family if she were to suddenly develop a moral compass. Tired of being forced, Takigami begs him to spare her daughter and grandson, her only remaining connections in this existence. However, Kuroi points out in an icy tone that it was she who broke their agreement. One call from him spells their doom. Presenting Takigami with grim scenarios of her family's suffering, he blames her for any pain they experience, considering it just retribution. Around this time, Minato makes an unusual call, surprising both Kuroi and Takigami. He thanks the caller for arriving on time. Immediately after the call ends, Kuroi demands an explanation for Manato's actions in this critical situation, threatening to immediately destroy the Takigami family. But Minato calmly replies that it is too late. He already saved them. When Kuroi watches a video on Manato's phone showing some camouflaged shadow warriors guarding the Takigami family, he gasps in surprise and counters that there's no way Minato could have known their location, especially since only a select few knew. Even the authorities were bribed. In response, Minato praises Kuroi's subordinates for skillfully concealing their movements. However, evacuation during the disaster proved their undoing, allowing them to be tracked and infiltrated. In reality, Minato silently expresses gratitude to the Shadow Warriors for maintaining their disguises until the very end. Finally, Kuroi asks Minato when he realized the whole situation. Minato explains that despite having a family photo, Takagami never spoke about her relatives. Her extreme caution around the magical nobility alerted him. So, he asked an acquaintance to investigate her past and uncovered the facts. Minato directs his gaze towards Takagami. She says that Takagami should have realized by now that she can't hide anything from him. Overwhelmed with emotion, Takagami bursts into tears, finding it hard to believe that her family, who had been held captive for so long, was finally safe. Just as she relaxes and expresses her gratitude to Minato, Kuroi loses his temper and tries to take her hostage. Having no further reason to obey him, Takigami unleashes her wind magic spell, Raging Storm, on him, calling him vile scum and warning him never to raise a hand against her again. She then bows her head and sincerely apologizes to Minato for misleading him from the start. Minato tells her not to worry, as helping his comrade comes naturally to him. Touched by his words, Takigami gives a sincere smile. At this point, Kuroi interrupts them, irritated by this emotional scene. He orders Fukujin and the others to stop holding back and seriously destroy them all. With no other choice, Hinata and Riku prepare to fight. Minato approaches them, expressing his displeasure at their resorting to hostage-taking despite his admonitions. Unimpressed, Hinata tells him to shut up. She doesn't need his preaching. Luckily, around this time, SMT operatives had already destroyed the surrounding creatures. They also subdued the remaining aristocratic mages, except for their leader. Witnessing this, Jin acknowledges that SMT is far more powerful than he expected. But Takigami, having finally lost her patience with the aristocratic mages and their dastardly schemes, accumulates mana and teams up with Minato for the upcoming confrontation. As the situation escalates, Toshuru appears, swearing allegiance to the noble mages. The daughters immediately appeal to their father, begging him to support their cause. Luckily, Kuroi accepts Toshura as his comrade. His daughters scold him for even daring to approach their father. Kuroi, finding their ardor amusing, nudges Toshiru. He forces Toshiru to declare his true loyalty. Ruka and Yuika silently wish for him to be undercover again. Toshuru becomes a complete disappointment, declaring his allegiance to the noble mages. The shocked daughters cannot believe that their beloved father committed such a betrayal. Kuroi takes the opportunity to reveal that he once thought Toshiru had betrayed them during the explosion. However, in reality, their connection remained. Even after his expulsion from the ranks of the noble mages, Toshiru maintained his connections. While the noble mages sought dominance on the surface, the BR organization sought to control the underground. By uniting, they could achieve complete control. However, when the Shadow Wanderers thwarted their plans, the BR was nearly destroyed, and details about their accomplices began to emerge. Kuroi claims that it wasn't just noble mages who were involved. Government agencies, financial institutions, law enforcement agencies, and numerous other factions were allied with the BR. Once the revelations began, they all left BR to save their reputations, allowing the police to restore their public image while hiding their own involvement. It was then that the aristocratic mages and the SMT joined forces. The entire nation of Japan was deceived, and the aristocratic magicians enjoyed it. Continuing from that point, Jin informs the SMT members that the aristocratic mages haven't changed in 50 years. They still cling to the belief in absolute dominance through pure magic. Their true intentions have been misconstrued for centuries. But now, Jin declares, their revival is inevitable. Despite everything that has happened, the daughters beg their father to say that he is simply undercover, as before. However, Toshiro coldly declares that he hasn't changed. He is a pure-blooded aristocratic mage and has no desire to betray his allies. With this revelation, the truth hits the daughters with all its force. Their father was always among their opponents. Confused and worried, Minato asks Toshiro why he supports deceitful aristocrats who enslave others for their own gain. Toshiro, unable to answer, curtly orders Minato to be quiet. Ignoring his words, Minato mentions Toshiro's deep affection for his daughters and reveals that he had previously tested him to confirm his loyalty. But Toshiro vehemently denies this. Disgusted, Minato accuses him of deceiving everyone, including himself, and then asks what turned him into such a spineless bastard. At this point, Toshiro finally loses his composure. He interrupts the conversation, declaring that it is time for a real battle. Minato vows to destroy them all and restore the power of the noble mages. He calls him a stubborn old fool. Then Minato prepares for battle. Having strengthened their mana, Minato and his allies confront the noble mages. They are ready for battle. The battle soon escalates, with Hinata attacking first, using her 10th tier fire magic, Big Bang, creating a colossal explosion that destroys everything within its reach. Luckily, all the SMT members narrowly escape the explosion before it engulfs them. Realizing that he is once again separated from his allies by the explosion, Minato briefly worries about their condition. Before he can think about it, he finds himself isolated with Riku and Hinata, who both want to resume their previous confrontation. Before the clash, Minato declares that he will no longer hold back, but they are indifferent to his warning. On the other side of the explosion, Fuka and Kuroi grumble that they were only facing minor characters, declaring that the weak should die quickly. Annoyed by their arrogance, Ryuji retorted by calling them a true supporting cast. Takigami intervened, vowing to crush them if they continued to underestimate them. After receiving several taunts from SMT, Fukajin sneered at their bravado and cast the 8th tier wind spell, Raging Storm. But he was too slow. Ryuji quickly responded with the 7th tier of his earth magic spell, Comet. He immediately neutralized Jin's attack. After the clash, Kuroi scolded Jin for losing, but Jin snapped back, telling him to be quiet and emphasizing that earth magic was a disadvantage against wind magic. Wanting to demonstrate his superiority, Kuroi took out his anti-magic pistols. These firearms had no elemental weaknesses and could disrupt magic. And though he grumbled about wasting ammunition, he swore he had no other choice and promised their doom. However, before he could fire them, Takigami hit him with a wind spell, disarming him and rendering the weapons ineffective. She calmly informed him that anti-magic equipment was just a tool, and a tool was useless if neglected. Enraged at being outplayed, Kuroi charges his magic. He vows to destroy them all with his full power spell. Not wanting to give them an advantage, Ryuji, Sanada, and Shido power up together, with Ryuji finally declaring that it is his time to shine. Sensing their growing strength, Takagami decides to support them from the rear. She uses her custom-made anti-magic equipment to enhance their magic. She then throws enchanted stones at them, which greatly increases their magical output. In addition, Sanada casts the 10th tier holy magic spell Breath of God, granting Shida and Ryuji a holy attribute that helps them recover from injuries faster. With all these buffs, Shido and Ryuji gain new confidence. They feel more capable than ever before. Now they can destroy the nobles. Jin responds with his special 10th tier atmospheric magic spell, Absolute Atom. Meanwhile, Kuroi casts his own deadly 10th tier dark magic spell, Death Parade, summoning scythe-wielding ghosts from the underworld. In response, Ryuji unleashes his unique 10th tier gravity magic, Infinite Magic. Meanwhile, Shido unleashes the 10th tier Holy Thunder compound spell, Kuranos. Two forces collide. Ryuga's spell meets Jin's spell, and Shido's lightning strikes Kuroi's dark magic. For several tense seconds, the spells fought for dominance. They fought each other fiercely, but in the end, Ryuga and Shido's magic overcomes their opponents, causing serious damage to both Jin and Kuroi. After such devastating attacks, Ryuga and Shido are exhausted, having depleted almost all of their magical reserves. Meanwhile, Kuroi and Jin, who were completely unprepared for such an onslaught, somehow managed to get back up. The girls are amazed that they are still standing. They withstood such powerful magic. Although Kuroi is still standing, he realizes he has almost no magic left and no anti-magic equipment. Injured and tired, he decides to observe SMT's next move. Takigami, also exhausted, attributes her weakness to neglecting her training. Sanada still has some magic left, but she decides to save it. She is not strong in direct confrontation, so she considers it wiser to help from the flank. As a result, the battle reaches a stalemate. Meanwhile, the Mizua siblings confront their father, Tushir. They unleash their 7th-tier water magic, Geyser Wave, but he effortlessly neutralizes it with the same spell. After this, he casts a 4th-tier spell. It's called Waterfall, and it's directed towards Wick. She has no way to answer. At that very moment, Chloe pushes her away, takes the blow on herself, and loses consciousness. Relieved that Chloe is merely unconscious, Yuika expresses gratitude for saving her. With one of them disabled, Toshuru prepares to resume the attack. At this moment, Wika realizes that her father truly intends to destroy them, as he does any enemy. At the same time, Tushiro gathers his courage, making it clear that he has no room for feelings. Seeing this, the sisters decide to stop hesitating. They decide to abandon their restrictions. They will no longer hold back. They declare they will overcome their errant father, pouring all their remaining mana into a brand new 11th-tier Great Ice Magic spell, Diamond Dust, which they unleash upon him. In response, Tushiro summons his own 11th-tier water magic spell, Whirlpool, intending to neutralize the powerful spell cast by his daughters.